Dragon God Supreme Chapter 266 to Chapter 320. Fated Cloud Breeze's words scared everyone's souls away. The spacious auction hall was filled with a strange atmosphere. Everyone seemed to have been immobilized, unable to move. Chu Chongkong and the other higher-ups of the auction house were also in shock. Auctioneer Mutsai's pretty face was pale. 50 billion gold coins had frightened her, an auctioneer who had dealt with gold coins for many years. The Namgong nobles had completely lost their confidence. The Namgong family head, who had always been confident in himself, was speechless at this moment. Looks like no one dares to bid. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled and looked at Feng Wuchen with her beautiful eyes. She asked curiously, Big brother Feng, where did you get so many gold coins? There seems to be quite a lot of ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. There should be a few billion, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Feng Wuchen wasn't sure at all. It might not even be a few billion. Hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao was stunned. She blinked and looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Billions? Billions of gold coins for a treasure worth tens of billions. Feng Wuchen's money could not compete with the 5 major forces at all. What about the remaining tens of billions? Ling Xiaoxiao asked, looking at Feng Wuchen in surprise. Previously, when she saw Feng Wuchen shout out 50 billion in one breath, Ling Xiaoxiao really thought that Feng Wuchen had that many gold coins. Who knew that it was actually a lie? Feng Wuchen. If you can't come up with 50 billion gold coins. The sacred geocentric lotus is still the Namgong family's. Morong Tian said in anger. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, the sacred geocentric lotus will not fall into the hands of your Namgong aristocratic family. Just wait and see. Morong Tian said fiercely. The murderous intent in his eyes was extremely strong. Namgong family head, would you like to raise the price? Mutsai looked at the Namgong family's box and asked softly. Humph. Namgong family head snorted unwillingly, but he didn't raise the price. If no one raises the price, the sacred geocentric lotus will belong to Feng Wuchen. The auction is over. Mutsai announced. She couldn't hold on any longer. She felt dizzy and had to finish as soon as possible and go back to rest. After Mutsai's announcement, many people in the hall left in horror. The end of the auction meant that something big was about to happen. The Divine Alchemist, the Burial Valley, and the Shao clan would not let Feng Wuchen off. If the 3 major powers of the 9 prefectures made a move, it would definitely be world-shaking. Feng Wuchen would not be able to escape even if he had wings. After Mutsai left, the Divine Alchemist Mo Yen said in a solemn voice, Feng Wuchen, if you can't take out 50 billion gold coins, don't even think about leaving. Even if you can take it out, you've killed so many of my Divine Pill City's experts, so you must die. Divine Alchemist, leave the killing of Feng Wuchen to me. I want to avenge Kong'er with my own hands. Bei Mingyi said fiercely as a terrifying murderous aura filled the air. Stinking brat, you dare to insult the old man in front of everyone and question the old man's alchemy skills. The old man will not forgive you. The Divine Alchemist shouted angrily. He was already angry from embarrassment. Whether I'm insulting you or not, you'll know in a while. Prepare the herbs, I'll show you what alchemy is and what the real Heaven Yuan Dan is. Feng Wuchen sneered and walked out of the private room unhurriedly. His eyes were full of confidence. He's just a 4th-grade alchemist, where does his confidence come from? Chu Chongkong frowned. He couldn't see through Feng Wuchen. The second elder frowned and said, we know the Divine Alchemist's alchemy skills better than anyone else. That brat can't be better than the Divine Alchemist. The most terrifying thing is his refining realm. The first elder said solemnly. As a 4th-grade alchemist, he was very afraid of Feng Wuchen. The first elder had never seen the divine ability of transforming objects with thought, so he didn't know if the rumors were true. Prepare the herbs. Prepare the alchemy furnace. The Divine Alchemist shouted angrily. He wanted to see what kind of Heaven Yuan Dan Feng Wuchen could refine. The herbs are enough, but the alchemy furnace is unnecessary. Refining this kind of low-grade pill doesn't need an alchemy furnace at all. A real alchemist doesn't need an alchemy furnace. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and said naturally. What? Refining pills doesn't need an alchemy furnace? No one had ever heard that refining pills didn't need an alchemy furnace. For a moment, everyone was shocked and looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was an idiot. The higher-ups of the 5 major forces were stunned. They couldn't help but look at the alchemists of their own forces. Then, they looked at the divine alchemist, Chu Changkong, and the others. The powerhouses of the major forces were the same. They were all doubting whether Feng Wuchen was telling the truth. "President, have you ever heard that refining pills doesn't need an alchemy furnace?" The second elder frowned and asked. He had never heard of it. Chu Changkong shook his head and said, "I've never heard of it. How can one refine pills without an alchemy furnace?" "Humph. Nonsense." The 4th-grade alchemist elder of the Xiaowang school said angrily. He didn't believe Feng Wuchen's nonsense at all. Is Feng Wuchen an idiot? Which alchemist doesn't need an alchemy furnace? He doesn't need an alchemy furnace? He was really arrogant. A 4th-grade alchemist wanted to refine a 5th-grade pill? I really haven't heard of it. President and the others don't seem to know either. I think Feng Wuchen is lying. No one in the hall believed him. Not only did they not believe him, but they also looked at Feng Wuchen as if he was an idiot. He doesn't need an alchemy furnace? The divine alchemist's expression changed and he was shocked. Mo Yan, you have to remember that the alchemy furnace is only an auxiliary tool for alchemy. A true alchemist doesn't need an alchemy furnace at all. However, that kind of realm is unfathomable. I have never seen such a terrifying alchemist before. They are called pill emperors in the continent. They are the most terrifying realm among alchemists. Hearing Feng Wuchen's words, the divine alchemist's mind instantly recalled what his master had said to him in the past. This sentence shocked the divine alchemist. It was still fresh in his memory. Dendi. The more Mo Yan thought about it, the more frightened he became. His old face turned pale as he thought to himself, impossible, Feng Wuchen can't possibly reach Denda's realm. However, Mo Yan had to believe Feng Wuchen's words. From the reaction of many alchemists present, it could be seen that they didn't know that a real alchemist didn't need an alchemy furnace. They also didn't know about Denda's existence. Soon, someone brought the herbs up. Divine alchemist, when you were refining the primary heaven pill, you must have encountered a fire poison attack. This caused the primary heaven pill to contain a fire poison aura. Feng Wuchen sneered. He waved his hand and all the herbs flew up to the 2nd floor. Everyone's eyes followed the movement of the herbs and looked at Feng Wuchen on the 2nd floor. The smell of fire poison? Chu Changkong quickly flashed and took the primary heaven pill to sense it carefully. Everyone's eyes turned to Chu Changkong again. Chu Changkong said in shock, "There really is a fire poison aura." Hearing Chu Changkong's words, everyone was shocked. The faces of the experts from the 5 major forces turned grave. Feng Wuchen could actually sense it. Chu Changkong, as a level 5 alchemist, had to get close and hold the pill in his hand for a long time before he could sense it. The other alchemists didn't notice it at all. The reason why the quality of the heavenly yuan pill you refined is not only because of the fire poison in your body, but also because you don't have a deep enough understanding of each medicinal ingredient. Some medicinal ingredients have not been completely purified of impurities, while some medicinal ingredients have been refined too much. You are still weak in this aspect, so the refined medicinal liquid still contains many impurities. During the refining process of this pill, a lot of the refined medicinal liquid evaporated. Feng Wuchen pointed out the mistakes of the divine alchemist while urging the green flame. What kind of flame is this? It feels more terrifying than the beast fire. The extremely terrifying flames illuminated the hall, creating a green space. The berserk aura caused everyone to tremble in fear. You. How can you tell from the pill's surface? The divine alchemist was frightened and looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Others didn't know about these mistakes, but the divine alchemist was very clear about them. However, Feng Wuchen guessed everything from the pill's surface. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen's alchemy realm? He could see all the mistakes of an alchemist just by looking at the pill. Apart from you, the auctioneer and all the other alchemists, the quality of the pills you refined is low. Other than the fire poison, it is also because the medicinal liquid has evaporated. You just didn't notice it. You all have a weakness, and that is your poor control of fire. You don't have a complete grasp of the melting point of each herb. How dare you call yourself an alchemist when you don't even have a good grasp of the basics? Feng Wuchen continued as if he was teaching a lesson to a student. Dragging his green flame palm, Feng Wuchen waved gently, and all the herbs used to refine the primary heaven pill flew over. The 18 herbs spun slowly in Feng Wuchen's palm. They were wrapped in the green flame and burned. Tyrannical soul power was poured into them. You all think that your control of fire is strong, but in my opinion, it is too weak. It is not even up to standard. Feng Wuchen sneered and attacked them without holding back. The whole place was silent. Everyone's shocked gazes were attracted to this scene. Under the frightened and shocked gazes of the crowd, they saw the most miraculous scene in their lives. More than a dozen herbs spun in Feng Wuchen's palm. Under the burning of the green flame, the surface of the herbs started to peel off at the same time, condensing into liquids of various colors. Powerful spiritual qi and exotic fragrance started to spread out. These were the essences of the herbs. So fast? Seeing the herbs peel off their surface, everyone turned pale with fright. They had never seen such a terrifying speed. The divine alchemist, Chu Changkong, and the other alchemist's eyes almost popped out. 18 herbs are peeling off their surface at the same time. Chu Changkong exclaimed in shock. This scene was beyond his knowledge. How is this possible? The alchemists present were all shocked by the scene. The condensed medicinal liquids fused with each other and formed the embryonic form of a pill the size of a longan. The medicinal liquids quickly condensed and finally formed a pill. An extremely powerful aura and spiritual qi spread out from the pill. The veins on the pill could be seen clearly, and its color was bright. Most importantly, its quality was extremely high. It was definitely the best of the best. In less than 2 minutes, Feng Wuchen had already refined the pill with ease. Feng Wuchen only used his right hand to refine the grade 5 pill. He didn't use anything else. The pill that Feng Wuchen was refining was the primary heaven pill. The huge hall was silent. Other than shock, there was only shock on everyone's faces. Even the experts from the 5 major forces were completely stunned by Feng Wuchen's terrifying and miraculous alchemy skills. Was Feng Wuchen refining pills? Everyone was very puzzled. Feng Wuchen's alchemy speed was too terrifying. It gave people the feeling that he wasn't refining pills at all. Instead, he was conjuring pills out of thin air. Among all the alchemists present, who could refine pills in 2 minutes, not to mention a 5th grade pill, even a 1st grade pill was something none of the alchemists present could do. They didn't have that ability. Feng Wuchen slowly opened his palm, and the heaven origin pill appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A huge amount of spiritual energy filled the air, and it made people excited. Just by smelling it, they could feel that their cultivation had improved a little. Just by smelling it, they could feel that way. It was enough to show how terrifying the effects of the heaven origin pill that Feng Wuchen had refined were. Glancing at the divine alchemist and the rest, Feng Wuchen sneered. How about this heaven origin pill that I refined? How is it compared to the heaven origin pill refined by the divine alchemist? Do you still think that I'm insulting your divine alchemist? It's really the heaven origin pill. The Dark North Patriarch widened his eyes in disbelief. Dark North Patriarch was extremely shocked. Such a powerful 5th grade pill, and he actually made it so easily. The Nangong family head was in a daze. He stared at the heaven origin pill in Feng Wuchen's hand with an extremely shocked expression. His entire body was petrified. Morong Tian said in a daze, "Is this pill formation with thought? What a powerful aura. This is the real heaven origin pill." The evil soul sect leader suddenly stood up in shock. Xiao Tianchen, Xiao Ran, and the rest of the upper echelons of the Xiao family were completely dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Feng Wuchen had really refined the heaven origin pill, and he had refined it with a very terrifying divine ability. Compared to a divine alchemist's heaven origin pill, Feng Wuchen's heaven origin pill was the worst of the worst. It wasn't even presentable. The heaven origin pill in Feng Wuchen's hand had clear patterns, bright colors, and high quality. It was many times better than the heaven origin pill refined by the divine alchemist. Is this really a 5th grade pill? Feng Wuchen is only a 4th rank alchemist, Chu Changkong said in horror after being shocked for a long time. A fifth-grade alchemist refined, everyone was shocked once again. The hall instantly boiled over and became extremely noisy. A fourth-rank alchemist actually refined a fifth-rank pill. Am I really not dreaming? How can a fourth-grade alchemist refine such a powerful fifth-grade pill? Am I hallucinating? This is too scary. Feng Wuchen's alchemy skills are too terrifying. Feng Wuchen was only a level 4 alchemist, but he was able to refine a level 5 heaven essence pill. Everyone felt that it was unreal. They even felt that it was an illusion. The heaven origin pill could help a sky origin realm expert increase his cultivation. Feng Wuchen had refined the heaven origin pill so casually. How terrifying was that? With this terrifying ability, as long as he was willing, Feng Wuchen could rope in a large group of sky origin realm cultivators to work for him. Although the heaven origin pill was powerful, it couldn't raise one's cultivation level by 1 level. At most, it could raise one's cultivation level by half a level. It wasn't the best pill. Even so, the heaven origin pill was still very popular. It was very popular among sky origin realm experts. However, the heaven origin pill was very scarce. In the entire 9 states, only the divine alchemist could refine it. Moreover, the success rate was very low. However, Feng Wuchen had refined the heaven origin pill so casually, Feng Wuchen's power and terror had begun to penetrate everyone's hearts. Pill. Pill formation with thought. Pill formation with thought. A real alchemist. This is a real alchemist. The terrified divine alchemist kept muttering and his voice was getting louder and louder. Pill formation with thought. Chu Chongkong was shocked again. Everyone was so shocked by the 5th-grade pill that Feng Wuchen had refined that they neglected the most important and terrifying point. Pill formation with thought. Pill formation with thought was the most terrifying thing. She recalled the scene of Feng Wuchen refining pills earlier. He didn't need a pill furnace and only used his hands to easily refine the heaven essence pill in less than 2 minutes. Such a terrifying supernatural power was undoubtedly pill forming with thought. Pill formation with thought. The experts of the 5 forces were even more shocked. They could not imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen's alchemy skills were. Hearing the words pill formation with thought, everyone in the hall was trembling in fear. They looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. At this moment, they felt that Feng Wuchen was like a god. A 5th-grade alchemist with pill formation with thought was already terrifying enough. Now that he had another divine ability, pill formation with thought, wouldn't they be scared to death? Was Feng Wuchen a monster or a demon? The divine ability of pill formation with thought had shocked everyone. Denda's realm. Denda's realm. I can't be wrong. The divine alchemist was terrified to the extreme. The amount of shock he had experienced in his entire life was probably not as much as what he had experienced today. After watching Feng Wuchen refine the pill, Mo Yen could already conclude that Feng Wuchen was the Denda that his master had mentioned. The legendary horrifying realm. The terrified divine alchemist knelt down in front of Feng Wuchen and said in fear, "Dendi, your disciple was blind to have offended you. I hope that Dendi will forgive me. Please accept my bow." The divine alchemist knelt down in front of Feng Wuchen. He kept muttering Denda's name. The divine alchemist's kneeling meant that Mo Yen was willing to submit to Feng Wuchen. Who was Dendi? While everyone was confused, they had never heard of Dendi. Seeing the divine alchemist kneeling in front of Feng Wuchen, everyone in the hall, including the experts of the 5 forces, was dumbfounded. The strongest alchemist in the 9 states was kneeling in front of a junior. Wasn't this too ridiculous? The divine alchemist knelt in front of Feng Wuchen. Bei Mingyi couldn't believe it. Is Feng Wuchen's alchemy skills really that horrifying? He actually made the divine alchemist kneel in front of him. What is Denda's realm? Why is the divine alchemist so afraid? The Misty Wind sect master was moved. While he was shocked, he was also very curious about Dendi. I must be dreaming. I must be. Am I seeing this right? The divine alchemist knelt in front of Feng Wuchen. He even called himself a disciple. This? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. The strongest alchemist in the 9 states was kneeling in front of Feng Wuchen. Brother Feng, you're so powerful. Your pill forming with thought ability scared them out of their wits. Ling Xiaoxiao covered her mouth and snickered. Glancing at the kneeling divine alchemist, Feng Wuchen sneered and said, "What? Aren't you going to take revenge on me? Don't you want to kill me?" "I don't dare. I don't dare." The divine alchemist was so regretful that his intestines turned green. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, the divine alchemist didn't have his usual arrogant attitude. In front of Feng Wuchen, his alchemy skills were just child's play. He actually wanted to get rid of such a horrifying dandy. "Dandy, please accept a bow from your disciple." Immediately after, the alchemists of the Divine Pale City, the auction master, and a dozen other alchemists all knelt in front of Feng Wuchen. Even the Grand Elder, a fourth-grade alchemist, knelt down, although they didn't know what the divine alchemist meant. By dandy, they more or less guessed that it was related to Feng Wuchen's alchemy realm when they saw the fear on the divine alchemist's face. Now do you know what a real alchemist is? Where's your prestige just now? Where's your self-righteousness? Looking at the alchemists who knelt down, Feng Wuchen sneered and asked. None of the alchemists dared to open their mouths. Even the divine alchemist knelt in front of Feng Wuchen. How could they dare not to kneel? Seeing these alchemists kneeling in front of Feng Wuchen, the experts of the 5 major forces were so scared that they had a heart attack. Not to mention the alchemists, even the alchemists of the various forces wanted to kneel down and worship Feng Wuchen as their master after seeing his terrifying alchemy skills. Which alchemist didn't want to learn such a terrifying ability? Feng Wuchen's attainments in alchemy were so high. Who didn't want to be guided by Feng Wuchen? With Feng Wuchen's terrifying alchemy realm, any casual guidance would be able to make these alchemists improve greatly. In the eyes of these alchemists, Feng Wuchen was now a god. If these alchemists submitted to Feng Wuchen, who in the entire 9 regions would dare to offend Feng Wuchen? They actually knelt in front of Feng Wuchen. The Nangong family head was dumbfounded as he saw an unbelievable scene. The Evil Soul sect leader, the Misty Wind sect leader, the Shao family's higher-ups, the Burial Valley, and other experts were all petrified on the spot. Seeing that Feng Wuchen's death was imminent, no one expected that Feng Wuchen could reverse the situation and subdue the divine alchemist and the other alchemists with his terrifying ability. How could this be? Huang Fu Yunzhong's face was pale as if he had lost his soul. Today was undoubtedly the best opportunity to kill Feng Wuchen, but the heavens were playing a joke on them. The moment these alchemists knelt, it meant that they had lost the chance to kill Feng Wuchen. It would be impossible to find such an opportunity in the future. Sect leader, don't provoke Feng Wuchen. Otherwise, our Xiaowang school will be destroyed. The grade 4 alchemist elder said in horror. The evil soul's eyes were filled with fear. Who would dare to provoke such a terrifying alchemist? Wouldn't that be suicide? Old ancestor Bei Ming and Bei Mingyi's faces were extremely gloomy. They didn't expect the divine alchemist to submit to Feng Wuchen without any hesitation. The divine alchemist was the most powerful alchemist in the 9 states. His influence was terrifying. If the Burial Valley wanted to kill Feng Wuchen, it would depend on whether the divine alchemist would agree or not. Feng Wuchen's influence was even more terrifying. If he wanted, he could gather a large group of divine origin realm cultivators to destroy the Burial Valley. It would be extremely difficult for Bei Mingyi to take revenge. However, Bei Mingyi still had a chance. Bei Mingyi's chance was now. If he didn't act today, they wouldn't have a second chance. By then, the Burial Valley would be the ones to die. If Bei Mingyi killed Feng Wuchen, the divine alchemist wouldn't be able to do anything to Bei Mingyi. Once Feng Wuchen was dead, the divine alchemist wouldn't have to offend the Burial Valley. If we don't kill Feng Wuchen today, we will be the ones to die tomorrow. Bei Mingyi said coldly. The murderous intent in his eyes was extremely terrifying. Looking at the alchemists kneeling down, Feng Wuchen remained unmoved. Feng Wuchen said expressionlessly, Divine alchemist, the primary heaven dan you refined was sold for 2.8 billion gold coins. Then this primary heaven dan of mine should be worth 10 billion gold coins. After this, I will refine a fiery sun purple spirit dan, which can help Sky Yuan cultivators to raise their cultivation by 1 level. Listen carefully, raise your cultivation by 1 level. Feng Wuchen solemnly declared, this dan is worth 40 billion gold coins. Adding the two together, it is exactly 50 billion gold coins. This Dan's effect is stronger than the sacred geocentric lotus, so 40 billion gold coins is considered less. Finished speaking, Feng Wuchen threw the refined primary heaven Dan towards Chu Chongkong. The latter hurriedly caught it in horror. I will make up for the fiery sun purple spirit Dan later, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Since Feng Wuchen could refine the fiery sun purple spirit Dan, why would he bid for the sacred geocentric lotus? Although the fiery sun purple spirit Dan's effect was stronger than the sacred geocentric lotus, the sacred geocentric lotus was born from heaven and earth, and its energy was incomparably pure. No matter how strong the Dan was, there would still be some impurities. No alchemist could refine a Dan without any impurities. Therefore, Feng Wuchen's first choice was the sacred geocentric lotus. 50 billion gold coins, Feng Wuchen did not have, but he did have the Dan. Hearing this, Chu Chongkong hurriedly said, Dendi is omnipotent, and I am fortunate enough to see Dendi refine a Dan with a single thought. It is my honor to see a true alchemist. How could I dare to take Dendi's gold coins? The sacred geocentric lotus will be a gift from disciple to Dendi, to show my sincerity. We are willing to submit to Dendi. The alchemists spoke one after another, expressing their sincerity. Recalling the insults and doubts they had towards Feng Wuchen before, they felt extremely ashamed, and wished they could find a hole to hide in. Fiery Sun Purple Spirit Dan. It can help Sky Yuan cultivators raise their cultivation by 1 level. This Dan's effect is terrifying. If I can get my hands on this pill, I'll be able to break through to the next level within a month. Nangong Family Patriarch, Misty Wind Sect Patriarch, Dark North Ancestor, Shao Tianqian, Evil Soul Sect Leader, and the others were shocked once again. While they were shocked, they also began to feel excited. Just hearing the name of the Fiery Sun Purple Spirit Pill was enough to make them excited. They had all heard of the existence of the Fiery Sun Purple Spirit Pill and knew of its terrifying effects. However, they had never seen it before and had never taken it before. They did not know how terrifying the effects of the pill were. Feng Wuchen could actually refine the Fiery Sun Purple Spirit Dan. This pill was a true 5th grade pill. Among the 5th grade pills, it was the most difficult to refine. Could a 4th grade alchemist like Feng Wuchen refine it? Also, where did Feng Wuchen get the prescription for Feng Wuchen to have such a terrifying alchemy realm? Just who was his master? Feng Wuchen's terror finally made them realize. However, the more terrifying Feng Wuchen was, the more intense the desire of the Burial Valley and the Shao family to kill him. If they did not get rid of Feng Wuchen, they would be the ones to die. Fiery Sun Purple Spirit Pill. Even a 6th grade alchemist might not be able to refine it. The divine alchemist trembled. He knew the terrifying effects of the Fiery Sun Purple Spirit Pill better than the other alchemists. Feng Wuchen's terrifying alchemy realm had already made the divine alchemist submit completely. Chu Chongkong and the others could not wait to acknowledge him as their master. Seeing that you are quite sincere, I won't argue with you. Get up. Feng Wuchen said lightly. If it were other powerful alchemists, they would have killed the divine alchemist and the others for questioning and insulting them. Thank you, Dendi. Mo Yan, Chu Chongkong, and the others thanked him respectfully and were relieved. At this moment, everyone in the hall, as well as the experts of the various families and forces on the 2nd floor, looked at Feng Wuchen with respect. No one dared to question Feng Wuchen anymore. The alchemists of the various forces were very envious of the divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong. They also hoped that Feng Wuchen could give them some pointers. The divine alchemist's matter was settled. Feng Wuchen glanced at the 3rd floor and said coldly, Old Ancestor Bei Ming, you captured my father in the Burial Valley and broke one of his legs. It's time to settle the score. Humph. You killed my son. I'm going to settle the score with you. Bei Ming, he shouted angrily. The Burial Valley was already in a difficult situation. There was no way out. Bei Ming, he had to avenge his son. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. The grudge between Feng Wuchen and the Burial Valley put the divine alchemist in a difficult position. He naturally wouldn't make an enemy out of Feng Wuchen. However, it didn't seem right to stand on Feng Wuchen's side and fight against the Burial Valley. Feng Wuchen glanced at the Nangong family's box and said, Morong Tian, do you want to team up with them or fight me one-on-one? I can't bully you with numbers, the Morong Tian replied coldly. Feng Wuchen glanced at the Xiaowang school fiercely and said coldly, "Evil soul sect leader, I've heard that the Xiaowang school is going to help the Huangfu family deal with me a long time ago. I don't know if it's true or not." Hearing this, the Xiaowang school elder's expression changed drastically. He was so scared that his heart was trembling. The evil soul sect leader frowned deeply. The divine alchemist and the auction house had already submitted to Feng Wuchen. If the Xiaowang school were to make an enemy out of Feng Wuchen, it would be the same as making an enemy out of the divine alchemist and the auction house. The evil soul sect leader fell silent. Huangfu Tianba and the other experts of the Huangfu family looked extremely gloomy. The evil soul sect leader was obviously very wary of Feng Wuchen's terrifying alchemy skills. Compared to the treasures of the Huangfu family, even an idiot could tell which was more important. After a long time, the evil soul sect leader said, "The Xiaowang school has absolutely no intention of making an enemy out of you. This sect will no longer interfere in the matters of the Huangfu family." Hearing this, Huangfu Yunzhong suddenly shouted angrily, "Evil soul sect leader, you actually went back on your word." The evil soul sect leader said in a low voice, "The Huangfu family has also not fulfilled their promise to this sect. How can I go back on my word?" Feng Wuchen's terror was beyond everyone's imagination. The evil soul sect was not stupid enough to make an enemy out of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen suddenly reached out and grabbed at the air. Huangfu Yunzhong was immediately sucked out of the private room and broke out of it. "Yunzhong!" Huangfu Tianba turned pale with fright. He hurriedly flashed out, wanting to stop Feng Wuchen. Unfortunately, Huangfu Tianba was still a step too slow, and he shouted out in panic. "Feng Wuchen, stop!" Huangfu Yunzhong's neck was grabbed by Feng Wuchen, and he was powerless to struggle. His face was filled with terror, and his eyes were filled with despair. Feng Wuchen's strength was too terrifying. With Huangfu Yunzhong's cultivation at the 9th level of the origin core stage, he was utterly powerless to resist. "Today, I want the Huangfu family to completely vanish," Feng Wuchen said coldly, then his wrist fiercely exerted force and mercilessly broke Huangfu Yunzhong's neck in front of everyone. Huangfu Tianba's expression went grim, and he roared out in panic. "Yunzhong!" Feng Wuchen let go, and Huangfu Yunzhong fell from the railing on the 2nd floor. He was already dead. Killing someone without saying anything caused everyone in the hall to be terrified to the point of trembling with fear, and their faces went pale. "Feng Wuchen!" Huangfu Tianba's rage soared to the sky, and he fully urged out the terrifying strength at the 1st level of the Sky Origin stage as he charged towards Feng Wuchen without the slightest fear. Xiaowang school stopping had already caused Huangfu Tianba to be extremely furious. Now that Huangfu Yunzhong was killed, Huangfu Tianba lost all reason. Bang! Huangfu Tianba's full force fist smashed onto Feng Wuchen's chest, and with a bang, it hit solidly. However, what Huangfu Tianba didn't dare believe was that with his full force attack, he was utterly unable to move Feng Wuchen even half a step. Feng Wuchen didn't have the slightest bit of defensive strength, and merely relied on his body to block this ferocious and terrifying fist. Just this move alone caused the numerous experts present to not dare underestimate Feng Wuchen. How is this possible? Huangfu Tianba was extremely shocked. He couldn't imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Feng Wuchen's face was cold as he stared coldly at Huangfu Tianba. He blocked the full force of the 1st level of the Sky Origin stage with his body alone. Feng Wuchen's body is extremely powerful, the Grand Elder of the Misty Wind sect said solemnly, and his eyes were filled with shock. Feng Wuchen's strength is indeed not simple. The evil soul sect leader frowned and thought to himself. He could block the full force attack of the 1st level of the Sky Origin stage with his body alone, and one could only imagine how terrifying he was. The leaders of the 5 major forces all looked solemn. Feng Wuchen's terrifying body had already caught their attention. His strength is indeed not weak. I really want to fight with him and see how powerful he is. The young master of the Nangong nobles sneered, and a strong desire to battle surged within him. Morong Tian said, "His strength should be above yours. Cousin Morong, do you have the confidence to kill him?" The young master of the Nangong nobles asked as he looked at Morong Tian. "Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand." Morong Tian sneered. He was very confident in his own strength. Feng Wuchen's display of his powerful body shocked the elites of the major forces. They all saw Feng Wuchen as a strong opponent. "You overestimate yourself," Feng Wuchen said coldly as he punched out his right fist ruthlessly. Boom. Puff. Feng Wuchen's punch landed on Huangfu Tianba's chest. The violent force caused the latter's chest to cave in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body shot out like a cannonball through the auction hall and out of the auction house. Feng Wuchen's strength was terrifying, and Huangfu Tianba destroyed a few buildings. Old Master. The remaining 6 or 7 elites of the Huangfu clan were terrified. Feng Wuchen's punch was merciless. Huangfu Tianba's internal organs were all shattered, and he died on the spot. Without using any qi, Feng Wuchen could kill a cultivator at the first level of the Sky Origin stage with one punch. No one dared to underestimate such ferocious strength. "You will die too," Feng Wuchen said coldly as he glanced at the rest of the Huangfu clan. "Everyone in the Huangfu clan must die." With a thought, the cyan flames appeared. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and 6 or 7 cyan flames shot out mercilessly. They were as fast as lightning. Ah! The remaining members of the Huangfu clan were in despair. The terrifying green flames engulfed them, and they screamed in agony as they were burned to ashes in an instant. The Huangfu clan was completely gone. Feng Wuchen would never be merciful to his enemies. Enemies had to die. With the Huangfu clan eliminated, the Feng clan had one less threat. Feng Wuchen was relieved. This unsettling factor was finally gone. His cruel methods frightened the people in the auction hall. No one dared to say a word. Seeing Feng Wuchen's cold gaze, the upper echelons of the Xiao family were shocked. Xiao Qingshan's face was filled with fear. It was fear for Feng Wuchen. Even Xiao Ran felt a sense of dread in his heart. Xiao Tianqian was filled with regret. If he had not been so heartless, he would have taken the time to visit Feng Wuchen no matter how much he disliked Feng Wuchen. The grudges of the previous generation would not affect the next generation. After all, Feng Wuchen was his grandson, wasn't he? If Xiao Tianqian had not been so heartless and taken the time to visit Feng Wuchen, the relationship between the two families would not have deteriorated to this point. The Xiao family would have been envied by countless people because of Feng Wuchen's existence. They could have even become the overlord of the 9 states. Xiao Tianqian's face was filled with bitterness. His face seemed to have aged decades. The taste of regret made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Sigh. Grand Elder Xiao Yuanshan sighed and shook his head helplessly. It could be said that the Xiao family had brought this upon themselves. They couldn't blame anyone else, especially Feng Wuchen. Who knows how many transcendental forces would want such a genius? The Xiao family actually did such a stupid thing. The Xiao family head must be filled with regret. The Misty Wind sect master shook his head. He didn't even acknowledge his own grandson. No wonder Feng Wuchen cut ties with the Xiao family. If it were the old man, he would also sever ties with the Xiao family. Not to mention that Feng Wuchen is his grandson, Xiao Qingqing is also his daughter. It's too heartless to expel his own daughter from the Xiao family. In the private rooms on the 2nd floor, many family heads and upper echelons were discussing. Although the Feng family and the Xiao family had severed ties, as long as the Xiao family did not do anything, Feng Wuchen would not do anything to them. No matter what, it was still Xiao Qingqing's family. No matter how heartless Feng Wuchen was, he would not destroy the Xiao family. He did not want Xiao Qingqing to be sad because of the Xiao family. The Xiao family did not respond, and Feng Wuchen was too lazy to waste his breath. Xiaowang school stopped, and the Xiao clan remained silent. Feng Wuchen had no grudges with the Misty Wind sect, and his greatest enemies were the Burial Valley and the Murong Tian. Behind the Murong Tian was the Namgong family, which was definitely a huge monster. Murong Tian was the grandson of the Namgong family's patriarch. All the big and small forces in the 9 prefectures knew about him. They also knew that Murong Tian's strength was terrifying. He was one of the 9 prefectures' geniuses and was ranked 2nd among the younger generation. The most powerful genius in the land of the 9 prefectures was the young master of the Misty Wind sect. He was recognized as the most powerful genius in the land of the 9 prefectures. He was at the 5th level of the Sky Origin stage, almost as powerful as the young master of the Misty Wind sect. Moron Tian was ranked 2nd, which was enough to show his strength. Feng Wuchen, make your move. Staring at Feng Wuchen with a ferocious look, Bai Ming he shouted coldly. Terrifying murderous aura spread out continuously. Swish. Feng Wuchen sneered and flew out of the auction house. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen was already in the sky above the Divine Pill City. Bai Ming he, old ancestor Bai Ming, and the top experts and geniuses of the big forces also appeared in the sky. No one was willing to miss the battle between Feng Wuchen and Bai Ming he. The experts of the 9 prefectures wanted to see how terrifying Feng Wuchen's strength was. However, in the hearts of the crowd, not many people were sure that Feng Wuchen could defeat Bai Ming he. Bai Ming he's name was very well known in the 9 prefectures, and not many people dared to provoke him. In the auction house, the experts from the big and small forces and families of the 9 prefectures were like ants coming out of their nest. In order to have a better view of the battle, many experts went to the top of the buildings. In less than a minute, a large number of cultivators were standing in all the buildings in the Divine Pill City. There were so many powerful cultivators in the Divine Pill City. Old ancestor Bai Ming, if you bully him with your numbers, don't blame the old man for not caring about our old friendship. In the sky, the divine alchemist looked at old ancestor Bai Ming and said angrily. Although the divine alchemist was only at Sky Origin Stage 2, which was far weaker than old ancestor Bai Ming and the others, he had the power to say such words. Divine alchemist, I alone am enough to kill Feng Wuchen. Bai Ming he said coldly. He was very confident in his own strength. Buzz, buzz. An extremely terrifying power suddenly gushed out from Bai Ming he's body. His body was glowing with bright white light. Chi waves were rolling up to the sky. The horrifying power was shaking the void. The surging momentum was full of deterrence. The terrifying power of Sky Origin Stage Level 5 burst out. Looking at Bai Ming he's ferocious attitude, he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. He wanted to kill Feng Wuchen as soon as possible. Bai Ming he is indeed powerful. Not many people in the same generation can defeat him. Feng Wuchen is digging his own grave. The Nangong clan leader complimented. He had a very high opinion of Bai Ming he. Bai Ming he has been cultivating in seclusion for almost a year. He has improved a lot. The evil soul sect leader frowned. He was quite worried about Bai Ming he. Prime leader, Bai Ming he might be as powerful as you. His aura is not ordinary. The head elder of the Xiaowang school frowned. He was shocked by Bai Ming he's power. The evil soul sect leader didn't answer. However, he looked even more serious. The divine alchemist frowned and said worriedly, Bai Ming he is so powerful. I am afraid Dendi is not his match. Not necessarily. Dendi is not afraid of the Burial Valley. If he is not powerful enough, why would Denda settle the score with the Burial Valley now? Chu Chongkong said seriously. Looking at Feng Wuchen's fearless expression, Chu Chongkong had some confidence in Feng Wuchen. The upper echelons of the Shao clan were silent. They were looking at Feng Wuchen. They also wanted to know how powerful Feng Wuchen was. Countless cultivators in the Divine Pill City who were watching the battle were frightened by Bai Ming he's horrifying power. Bai Ming he is so powerful. Feng Wuchen is definitely not his match. I am afraid only Nangong Tianhen can compete with Bai Ming he. Feng Wuchen killed Bai Ming Kong. His strength is not to be underestimated. If he dares to face Bai Ming he, I am afraid he has the strength to do so. Countless cultivators expressed their opinions. They were looking forward to this battle. They were looking forward to Feng Wuchen's strength. High up in the sky, the horrifying power of Sky Origin Stage 5 spread out with an overwhelming momentum. Strong winds blew in the void. An extremely fierce murderous aura spread out from Bai Ming he's body. Feng Wuchen. Today is the day you die. Bai Ming he shouted angrily. Even though he couldn't see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation, he was confident that he could kill Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen didn't say anything. However, his aura started to surge. Buzz. The power of the Dragon Clan's bloodline was fully activated. An extremely powerful aura spread out. Sky Origin Stage 2nd level. Feeling Feng Wuchen's aura, the powerful cultivators of the major forces were shocked. Feng Wuchen was only at Sky Origin Stage 2nd level? How could he fight against Bai Minghe? Sky Origin Stage 2nd level. Even if he can kill Bai Ming Kong, he can't defeat Bai Minghe. Feng Wuchen is courting death. Nangong Tianhen was shocked. Is this kid crazy? Sky Origin Stage 2nd level and he dares to fight? Does he want to die? The Evil Soul Sect leader was also shocked. Feng Wuchen still dared to fight against Bai Minghe with such a huge gap in cultivation. Humph. I thought this kid was strong. He is only at Sky Origin Stage 2nd level. Let's see how he will die. Xiao Ran sneered disdainfully. He looked at Feng Wuchen gloatingly. Chu Chongkong and the others were stunned. They couldn't say a word. This is bad. The divine alchemist was worried. Chu Chongkong's confidence in Feng Wuchen was gone. They didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be only at Sky Origin Stage 2nd level. Feng Wuchen is only at Sky Origin Stage 2nd level? He is courting death. No. Am I seeing things? Sky Origin Stage 2nd level? Is Feng Wuchen crazy? Sky Origin Stage 2nd level and he dares to fight against Bai Minghe? I don't know. Bai Ming Kong is at Sky Origin Stage 3rd level. He is as powerful as Sky Origin Stage 4th level. Feng Wuchen can kill him. He is not weak. Countless cultivators were shocked as well. No one had expected Feng Wuchen to be only at the 2nd level of Sky Origin Stage. It was like throwing an egg against a rock when facing the horrifying Bai Minghe. Where did Feng Wuchen get his confidence from? Sky Origin Stage 2nd level against Sky Origin Stage 5th level? Humph. Is that all you got? Bai Minghe said disdainfully. His eyes were full of disdain. While everyone was shocked by Feng Wuchen's weak cultivation, an even more horrifying power burst out from Feng Wuchen's body. Buzz, buzz. The second stage of the Sovereign Physique was activated. Feng Wuchen's body started to emit a strange blood aura, and a blood-red light. Feng Wuchen's chi was surging crazily. It was beyond Sky Origin Stage 3rd level in an instant. Feeling Feng Wuchen's extremely violent power, the entire place quieted down. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were shocked by Feng Wuchen's explosive power. Feng Wuchen's power has increased by 1 level. Nangong clan leader and the other powerful cultivators were shocked. Evil Soul Sect leader said in shock, "This is not true core power. Feng Wuchen's power is no weaker than Sky Origin Stage 4th level. What an extraordinary chi. It seems Feng Wuchen is not as weak as we thought." Misty Wind Sect leader said seriously. Morong Tian looked serious. He thought, Feng Wuchen's power has increased a lot. If he uses the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, he might be able to fight against Bai Minghe. Bai Minghe's disdainful look was gone. He frowned. While everyone was shocked by Feng Wuchen's sudden increase in cultivation, what happened next shocked them even more. Kylan armor. Feng Wuchen shouted and used the Kylan armor. A pair of black wings appeared on Feng Wuchen's back. The wings were filled with a horrifying and bloodthirsty chi, which frightened everyone. After using the Kylan armor, Feng Wuchen's power had increased a lot. His chi was getting more and more horrifying. He had reached Sky Origin Stage 4th level. Feng Wuchen's power has increased again. Is that a magic weapon? Otherwise, how could he increase his power so much? Feng Wuchen can still increase his power. Is he a monster? Everyone was shocked, and cries filled the air. The terrifying power that Feng Wuchen had unleashed had scared the wits out of the Divine Pill City. The leaders of the 5 forces, including the Divine Alchemist and Chu Chongkong, were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. Feng Wuchen's battle prowess had increased by 2 levels. Feng Wuchen's power was enough to scare off the crowd. Sky Origin Stage LV2, but Feng Wuchen could explode the power of Sky Origin Stage LV4. After witnessing Feng Wuchen's true power, they realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. They realized how stupid they were to underestimate Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's chi was now at Sky Origin Stage LV4. This mysterious and vast power made the top cultivators of the 5 clans extremely afraid. He actually has such terrifying power. Xiaoyun was terrified. As the number one genius of the Xiao clan, he felt like a piece of trash compared to Feng Wuchen. Xiao Ran's previous schadenfreude was now replaced by shock and fear. His combat power is now at Sky Origin Stage LV4. The head of the Nangong clan was stunned. Feng Wuchen's power is so terrifying. Firstly, it has to do with his martial art and his strong body. Secondly, it has to do with the wings on his back. As a 5th-rank blacksmith, he should be able to forge powerful magical weapons. The head of the Fenglan clan guessed. Fear flashed in his eyes. Everyone was so shocked that they felt like they were in a nightmare. Feng Wuchen's body was so strong that he could fight against Sky Origin Stage LV3 cultivators with only the power of his true yuan. Now, he could fight against Sky Origin Stage LV4 cultivators with the power of his bloodline. With the second stage of the Supreme Body and the Qilin armor, Feng Wuchen could fight against Sky Origin Stage LV4 cultivators with the power of Sky Origin Stage LV4 cultivators. That was Feng Wuchen's confidence. If he didn't have such overwhelming power, how could Feng Wuchen dare to challenge Bai Minghe? Even if Feng Wuchen didn't have the power of Sky Origin Stage LV4, Feng Wuchen still dared to challenge Bai Minghe. Don't forget that Feng Wuchen still had the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Under the suppression of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, it was impossible for Bai Minghe to release the power of the 5th level of Sky Origin Stage. Bai Minghe stared at Feng Wuchen coldly. He slowly raised his right hand, and a horrifying power gathered in his palm. Swish, a terrifying white energy shuttle shot out, bringing with it a strong air-piercing sonic boom. Its speed was so fast that it arrived in a flash. Boom, Feng Wuchen showed no fear. He swept the right wing on his back and deflected Bai Minghe's attack with a loud boom. If you want to avenge your son, then show me what you've got. There's no need to test me, Feng Wuchen said coldly, his murderous aura spreading out. Humph. Bai Minghe snorted and said, I'd like to see how much power you can take. Bai Minghe knew how horrifying Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was. He had to be cautious. Before Feng Wuchen used the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, he had to figure out Feng Wuchen's real power. Boom, Bai Minghe stepped on the air. With a loud boom, his body shot out at a horrifying speed. A white light flashed like lightning. Within a second, Bai Minghe was 1 meter away from Feng Wuchen. His horrifying fist was punching toward Feng Wuchen mercilessly. The fist was so horrifying. The fist wind was like a storm. Boom, buzz. Buzz, Feng Wuchen operated his full power and punched back. With an earth-shattering boom, the horrifying power rolled out crazily. The space was shaking. Giant waves were rolling out in all directions. In this head-on collision of fists, the strength of the two were evenly matched. Bai Minghe's fist was not able to shake Feng Wuchen. Bai Minghe's face turned gloomy. He thought to himself, this brat is not weak. 70% of my power can't do anything to him. Hiss, everyone who was watching the fight, including the Nangong family head who was floating in the air, couldn't help but gasp. They were extremely shocked. He can actually block 70% of Bai Minghe's power. Old ancestor Bai Ming couldn't believe it. His old face turned stiff. Such horrifying power. Is he really at Sky Origin Stage LV2? The evil soul sect leader was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a horrifying Sky Origin Stage LV2 cultivator. I can't believe Dendi has such powerful combat power. The Divine Alchemist and Chu Chongkong were both dumbfounded. Below the Divine Pale City, many self-cultivators were shocked and terrified. In their eyes, Feng Wuchen was no different from a monster. Get lost. Boom. High in the sky, Bai Ming Kong suddenly unleashed an even more terrifying power. He snorted angrily, and with a boom, he sent Feng Wuchen flying. Buzz. An even more horrifying power burst out from Bai Minghe's body. It was dazzling and blinding. This time, Bai Minghe was going to use his full power. Boom. Bai Minghe dashed out again. His power and speed had increased by several times. His aura was even more horrifying. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen looked serious. When Feng Wuchen dashed towards him, he took out the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. A beam of golden light shot out from Feng Wuchen's body and flew up to the sky. A 200-meter-tall pagoda appeared. It shone with golden light and 100-meter-tall golden array shrouded the area. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The Morong Tian frowned. The moment Bai Minghe entered the formation, he was shocked to feel the domineering and terrifying suppressive force of the ninefold Qianquan tower. His true energy was suppressed. Bai Minghe's chi was reduced to Sky Origin Stage LV4. How is this possible? How can it suppress my cultivation by one level? Bai Minghe was shocked. He was in a daze and panicked. Bai Minghe only knew that the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was powerful, but he didn't know it was so powerful that it could suppress his cultivation by one level. Bai Minghe's chi is now Sky Origin Stage LV4. Bai Minghe's true energy is being suppressed. This is the suppression power of the pagoda. Is the burial valley built for this magical treasure? The Namgong family leader was shocked. What kind of magical treasure is this pagoda? This suppression power is too overwhelming. The evil soul sect leader was so scared that his face turned pale. Spiritual artifact pagoda? No, this is an upper-grade spiritual artifact. Bai Minghe's strength is being suppressed by one level. The Fengyan family leader shouted as he looked at the huge pagoda in the sky. Feng Wuchen actually has such a horrifying magical treasure. Did he make it himself? Xiao Ran was trembling. Even though they were outside the array, they could feel the overwhelming suppression power of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The top cultivators were shocked. Under the Divine Pill City, countless cultivators were looking at the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda in fear. They felt their hearts were going to jump out of their chests. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Feng Wuchen dared to fight with Bai Minghe. The reason was simple. Besides Feng Wuchen's horrifying strength, there was also the horrifying Ge Qianquan after LV9. Dragon God's Shadow. After summoning the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen's true yuan was being suppressed. Feng Wuchen immediately used his movement skill and rushed up ferociously. Bai Minghe, who had sensed something, had a gloomy expression. He roared and rushed up. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The fierce hand-to-hand combat started. All kinds of deadly attacks were used. The two of them had reached their limits in terms of speed and power. They were so fast that people couldn't even see them clearly. A series of explosions resounded in the air. Wave after wave of horrifying chi spread out like angry waves. The weaker Sky Origin Stage cultivators were all scared and had to step back. The fierce head-on collision showed Feng Wuchen's horrifying physical body. Bai Minghe's ferocious attacks couldn't hurt Feng Wuchen at all. Gulp, countless cultivators who were watching the battle held their breaths. Their pale faces were filled with fear. They couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. Everyone finally witnessed Feng Wuchen's horrifying strength. Preposterous. Damn ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The more Bai Minghe fought, the more furious he became. His face was extremely ferocious. The feeling of being suppressed was worse than death. After the last punch with Feng Wuchen, Bai Minghe raised his head and glared at the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. He activated his horrifying True Yuan and roared, high-class profound class martial skill. Heaven's Wrath Mysterious Palm. Bai Minghe threw out a palm, intending to destroy the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. A huge white palm print, dozens of feet long, rushed up to the sky. It was violent and unstoppable. Looking at the horrifying palm print, it seemed that it could really destroy the pagoda. Humph. Don't waste your strength. Feng Wuchen sneered without any worry. When the huge and horrifying white palm print was more than 10 meters away from the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, a shocking scene appeared. In front of everyone's shocked eyes, a powerful suction force appeared from the entrance of the pagoda. Bai Minghe's horrifying palm print was sucked into the pagoda in the blink of an eye. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda actually absorbed the horrifying palm print. Shocking. Extremely shocking. The entire place was in dead silence. Everyone was looking at the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda with fear. Even the top cultivators of the five forces were stunned. Bai Minghe's body was stiff. He looked at the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda in the sky with fear. He couldn't believe that his horrifying strength was absorbed in just a blink of an eye. How is this possible? Bai Minghe's face was filled with disbelief. He was at the 5th level of the Sky Origin stage, but he couldn't even move the pagoda. The divine density was in dead silence. After a while, it burst into an uproar. All kinds of astonished voices rushed up to the sky. The pagoda must be made by Feng Wuchen. Only a fifth-grade weapon refiner with a single thought would be able to refine such a powerful artifact. The power of the fifth level of the Sky Origin stage was absorbed by the pagoda in just a blink of an eye. Is a high-grade spiritual weapon really so horrifying? I can't believe it. Countless cultivators in the Divine Dan City were paralyzed. That horrifying scene had scared their souls out of their bodies. Some of the more cowardly ones even peed in their pants. The top cultivators of the five forces couldn't believe that the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda could be so powerful. It could both suppress and absorb the power as if it was omnipotent. After witnessing the power of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the top cultivators of the five forces were terrified. At the same time, they were greedy for the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Who wouldn't want to own such a horrifying magical treasure? Shoo! Feng Wuchen's figure flashed over in a creepy way. He asked the dumbfounded Bai Minghe coldly, "Are you scared?" The moment Bai Minghe heard it, he was suddenly awakened. His face turned pale. Boom! After Feng Wuchen sent Bai Minghe flying with a punch, the onlookers came to their senses from the shock. They had never heard of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda before. What kind of magic treasure is that? The Nangong family leader asked in horror. He was at stage 6 of the Heaven Origin stage, but he was still afraid of it. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is not a high-grade spiritual artifact, but an inferior celestial artifact. The Morong Tian said after the onlookers came to their senses. A celestial artifact? The Nangong family leader and the others looked at the Morong Tian in shock. An inferior celestial artifact? The powerhouses of the five families changed their expressions again. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is an inferior celestial artifact. An inferior celestial artifact? Bai Minghe looked at the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda again in shock. No wonder it had such an overbearing suppressive force. It's a legendary celestial artifact. The evil soul sect leader's eyes were full of greed. The Morong Tian said seriously, "Yes, the big families of the four great empires once tried to snatch the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, but they were all eliminated by Feng Wuchen. The Burial Valley knew how powerful this treasure was, so they planned to snatch it secretly. They didn't want the big families of the 9 continents to know about it." It seems that what Feng Wuchen said was true. He killed those people to save his father. The sect leader of the Wind Mist sect nodded. "How dare you touch Denda's treasure? You're digging your own grave," Chu Chongkong said coldly. The divine alchemist frowned and said, "It happened that the old man's disciple, He Tianxiong, is He Mo's brother. That's why we offended Dendi. All in all, Feng Wuchen killed those people to save his father." "You're not injured?" Feng Wuchen sneered. At the same time, he was secretly amazed by Bai Minghe's strength. The power of Feng Wuchen's punch was absolutely terrible, but it didn't hurt Bai Minghe. Bai Minghe's face was ferocious. His skin and flesh kept twitching. Even though he wasn't injured, the pain on his face made him extremely angry. "You want to destroy my pagoda? You can't do it with your meager strength." "Don't waste your energy," Feng Wuchen said coldly. Bai Minghe said angrily, "Then I will destroy you." "That will depend on your ability. Show me what you've got." "I'm not as useless as your son," Feng Wuchen said coldly. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into an evil smile. Hearing this, Bai Minghe's murderous aura became more intense, and the fury in his eyes almost erupted. Buzz! Bai Minghe activated his Jing Yuan and formed a seal with both hands. A bright white light flashed and a majestic aura burst out. A high-grade profound ranked martial skill. Mixed Yuan Heavenly Slash. Feng Wuchen roared furiously. Terrifying power gathered on his right arm and swept towards Feng Wuchen. Swish! Buzz! A huge white energy slash with a ferocious aura burst out. The bright white light was extremely dazzling. Wherever it passed, the void trembled violently. Bai Minghe performed his martial skill with all his might. Exterminating Heavenly Punishment Slash. Feng Wuchen roared. His long hair and clothes fluttered without wind. A surging aura burst out. His right arm was glowing with a bloody light. It was like a bloody hand, swish. Buzz. As he shouted, Feng Wuchen's right arm swept out, and a bloody energy slash that was hundreds of feet long tore through the air. Its power was terrifying, and its vast aura made people's hearts tremble. It was filled with deterrence. A mid-grade Earth-ranked martial skill. It's a mid-grade Earth-ranked martial skill. A mid-grade Earth-ranked martial skill. It can't be wrong. Feeling the terrifying power and overbearing aura of the energy slash, the experts of the five forces were shocked again. Their eyes widened to the extreme, and their eyeballs almost popped out. This is an Earth-ranked martial skill. Biming he was also shocked. Cold sweat broke out on his back. That terrifying aura made Biming he extremely fearful. Rumble. PFFF. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying energy slash collided and exploded. The destructive energy ripple shook Biming he and made him spit out blood. Biming he was blown away. He was unable to withstand Feng Wuchen's Earth-ranked martial skill. This is impossible. Biming he would rather die than believe it. With his strength, even if he was suppressed by the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, he would not be so weak that he was injured by Feng Wuchen. Buzz. The terrifying energy ripple swept out crazily. The Sky Origin Realm experts who were watching the battle in the sky retreated in shock. With their cultivation, they were unable to withstand such destructive energy. Even a cultivator at the 5th level of the Sky Origin stage would have to activate his Jin Yuan to protect himself from the power. The people of the Divine Pill City looked at the huge energy ripple in the sky. They felt that the end of the world was coming. They wanted to escape immediately, but their bodies were not under their control. An Earth-ranked martial skill is really terrifying. No matter how strong Biming he is, he cannot withstand it. Nangong Tianhen said in shock. Nangong Tianhen's strength was above Biming he's, but he was also fearful of Feng Wuchen. This is too terrifying. Feng Wuchen's strength is too terrifying. Many Sky Origin Realm experts were trembling and their faces were pale. Xiao Tianjin's face was filled with regret and shock. He said in a trembling voice, Feng Wuchen has become so powerful? Seeing Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength, Xiao Yun was extremely terrified. The more he compared himself to Feng Wuchen, the more he felt that he was trash. With his strength, he could not even withstand a single punch from Feng Wuchen. He was not qualified to fight with Feng Wuchen. Old Ancestor Biming was worried. He wanted to help, but he could not afford to lose face. The higher-ups of the Burial Valley were also panicking. Feng Wuchen's strength was too terrifying. They did not dare to say that Biming he could definitely kill Feng Wuchen. Instead, there was a possibility that he would be defeated. I am afraid that Biming he is no match for Feng Wuchen, unless there is no ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Misty Wind Sect Master said. As a Sky Origin Realm Stage 6 cultivator, one of the top experts in the 9 prefectures, he could not help but be shocked by Feng Wuchen's strength. Before witnessing Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength, no one would have thought that Feng Wuchen would be able to suppress Biming he, who was famous throughout the 9 prefectures. Morong Tian's face turned solemn. This was the first time he had seen Feng Wuchen's true strength. It was much stronger than he had imagined. If one were to ask who wasn't afraid of Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength, perhaps only the Nangong family head and the Misty Wind sect head were afraid. The others didn't have the confidence to fight with Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's terrifying strength was enough to shock the 9 prefectures. After the fierce collision, Feng Wuchen had the upper hand. On the other hand, Biming he was severely injured. His face was pale and he was in a mess. Feng Wuchen coldly stared at Biming he and coldly said, "Is this the power you use to destroy me? It seems you are as weak as your son." Biming he looked ferocious. He stared at Feng Wuchen with a murderous look. It seemed he was going to swallow Feng Wuchen alive. "I swear I will kill you." Biming he shouted furiously. He was furious. "Oh? Is that so?" Feng Wuchen disdainfully said, "Show me what you are capable of." Burial Valley is one of the 5 major forces in the 9 prefectures. You should be more capable than this. Biming he forcefully suppressed the surging blood in his body. He activated his terrifying strength again and his aura soared. Although his injuries were not light, they did not affect Biming he much. High-grade mystic martial technique. Traceless snow steps. Bai Ming, he shouted furiously and rushed out crazily. His speed was twice as fast as before. His figure flashed left and right, making it impossible to catch him. Feng Wuchen frowned. Such a terrifying speed was not much weaker than his. Dragon God Shadow. Feng Wuchen used his movement skill again and flashed out. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz, buzz. The intense hand-to-hand combat started again. The explosions were deafening. The terrifying strength spread out and shook the void. The furious Bai Ming, he was even more powerful than when he was at his peak. The power of anger could not be underestimated. Even so, Bai Ming, he was still unable to suppress Feng Wuchen. The stronger Bai Ming he was, the more powerful Feng Wuchen was. Feng Wuchen used all his strength while Bai Ming, he was risking his life. Both of them went all out and did not hold back. Gulp, watching the intense battle, countless cultivators were dumbfounded. Their bodies were trembling uncontrollably. Shoo, shoo, shoo. In the intense battle, Bai Ming, he took the opportunity and used his movement skill to retreat quickly. At the same time, he set up 5 types of true essence. Each of them contained a terrifying strength. 5 types? Feng Wuchen sneered. High-grade mystic martial technique. Metal. Wood, water, fire, earth. Origin of 5 elements. Bai Ming, he flashed to the sky above Feng Wuchen. With a roar, the 5 types of true essence burst out with a terrifying strength and gathered on Bai Ming, his body. Seeing this, the 5 forces experts' faces changed. They obviously knew how terrifying Bai Ming, his move was and had seen it before. Buzz, buzz. Bai Ming, he absorbed the 5 types of true essence and the monster's strength spread out crazily. Low-grade Earth-class martial technique. Thousand Jun Seal. Bai Ming, he gathered the 5 types of true essence to perform the martial technique. An even more terrifying strength gathered above his head. A huge energy seal was formed and suffocated people. It's comparable to a low-grade Earth-class martial technique. The Sky Origin Realm experts were shocked. The reason why Bai Ming, he was famous in the 9 prefectures was because of this powerful martial technique. Using the martial technique to increase the 5 elements true essence, and then using the enhanced 5 elements true essence to perform the martial technique, the strength is comparable to a low-grade Earth-class martial technique. This is rare. Feng Wuchen was surprised. He did not expect Bai Ming, he to have such a powerful technique. Feng Wuchen. Prepare to die. Bai Ming, he roared and waved his hand. The huge energy seal smashed down like Mount Tai. The aura was so terrifying that it suffocated people. Are you sure this power can kill me? Feng Wuchen sneered. The wings on his back suddenly flapped, and Feng Wuchen actually rushed towards the huge energy seal that was smashing down. What was Feng Wuchen doing? Was he seeking his own death? Facing such a terrifying power, Feng Wuchen did not choose to perform the martial technique. Instead, he dashed forward. Was Feng Wuchen going to fight with his bare hands? Everyone looked at Feng Wuchen in confusion. They wanted to see how Feng Wuchen would deal with Bai Ming, his terrifying power. Boom! Feng Wuchen dashed into the sky and flapped his wings again. With a loud boom, his speed became even more terrifying. In the end, Feng Wuchen passed through Bai Ming, his huge energy seal in front of everyone's horrified eyes. Feng Wuchen's figure had indeed passed through the terrifying energy seal. Under Bai Ming, his horrified gaze, Feng Wuchen's figure expanded rapidly. Seeing this, everyone, including the experts of the 5 major forces, was so shocked that their jaws dropped. Shocking. Beyond shocking, Feng Wuchen was so fast that he arrived in the blink of an eye. He threw a punch at the horrified Bai Ming. His fist glowed with bloody light and contained an extremely violent power. Boom, poof, Feng Wuchen's punch landed on Bai Ming's chest. With a loud boom, the extremely violent power shook Bai Ming to the point where he spat out blood. His body turned into a black line and was sent flying. Caught off guard, Bai Ming took Feng Wuchen's full blow head-on. His injuries worsened. How is this possible? Bai Ming was so horrified that his body trembled. He had seen something that was absolutely impossible. Bai Ming couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen could pass through his energy seal. The scene was too strange and unbelievable. What's going on? Did I see wrongly? Wind Mist Sect Master was stunned. His face was pale. Dendi actually passed through that power. The divine alchemist, Chu Chongkong, and the others were so horrified that they lost their souls. How did Feng Wuchen do it? How can he ignore such a terrifying power? Morong Tian couldn't help but be shocked. Seeing Feng Wuchen pass through Bai Minghe's energy seal unscathed scared him out of his wits. Seeing this strange and magical scene, Morong Tian finally felt a surge of fear toward Feng Wuchen from the bottom of his heart. Penetrating power, that's impossible. Could it be Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Nangong family master was so shocked that he lost his composure. No human could do it. Nangong family master could only think of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's ability. Monster. No. It's a monster. Feng Wuchen is simply a monster. Xiao Ran was extremely frightened. At this moment, Xiao Ran did not have the appearance of the Xiao family head at all. There was only uncontrollable fear. The more Feng Wuchen displayed his terrifying strength, the more Xiao Tianqian regretted it. His old face was haggard, filled with regret and grief. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. No one present dared to believe their own eyes. They had all seen an absolutely impossible scene. This had already exceeded the scope of everyone's understanding. If Feng Wuchen could really penetrate the terrifying power, who would be able to hurt him? Wouldn't that make him invincible? Countless cultivators in the Divine Pill City stood motionless. Their 3 souls and 7 spirits were scared out of their wits. With a thought from Feng Wuchen, the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's terrifying suction force appeared once again and absorbed the terrifying energy seal. The power of the energy seal was extremely terrifying. If they didn't absorb it, once it landed on the ground, it would definitely affect the Divine Pill City. At that time, many innocent practitioners would die in vain. After Bai Mingyi stabilized himself, he still looked at Feng Wuchen in fear. The scene just now was too terrifying. It was simply like a dream. Impossible things could only happen in a dream. What happened just now? Bai Mingyi was terrified. He stared at Feng Wuchen with his enlarged eyes, as if he could find the answer from Feng Wuchen. Looking coldly at the frightened and doubtful Bai Mingyi, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, 5 elements true essence cannot hurt me. No elemental energy can hurt me. Feng Wuchen had the dragon god's breath. He could use any elemental true essence as he wished. Moreover, he was immune to all elemental true essence. Feng Wuchen could penetrate the energy seal because of the dragon god's breath. 5 elements true essence cannot hurt you? Bai Mingyi opened his eyes wide again. He found it even more unbelievable. Was there anyone in the world who could ignore the 5 elements? Was there really such a godly person in the world? 5 elements true essence cannot hurt him? The experts of the 5 forces were shocked again. Nangong family head and Fenglan sect head couldn't help but tremble. Was he still human? He was simply a monster. What a pity. Such a powerful martial skill. After condensing the 5 elements true essence and using it, its power is comparable to a low-grade Earth-class martial skill. It is indeed powerful. Feng Wuchen praised. He had to admit that Bai Mingyi's martial skill was indeed praiseworthy. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen took out the Supreme Dragon God Sword. A powerful aura with a noble aura swept out. With the Supreme Dragon God Sword, Feng Wuchen's combat strength increased again. Surging airwaves swept out. Seeing the Supreme Dragon God Sword, Morong Tian frowned and said, Feng Wuchen is still holding back. Is the sword art his trump card? It seems that I have underestimated him. Middle-grade spiritual weapon. Feng Wuchen's combat strength has increased again. The Evil Soul Sect leader was even more shocked. His sword intent is extremely strong. It seems gentle, but it is extremely terrifying. Feng Wuchen's attainments in swordsmanship are unfathomable. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority. Fenglan sect head exclaimed. Denda's sword is definitely not an ordinary middle-grade spiritual weapon. This aura is extraordinary. It is definitely not an ordinary 4th grade or 5th grade blacksmith. The power of this sword is definitely not below a high-grade spiritual weapon. The auction house's Grand Elder stared at the Supreme Dragon God Sword in horror. Buzz. He activated his bloodline power and infused it into the Supreme Dragon God Sword. The blade of the sword flashed with a bloody light, and a majestic sword will soared into the sky. The destructive power of the sword radiance spread out from the blade of the sword. Bei Mingyi, you have lost this battle. I will send you to see your son. Feng Wuchen said coldly. A biting cold murderous aura spread out. Feng Wuchen had sentenced Bei Mingyi to death. This meant that Feng Wuchen would kill Bei Mingyi mercilessly next. The Burial Valley had captured Feng Xianxia for several months and even cut off one of his legs. How could Feng Wuchen let go of the Burial Valley? Bei Mingyi only woke up from his fear when he felt Feng Wuchen's murderous aura. His horrified face instantly turned ferocious. It is still too early for you to kill me, Bei Mingyi said ferociously. The next moment, Bei Mingyi took out his magical weapon. It was also a middle-grade spiritual weapon. It was a black jade pendant that exuded a powerful and mysterious aura. Buzz. True energy was injected into the black jade pendant. Black light flashed, and a terrifying power surged out. Bei Mingyi's aura increased rapidly. Bei Mingyi then activated his martial soul. His strength increased rapidly. Even though he was suppressed by the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, his strength was close to Sky Origin Stage 5. Bei Mingyi threw caution to the wind and used all his strength. Feng Wuchen. No matter how powerful you are, I will kill you at all costs. Bei Mingyi shouted fiercely. Blue veins popped out on his face. He looked like he would kill Feng Wuchen even if he had to. Cut the crap. Show me your strongest martial skill. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His murderous aura was getting stronger, and his sword intent was getting more and more terrifying. Buzz. Bei Mingyi formed a seal with his hands. An extremely terrifying aura burst out. The terrifying power was released like a flood. Low-grade Earth-class martial skill. Blood Shadow Saber Cut. Bei Mingyi roared furiously. His murderous intent sword. He gathered all his strength on his arm. Dazzling white light covered the sky. Terrifying power filled the air. Earth-class martial skill? It seems that this is your last trump card. Feng Wuchen sneered. Even though Bei Mingyi's strength had increased, Feng Wuchen was not worried at all. Swish. Buzz. Bei Mingyi waved his arm fiercely, and a huge white saber cut flew out. It was as fast as lightning, and its aura was violent as if it was going to split the sky. The power of an Earth-class martial skill was terrifying. If not for the suppression of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Bei Mingyi's strength would be several times more terrifying. Feng Wuchen stared coldly at the white saber, and his expression did not change. Illusion Sword Art. Illusion 9 Heavens. The Supreme Dragon God Sword was stabbed into the void. Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted, and a blood-red array appeared in the void beneath his feet. Strange blood-red runes appeared on the array, and streams of blood-red chi revolved around Feng Wuchen. Then, a bright blood-red light shot up into the sky from the array. Another Earth-rank martial skill. Everyone turned pale with fright, and their shocked gazes swept towards the blood light that soared into the sky. Feng Wuchen's sword art is also an Earth-class martial skill. The Nangong family patriarch was shocked. As one of the 5 major forces in the 9 prefectures, the Nangong family did not have 2 Earth-class martial skills. Feng Wuchen has a deep understanding of Sword Dao, and the power of the sword art is fully displayed by him. He is a genius of Sword Dao. A genius of Sword Dao. The patriarch of the Misty Wind sect exclaimed and became excited. On the other hand, old ancestor Bei Mingyi and the higher-ups of the Burial Valley were panicking and worried. Swish. Buzz. Feng Wuchen formed a sword finger and waved his hand. The red light condensed into a blood sword, and it shot out with the power to pierce through heaven and earth. The dazzling red light painted the sky red, and the terrifying power shook the void. The sword intent was overwhelming, and the sword radiance was suffocating. A huge blood sword cut through the void, and it was earth-shattering. At this moment, everyone held their breaths and looked at the sky nervously and fearfully without blinking. The white light and the red light each occupied half of the sky. Rumble. Puff, puff. In an instant, the 2 terrifying energies collided and exploded. Everyone instinctively covered their ears as the terrifying energy ripples swept out. At that moment, Feng Wuchen and Bei Mingyi vomited blood at the same time, and they were sent flying by the terrifying energy. Even the ninefold cosmos pagoda in the sky shook violently. Buzz. Terrifying energy ripples spread out, occupying 1,000 feet of the void. The range of the ripples was huge. I used all my strength, and I still can't defeat him. Bei Mingyi was seriously injured, and he was unwilling to admit defeat, but he had completely lost the ability to fight. Bei Mingyi, who was sent flying, was falling and had no strength to support himself. Feng Wuchen's body was strong, and he had the Qilin armor. Even if he was injured, it was not to the extent that Feng Wuchen could not withstand it. Bei Mingyi was able to injure Feng Wuchen in the end, which was enough to show how terrifying the energy was. Bei Mingyi had lost this battle. Bei Mingyi lost. Everyone looked at Bei Mingyi in disbelief. Bei Mingyi is indeed powerful. Even after being suppressed by the ninefold cosmos pagoda, he still managed to injure me so badly. Feng Wuchen was amazed by Bei Mingyi's strength. Without the ninefold cosmos pagoda, Feng Wuchen would never be able to defeat Bei Mingyi. Of course, it was because Feng Wuchen's cultivation level was too low. If they were at the same cultivation level, even if Feng Wuchen was one level weaker, Feng Wuchen could defeat Bei Mingyi anytime. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Feng Wuchen sneered. Since you've lost, then you must die. His cold voice made one's hair stand on end and their body and mind freeze. A bone-chilling murderous intent was emitted from Feng Wuchen's body. Feeling Feng Wuchen's murderous intent, Forefather Bei Mingyi's expression changed. Before Feng Wuchen could make a move, he had already rushed out. Forefather Bei Mingyi was also at the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. He was as powerful as Bei Mingyi. If Feng Wuchen wanted to kill Bei Mingyi, he would have to go through Forefather Bei Mingyi. Feng Wuchen was injured and consumed a lot of Jin Yuan. How could he defeat Forefather Bei Mingyi? Even with the ninefold cosmos pagoda, Feng Wuchen was no match for Forefather Bei Mingyi. No matter how powerful Feng Wuchen was, he could not fight 2 Sky Origin stage cultivators at the same time. Feng Wuchen was the first to notice Patriarch Darknorth's sudden appearance. You want to save your son? Feng Wuchen said coldly. He immediately teleported away. Whoosh! After a flash, Feng Wuchen had appeared in front of Bei Mingyi. He waved his hand and a strong force lifted Bei Mingyi up. So fast. I couldn't even detect him. Feng Wuchen frowned. He didn't know what kind of movement skill Feng Wuchen had used. It's impossible for the injured Feng Wuchen to have such terrifying speed. I wonder what kind of movement skill he has. Nangong clan leader frowned. Feng Wuchen's terrifying speed shocked the experts of the 5 forces. Feng Wuchen, stop. Forefather Bei Mingyi shouted in panic. Although he was shocked by Feng Wuchen's speed, he was more worried about Bei Mingyi. Forefather Bei Mingyi was terrified that Feng Wuchen could control him. Forefather Bei Mingyi was in a panic. Whoosh! The Sky Origin Realm experts of the Buried Soul Valley rushed over. One of them shouted furiously, Feng Wuchen, release him. If you kill Bei Mingyi, you won't be able to escape either. Another person said in a low voice. Feng Wuchen glanced coldly at Patriarch Darknorth and asked, Patriarch Darknorth, if it were you, how would you deal with your enemy? To kill Bei Mingyi? Hearing this, Forefather Bei Mingyi's face changed. The experts from the 5 superpowers and the countless cultivators from the Divine Pill City became nervous. Was Feng Wuchen really going to kill Bei Mingyi? Everyone was very puzzled. Bei Mingyi had a high reputation in the 9 prefectures, and the Spirit Burial Valley was one of the 5 major forces. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen was, he would not be able to defeat the Spirit Burial Valley. If Feng Wuchen killed Bei Mingyi, would Forefather Bei Mingyi let it go? By then, the Burial Valley would definitely fight to the death with Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen, if you dare to kill Bei Mingyi, I can guarantee that you won't live either. Forefather Bei Mingyi shouted with a gloomy face. He wasn't trying to scare Feng Wuchen. With his status in the 9 prefectures, he did have the power to say this. Feng Wuchen, the Burial Valley captured your father and broke one of his legs. You killed Bei Mingyi. Why don't we just let it go? Why do we have to fight to the death? Sect Master Feng Wuchen stood out and said. Qi. The supreme dragon god sword pierced Bai Minghe's heart without hesitation. Blood flowed out, but it only pierced his flesh. However, Feng Wuchen's action made everyone break out in cold sweat. Forefather Bai Ming was also frightened. He anxiously shouted, "Feng Wuchen! How dare you? Actually, I don't want to kill people. Killing people isn't a good thing. However, I have too many enemies. If I don't kill, there will be more. The fewer the enemies, the better. What do you think?" Feng Wuchen said coldly. The supreme dragon god sword also slowly pierced Bai Minghe's heart. "Feng Wuchen, stop." The terrified Bai Mingkong endured his injuries and roared, "Bastard!" Forefather Bai Ming was furious. Seeing Feng Wuchen's sword slowly piercing Bai Minghe's heart, Forefather Bai Ming couldn't bear it and attacked in anger. If he didn't make a move, Bai Minghe would die without a doubt. Feng Wuchen, who sensed something, quickly pulled out the supreme dragon god sword and teleported. The moment he dodged, the supreme dragon god sword slashed across Bai Minghe's neck, leaving a bloody wound. Bai Minghe's eyes widened in despair. He covered his neck with both hands as blood flowed out uncontrollably. "Bai Minghe!" Forefather Bai Ming was extremely frightened. The higher-ups of the burial valley were stunned. They couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen dared to kill Bai Minghe in front of him. The experts of the 5 major forces and countless cultivators of the Divine Pill City watched in horror. Their faces were pale. Feng Wuchen really killed Bai Minghe, Sect Master Misty Wind and the others couldn't believe that Feng Wuchen killed Bai Minghe without any room for negotiation. The ruthless means made them suck in a breath of cold air. The higher-ups of the Xiao family were completely shocked by Feng Wuchen's ruthlessness. The divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong felt that the sky was falling. With Bai Minghe's death, the situation was out of control. A war was unavoidable. Help me take revenge." Bai Minghe's life was rapidly fading. He died before he could finish his last word. "Bai Minghe!" Forefather Bai Ming roared in grief. "Enemies deserve to be killed," Feng Wuchen said coldly from the top of the ninefold cosmos pagoda. His cold eyes were devoid of any human emotions. He was like a devil who killed without blinking. "Feng Wuchen!" Forefather Bai Ming roared in grief. Monstrous killing intent burst out from his body. His old eyes shone with red light as he went berserk. Buzz buzz. An extremely horrifying energy burst out from Forefather Bai Ming's body uncontrollably. It shook the void. The horrifying qi rolled out like a raging wave. The furious old ancestor Bai Ming's horrible power was equal to the top of the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. He was half a step away from the 6th level of Sky Origin stage. His strength was terrifying, the terrifying roar scared everyone to the extreme. A large number of cultivators in Divine Pill City fled in panic. None of them could bear the fury of Forefather Bai Ming. Forefather Bai Ming stared at Feng Wuchen fiercely and roared, "Feng Wuchen! Don't even think about leaving the land of the 9 prefectures alive." "Forefather Bai Ming!" The divine alchemist shouted and tried to stop the Forefather Bai Ming. "Divine alchemist! If you dare to stop me, I will kill you!" Forefather Bai Ming shouted angrily. Forefather Bai Ming was completely controlled by anger and hatred. He was not afraid of anyone. "Feng Wuchen! You killed one of my loved ones. I'm going to tear you to shreds and turn you into ashes." The Dark North Patriarch roared. His appearance was terrifying to the extreme. Forefather Bai Ming was furious. Even the Nangong family head was afraid of him. "Great Elder! Lead the disciples of the Burial Valley to the Pyrefire Empire. Destroy the Pyrefire Empire. Massacre the Feng clan. Leave no one alive. Feng Wuchen, let me see who you can save." Forefather Bai Ming roared crazily. He vented all his accumulated anger and hatred. "Let's go." The Great Elder roared and led the 5 heavenly origin realm experts of the Burial Valley away. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen frowned. His face was cold and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. "None of you can leave," Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. He activated his soul power and stared at the Great Elder of the Burial Valley. "Humph. Puff." Feng Wuchen snorted. The overbearing and terrifying soul power shook the Great Elder and caused him to vomit blood. His soul was severely injured. Great Elder. The faces of the Burial Valley experts changed. Don't worry about me. Let's go. The Great Elder shouted. He was terrified. He was also a grade 4 alchemist. His soul power could not withstand Feng Wuchen's soul power. Hiss, the divine alchemist and the other alchemists, as well as many top experts, were terrified. What kind of overbearing soul power was this? With just a snort, he had severely injured the Great Elder of the Burial Valley. Even a grade 5 alchemist would not be able to withstand such terrifying soul power. Sky Soul Locking Moon. The Dark North Patriarch roared. He waved his hand and a large number of black chains shot out. They were densely packed and crazily rushed towards Feng Wuchen. Humph. Do you think you can stop me? Feng Wuchen snorted and jumped down from the top of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to avoid the chain attack. Boom boom boom. Weng weng. Hundreds of terrifying black chains hit the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda one after another. The explosion was deafening. The terrifying power shook the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda violently. Even the defensive energy on the surface of the pagoda was shaken. Pa. Forefather Baiming put his palms together and a terrifying power burst out again. He roared fiercely, high-grade mystic martial skill. Tai incantation. As Forefather Baiming roared, a huge green Tai pattern array appeared out of thin air. Feng Wuchen, who fell into the array, suddenly felt that his body could not move. To be precise, it was not that Feng Wuchen's body could not move, but that Feng Wuchen felt that his soul and body had lost connection in an instant. Whoosh. Boom. Puff. There was no time for Feng Wuchen to think. The moment he was trapped by the array, Forefather Baiming had already flashed and attacked Feng Wuchen fiercely. With a loud explosion, a terrifying power instantly spread to Feng Wuchen's body. The injured Feng Wuchen spat out a mouthful of blood. The array trapped Feng Wuchen. When Forefather Baiming's palm fell, Feng Wuchen did not move at all. It was as if he was just standing there and waiting to be hit. Big brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao turned pale. With fright. Xiaoxiao, stop them. Feng Wuchen shouted in pain. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Feng Wuchen worriedly before flashing out. Humph. A stinky girl wants to stop us? The second elder of the Burial Valley said disdainfully with a gloomy face. Chi. As soon as the second elder finished speaking, a white sword light suddenly flashed and blood spurted out from the second elder's neck. Second elder. The experts of Buried Spirit Valley turned pale with fright. This sudden turn of events had scared them out of their wits. The other 4 Sky Origin stage cultivators from Buried Soul Valley were all shocked and stepped back in terror after killing a 3rd-level Sky Origin stage cultivator in one strike. Everyone looked at Ling Xiaoxiao with fear in their eyes. No one would have thought that Ling Xiaoxiao, who had been watching the battle, would have such terrifying strength. Second Elder. Old Ancestor Dark North was also shocked. He was furious and couldn't help but look back at Ling Xiaoxiao. Old Ancestor Dark North couldn't believe that Ling Xiaoxiao could kill the second elder of the Burial Valley in an instant. How could a little girl have such terrifying strength? The second elder's body fell to the ground. He was dead. This little girl is only at the 1st level of Sky Origin Realm. How is this possible? Sect Master Feng Lan looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in shock. How is this possible? Evil Soul Sect leader's heart almost jumped out of his chest. A 1st-level Sky Origin Realm cultivator killed a 3rd-level Sky Origin Realm cultivator in an instant. Furthermore, her speed is extremely terrifying, just like Feng Wuchen's movement technique. Nangong Tianhen said in a daze, his voice trembling. Xiaoyun looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in fear. He couldn't help but think back to the auction where he said he would kill Ling Xiaoxiao. Xiaoyun felt a burning sensation on his face. It was like slapping his own face. Ling Xiaoxiao's strength was far above his. Xiaoyun actually said he would kill Ling Xiaoxiao. It was ridiculous. Her strength is so terrifying. The most frightened person was Jiang Kuei. He couldn't help but shiver when he thought back to the time when he wanted to kill Ling Xiaoxiao. Where did such a beautiful young girl come from? How could she have such shocking strength? Everyone was very confused and curious about Xiaxia's background. She had reached the Sky Origin realm at such a young age. She must be an incredible genius. Everyone had been attracted by Xiaxia's beauty before, but now they were all scared out of their wits. They looked at Xiaxia with eyes full of fear. Xiaxia was only at the first level of Sky Origin stage, but she was at the third level of Sky Origin stage in a real fight. She was not to be underestimated. Teleportation made it impossible for the enemy to defend against it. The second elder of the Burial Valley looked down on Xiaoxiao and did not put her in his eyes at all. This was the main reason why he was killed. Buzz. Xiaoxiao activated her bloodline power. First, an extremely terrifying and intimidating aura spread out. Then, a surging power erupted, and dazzling purple light burst out from her body. Xiaoxiao's chi was soaring. Within a blink of an eye, she had reached level 3 of Sky Origin stage. Third level of Sky Origin stage. Everyone present, including the top experts of the 5 great forces, was shocked when they felt Xiaoxia's surging and terrifying power. They had never seen such a terrifying genius before. There had never been such a monstrous genius in the land of the 9 continents. Who the hell is this little girl? She is so terrifyingly talented. She must be from a transcendental sect. The Fenglan faction master was terrified. His old face was stiff. I can't believe it. She is actually at level 3 of Sky Origin stage. She is just like Feng Wuchen. She is a monster. So scary. This little girl is too scary. Many of the powerful cultivators were terrified. They were afraid of Xiaoxiao's power and her background. No one in the entire land of the 9 continents could be found as a terrifying genius as Xiaoxiao. Only a transcendental sect could cultivate someone like her. Shoo. Shoo, shoo. Shoo, shoo. Shoo. Xiaoxiao was as cold as ice. Her killing intent was bone-chilling. She attacked with her crystal sword. As the sword light flashed, the 4 Sky Origin stage cultivators of the Burial Valley were killed instantly. Xiaoxiao was ruthless and merciless. Xiaoxiao's movement skill was so terrifying that they couldn't detect her at all. They couldn't even catch her. The 5 Sky Origin stage cultivators of the Burial Valley were all killed by Xiaoxiao's sword. Horrifying. Extremely horrifying. Disciples of the Burial Valley, whoever dares to take a step forward will die. Xiaoxiao's cold voice spread out. It was very intimidating. All the powerful cultivators of the Burial Valley were killed except for Old Ancestor Bei Ming and the Grand Elder. The Burial Valley was badly damaged. Old Ancestor Bei Ming alone wouldn't be able to strengthen the Burial Valley. Old Ancestor Bei Ming, it seems like the Burial Valley is going to be destroyed today. Feng Wuchen sneered as he stared at the shocked Old Ancestor Bei Ming. Old Ancestor Bei Ming trembled. He then laughed out loud, ha ha. Ha ha ha. Old Ancestor Bei Ming laughed. His laughter made people's hearts tremble. His laughter made people's hair stand on end. Old Ancestor Bei Ming was extremely angry. He was so angry that he laughed, looking at Old Ancestor Bei Ming who was laughing out of anger. All the powerful cultivators frowned. They felt pity for him, but they also felt fear. Good kill. Good kill. Old Ancestor Bei Ming laughed out loud. However, the horrifying power in his body was exploding out crazily. Feng Wuchen looked serious. He thought, this old thing has activated his potential. That's right. Old Ancestor Bei Ming's power had increased. His aura was getting more and more horrifying. Even under the suppression of the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, Old Ancestor Bei Ming's aura still reached the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. Under the stimulation of anger and hatred, Old Ancestor Bei Ming benefited from the disaster. His potential was stimulated. His cultivation level suddenly skyrocketed. Dazzling green light covered the sky. Without the suppression of the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, Old Ancestor Bei Ming's cultivation level would be at the peak of the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. With Old Ancestor Bei Ming as the center, the horrifying power swept out in all directions like a storm. Facing the horrifying power of Old Ancestor Bei Ming, Feng Wuchen was the first to bear the brunt. Feng Wuchen was trapped by the array. He couldn't move at all. Old Ancestor Bei Ming was right in front of him. Even though the Qilin armor had great defensive power, Feng Wuchen's face showed a painful expression. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda! Feng Wuchen suddenly shouted. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda suddenly emitted a strong suction force. It crazily absorbed the power of Old Ancestor Bei Ming and the array. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's suction force was extremely strong. The array's power was instantly reduced by more than half. Break! Crack! Feng Wuchen shouted. He crazily operated his bloodline power to forcefully break the array. His body shot up to the sky. The array cracked into pieces. Feng Wuchen moved his mind. The huge ninefold Cosmos Pagoda suddenly spun and smashed down on Old Ancestor Bei Ming. Boom! Buzz! Old Ancestor Bei Ming struck out a palm. A horrifying palm print shot up to the sky. With a loud sound of bronze, the horrifying power actually blocked the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda in the sky. Absorb! Feng Wuchen shouted. The strong suction force appeared again. It instantly absorbed the palm print as if it could continuously absorb power. Old Ancestor Bei Ming stepped back. In a blink of an eye, he was out of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's array. At this moment, Old Ancestor Bei Ming's power was restored. He was at the peak of the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. Buzz! Old Ancestor Bei Ming activated his horrifying Jin Yuan. He formed a seal with both hands. A surging power burst out, causing the void to shake violently. Feng Wuchen frowned. He looked serious. High-level Mystic class martial skill. Mixed Yuan Sky Slash. Old Ancestor Bei Ming roared. Horrifying power gathered in his arm. As he roared, his arm swept out. Shoo! Buzz! An extremely horrifying green energy slash shot out. The ear-piercing sound of the slash made everyone's eardrums hurt. The energy slash was horrifying. It was at the peak of the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. Dendi, be careful. The Divine Alchemist couldn't help but shout. He was worried. Chu Chongkong and the other executives of the auction house were also extremely nervous. Their palms were sweating. Feng Wuchen was seriously injured. Facing the power of a peak of the 5th level of Sky Origin stage, Feng Wuchen would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, Old Ancestor Bei Ming wasn't attacking Feng Wuchen. He was attacking the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Rumble! Buzz! Puff! The terrifying power arrived in an instant and slammed into the ninefold universe tower. The loud sound was deafening, and the tower trembled violently. Even though the surface of the tower had a strong enchantment, the force of the collision still spread out. Feng Wuchen spat out blood and his injuries worsened. Under the horrifying impact, the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda and Feng Wuchen were both blown away. Brother Feng! Ling Xiaoxiao was the first to get out of the way. The power of a peak of the 5th level of Sky Origin stage was horrifying. Feng Wuchen's face was pale. He was seriously injured. Luckily, his body was tough and the Qilin armor protected him. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would have died. Brother Feng, how are your injuries? Ling Xiaoxiao asked worriedly. I'm fine. Feng Wuchen shook his head. He quickly took out the blood-fusing small recovery pellet and purple heart soul pellet and swallowed them. Feng Wuchen had used up a lot of Jin Yuan in the fight with Old Ancestor Bei Ming. He didn't have enough Jin Yuan to fight with Old Ancestor Bei Ming. Plus, his injuries were getting worse. Feng Wuchen had to take some Jin Yuan. You can stop the strong cultivators in the Burial Valley, but can you stop me? I'll let you know the pain of losing your loved ones. I'll wash your Feng clan with blood and flatten the Inferno Empire. I'll make you a sinner of the Inferno Empire. Old Ancestor Bei Ming shouted with killing intent. Old Ancestor Bei Ming had changed his mind. He wanted Feng Wuchen to experience the pain of losing his loved ones. He wanted to wash the Feng clan with blood and flatten the Inferno Empire. Old Ancestor Bei Ming's words changed everyone's expression. If Old Ancestor Bei Ming took action, the Inferno Empire would be destroyed. How many people would die? No one dared to imagine. With Old Ancestor Bei Ming's strength, he could flatten the Inferno Empire and wash the Feng clan with blood. Old Ancestor Bei Ming was furious. He could do anything. Feng Wuchen's face darkened. With Feng Wuchen's current situation, he couldn't stop old ancestor Bei Ming. I'll kill everyone in the Burial Valley. I'll make the Burial Valley disappear from the continent. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His killing intent was extremely strong. Wait until I destroy the Inferno Empire and wash your Feng clan with blood. I'll take your life with my own hands. I'll take revenge for the Burial Valley. Old ancestor Bei Ming shouted angrily. He then flew toward the Inferno Empire. Anger had taken over old ancestor Bei Ming. He didn't care about the Burial Valley anymore. His eyes were filled with hatred. Feng Wuchen's threat was useless. Feng Wuchen and the Burial Valley were in a situation where one of them had to die. The Dark North ancestor was at the peak of Sky Origin Realm level 5. Duan Tianhun might not even have a chance to attack the Dark North ancestor. Even if the four empires worked together, they would not be able to defeat the Dark North ancestor. The Dark North ancestor was driven by anger and hatred. He could definitely destroy the Inferno Empire. The Dark North ancestor was desperate. Feng Wuchen had to stop him, even if it meant risking his life. Feng Wuchen's face was very ugly. If he could not stop the Dark North ancestor, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Feng Wuchen would not let that happen. Feng Wuchen's speed was very fast, not much slower than the Dark North ancestor. However, Feng Wuchen did not use teleportation to stop him. It was not time yet. Feng Wuchen needed time to recover his injuries and true yuan. Only then would he have the strength to fight the Dark North ancestor. There was a certain distance between the Inferno Empire and the 9 prefectures. Feng Wuchen had a certain amount of time to recover his injuries and true yuan. The top cultivators of the 4 great forces of the 9 continents and the Sky Origin stage cultivators all flew over to the 9 continents. They were not strangers to the Inferno Empire. They were also familiar with Yang Tianxian and Situ Xintian. They even had some friendship. Brother Feng, don't worry. With your strength, you can deal with him. Take care of your injuries. When the time comes, Brother Feng will also show his true strength. Ling Xiaoxiao said seriously, without her usual smile. This old thing dares to threaten the Inferno Empire and the Feng clan. I will not let him go. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word was filled with bone-chilling killing intent. Shoo shoo shoo. Black lines flashed across the sky one after another. Each of them had a terrifying aura. 4 hours later, the Dark North ancestor arrived at the Inferno Empire. However, he did not stop and flew directly to the Imperial Palace. The Dark North ancestor planned to destroy the Imperial Palace first. Then he would destroy the Empire. The Dark North ancestor, who wanted to destroy the Inferno Empire and massacre the Feng clan, did not notice that Feng Wuchen's injuries had recovered by 70%. His true yuan was also close to the peak. Even if he did not return to his peak state, it did not affect Feng Wuchen much. On the other hand, the Misty Wind sect master and the others behind were secretly shocked by Feng Wuchen's terrifying recovery speed. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao also stepped into the Inferno Empire's territory. The top experts of the 9 prefectures also entered the Inferno Empire's territory one after another. What a terrifying aura. What a terrifying killing intent. Sky Origin stage cultivator. They were all Sky Origin stage cultivators. Something big has happened. Commander's aura. It's the Commander's aura. As they entered the territory of the Inferno Empire, Old Ancestor Dark North and the other Sky Origin stage cultivators appeared. Everywhere they went, the cultivators in the cities of the Inferno Empire could sense the terrifying aura and killing intent in the sky. Many practitioners were scared witless, thinking that the end of the empire was coming. Zuantianzong. Mu Tianyun, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. His old face was filled with shock. Sky Origin stage cultivator. There was also the aura of a domain chief. Could it be? Mu Tianyun was aware of the danger. So, his silhouette flashed and disappeared. So many Sky Origin stage cultivators. Something has happened. Mu Yunshan's face was very serious as he looked at the sky in shock. Mu Yunshan didn't think too much and hurriedly led the Zuantianzong's upper echelons to the imperial capital. At the same time, the upper echelons of the Cloud Prefecture's major forces also moved. Sky Flame. Academy. Sky Origin Stage. It's Feng Wuchen's aura. Dean Xing Tianfeng, Zhenyun Tian, and the rest of the upper echelons were shocked as they realized that something big had happened. They are the experts of the 9 prefectures. Something has happened. Hurry to the imperial capital. Xing Tianfeng shouted gravely. The Skyflame Academy's upper echelons also moved. The Feng family and Heaven Pavilion's experts were also on their way to the imperial capital. In an instant, the upper echelons of the major forces and experts of the Inferno Empire rushed to the imperial capital. The war had just ended, and the Inferno Empire was facing an even stronger enemy. In the imperial palace, the upper echelons of the imperial family were all trembling with fear. Peak of Sky Origin Stage 5. This person's strength is terrifying. Duan Tianhuan's expression was extremely serious. The Inferno Empire had never met such a terrifying enemy. Old Ancestor Dark North. Yang Tianxian frowned. He could already tell from the aura that this person was Old Ancestor Dark North. Burial Valley's Old Ancestor Dark North? Duan Tianhuan's expression changed. Feng Jingxiong was captured by the Burial Valley. It seems like the great commander has angered Old Ancestor Dark North, Situ Zhentian said gravely. Everyone in the imperial capital was terrified as they endured Old Ancestor Dark North's terrifying aura and killing intent. Swish. Old Ancestor Dark North appeared in the sky above the imperial palace and glared at Duan Tianhun and the rest. Old Ancestor Dark North, long time no see. How have you been? Yang Tianxian said calmly. Feng Wuchen killed my children and grandchildren. Today, I will slaughter the entire Inferno Empire. I will bury the entire Inferno Empire with my children and grandchildren. Old Ancestor Dark North roared with murderous intent as a terrifying energy surged out. Hearing this, Duan Tianhun and the rest were shocked. They absolutely believed that Old Ancestor Dark North had the ability to do so. Such a terrifying figure could make the 9 continents tremble with just a stomp of his feet. Old Ancestor Dark North has been blinded by anger. Yang Tianxian was extremely serious. They could not deal with such a terrifying old monster. Duan Tianhun shouted, Great General, bring everyone out of the imperial capital. No one can leave. Go to hell. Old Ancestor Dark North roared and was about to attack the imperial palace with his palm. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen, who was chasing after Old Ancestor Dark North, shouted. A golden light burst out and the huge ninefold Cosmos Pagoda flew above the imperial palace. The huge golden array shrouded the imperial palace and suppressed Old Ancestor Dark North's true energy. His aura dropped rapidly to the peak of Sky Origin Stage 4. Duan Tianhun and the rest of the imperial palace cultivators were also under the suppression of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. They only knew how terrifying the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was after experiencing it for themselves. Feng Wuchen. Old Ancestor Dark North's face darkened as he looked at Feng Wuchen. Old Ancestor Dark North realized that Feng Wuchen's injuries had recovered by 70%. His true energy was also close to the peak. Old man. If you want to destroy the Yanhua Empire, you have to ask for my permission. Feng Wuchen's cold voice came from afar. The great general is here. Seeing the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda flying over, Duan Wucheng suddenly shouted. At the same time, he felt the terrifying aura of Feng Wuchen's Qilin armor. Luckily he made it back in time. Duan Tianhun let out a sigh of relief. Everyone else was relieved too. As Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao flew over, more and more figures followed behind them. All of them were ethereal realm cultivators. So many ethereal realm cultivators. The upper echelons of the imperial palace were stunned as they trembled. Even Duan Tianhun, who had seen a lot of things, could not help but stare with his mouth agape. All the ethereal realm cultivators of the 9 prefectures were here. Moreover, their auras were even more terrifying than Old Ancestor Dark North's. It was the first time Duan Tianhun had seen such a terrifying lineup. Feng Wuchen had lured all the ethereal realm cultivators of the 9 prefectures to the Yanhua Empire. Greetings, Great General. The upper echelons of the imperial palace bowed respectfully. Greetings, Master. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian bowed as well. Master? Seeing Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian addressing Feng Wuchen as master, the divine alchemist and dozens of ethereal realm cultivators of the 9 prefectures were shocked. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian were quite famous in the 9 prefectures. However, no one knew that Feng Wuchen was their master. The divine alchemist and the others were stunned. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian were willing to be Feng Wuchen's disciple. Feng Wuchen's achievements in alchemy and blacksmithing must be horrifying. In the entire Yanhua Empire, except for Duan Tianhun, everyone bowed respectfully. Such a superior status was enough to shock all the cultivators of the 9 prefectures. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian even said, "Greetings, master," which shocked them even more. Ethereal Realm Level 2. Duan Tianhuan's expression changed again. He just realized that Feng Wuchen had broken through to Ethereal Realm Level 2. It had only been a month and Feng Wuchen had broken through to Ethereal Realm Level 2. How horrifying was that? Yang Tianxian, Yi Zhangqiong and the other upper echelons of the Imperial Palace were shocked. It's really Ethereal Realm Level 2. It's only been a month and the Great Commander has broken through again. One of the officials said in shock. Everyone was shocked by Feng Wuchen's horrifying cultivation speed. They seemed to have forgotten the existence of Patriarch Dark North. A month? The Misty Wind Sect Master and the other cultivators of the 9 prefectures were shocked again. Breaking through to Ethereal Realm Level 1 in a month? Wasn't such a horrifying cultivation speed too ridiculous? How is this possible? Xiaoyun was scared silly. Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed is so horrifying. Morong Tian was also scared silly. Above the Imperial Palace, Feng Wuchen stared coldly at Patriarch Dark North with a murderous look. Patriarch Dark North also stared at Feng Wuchen angrily. He couldn't wait to tear Feng Wuchen into pieces. Great General, order the people to evacuate from the Imperial capital. Feng Wuchen ordered. Yes. Yi Zhangqiong received the order and immediately ordered his men to carry it out. Everyone, evacuate from the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda's array. Feng Wuchen ordered. Duan Tianhun and the other upper echelons of the empire immediately evacuated without hesitation. Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army, listen to my order. Feng Wuchen shouted. Swish. Swish, swish. Hundreds of soldiers immediately flew into the air. True Origin wings condensed behind their backs. The scene was spectacular and shocking. Waves of iron-blooded killing intent spread out, giving people a strong sense of deterrence. Flying martial arts. The experts of the 9 prefectures were shocked again. They stared at the hundreds of soldiers with wide eyes. These hundreds of soldiers of the Inferno Empire had actually cultivated flying martial arts. What kind of elites were they? The various factions of the 9 prefectures didn't have flying martial arts, but these hundreds of soldiers of the Inferno Empire actually had them. When did the Inferno Empire become so powerful? When did the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army become so powerful? The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and Black Flag Army had already bid farewell to Iron Hooves and were now using flying martial arts. After I kill this old bastard, follow me to the 9 prefectures and destroy the Burial Valley. Feng Wuchen ordered coldly. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll kill you first, then destroy the Inferno Empire. The Dark North Patriarch roared, his murderous aura locked onto Feng Wuchen. With a flap of his wings, Feng Wuchen flew into the sky, and the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda followed him. If they fought in the sky above the Imperial Palace, not to mention the destruction of the palace, those who couldn't evacuate in time would also be affected. Boom! The Dark North Patriarch suddenly rushed into the sky, and with a loud boom, a terrifying power condensed into a whirlwind with a majestic aura. In the next second, the Dark North Patriarch arrived at the same height as Feng Wuchen, but he was still in the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda's array. High-grade mystic martial technique. Tai incantation. The Dark North Patriarch roared fiercely, his hands forming a seal. You still want to trap me? Feng Wuchen said disdainfully. The moment the Dark North Patriarch roared, Feng Wuchen had already disappeared. After suffering once, Feng Wuchen definitely wouldn't suffer a second time. The green array appeared, but unfortunately, it was a step too late. Feng Wuchen had already dodged. Break! Crack! Feng Wuchen roared and swooped down, head down, feet up, and slammed his palm on the huge array. The terrifying power instantly shattered the array. "Old thing, your array is useless against me," Feng Wuchen said coldly. Whoosh! The Dark North Patriarch didn't say anything. His body had already fiercely rushed up, his speed was so fast that he arrived in the blink of an eye. His fist contained terrifying power, and it smashed towards Feng Wuchen's head. The Dark North Patriarch's violent posture seemed to be planning to use this fist to smash Feng Wuchen's head. However, was Feng Wuchen so weak? Boom! Buzz buzz! Feng Wuchen had no fear on his face. He activated his Jin Yuan and punched out. With a loud bang, a destructive energy spread out, shaking the void. Even the royal palace trembled slightly. Facing Feng Wuchen head-on, he had never been afraid of anyone. Old Ancestor Darknorth's full-powered punch wasn't able to force Feng Wuchen back even half a step. Of course, Feng Wuchen couldn't do anything to the Dark North forefather either. Even under the suppression of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Old Ancestor Darknorth's strength was still terrifying. He was definitely not weaker than Feng Wuchen. "You haven't fully recovered from your injuries. Let's see how long you can last," Dark North Old Ancestor said in a ferocious and angry manner. Soon after, he launched a fierce attack. Boom boom boom. Buzz. As the hand-to-hand combat unfolded, terrifying energies collided with each other. Earth-shattering explosions rang out one after another, and energy ripples that resembled angry waves rolled out in the sky above the Imperial Palace. The fierce battle seemed to be taking place on the surface of the sea. Old Ancestor Darknorth's strength is indeed above Feng Wuchen's, but Feng Wuchen's body is strong and he has the advantage in hand-to-hand combat. Old Ancestor Darknorth can't do anything to Feng Wuchen, the evil soul sect leader said solemnly. Old Ancestor Darknorth hasn't used his magic treasure yet. He hasn't used his true strength either. It's hard to say who will win and who will lose, the Nangong family head said slowly. Sect Master Misty Wind nodded and said, Feng Wuchen's strength is indeed not weak, but Old Ancestor Darknorth's strength is indeed above him. Even with the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, I'm afraid he can't defeat Old Ancestor Darknorth, unless Feng Wuchen has a stronger trump card. They were so confident in Old Ancestor Darknorth. It seemed that they understood Old Ancestor Darknorth's strength quite well. Even if both sides are injured, Old Ancestor Darknorth can't kill Dendi. How can Duan Tianhun let him succeed? We will also stop Old Ancestor Darknorth, Chu Chongkong said in a deep voice. He had already made up his mind. No matter what happened, he would stand by Feng Wuchen's side. Isn't it just elixir formation with thought? Is there a need for you to be so afraid of him? Morong Tian glanced at Chu Chongkong and asked with disdain. You don't understand. Divine Alchemist shook his head. Looking at the Divine Alchemist's self-righteous expression, Morong Tian frowned slightly. A trace of undetectable viciousness flashed in his eyes. He said coldly in his heart, Old man, if you interfere, I don't mind killing all of you. Whoosh! At this moment, a strong sonic boom came from afar. An old figure flew over. Zuantianzong's old sect master, Mu Tianyun. Nangong family master, Misty Wind sect master, Divine Alchemist. They are all experts of the 9 prefectures. Seeing the dozens of experts in the sky, Mu Tianyun was extremely shocked. Old Ancestor Darknorth. When he saw Feng Wuchen and Old Ancestor Darknorth fighting fiercely, Mu Tianyun's face turned extremely serious. Mu Tianyun knew a little about the 5 great forces of the 9 prefectures. He had been to the 9 prefectures before. The small Inferno Empire actually has a heavenly origin stage expert. Morong Tian sneered. His contempt was obvious. Hearing this, Mu Tianyun glanced at Morong Tian and replied, the Inferno Empire naturally can't be compared to the 9 prefectures. Similarly, the 9 prefectures can't be compared to the continent. The continent has plenty of heavenly origin stage experts, but the 9 prefectures don't necessarily have any heavenly origin stage experts. You. Morong Tian was enraged. He didn't expect a mere heavenly origin stage cultivator to be so arrogant. Although Mu Tianyun was only at heavenly origin stage, he was a rank 4 alchemist. Moreover, he was about to step into the rank 5 alchemist level. How could he be afraid of Morong Tian? Tian, don't be rude. Nangong family master stopped him. Old sect master Mu, how have you been? Divine alchemist greeted politely. Mu Tianyun cupped his fist politely and smiled. Divine alchemist, President Chu, Great Elder, Sect Master Feng Lan. Mu Tianyun nodded his head one by one to show his respect. The experts of the 9 prefectures also responded politely. They didn't dare to underestimate Mu Tianyun, a rank 4 alchemist. The alchemists of the 9 prefectures looked at Mu Tianyun in surprise. They didn't know what they saw. Not long after Mu Tianyun arrived, the experts from the various prefectures of the empire arrived one after another. When they saw the dozens of heavenly origin stage experts in the sky, they were all shocked. The intense battle between Feng Wuchen and old ancestor Bei Ming made them feel suffocated. Heavenly origin stage 2nd level. The great general has broken through again. Mu Yunshan, Xing Tianfeng and the other experts were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. Old ancestor Bei Ming. Feng Xingxiong's face darkened. His eyes were filled with killing intent. When he saw Xiao Tianchen and the other experts of the Xiao family, he frowned and thought, they're here too. Humph. Xiao Qingqing also saw the Xiao family, but she didn't care. She only glanced at them as if they were strangers, then looked at Feng Wuchen in the sky. The intense hand-to-hand combat continued. The two were evenly matched, and the high-intensity battle consumed a lot of true essence. As the battle went on, the two's auras gradually weakened. Feng Wuchen gradually gained the upper hand. Old ancestor Bei Ming's attacks were completely ineffective. Instead, Feng Wuchen's attacks were starting to overwhelm old ancestor Bei Ming. Old thing, is this all you've got? Feng Wuchen asked disdainfully. With the evil dragon god's rich experience, Feng Wuchen had already seen through old ancestor Bei Ming's moves. He could dodge them with his eyes closed. Old ancestor Bei Ming's face was ferocious. He realized that no matter how fierce his attacks were, Feng Wuchen would always dodge them. He always felt that Feng Wuchen could predict his next move. Old ancestor Bei Ming was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Boom! 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 As old ancestor Bei Ming fell into a disadvantage, Feng Wuchen took the opportunity to counterattack. Before old ancestor Bei Ming could attack, Feng Wuchen had already guessed it and attacked first. Fist after fist landed on old ancestor Bei Ming's body. Impossible! Old ancestor Bei Ming was shocked. He couldn't resist at all. Boom! 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 Puff! Under Feng Wuchen's crazy attacks, old ancestor Bei Ming's defenses completely collapsed. He couldn't even block one punch. The terrifying power crazily slammed into his body. Intense pain spread throughout his body. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying by Feng Wuchen. Hiss! Seeing Feng Wuchen's fierce counterattacks, as if he was getting stronger and stronger, the spectating experts of the 9 states gasped in shock. Feng Wuchen saw through old ancestor Bei Ming's moves. Sect Master Feng Wuchen's face was filled with disbelief. Just what kind of genius could see through the opponent's moves in such an intense battle? Before, they were evenly matched, but in the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen seemed to have activated a cheat. He beat old ancestor Bei Ming to the point where he was looking for his teeth on the ground. He couldn't resist at all. The strong contrast was hard to believe. As expected of the son of Feng Xingxiong. Feng Xingxiong laughed excitedly. His voice was very loud, as if he was telling the Xiao clan that the Feng clan was no longer the weak Feng clan of the past. When the upper echelons of the Xiao clan heard Feng Xingxiong's smug look, they couldn't help but be enraged. However, they didn't dare to act out and could only keep it in their hearts. Xiao Tianqin's face was filled with bitterness. His old face was haggard and filled with regret. If Xiao Tianqin had put more effort into Feng Wuchen back then, Feng Wuchen's halo would have belonged to the Xiao clan today. Domain Chief! Domain Chief! The Empire's soldiers shouted excitedly. Feng Wuchen had never disappointed them. In their eyes, there was no powerful enemy in the world that Feng Wuchen couldn't deal with. Buzz! Buzz! High in the sky, Feng Wuchen took out the Supreme Dragon God Sword. A monster sword intent erupted from Feng Wuchen's body. A terrifying power erupted as his entire body flashed with a bloody light. This sword intent was even more domineering and terrifying than the illusion sword art. An even more powerful sword art. This sword intent actually has a soul-stirring aura. What sword art is this? Sensing this terrifying sword intent, the experts of the 9 states were scared out of their wits. Their faces were extremely pale. They couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying sword art could possess such a terrifying sword intent. Could it be the legendary celestial art? In the distance, Patriarch Dark North was also scared out of his wits. He had never seen such a terrifying sword intent. An intense fear surged from the depths of his heart. Feng Wuchen has been holding back all this time. Patriarch Dark North couldn't believe it. Feng Wuchen had been holding back all this time during the battle with Dark North. Patriarch Dark North really didn't know where Feng Wuchen's confidence came from. Holding back in a battle with a powerful opponent was a joke with one's life. Soul extinguishing sword art. Extinguishing souls and crying ghosts. Whoosh. Buzz buzz. The destructive blood-red sword light tore through the air with an unstoppable force. The monstrous power shook the void and dispersed the sea of clouds. The blood-red sword light was more than 200 feet long. It was like a long rainbow that changed the color of heaven and earth. Looking at the blood-red sword light in the sky, all the cultivators in the imperial capital, including the top experts of the 9 states, were shocked. Morong Tian's eyes also began to reveal a look of shock. Pa. Buzz buzz. Old Ancestor Dark North was terrified. He quickly put his palms together and circulated his true essence. His aura skyrocketed and a terrifying power gushed out. Cloud armor. Old Ancestor Dark North roared and took out a low-grade spirit armor. The cloud armor was only a defensive armor. Facing Feng Wuchen's destructive sword light, Old Ancestor Dark North was very afraid and didn't dare to hold back. Old Ancestor Dark North immediately took out a mid-grade spirit armor. It was a green gem. No one knew what it was. The green gem emitted a powerful aura, and Old Ancestor Dark North's power also increased. A low-grade Earth rank martial technique. Thousand June Seal. Old Ancestor Dark North roared and formed a seal with his hands. A terrifying energy condensed into a huge green energy seal above his head. Whoosh. Buzz buzz. Old Ancestor Dark North waved his hand and a huge energy seal flew out. It was majestic and powerful. Rumble. Puff. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the 2 destructive energies tore through the void and collided. The Dark North Old Ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood as the energy seal exploded. A deafening explosion resounded throughout the imperial capital, shaking the heavens and the earth. Old Ancestor Dark North's energy seal couldn't withstand a single blow from Feng Wuchen's blood-red sword light. Hiss, Misty Wind Sect Master and the other experts of the 9 states couldn't help but gasp. Their faces were filled with fear. Old Ancestor Dark North's terrifying power couldn't defeat Feng Wuchen's sword art. What kind of sword art could have such terrifying power? How can Feng Wuchen be so strong? Xiaoyun was terrified to the extreme. If it wasn't for the fact that there were people present, he would have collapsed to the ground. The Dark North Ancestor's Earth rank martial skill is actually no match for Feng Wuchen's sword art. The evil soul sect leader was so scared that his entire body trembled. His old face was filled with fear. It must be a high-grade Earth tier martial skill. Otherwise, it would absolutely not possess such terrifying might. Xiao Ran said with a trembling voice, and his forehead was already covered in beads of sweat. The soul-extinguishing sword art's power was monstrous. It was one of Feng Wuchen's trump cards. Feng Wuchen had already completely comprehended the first form of the soul-extinguishing sword technique, and had cultivated it to the peak of perfection. Old Ancestor Dark North was terrified to the extreme. His expression was blank. Swish. Buzz. At the moment of collision, the energy seal exploded. The destructive energy was unable to shake the blood-red sword light at all. The blood-red sword light continued to shoot towards Old Ancestor Dark North with unstoppable momentum. The terrifying might was enough to kill Old Ancestor Dark North with a single strike. This is an immortal art? Old Ancestor Dark North guessed in horror. His old eyes widened as he looked at the blood-red sword light flying towards him. Among the people present, only old ancestor Dark North could truly understand the terror of the blood-red sword light. It was so terrifying that it made one unable to resist. An Earth-tier martial skill was simply trash in front of it. True Essence Protection. High-grade profound rank martial skill. Heavenly Soul-locking Moon. Icebound 1,000 miles. Old ancestor Dark North first circulated his true essence to form an energy shield. Then, he used his martial skill. Hundreds of black chains shot out. Under old ancestor Dark North's control, the hundreds of chains intertwined and formed a huge iron net. It seemed to want to forcibly block the blood-red sword light. Finally, it formed dozens of huge ice walls in the void. Old ancestor Dark North had created layers of terrifying defenses. It was enough to see how much he feared the blood-red sword light. Seeing old ancestor Dark North set up layers of tyrannical defenses, everyone broke out in cold sweat for him. The experts of the 9 states were all nervous. Everyone was watching. Many experts of the Inferno Empire held their breaths. They looked at the blood-red sword light in the sky with fear and anticipation. How terrifying was Feng Wuchen's soul-extinguishing sword art? Boom! In an instant, the blood-red sword light collided with the huge iron net. With a boom, the iron net could not bear the weight and was instantly blasted into countless pieces. It had no power to resist at all. Seeing this scene, everyone's pupils constricted. Their bodies trembled violently. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz, buzz. Everyone watched in horror as the blood-red sword light passed through the ice walls created by old ancestor Dark North. They were destroyed one after another. A series of explosions rang out in the sky. Countless ice shards shot out in all directions. The ice walls were like tofu. They didn't have the slightest bit of resistance. Looking at the terrifying blood-red sword light, old ancestor Dark North retreated in horror. His soul was trembling. The terrifying blood-red sword light made old ancestor Dark North feel helpless and hopeless. Dozens of ice walls were destroyed in the blink of an eye. The blood-red sword light's power was still terrifying. It was not weakened at all. It could be said to be extremely domineering. The blood-red sword light was so terrifying that the experts of the 9 states were terrified. Their bodies were trembling. Ha! The terrified old ancestor Dark North suddenly raised his hands and roared. He desperately channeled his true essence into the energy shield. The blood-red sword light shot out in the blink of an eye. When it was a few meters away from the energy shield, the huge energy shield could not withstand the terrifying power of the blood-red sword light and large cracks appeared on it. Old ancestor Dark North's face changed. He was scared out of his wits. Boom! Crack! Puff! The terrifying blood-red sword light hit old ancestor Dark North's protective true essence and instantly shattered. The impact caused old ancestor Dark North to spit out a mouthful of blood. This must be a celestial art. Old ancestor Dark North said in horror. The energy shield had shattered. He could only use his hands to block the attack. Boom, boom, boom. Buzz, buzz. The moment old ancestor Dark North's hands touched the blood-red sword light, there was an earth-shattering rumble. Old ancestor Dark North was swallowed by the energy ripples. The destructive energy ripples spread out fiercely. Retreat! Misty Wind Sect Master hurriedly shouted. The Sky Origin Realm experts retreated in horror. They did not dare to hesitate. No one below the 5th level of Sky Origin stage would be able to withstand the horrifying energy ripple. Below the Imperial capital, many of the spectators, including Duan Tianhun, were already stunned. The terrifying energy ripples spread out. The Imperial capital shook violently. The wind blew, blowing up a large amount of dust. The Imperial Palace looked like it was attacked by a sandstorm. It was gray. Is old ancestor Dark North still alive? In the sky, Nangong Tianhen asked in horror. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. I still can't sense old ancestor Dark North's aura. This sword light is too terrifying. Misty Wind Sect Master shook his head in a daze. He kept staring at the center of the explosion. The center of the explosion was full of terrifying energy. No one could sense any aura. No one knew if old ancestor Dark North was still alive. On the other side, Feng Wuchen's face was pale. He was panting slightly. Obviously, using the soul-extinguishing sword art consumed a lot of his qi. The fierce battle also made Feng Wuchen's injuries worse. However, one thing was certain. Old Ancestor Dark North must have been seriously injured. How could Old Ancestor Dark North resist the soul-extinguishing sword art? Time passed slowly. The energy ripples in the sky gradually dissipated. At this moment, the space fell into a short silence. Everyone's eyes swept to the sky. A blurry figure gradually appeared in everyone's sight. The figure slowly became clear. The owner of this figure was Old Ancestor Dark North. Old Ancestor Dark North was still alive. In front of such a terrifying sword light, Old Ancestor Dark North actually withstood it. Seeing Old Ancestor Dark North's figure, everyone was shocked. It was hard to believe that Old Ancestor Dark North was still alive. Although he survived, Old Ancestor Dark North was seriously injured. He was covered in blood and had lost his right arm. It could be said that he was in a sorry state. This was no different from death. Feng Wuchen would never let Old Ancestor Dark North go. Old Ancestor Dark North had lost this battle. Feng Wuchen's sword art was terrifying. It could be seen from Old Ancestor Dark North's injuries. Old thing, your old bones are quite tough. You're still alive. Feng Wuchen said coldly. It seems I'll have to send you on another journey. With me showing you the way, you won't have to worry about not finding Dark North He and Dark North Kong. The path Feng Wuchen pointed to was the Yellow Springs Road. Old Ancestor Dark North gasped for breath. Blood dripped from his mouth. He glared at Feng Wuchen. His pale face was still ferocious. Old Ancestor Dark North was unwilling to lose to Feng Wuchen like this. He was even more unwilling to avenge his children and grandchildren. Old Ancestor Dark North formed a sword finger with his left hand and pointed at his forehead. A green light flashed between his eyebrows and a terrifying power spread out. Old Ancestor Dark North still did not give up. Old Ancestor Dark North said ferociously, I'll die together with you. Blood sacrifice martial spirit? It's just a last-ditch struggle. Feng Wuchen sneered contemptuously. He was not worried at all. Old Ancestor Dark North had no way out. He could only move forward. He wanted to drag Feng Wuchen down with him. Blood sacrifice martial spirit. Seeing Old Ancestor Dark North's action, everyone's expression changed. It was no different from death. It seems Old Ancestor Dark North has made up his mind. Sect Master Feng He said solemnly. Everyone knew what the blood sacrifice martial spirit represented. Old Ancestor Dark North forcefully activated the power of blood sacrifice martial spirit. However, he did not release it. Instead, he accumulated it in his body. His injured body quickly expanded. This is. Seeing Old Ancestor Dark North's body expand and fill with a terrifying aura, Nangong family master's expression changed drastically. Old Ancestor Dark North wants to explode. Sect Master Feng He was so scared that his heart almost jumped out. Run! Run! Duan Tianhun shouted in panic. He also guessed what Old Ancestor Dark North wanted to do. Feng Wuchen. This old ancestor will make you pay a painful price. Old Ancestor Dark North said fiercely. His expanded body suddenly fell down quickly. Old Ancestor Dark North wanted to destroy the imperial capital. Feng Wuchen used teleportation and instantly appeared in the sky above the imperial palace. He sneered, Old thing, I'll let you know what I'll show you. Immemorial Dragon God Fist. Feng Wuchen took back the Supreme Dragon God Sword and shouted. A terrifying power condensed on his fists and bloody light burst out. Boom! Boom! Pu pu pu. Feng Wuchen crazily punched out with both fists. Every punch was filled with explosive power. The Dark North ancestor's inflated body was forced back to its original size by Feng Wuchen. The power from the blood sacrifice martial spirit was also scattered. What kind of fist technique is this? The Dark North ancestor was shocked. The power of the blood sacrifice martial spirit was scattered. The Dark North ancestor didn't dare to believe it. The Dark North ancestor wanted to detonate his body to destroy the imperial capital and make Feng Wuchen pay a painful price. Unfortunately, he was beaten back by Feng Wuchen's terrifying fist technique. What kind of fist technique is so domineering and ferocious? How is this possible? The power of the blood sacrifice martial spirit was scattered by Feng Wuchen. What kind of martial technique is this? It actually has such terrifying power. The dozens of experts from the 9 prefectures were dumbfounded. They broke out in cold sweat and looked at Feng Wuchen as if they were looking at a monster. The more they looked, the more afraid they became. The faces of the Inferno Empire's experts were filled with fear and shock. Each of Feng Wuchen's trump cards was more terrifying than the last. Not to mention the experts from the 9 prefectures, even the experts from the Inferno Empire had never seen Feng Wuchen execute such a domineering and ferocious fist technique. Feng Wuchen's abnormal strength shocked everyone to the extreme. The amount of shock they had experienced in their entire lives wasn't as great as today's. Great Commander cultivated a new martial technique? Huan Yang was extremely shocked. His dazed expression was pale. The Crimson Emperor swallowed his saliva in fear and said, "What a powerful fist technique. I have never seen it before. It feels even more terrifying than an Earth-rank martial technique. The speed of the fist technique is astonishing and the power is domineering. It is definitely an Earth-rank martial technique," Duan Tianhun said with certainty. The fear in his eyes couldn't be concealed. He could throw out hundreds of punches in an instant. Would you be afraid? Chen'er is getting more and more terrifying. Who exactly was his master? Did Chen'er's abilities really come from his master? Feng Xingxiong frowned slightly. He suddenly realized that he couldn't see through his youngest son. Feng Wuchen's strength was too strong. Feng Xingxiong had some doubts, but he didn't think too much about it. The immemorial dragon god's fist was the martial technique of the evil dragon god. Feng Wuchen hadn't cultivated it for a long time and was only at the entry level. With entry-level martial techniques, the power of the primordial dragon god fist combined with Feng Wuchen's strong body was naturally ferocious. The Dark North Patriarch had exhausted all his strength, and his martial spirit was gradually dissipating. In the end, he was defeated by Feng Wuchen. The battle was the imperial city's imperial capital. Ancestor was ancestor's body was ancestor. With ancestors was with him was. Huan Yang, Wanchen, immediately lead the Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army to the 9 prefectures and destroy Spirit Burial Valley. Feng Wuchen ordered. Feng Wuchen would not allow Spirit Burial Valley to exist. Yes. Great Commander. The two of them shouted excitedly. The Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army shouted loudly, "Destroy Burial Valley! Destroy the Burial Valley!" His momentum shook the heavens, and his majestic aura made everyone's blood boil. "Let's go!" Huan Yang shouted and took the lead to fly towards the 9 prefectures. Swish! Swish! The Heavenly Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army soared into the sky one after another, flying towards 9 regions at full speed. Hundreds of soldiers flew into the air, creating a spectacular scene. The might of the Empire's most elite soldiers was fully displayed. "Dad, Mom, I'll come back after I deal with the Burial Valley," Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile as he took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. "Be careful." Feng Xingxiong nodded. Feng Wuchen didn't waste any more words. With a flap of his wings, he grabbed the corpse of the Dark North ancestor and flew toward the 9 continents at top speed. Ling Xiaoxiao followed closely behind. "Let's go too!" The Crimson Emperor shouted as he flew up first. "Qingqing, let's go!" Lu Qingyang shouted as he pulled Miao Qingqing and flew up as well. After the experts of 9 regions recovered from their shock, they all rushed back to 9 regions. Before Xiao Tianchen left, he glanced at Xiao Qingqing. He wanted to say something, but he realized that Xiao Qingqing had already left with Feng Xingxiong and the others. She didn't even look at him, treating him like a stranger. Only Feng Qianyang coldly glanced at the haggard and bitter Xiao Tianchen before he left. "What's done can't be changed. Let's go." Xiao Yuanshan shook his head, knowing that there was no turning back. Xiao Tianchen was filled with regret, and his heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. The corpse of the Dark North ancestor fell from the sky above the palace in Burial Valley, smashing into the huge square and dyeing the ground red. The corpse falling from the sky scared the Burial Valley disciples in the square. However, when they saw the face of the corpse, they were so scared that they collapsed to the ground, their souls almost leaving their bodies. Old ancestor. It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor is dead. The old ancestor is also dead. The disciples retreated in fear, their faces pale as they shouted in horror. Hearing the terrified cries of the disciples of Burial Valley rushed out from the various palaces. The death of the Dark North ancestor was undoubtedly one disaster after another for the disciples of Burial Valley. After Dark North ancestor was killed, the Grand Elder of Burial Valley had just returned to Burial Valley with Dark North ancestor's corpse when it fell from the sky again. Old ancestor. Old ancestor. The Grand Elder of Burial Valley rushed out of the main hall in horror. It seems that the disciples of Burial Valley have all returned. Feng Wuchen's cold voice suddenly rang out from above the palace. Feng Wuchen. The grieving First Elder's expression changed drastically. He became extremely terrified as he abruptly raised his head to look at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen. The disciples of Burial Valley were scared out of their wits when they heard the name. Feng Wuchen's existence was already enough to scare them out of their wits. I almost forgot that you are still alive. It seems that you are the one who brought Dark North ancestor's corpse back. Feng Wuchen sneered as he slowly descended. The disciples of Burial Valley were so scared that they retreated in terror. Shoo! 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 At this moment, a series of sonic booms came from above the palaces of Burial Valley. One after another, figures appeared one after another, their iron-blooded killing intent filled the air. They were the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army of the Scorching Fire Empire, the most elite soldiers of the Empire. Hundreds of soldiers of the Empire flew over. What a magnificent scene! At first, the disciples of Burial Valley thought that there were hundreds of Sky Origin Realm cultivators. They were scared out of their wits. Glancing coldly at the disciples of Burial Valley, Feng Wuchen said coldly, "Everyone in Burial Valley must die." Feng Wuchen, you killed the ancestor, Dark North ancestor, and young Valley Master. Isn't that enough? Do you still want to kill all of us? The Grand Elder asked gloomily. The Grand Elder's strength was not weak. Unfortunately, he was severely injured by Feng Wuchen's soul energy. He was unable to fight against Feng Wuchen at all. Kill without mercy. Leave no one alive. Feng Wuchen ordered coldly. His figure flashed as he directly twisted off the Grand Elder's head. His method was ruthless and cold-blooded. Kill! Huanyang and Luanshan shouted. Hundreds of soldiers activated their true origin and rushed down madly. The massacre began. Just a few hundred soldiers and they want to destroy Burial Valley? Brothers, let's fight with them. A 9th-level Origin Core Stage disciple roared furiously. However, very few disciples responded. They did not dare to resist and only wanted to escape from Burial Valley. Whoosh! Feng Wuchen's icy cold gaze swept the Grand Elder as he flashed over instantly. The Grand Elder was terrified to the point his body and mind went stiff as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Feng Wuchen asked coldly, "What are you going to fight with?" Bang! Pooh! The disciple was terrified to the point he could not speak. Feng Wuchen casually smashed out with his fist, and with a bang, he killed the Grand Elder with a single punch. Whoosh! 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 The soldiers teleported and started a mad slaughter. They were cold-blooded and merciless. Everywhere they passed, a large number of Burial Valley disciples died miserably. The strange and miraculous movement technique caused the Burial Valley disciples to be unable to guard against it. They were killed before they could even figure out where the enemy was. The Burial Valley disciples fled for their lives in panic and shrill cries sounded out without end. He's a devil, a devil. Feng Wuchen. You'll die a horrible death. Your father being captured is not our fault. Breaking your father's leg is also not our fault. Feng Wuchen, you can't kill the innocent. The Burial Valley disciples cried out in fear. As long as you are a member of the Burial Valley, you must die. Feng Wuchen replied coldly. He did not have any sympathy for the Burial Valley disciples. To deal with the enemy, one must eliminate them completely. In a few minutes, thousands of Burial Valley disciples were slaughtered. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. The thick smell of blood was nauseating. The eyes of the Crimson Emperor and Lu Qingyang turned red from the killing. Their bodies were covered in the blood of the Burial Valley disciples, making them look like blood men. The number of deaths in the Burial Valley increased at a terrifying speed. The scene was shocking. The Sky Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army were a group of killing machines. A group of ferocious wolves. In just half an hour, nearly 20,000 disciples in the Burial Valley were killed. No one was spared. The entire Burial Valley was filled with corpses, and the imposing palaces were all destroyed. The Burial Valley was completely annihilated. After Feng Wuchen left with the two armies, the Burial Valley was dead silent. There were no survivors, only a thick smell of blood. The miserable scene in Buried Spirit Valley caused one to not dare to look directly at it. It was too horrible to look at. The blood of the disciples dyed the entire Burial Valley red. When the blood of the disciples dyed every corner of the Burial Valley red, something strange happened. In the huge Burial Valley ruins, a huge blood-colored array appeared. The blood-colored light was faint and extremely strange. If someone was here, they would definitely faint from fright. The array frantically absorbed the blood of the disciples. The blood-colored light became more and more dazzling, and it was filled with a terrifying aura. In the next moment, a large amount of blood chi gathered at the center of the array. The blood chi gathered and slowly condensed into an illusory figure. This figure was not unfamiliar. The illusory figure slowly raised his head, and his eyes flickered with blood-colored light. This person was Bai Mingkong, who was killed by Feng Wuchen. The illusory figure condensed at the center of the array was Bai Mingkong. That's right. It was indeed Bai Mingkong's soul. The illusory Bai Mingkong clasped his hands together and spat out a cold sentence, 10,000 souls burial. In the next second, a shocking scene appeared. Bai Mingkong, who was in the center of the array, was covered by the blood chi. The massive energy from the array kept pouring into his body. After some time, the huge array dispersed and so did the blood chi. Everything returned to normal. The blood chi covering Bai Mingkong's body gradually disappeared. Bai Mingkong's body had been reconstructed. A horrifying aura spread out from Bai Mingkong's body. 5th level of Sky Origin stage. His closed eyes opened slightly. 2 beams of blood light flashed by. It was breathtaking. With a cold and arrogant smile, Bai Mingkong muttered to himself, "The soul-devouring array can indeed restore my soul to its original state. With the help of the soul burial array, I was able to be reborn. This is all thanks to Grandpa for sealing a part of my soul in the array." Bai Mingkong landed and glanced at the dead disciples. He sneered, "Thank you all for your souls. They helped me break through to the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. I will avenge you all. But I need more power. I need more people's resentment. When I awaken my ancestors' power, I will avenge you all. I won't let you wait too long." Finishing his words, Bai Mingkong disappeared. The destruction of the Burial Valley and the death of all the disciples didn't seem to trigger Bai Mingkong's anger. The Burial Valley used to be filled with blood. But now, other than the corpses of the Burial Valley disciples, there was no blood. It was very strange. Not long after, the news of the destruction of the Burial Valley started to spread out. The news of the massacre of everyone in the Burial Valley shook the 9 prefectures. All the forces were frightened. The Burial Valley, one of the 5 forces, was massacred. All the cultivators who went to the Burial Valley to check it out were scared out of their wits. It was too cruel. Even the 4 forces were frightened by the cruel and merciless methods. Feng Wuchen's existence made all the forces in the 9 prefectures fearful. Everyone in the 9 prefectures guessed that the massacre of the Burial Valley was done by Feng Wuchen. In the Nangong family's main hall, the news of the destruction of the Burial Valley had reached the Nangong family. In the main hall, the Nangong family patriarch, Nangong Lai, and the other upper echelons had grave expressions, and there was even a trace of shock. Nearly 20,000 people in the Burial Valley were all killed. Feng Wuchen is simply inhumane and cruel. Third Elder Nangong Xian said in a deep voice. This person's strength is too terrifying. Just the mention of his name makes me feel afraid. Nangong Tianhen frowned as a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. When Nangong Tianhen thought of Feng Wuchen, the terrifying scene of Feng Wuchen killing Bai Minghe and old ancestor Bai Ming appeared in his mind. First Elder Nangong Yin said in a deep voice, Feng Wuchen's existence might be a threat to the Nangong family. Feng Wuchen destroyed the Taishu sect, so the Morong Tian will definitely seek revenge on Feng Wuchen. With his strength, I don't know if he can deal with Feng Wuchen. Nangong Lai frowned. Nangong Yin's words were obviously worried that the Morong Tian would be killed by Feng Wuchen. As the Morong Tian's grandfather, Nangong Lai would not sit by and do nothing. At that time, the Nangong family and Feng Wuchen would definitely become enemies. Tian'er might not lose to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen can forget about killing Tian'er, Nangong Lai said in a deep voice. He was also quite confident in the Morong Tian's strength. After a pause, Nangong Lai continued, Feng Wuchen's strength is indeed terrifying, but that is also because he has the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Without the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, how could he kill Bai Minghe and old ancestor Bai Ming? I hope so. First Elder nodded and said, Old man is only thinking for the Nangong family. Feng Wuchen is not to be trifled with. You have all seen his methods. Of course, if there is a good opportunity, it is best to get rid of him so that he does not threaten our Nangong family. Nangong Lai's face was a little ugly. Feng Wuchen's strength was terrifying, but he was also a terrifying cultivation genius. This was what gave him a headache. Nangong Lai said solemnly, I hope Tian'er can kill Feng Wuchen. Outside the main hall, Morong Tian's face was extremely ugly. He said coldly in his heart, You dare to look down on me, I will make you regret it. Just one Feng Wuchen can scare you like this? A bunch of rats. Humph. After entering the main hall, Morong Tian's ugly face disappeared, replaced by a faint smile. Grandfather, 3 elders. Morong Tian bowed respectfully. Tian'er, have you thought of a way to deal with Feng Wuchen? Nangong Lai asked hurriedly. Morong Tian smiled confidently, Grandfather, don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. However, now is not the time. Feng Wuchen is so strong, I have to prepare myself. That's good. Nangong Lai nodded. Grandfather, I have one more thing to ask of you, Morong Tian said. What is it? You don't have to be so polite with me. Nangong Lai smiled dotingly. Although he was his grandson, Nangong Lai loved him very much. Nangong Lai was not as heartless as Xiao Tianchen. Morong Tian smiled and said, I have to go back to the Taishu sect for a while, and I don't know when I will be back. Feng Wuchen has returned to the Yanhua Empire, and my cousin is in secluded cultivation. I don't want to disturb him. I want to go with Nangong Jin. With his help, it might be easier to take back the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Take back the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Nangong Lai's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but feel excited when he thought of the inferior celestial artifact. If we can really take back the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen will be no threat to the Nangong family. Nangong Tianhen nodded seriously. Grand Elder, what do you think? Nangong Lai looked at the Grand Elder and asked. If we can really take back the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, the old man will have no objection. The Grand Elder hesitated for a while before agreeing. Then I will go to the Taishu sect with Nangong Jin in a while. Morong Tian smiled. At the same time, many forces in the 9 prefectures had given orders not to offend Feng Wuchen. The Xiaowang school immediately gave the order not to offend Feng Wuchen. The Burial Valley, one of the 5 great forces, had been destroyed by Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen had killed Bai Minghe and the northernmost patriarch. Who in the 9 prefectures was not afraid of such a terrifying demon? The sect master of the powerful Misty Wind sect had already ordered his disciples not to provoke Feng Wuchen. Father, is Feng Wuchen really as powerful as you say? In the main hall of the Misty Wind sect, a young man asked curiously. The young man was the young master of the Misty Wind sect, Leng Qingfeng. Leng Qingfeng was wearing a white brocade. He was handsome. At the age of 23, his cultivation had reached Sky Origin Stage 5. He was recognized as the #1 genius in the 9 prefectures. Leng Wuya nodded and said seriously, Feng Wuchen is not as powerful as you, but he has the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Bai Minghe and the northernmost patriarch were killed by him. Oh? He killed the northernmost patriarch and Bai Minghe? Leng Qingfeng was shocked and couldn't believe it. Young master, Feng Wuchen is too terrifying. His body is very strong, and his martial arts are more powerful than the previous one. He is also a terrifying cultivation genius. He broke through from Sky Origin Stage 1st level to Sky Origin Stage 2nd level in a month. The Grand Elder said with fear. I can't miss such a powerful opponent. I will find a chance to fight with him. Leng Qingfeng said with anticipation. His blood was boiling, and his eyes were full of confidence. As the number one genius in the 9 prefectures, Leng Qingfeng was very powerful. Hearing this, Leng Wuya frowned and said, Qingfeng, you can fight with him, but don't offend him. He is cruel and merciless. Don't worry, father. It's just a fight. I will go to the Yanhua Empire to find him. Leng Qingfeng nodded. He couldn't wait to fight with Feng Wuchen. Wait. Leng Wuya stopped him. Father, is there anything else? Leng Qingfeng asked. Don't forget the time in the Waste Realm. If you miss it, it will be difficult for you to break through to Sky Origin Stage 6. Leng Wuya reminded him. I will be back as soon as possible. Leng Qingfeng nodded. In the Xiaowang School's main hall. Headmaster, someone wants to see you. I don't know who he is, but he asked me to give this to you. In the main hall, a disciple reported respectfully and handed over a strange green stone. Evil Soul Sect leader took the green stone and his face changed. He thought to himself, he is here. Bring him to the back hall. Evil Soul Sect leader said seriously. After a while, the disciple brought a masked man to the back hall. Seeing the masked man walk in, Evil Soul Sect leader put down his teacup and smiled. It seems like the young headmaster has thought it through. The masked man took off his veil. The man under the veil was the young headmaster of the Burial Valley, Bei Ming Kong. Bei Ming Kong sneered, Evil Soul Sect leader, what do you plan to do? What will you do after this? I want to know if it is beneficial to me. Evil Soul Sect leader said seriously, I am not greedy. I only want Feng Wuchen for half a day. I don't want anything else. I won't kill him either. Oh? That simple? Bei Ming Kong was surprised. It may not be that simple. You should know how strong Feng Wuchen is. Evil Soul Sect leader shook his head. Feng Wuchen is not as strong as you think. Evil Soul Sect leader, just wait for the good news. But don't forget what you promised me. Bei Ming Kong sneered confidently. I will never go back on my word. After this is done, I will definitely satisfy the young headmaster. Evil Soul Sect leader smiled happily. Evil Soul Sect leader was afraid of Feng Wuchen, but he wanted to try if he had the chance. Given the Evil Soul Sect master's methods, I believe that you will definitely satisfy me. Goodbye. Bai Ming Kong said with a faint smile. His figure had already disappeared after he finished speaking. Just as Bei Ming Kong left, another figure appeared. He looked outside the hall and said, Father, do you trust him that much? We don't want anything. We only want Feng Wuchen for half a day. Aren't you afraid that he will be curious? Bei Ming Kong only cares about himself. He never interferes with other people's business. Evil Soul Sect leader smiled, he only wants to gain power. Only we can help him. No matter how curious he is, it will not affect us. The young man nodded and smiled evilly, this is the real Bei Ming Kong. In the Imperial Palace of the Yanhua Empire. Emperor, Imperial Advisor, the Grand Elder of the 9 States Auction is here to see you. A soldier reported respectfully. Zhao Yunqing? Yang Tianxian was surprised. The Grand Elder of the 9 States Auction? He is a grade 4 blacksmith. What is he doing here? Duan Tianhun was confused. Situ Zhentian said, let him in. Soon, the Grand Elder of the 9 States Auction, Zhao Yunqing, entered the hall. Greetings, Emperor, Imperial Advisor, Prince. Zhao Yunqing bowed politely. Zhao Yunqing had a high status in the 9 states. He was one of the giants of the 9 states. Zhao Yunqing was a grade 4 blacksmith with a cultivation of Sky Origin Realm level 2. His status in the auction was similar to that of the president, Chu Changkong. With his status, he didn't need to bow to Duan Tianhun. However, he knew that Yang Tianxian and Situ Jintian were Feng Wuchen's disciples. He didn't dare to be disrespectful. "Grand Elder, please take a seat." Duan Tianhun greeted him respectfully. He didn't dare to offend such a big figure. "Elder Zhao, what's the matter?" Yang Tianxian asked. "It must be something important. For such a big figure to come here personally. This old man has come here on the orders of the president to invite the imperial advisor and the prince to the auction. I hope that the imperial advisor and the prince will do me the honor." Zhao Yinqing went straight to the point with a sincere attitude. "Invitation?" Yang Tianxian and Situ Jintian were rather shocked, and their faces were filled with flattery. "What's the matter?" Duan Tianhun asked curiously. He had never been treated like this before. "We are here to talk about alchemy and equipment forging." Zhao Yinqing smiled. Yang Tianxian nodded and said, "If that's the case, let's go." The president of the 9 states auction and the Grand Elder came personally. Yang Tianxian had to give face. "Thank you." Zhao Yinqing cupped his fists and thanked him. He was excited. "Cousin Morong, aren't we going to the Taishu sect? Why are we going to the Yanhua Empire?" Nangong Jin asked curiously. "We are waiting for someone." Morong Tian replied. Nangong Jin nodded and didn't ask further. She had known Morong Tian for many years and they were relatives. So she trusted him. Swish, high up in the sky, an extremely fast figure flashed past, leaving a long white line in the sea of clouds. "Leng Qingfeng?" Nangong Jin was slightly taken aback and asked in puzzlement, "Has he exited seclusion? Why is that fellow going to the Infernal Empire? Do you still need to guess? Feng Wuchen's strength is so strong, how can Leng Qingfeng miss out?" Morong Tian said with a cold smile. Leng Qingfeng was the publicly acknowledged #1 genius of the 9 prefectures. He was extremely powerful and was also a battle maniac. As long as it was a strong opponent, he would not miss it. "If he messes up our plans, I don't mind killing him." A cold voice suddenly sounded, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. This person actually dared to say such arrogant words. It could be seen that he did not put Leng Qingfeng, the #1 genius, in his eyes at all. He didn't even put the #1 genius of the 9 provinces in his eyes. Just how arrogant was he? "Who?" Nangong Jin shouted in a low voice. He was secretly shocked. Even with his cultivation, he did not notice that someone was approaching. Nangong Jin was the genius of the Nangong clan. She was at the 2nd level of the Sky Origin stage. She was not to be underestimated. Even with his cultivation, he did not notice that someone was approaching. How terrifying was this person's cultivation? "Don't worry, he's one of us," Morong Tian said with a faint smile. When Nangong Jin saw who it was, his expression changed drastically. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He was instantly petrified. Bei Mingkong?" Nangong Jin blinked his eyes in a daze. He could not believe that the person he saw was Bei Mingkong. That's right. The person who came was Bei Mingkong. The person that Morong Tian was waiting for was Bei Mingkong. "Brother Morong, why did you bring him here?" Bei Mingkong asked with a slight frown. "It's good to have one more helper," Morong Tian said with a smile. He patted Nangong Jin's shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't underestimate my cousin's strength." "Bei Mingkong, weren't you killed by Feng Wuchen?" What is going on?" Nangong Jin was extremely shocked. He looked at Bei Mingkong and then at Morong Tian. Apparently, Morong Tian already knew that Bei Mingkong was still alive, but he never said anything about it. "Feng Wuchen can't kill me," Bei Mingkong said proudly. Not only was he not afraid of Feng Wuchen, he even looked at him with disdain. How confident Bei Mingkong was. "You are really still alive." Nangong Jin was extremely shocked. His heart was in turmoil. The news of Bei Mingkong's death had spread throughout the land of the 9 prefectures. Now, he was resurrected for the first time. If this news spread out, the land of the 9 prefectures would definitely have a strong reaction. What is going on? Had Bai Mingkong fooled everyone? Also, when did Cousin Morong become so close to Bai Mingkong? Nan Gongjin was shocked and confused at the same time. Staring at Bai Mingkong, Nan Gongjin thought to himself, why did Bai Mingkong break through to Sky Origin Stage 5? What the hell? What was even more unbelievable to Nan Gongjin was that Bai Mingkong had already reached Sky Origin Stage 5. He had become a completely different person. Was this Bai Mingkong the same Bai Mingkong as before? Brother Bai Ming, your strength should have surpassed old ancestor Bai Ming. Morong Tian guessed. Bai Mingkong said, maybe. What's the next step? Do we go straight to Feng Wuchen? Looking at Morong Tian, Bai Mingkong asked. Morong Tian said coldly, I wanted to kill Feng Wuchen directly. However, after what happened in the land of the 9 prefectures, I changed my mind. Changed your mind? Nan Gongjin frowned. Morong Tian sneered, I will return to Taishu sect first. Nan Gongjin, you and Brother Bai Ming go to Yanhua Empire and watch the battle between Ling Qingfeng and Feng Wuchen. With that, Morong Tian disappeared in a flash. Bai Mingkong and Nan Gongjin flew to Yanhua Empire. Peerless City, Feng Clan. Feng Wuchen was treating Feng Xingxiong. Chen how is it? Can you really recover? Xiao Qingqing asked. Mother, don't worry. Father cultivated the sovereign physique. He will definitely recover. It will take 3 months at most, not half a year. Moreover, after he recovers, Father's bones will be even harder. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Chen is still the best. I feel like I can walk. 3 months will pass in the blink of an eye. It will also allow me to break through to the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. Feng Xingxiong smiled happily. Feng Xingxiong completely believed Feng Wuchen's words. What a powerful aura. Brother Feng, someone is coming. Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly said. She unintentionally sensed a powerful aura. Moreover, this aura was moving very quickly. The aura of the 5th level of the Heavenly Origin stage. Who could it be? Lu Qingyang asked curiously and frowned. Feng Wuchen didn't know who it was either. He said solemnly, this aura is similar to old ancestor Bai Ming. However, this person's strength is probably above old ancestor Bai Ming. A guard came in to report. Patriarch, there's someone outside requesting an audience. He says he wants to see third young master. Feng Wuchen and the others had just sensed this aura when the person had already arrived at the Feng clan estate. It could be seen how swift his speed was. Feng Xingxiong said, invite him in. After the battle between Feng Wuchen and old ancestor Bai Ming, everyone was already used to seeing Heavenly Origin stage experts. If it was before, it would absolutely shock them. Very quickly, the guard let a young man in. He looked to be around 23 or 24 years old, wore white brocade, had a handsome appearance, and had the air of a gentleman. It was obvious with a single glance that he had a great background. The person that came was none other than the Misty Wind sect's young sect leader, Ling Qingfeng. Junior Ling Qingfeng greets Patriarch Feng and Elder. Ling Qingfeng bowed politely without the slightest contempt or hostility. Ling Qingfeng? Feng Xingxiong and the others were confused, as they didn't recognize the young man before them at all. 9 provinces Misty Wind sect, Ling Qingfeng added. So it's the Misty Wind sect. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, no wonder your cultivation is so strong. You must be the famous Feng Wuchen of the 9 provinces. Brother Feng's fame can be said to be like thunder in the 9 provinces. Ling Qingfeng smiled faintly as he sized up Feng Wuchen. You've hidden yourself well. Ling Qingfeng thought. He couldn't see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation, nor could he sense any energy fluctuations. You're so young and you're already at the 5th level of Heavenly Origin stage. Amazing. Lu Qingyang said enviously. Sizing up Ling Qingfeng, Feng Wuchen asked, I wonder why you're looking for me? I want to fight with you. Ling Qingfeng was very straightforward. He was a straightforward person. Fight? Feng Wuchen was slightly stunned. Ling Qingfeng came all the way here just to fight with him? Ling Qingfeng smiled and said, Brother Feng can kill ancestor Bai Ming, so you must be very strong. Wouldn't it be a pity if you don't fight with such a strong opponent? Of course, we'll only fight. Brother Feng, don't reject me, or I'll have come for nothing. If I'm not wrong, you should be the Misty Wind Xianxia Lord, the #1 genius of the 9 provinces. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Just from Leng Qingfeng's tyrannical cultivation, he could guess. Young Lord? #1 genius of the 9 provinces? Feng Jingxiong and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Leng Qingfeng to have such a big background. Leng Qingfeng shook his head and said, "There's no #1 genius. It's just that the 9 provinces forced it on me. There are many geniuses stronger than me in the continent. In the 9 provinces, I might not be #1. You're talking about the genius of the Nangong family?" Feng Wuchen asked. Leng Qingfeng nodded and said, "This person's strength is unfathomable. I've never fought with him before. He rarely appears and pursues martial arts wholeheartedly. If I really fight with him, I might not be able to defeat him. You came to find me. It seems that you have the confidence to defeat me." Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. "It's not confidence, but that I'm not afraid to fight with any strong opponent. Winning or losing is not important to me. What's important is the battle. Feng Wuchen, come, fight with me." Leng Qingfeng smiled as a surge of battle intent gushed out from his body. "It's my honor that the #1 genius of the 9 provinces thinks so highly of me. Naturally, I can't let you come for nothing." Feng Wuchen smiled. Leng Qingfeng was very suitable for Feng Wuchen's taste. At least he wasn't an evil person. The #1 genius of the 9 provinces had tyrannical strength. Feng Wuchen also wanted to experience it. Swish! Swish! In the sky above Wushuang City, Feng Wuchen and Leng Qingfeng appeared in a flash. 2 strong fighting intents swept out. Buzz buzz. Leng Qingfeng activated his true essence, and a monstrous aura suddenly erupted. An extremely violent energy continuously surged out from his body. A resplendent blue light illuminated the void, and an incomparably turbulent air wave spread out in all directions. Leng Qingfeng released his full strength in one breath, which was enough to show his respect for Feng Wuchen. As expected of the #1 genius of the 9 prefectures. His strength is indeed very strong, much stronger than old ancestor Dark North. Feng Wuchen secretly exclaimed. Leng Qingfeng's strength was actually stronger than old ancestor Dark North. How terrifying. He is indeed worthy of the title of #1 genius of the 9 prefectures. Feng Jingxiong praised. Leng Qingfeng is so strong, I wonder if Big Brother Feng can defeat him. Lu Qingyang frowned. He really didn't have much confidence in Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was indeed very strong, but Leng Qingfeng was even stronger. Big Brother Dark North, the battle is about to begin. Don't you want to watch? On a mountain peak outside Wushuang City, Nangong Jin glanced at Dark North, who was meditating, and asked. "There's nothing to see." Dark North said indifferently. He didn't care at all, as if it had nothing to do with him. Nangong Jin didn't say anything else and looked at the sky. "Feng Wuchen, use your full strength." "I won't show mercy," Leng Qingfeng said excitedly with monstrous fighting intent. Buzz buzz. The second stage of the supreme body was activated, and the surface of his body was suffused with a bloody light. Blood chi began to rise from his body, and a terrifying power erupted. It was overbearing and vast. The power of the bloodline was activated, and Feng Wuchen's strength skyrocketed again. His aura was even more terrifying. What kind of power is this? It can actually increase Feng Wuchen's aura by so much. Leng Qingfeng was shocked. Qilin armor. With a thought, Feng Wuchen took out the Qilin armor. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the armor. Feeling this terrifying and bloodthirsty aura, Leng Qingfeng couldn't help but tremble a few times. He asked in shock, "What kind of magic treasure is this?" His ruthless and bloodthirsty aura is actually so terrifying. After summoning the Qilin battle armor, Feng Wuchen's strength skyrocketed again, and his aura rose rapidly. The void trembled violently, and waves of air surged like raging waves. Peak of the 4th level of Sky Origin stage. Leng Qingfeng was shocked. He saw Feng Wuchen's chi soar to the top of the 4th level of Sky Origin stage from the 2nd level. This was definitely the first time Leng Qingfeng had seen such a terrifying increase in strength. Chen'er's cultivation has improved quite a bit. Feng Jingxiong was shocked, and his eyes widened. Big Brother Feng's cultivation has increased again. Lu Qingyang and the others were shocked and broke out in cold sweat. On the summit, Namgong Jin's expression was full of shock as he said, Feng Wuchen's cultivation advanced again. Wasn't this too fast? In just a few days, his strength has increased by so much. What a freak. Leng Qingfeng stared at Feng Wuchen with his eyes wide open. Looking at Leng Qingfeng, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, after the battle with Bai Minghe and the Patriarch of the North Sea, my cultivation has improved a lot. Leng Qingfeng took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. Then he said, it's really incredible. This is the first time I've seen such a terrifying genius like you. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice as he summoned the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. A golden light flew out from his body and soared into the sky. It turned into a huge pagoda that was dozens of feet tall. Its aura was majestic, and its golden light was like the holy light of Buddhism. As the huge golden spell shrouded them, Leng Qingfeng's expression changed abruptly. Suddenly, he felt an overbearing suppression from the sky, as if there were hundreds of thousands of mountains pressing down on his head. Is this the suppression power of the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? It's really terrifying. No wonder it's an inferior celestial artifact. It suppressed my strength by 1 level. No wonder the Patriarch of the North Sea was killed by him. Leng Qingfeng said with some difficulty. He found that he couldn't resist the suppression power at all. The suppression power was extremely overbearing. Leng Qingfeng's originally overbearing aura was suppressed to the 4th level of the heavenly origin stage in an instant. The power of a celestial artifact was unshakable. I didn't let you down, did I? Feng Wuchen said with a slightly mocking smile. If it was before, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have been able to defeat Leng Qingfeng. But now, his cultivation had improved, so Feng Wuchen had a certain degree of confidence. So powerful. Leng Qingfeng said with a smile. Feng Wuchen's strength made his blood boil. The number 1 genius of the Pyrophire Empire versus the number 1 genius of the 9 prefectures. The battle was about to begin. Boom, Feng Wuchen suddenly burst out at an astonishing speed. With a strong roar, his aura was violent and frightening. As soon as he moved, his shadow followed and arrived in an instant. Leng Qingfeng, who had sensed Feng Wuchen's attack, quickly threw out a punch the moment Feng Wuchen arrived. Boom! Buzz buzz! The 2 fists collided, and a deafening explosion sounded. An incomparably ferocious energy shook the void. It was just a collision of fists, but it had an earth-shattering power. What a tyrannical power! It seems that your physical body is even stronger than I imagined. Leng Qingfeng exclaimed. This collision of fists seemed to be evenly matched, but Leng Qingfeng felt a trace of pain from his arm. Even if it was negligible, it at least showed that Feng Wuchen's strength was extremely terrifying. With that, Leng Qingfeng took the lead to launch a fierce attack. He used both his fists and feet smoothly and incomparably sharp. Moreover, he was extremely experienced in battle. Boom! Boom! Buzz buzz! In a high-intensity hand-to-hand combat, terrifying power constantly spread from high up in the sky. Earth-shattering explosions caused people to tremble in fear. The speed of the 2 was extremely terrifying. They had already used their movement techniques, so fast that people could not see their figures. They could only feel the terrifying power coming from them. Many forces and families around Wushuang City were scared out of their wits by the power in the sky. The power of the Sky Yuan realm is really terrifying. I wonder when we can break through to the Sky Yuan realm. Lu Qingyang said enviously. The more he watched the battle of the Sky Yuan realm experts, the stronger his desire for power became. Work hard and you can definitely break through to the Sky Yuan realm. Feng Qianyang stroked his beard and smiled, with your talent, you are not far from the Sky Yuan realm. N. Lu Qingyang nodded heavily, his eyes filled with passion. High up in the sky, Leng Qingfeng did not lose to Feng Wuchen at all. In the face of Feng Wuchen's various fierce attacks, Leng Qingfeng countered with even fiercer methods. However, such an intense battle was only a warm-up to stimulate his fighting spirit, the real battle had not yet begun. Boom! The high-intensity hand-to-hand combat lasted for about 2 minutes and finally ended with a punch. The hand-to-hand combat was evenly matched. Awesome. It's been a long time since I've met such a strong opponent like you, Leng Qingfeng said excitedly. The thrill of the battle made Leng Qingfeng extremely excited. Leng Qingfeng's strength is above mine. It won't be easy to defeat him, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. In a high-intensity hand-to-hand combat, Leng Qingfeng was not at a disadvantage at all. It was enough to show that his strength was above Feng Wuchen's. How could the number one genius of the 9 prefectures be undeserved? Buzz buzz. Leng Qingfeng activated his true origin, and a dazzling blue light appeared. His hands formed a seal, condensing a terrifying thunder attribute power. His entire body was surrounded by electric arcs. Feng Wuchen, the real battle begins now, Leng Qingfeng said confidently. His aura had also become even more terrifying. High-grade profound rank martial skill. Limitless heavenly thunder palm. Leng Qingfeng suddenly shouted. A terrifying thunder attribute power condensed on his palm. He blasted a palm at Feng Wuchen with a monstrous aura. Buzz buzz. A lightning palm that was dozens of feet large broke through the air. A resplendent blue light enveloped the void. Wherever it passed, the space violently churned, as if it was about to be torn apart. The power of Leng Qingfeng's palm was extremely powerful. It felt like a low-grade earth-rank martial skill. Feng Wuchen's expression was solemn. He had already activated his bloodline power, and his aura crazily soared. God-slaying soul-breaking finger. The terrifying bloodline power condensed on his fingertip. Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice. His fingertip, which was glowing with a bloody light, suddenly shot out a beam of blood-red energy. Swish. Buzz buzz. A strong sonic boom rang out. A terrifying blood light that was as thick as an arm shot out like a blood-colored lightning bolt. Its power was monstrous, as if it could pierce through the heavens and earth. Although the blood light was only the size of an arm, the energy it contained was absolutely terrifying. Earth-rank martial skill. Leng Qingfeng frowned. He could clearly feel the terrifying power of the blood light. Rumble. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the two terrifying forces collided and exploded. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, shaking everyone's eardrums until they felt a piercing pain. The dazzling light of the explosion covered the void like a scorching sun, causing people to be unable to open their eyes. The terrifying energy ripples spread out, and Leng Qingfeng couldn't help but be pushed back dozens of meters. Once again, he was shocked by the ferocity of the earth-rank martial skill. Feng Wuchen was also pushed back dozens of meters. Even if he used an earth-rank martial skill, he could only contend against Leng Qingfeng and was unable to cause any harm to him. Swish. Just as he stabilized himself, Leng Qingfeng suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Feng Wuchen and fiercely smashed down with his palm. When Leng Qingfeng appeared, Feng Wuchen was the first to sense it. He did not want to be outdone and countered with his palm. Boom. Buzz buzz. The two palms collided, and the terrifying power once again pulled the two of them apart. The terrifying energy once again shook the area. His speed is not inferior to mine, Leng Qingfeng secretly exclaimed. Phantom flash step. Leng Qingfeng shouted in a low voice. He executed his movement technique and his retreating figure strangely disappeared. Swish. In the next second, Leng Qingfeng's figure appeared behind Feng Wuchen and fiercely struck out with his palm. Feng Wuchen turned around to face him. However, when Feng Wuchen struck out with his palm, his expression changed slightly. He discovered that Leng Qingfeng's figure was slowly becoming illusory. Illusion. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. This was an illusion, it wasn't the real Leng Qingfeng. Just as Feng Wuchen turned around to attack, he sensed that Leng Qingfeng's true body had appeared behind him. Furthermore, he had already struck out with his palm. Feng Wuchen. I've caught you, Leng Qingfeng shouted. Feng Wuchen had no way to dodge this palm. Boom. Buzz buzz. Leng Qingfeng's palm struck out, causing the air to churn violently. However, when the palm landed, Leng Qingfeng's face was filled with astonishment. Leng Qingfeng successfully diverted Feng Wuchen's attention and seized the best opportunity to attack. Feng Wuchen would definitely not be able to dodge an attack at zero distance, not to mention that Feng Wuchen was still in the state of attacking with his palm. Leng Qingfeng had absolute confidence that he could hit Feng Wuchen with his palm, however, Leng Qingfeng could not understand this strange phenomenon. That was close, just a little bit more. High up in the sky, Feng Wuchen let out a deep breath. Fortunately, he reacted in time, otherwise, he would not have been able to dodge Leng Qingfeng's palm. Leng Qingfeng stared blankly at the distant Feng Wuchen. In an instant, he had disappeared from his palm and appeared hundreds of meters away. How terrifying was his speed? Of course, Leng Qingfeng did not believe that Feng Wuchen had such a terrifying speed. This must be some kind of powerful movement technique. Teleportation. I didn't expect you to have such a magical movement technique. After a long while, Leng Qingfeng finally came back to his senses. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, I was almost hit by your palm. I was tricked by your illusion, but there won't be a second time. There's no need for a second time. Using this kind of illusion once is enough. If you use it too many times, it will give the opponent an opportunity to take advantage of it. Leng Qingfeng calmed himself down and suppressed the shock in his heart. As soon as Leng Qingfeng finished speaking, he took out his sword. It was a high-grade spirit artifact, and the exquisite sword body emitted a faint blue light. An extremely tyrannical sword intent spread out. Leng Qingfeng's sword intent was extremely berserk, like a beast in a cage. After taking out his divine weapon, Leng Qingfeng's aura skyrocketed and his combat strength became even more tyrannical. This sword is called the Cyan Rainbow Sword. I haven't used it in 3 years. I will go all out in this battle with you. Leng Qingfeng laughed. The Cyan Rainbow Sword that he had not used in 3 years was taken out in a battle with Feng Wuchen. It could be seen how much respect he had for Feng Wuchen. Not used for 3 years? No wonder you have such a terrifying sword intent. It's my honor to have an opponent like you. Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised, but at the same time, he was filled with respect for Leng Qingfeng. Feng Wuchen, I heard that you used a very powerful sword art in your battle with the Dark Northold ancestor. Why don't you let me see it? Leng Qingfeng said with a smile, his expression once again recovering his previous confidence. Buzz. The terrifying true essence was fully activated and poured into the Azure Rainbow Sword. The Azure Rainbow Sword buzzed as if it was responding to Leng Qingfeng, and an extremely terrifying power exploded out. When he was in the Misty Wind sect, he had heard his father say how terrifying Feng Wuchen's sword art was. This made Leng Qingfeng look forward to it. The Supreme Dragon God sword appeared out of thin air, and an extremely terrifying aura swept out. Feng Wuchen said confidently, as the #1 genius of the 9 prefectures, I believe your attainments in the way of the sword must be quite deep. A monster sword intent spread out, shaking one's soul. Sword intent overflows the heavens. Feng Wuchen's comprehension of the way of the sword is not inferior to mine. His sword is extremely tyrannical. It looks like a mid-grade spirit artifact, but its power is probably not much weaker than the Azure Rainbow Sword. Leng Qingfeng thought to himself, his expression turning serious. Buzz. The power of his bloodline was injected into the Dragon God Sword, and a tyrannical surging sword energy spread out. The bloody light illuminated the void, filled with an intimidating force. Dragon God's Shadow. Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice as he rushed out with the Dragon God Sword in his hand. His movement technique was extremely tyrannical, and wherever he passed, he left behind a clear afterimage. His figure flickered left and right, making it difficult for others to catch him. Whoosh! Leng Qingfeng's figure suddenly turned into a blue light and shot out like lightning. His speed was extremely terrifying. Feng Wuchen, who had sensed something, suddenly changed his expression. The dangerous aura was extremely strong, and Feng Wuchen immediately raised his Dragon God Sword. Ding! A ray of blue light flashed and disappeared. With a crisp ding sound, sparks flew in all directions. An extremely terrifying power swept out crazily, and at the moment of collision, Feng Wuchen was actually sent flying. His feet rubbed against the air, leaving behind 2 long trails of white smoke. Only after flying 100 meters away did Feng Wuchen stop. I haven't used it for 3 years, but this sword is actually so powerful. Feng Wuchen said in shock. Under the head-on collision, his right hand was somewhat numb, and the blood in his body was violently churning. Hiss, seeing Feng Wuchen being sent flying by Leng Qingfeng's sword, Feng Jingxiong and the others gasped in shock. Leng Qingfeng's sword was so terrifying. It's really terrifyingly strong. Lu Qingyang's face was filled with shock, and he had already turned pale. The power of that sword is indeed terrifying. Feng Jingxiong said solemnly, his eyes filled with fear. Leng Qingfeng was able to send Feng Wuchen flying with a single sword strike. How terrifying was his strength! After 3 years of nourishment, the power of the Cyan Rainbow Sword has increased by quite a bit. Leng Qingfeng laughed excitedly. The terrifying power of the Cyan Rainbow Sword was within Leng Qingfeng's expectations. Leng Qingfeng slowly closed his eyes and held the Cyan Rainbow Sword in front of his chest. His left hand formed a sword finger, and the sword finger moved from the hilt to the tip of the sword. The moment he opened his eyes, his aura crazily soared. He flipped his right hand, and the tip of the sword faced outwards. The blade of the sword flashed with a resplendent blue light, and an extremely terrifying power erupted. Cyan Rainbow slash the heavens! Leng Qingfeng shouted and swept out with his sword. Whoosh! Buzz buzz! A blue sword beam that was dozens of feet long shot out like a huge blue moon. Its might was monstrous, and the power of the sword beam surged violently. It truly had the aura of cutting through the heavens. This is an earth-rank sword technique. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Feng Wuchen did not dare to underestimate it. The dragon god's sword danced, and the sword light flashed. An extremely terrifying sword, intense sword into the sky. Soul-extinguishing sword art. Extinguish the soul and weep the gods. Feng Wuchen fiercely shouted. He tightly gripped the dragon god's sword that was emitting a bloody light and swept it out. It was clean and tidy, without any hesitation. Swish! Buzz buzz! An extremely terrifying blood-colored sword beam shot out with an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. The sound of the explosion was sharp and ear-piercing. The destructive sword beam shook the heavens and the earth. Is this an immortal art? Leng Qingfeng's expression changed drastically, and his body trembled a few times. The terrifying power of the sword beam that Feng Wuchen had unleashed caused Leng Qingfeng to be extremely fearful. Other than thinking that it was an immortal art, Leng Qingfeng no longer knew what kind of sword art could have such terrifying power. On the mountain peak, Bai Mingkong, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, could not help but open his eyes when he felt the terrifying power of the sword beam. Big brother Baiming, can you tell what kind of sword art Feng Wuchen's sword art is? Could it be a high-grade earth-rank martial skill? Nan Gongjin asked in a daze. His face was covered with horror. I don't know, but it's very terrifying. Bai Mingkong shook his head, and his expression became more serious. Nan Gongjin swallowed his saliva and said in horror, such a terrifying sword beam, even a cultivator of stage 5 of the heavenly origin stage can't block it, right? Nan Gongjin looked at Bai Mingkong in horror and asked, Big brother Baiming, can you defeat Feng Wuchen? Without the ninefold cosmos pagoda, Feng Wuchen's strength is nothing. What kind of strength is it to fight with an inferior celestial artifact? If you have time to watch the battle, why don't you think about how to seize the ninefold cosmos pagoda? Bai Mingkong said disdainfully. Nan Gongjin hurriedly said, Feng Wuchen is seriously injured. Isn't this an opportunity? Kill him and seize the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Leng Qingfeng is seriously injured. He is no match for you at all. You are not too stupid, but you can't kill Feng Wuchen. At least you can't kill him now. He is still useful to me. Bai Mingkong shook his head. All right. We will make our move in a while. Nan Gongjin nodded. 2 sword beams cut through the void like a beautiful scene. It was magnificent and magnificent. The bright light illuminated the world. The moment they collided, the world seemed to have stopped. Everything stopped at that moment. Rumble. Puff. When a heaven-shaking explosion came from the sky, it instantly broke the stillness. Terrifying destructive energy spread out in all directions, forming rings of energy. It shook Feng Wuchen and Leng Qingfeng to the point of spitting out blood. They were both sent flying. The sword beams collided and both of them were injured. Buzz. The energy ripples spread wildly as if it was going to destroy the void. It swept across the sky and earth. Everyone felt the ground under their feet trembling. Leng Qingfeng was extremely shocked. The rainbow sword had been nourished for 3 years. Its power was absolutely terrifying. However, facing Feng Wuchen's terrifying sword beam, it did not gain the upper hand. Instead, it caused him to be seriously injured. Leng Qingfeng's face was pale and his injuries were serious. His right arm was covered in blood and he looked to be in a sorry state. It must be the legendary immortal art. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such terrifying power. Even if there was no ninefold cosmos pagoda suppressing my power, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to block it. Leng Qingfeng said with certainty in his heart. A trace of fear appeared on his face. Previously, Leng Qingfeng had only heard of it from his father. Now that he had experienced it personally, he truly realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen's sword art was. Looking at Feng Wuchen's injuries were not light either. His face was extremely pale. Even though his body was strong and he had the Qilin armor, Leng Qingfeng's terrifying sword beam still caused him to be seriously injured. From the looks of it, Leng Qingfeng's injuries were more serious. This battle could be said to be a lose-lose situation. The two geniuses were evenly matched. A sword that has been nurtured for 3 years is truly terrifying. Feng Wuchen exclaimed as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Looking at Feng Wuchen with a serious gaze, Leng Qingfeng thought to himself, it won't be easy to defeat Feng Wuchen. His physical body has the advantage. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Before the terrifying energy ripples could completely dissipate, Feng Wuchen had already used his movement technique to rush over. His speed was not inferior to Leng Qingfeng's. Feng Wuchen arrived in the blink of an eye. The dragon god's sword pierced out with a sharp and ear-piercing sound. Leng Qingfeng stared at Feng Wuchen's dragon god's sword and his eyes widened. A terrifying energy condensed in front of him and at the same time, he stabbed towards Feng Wuchen. Ding! Chi! In an instant, Feng Wuchen's dragon god's sword collided with the energy. With a crisp sound, it was blocked for a moment before the tip of the sword pierced through and rested on Leng Qingfeng's neck. At the same time, the second the dragon god's sword was blocked, Leng Qingfeng's cyan rainbow sword also pointed at Feng Wuchen's chest. The two of them moved at almost the same time, but they did not advance even half an inch. As expected of the #1 genius of the Scorching Fire Empire. Feng Wuchen, you are really strong. Leng Qingfeng praised, a smile appearing on his pale face as he lowered the cyan rainbow sword. Feng Wuchen withdrew his dragon god sword and laughed bitterly, you are the one who is strong. Without the ninefold cosmos pagoda suppressing your power, how could I be your opponent? Although the battle of geniuses had not ended, they had become friends who appreciated each other. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Feng Wuchen, although the outcome of this battle was not determined, I have gained motivation. Next time I will definitely defeat you. Leng Qingfeng smiled happily. He was still full of confidence in his own strength. I will definitely be the winner. Feng Wuchen also smiled confidently. At the same time, he took out a few pills. He swallowed 2 and gave the other 2 to Leng Qingfeng. Thank you. Leng Qingfeng was not polite at all. Feng Wuchen was a 4th-grade alchemist. Pills were worthless to him, so Leng Qingfeng naturally would not be polite. This battle was really satisfying. Feng Wuchen, if you have the chance, you must come to the Misty Wind sect to find me. Leng Qingfeng smiled happily. Watching you guys fight, I also feel very satisfied. While the two were happy, a cold voice suddenly came to their ears. 2 figures appeared in the sky above Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. They were emitting an extremely powerful aura. They were Baiming Kong and Nangong Jin. This voice. Feng Wuchen's face suddenly changed. He felt that the voice was very familiar. Baiming Kong? Leng Qingfeng looked up. His face was instantly filled with shock and his expression stiffened. Baiming Kong. Feng Wuchen also saw Baiming Kong's figure. He was shocked beyond belief. Feng Wuchen, we meet again. Baiming Kong sneered. He did not hide the contempt in his eyes. Baiming Kong? He is Baiming Kong? Wasn't he killed by Brother Feng? How is he still alive? Lu Qingyang opened his eyes wide. What is going on? Feng Xingxiong frowned deeply. All the forces in the 9 states know that Bai Mingkong was killed by Brother Feng. He can't be alive. Ling Xiaoxiao was also shocked. She did not know what was going on. The dead can be resurrected. Feng Xingxiong and the others were confused. Are you surprised to see me? Bai Mingkong sneered. He looked cold and arrogant, as if he despised everything. You are still alive. Level 5 of Sky Origin stage? How is that possible? After being shocked for a long time, Ling Qingfeng squeezed out a sentence. He didn't dare to believe it at all. He would rather believe that he was hallucinating. Feng Wuchen frowned as he tried to recall the scene of him killing Bai Mingkong. However, no matter how hard he thought about it, he was still very certain that he had killed Bai Mingkong. There was no mistake about it. But now that Bai Mingkong had appeared in front of Feng Wuchen, how could he explain this? Bai Mingkong had not only come back to life, but also reached the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. He felt as if Bai Mingkong had become a different person. The Bai Mingkong in front of him was no longer the Bai Mingkong of the past. What the hell is going on? There is no way Bai Mingkong is still alive. There is no way he could have broken through the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. Unless he has a way to come back to life. Even if he does, how can he explain his cultivation level? Feng Wuchen frowned. Bai Mingkong had come back to life. This was the only possibility that Feng Wuchen could think of. Feng Wuchen, I will take your 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. Bai Mingkong sneered as if he was going to take the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Wuchen wanted to take back the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, but he realized that Bai Mingkong's horrifying power was stopping him. Feng Wuchen was severely injured, so he couldn't take back the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. No. Bai Mingkong is trying to take the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. Feng Xingxiong's face changed. He was worried. Despicable bastard. Lu Qingyang gritted his teeth and cursed. Bai Mingkong. This is not the place for you to behave atrociously. Ling Qingfeng shouted coldly. A horrifying murderous aura filled the air. His face turned ferocious. Ling Qingfeng, if you meddle in my business, I don't mind killing you. If you die, no one will believe that I killed you. The Misty Wind sect will only believe that it was Feng Wuchen who killed you. If you don't believe me, you can try. Bai Mingkong said coldly. He didn't care about the number 1 genius of the 9 prefectures. Hearing this, Ling Qingfeng's face turned gloomy. The murderous aura in his eyes became even more intense. However, Ling Qingfeng's injuries were severe. He had used up a lot of his true yuan. Even with Feng Wuchen's pills, it would take a long time for him to recover. With their current strength, even if the two of them worked together, they wouldn't be able to defeat Bai Mingkong. Feng Wuchen, with your current strength, you still can't defeat me. Even if you're at your peak strength, you're still not my match. Bai Mingkong said. Disdainfully. The terrifying power of his claws soared crazily as he forcefully snatched the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. Bai Mingkong's strength was extremely terrifying. Even if the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda had Feng Wuchen's soul imprint, it couldn't be taken back by Feng Wuchen. Under the suppression of the terrifying power, the heavily injured Feng Wuchen was unable to resist at all. Bai Mingkong's eyes flashed with viciousness. A terrifying force suddenly swooped down, giving off a feeling that it was unrivaled. Feng Wuchen, be careful. Ling Qingfeng shouted. Boom. Pfft. The terrifying force blasted onto Feng Wuchen's body, causing him to vomit blood on the spot. His injuries hadn't recovered much before he was seriously injured again. Chen. Feng Xingxiong and Xiao Qingqing's expressions changed drastically. Big brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao was extremely worried. How dare you? Ling Qingfeng was furious. He rushed forward with the rainbow sword in his hand. Ling Qingfeng. I think you're tired of living. Bai Mingkong said coldly. A terrifying murderous aura filled the air. Boom. Pfft. Bai Mingkong struck out with his palm. The terrifying force caused Ling Qingfeng to vomit blood. His body turned into a black line and fell down. Ling Qingfeng's injuries were severe. His true yuan had been greatly depleted. He couldn't resist at all. Chaos Sword Arts. Chaos Divine Sword. Ling Xiaoxiao activated the power of her bloodline and shouted. Her beautiful figure soared into the sky. She took out her crystal ice sword and used her sword arts to attack. A terrifying purple sword light soared into the sky. Sky Origin Stage First Stage has such power. Worthy of praise. Bai Mingkong praised. He couldn't help but take another look at Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao's beauty made Bai Mingkong's eyes light up. He praised again, what a beauty. The purple sword light that soared into the sky was nothing to Bai Mingkong. It was as if it didn't exist. Boom. Bai Mingkong waved his hand gently. An even more terrifying force rushed down and destroyed Ling Xiaoxiao's sword light. Big brother Bai Ming, I'll stop him. You take the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Nangong Jin said as he rushed down. You're courting death. Ling Xiaoxiao said coldly. She didn't care who Nangong Jin was. If he wasn't as powerful as her, she would just kill him. Swish. Pfft. Ling Xiaoxiao's figure suddenly disappeared. In the next second, the sword light flashed across Nangong Jin's neck. A bloody mark appeared on Nangong Jin's neck. You. Nangong Jin was terrified. He covered his neck with both hands and fell down powerlessly. Nangong Jin couldn't believe that with his strength, he was killed by a girl in an instant. Oh? This little beauty's strength isn't simple. Bai Mingkong looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in surprise. He sneered and said, he is Nangong Jin, the grandson of the Nangong family's grand elder. He is the pride of the Nangong family. Feng Wuchen, do you know the consequences? Nangong family? Feng Jingxiong and the others were shocked. Xiao Qingqing said in a panic, Nangong family, the Nangong family was much stronger than the Burial Valley. Feng Wuchen might be able to destroy the Burial Valley, but he might not be able to deal with the Nangong family. Feng Wuchen's face turned gloomy. He said coldly, so what? He's just courting death. The Nangong family is much stronger than you think. They are not something you can deal with. Feng Wuchen, the ninefold cosmos pagoda is mine. Bai Mingkong sneered. His palm suddenly exploded with a terrifying power. Feng Wuchen was severely injured and very weak. Without Feng Wuchen's power, the ninefold cosmos pagoda couldn't take it anymore. It quickly shrunk and turned into an exquisite pagoda, falling into Bai Mingkong's hand. Without the ninefold cosmos pagoda, your strength is nothing. I can kill you at any time. However, I would like to see how you deal with the Nangong family. If you can destroy the Nangong family, it would be a great help to me. Bai Mingkong sneered. Without the ninefold cosmos pagoda, Feng Wuchen had lost the ability to fight against a Sky Origin Stage 5. Shameless bastard. Lung Qingfeng gritted his teeth and cursed, if I wasn't severely injured, I would have killed you. The Misty Wind sect's young master and Feng Wuchen killed Nangong Jin together. If the Nangong family hears about this, I wonder if the Nangong family will start a war with the Misty Wind sect. What do you think, Lung Qingfeng? Bai Mingkong sneered. You. Lung Qingfeng was furious. He was so angry that his body was shaking. He wanted to tear Bai Mingkong apart. Haha. Looking at the furious Feng Wuchen and Lung Qingfeng, Bai Mingkong suddenly laughed out loud. He looked extremely arrogant. Swoosh. Ling Xiaoxiao's figure suddenly flashed and appeared. Her crystal ice sword fiercely stabbed towards Bai Mingkong's heart. Little beauty, your movement skill is amazing, but your cultivation is too weak. You are not qualified to kill me. Bai Mingkong sneered. Two of his fingers easily caught Ling Xiaoxiao's long sword. The terrifying power made Ling Xiaoxiao unable to resist. She could not pull out the crystal ice sword at all. Xiaoxiao, be careful. Feng Wuchen shouted. With a flap of his wings, he soared into the sky, ignoring his serious injuries. Overestimating yourself. Bai Mingkong glanced at Feng Wuchen with disdain and was about to attack again. But at this moment, Ling Xiaoxiao had already condensed a cyan barrier. The terrifying power of the barrier immediately sent Bai Mingkong flying. This is a barrier? Bai Mingkong's face was filled with shock. He looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in horror. He could not believe that Ling Xiaoxiao could condense such a terrifying barrier. The sudden and terrifying power scared Bai Ming Kong out of his wits. Hand over the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted coldly. The cold murderous aura in her beautiful eyes made people tremble. This woman's background is not simple. The power of the barrier is beyond my imagination. I can't break it. I can't stay here for long. Bai Ming Kong frowned. He glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao with fear and decisively flew away. If you don't hand over the ninefold cosmos pagoda, you can't leave. Ling Xiaoxiao shouted coldly. She used instant transmission and intercepted Bai Ming Kong in the blink of an eye. Xiaoxiao, stop chasing. Feng Wuchen quickly stopped her. With Ling Xiaoxiao's strength, even if she used teleportation to catch up with Bai Ming Kong, she still wouldn't be able to take back the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Bai Ming Kong's strength was too terrifying. Not to mention Ling Xiaoxiao, even Feng Wuchen was no match for him. It's all my fault. If I didn't get injured when fighting with Brother Feng, how could this despicable person take away the ninefold cosmos pagoda? Leng Qingfeng blamed himself. I have to go back to the Misty Wind sect immediately. I must find Bai Ming Kong. Leng Qingfeng gritted his teeth and said angrily. Wait. Feng Qianyang quickly stopped him, you can't go back now. If Bai Ming Kong intercepts you halfway, you won't be his match. Great Elder is right. Young master, you should stay in the Feng clan and treat your injuries first. We'll make plans after you've recovered. Feng Jingxiong agreed. Preposterous. That bastard Bai Ming Kong. Lu Qingyang angrily scolded. Chen are you all right? Ling Xiaoxiao brought Feng Wuchen down and asked anxiously. Feng Wuchen shook his head, I'm fine. I'll be fine in a few days. That bastard Bai Ming Kong took away the ninefold cosmos pagoda. What should we do? Lu Qingyang anxiously asked. Don't worry. They can't use the pagoda even if they took it away, unless they erase my soul mark. But they won't be able to do that in a short time. Feng Wuchen coldly said. His heart was already burning with anger. Feng Wuchen's soul power was so powerful that no alchemist in the 9 prefectures could erase Feng Wuchen's soul mark instantly. Even a Sky Origin Stage 6 expert would have to spend a lot of time to do so. Feng Wuchen said seriously, I don't know how Bai Ming Kong came back to life, but I definitely killed him in the Burial Valley. There's no mistake about it. Bai Ming Kong's resurrection is indeed incredible. If he can be resurrected, doesn't that mean that Bai Ming He, Patriarch Bai Ming, and the others can also be resurrected? Feng Qianyang frowned and guessed. If they could all be resurrected and their cultivation levels increased, the consequences would be unimaginable. If they revive too, Big Brother Feng doesn't have the ninefold cosmos pagoda anymore. Wouldn't we? The more Miao Qingqing thought about it, the more frightened she became. Thinking of the terrifying Dark North ancestors' resurrection, the entire Feng clan was filled with panic and worry. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly. Whether or not Dark North River and Patriarch Dark North would come back to life, Feng Wuchen didn't dare to say. I have to break through to the 3rd level of Sky Origin Stage as soon as possible. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. Only by breaking through to Sky Origin Stage 3 could Feng Wuchen be qualified to confront Bai Ming Kong. Chen go back and heal your wounds first. It won't be too late to make plans after you've recovered, Feng Jingxiong said seriously. The most important thing now was to heal Feng Wuchen's wounds. Here's what you want, Bai Ming Kong appeared on a mountain peak and threw the ninefold cosmos pagoda away. An inferior celestial artifact. Everyone wants it. Are you sure you don't want it? Morong Tian looked at Bai Ming Kong and asked. I want power, not treasures. Moreover, Feng Wuchen's soul imprint is very powerful. You and I can't erase it. It's useless to have it, Bai Ming Kong said, shaking his head. He wasn't interested in the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Morong Tian nodded and said, we can't erase it. I'm afraid the divine alchemist can't do it either. I have to give it to my grandfather. But I have to seal it first to prevent Feng Wuchen from summoning it back. That trash Nangong Jin has been killed. What do you think will happen to the Nangong family? Bai Ming Kong asked with a cold smile. Morong Tian smiled happily and said, I don't know what will happen to the Nangong family. It has nothing to do with me. That old B***starred Grand Elder has always been against me. I have to respond, right? I brought Namgong Jin out to kill him to anger that old B***starred. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with Feng Wuchen? I want him alive. The evil soul sect leader is still waiting for me to bring Feng Wuchen over. I need the evil soul sect leader's help, Bai Mingkong said solemnly. Morong Tian sneered and said, Feng Wuchen's martial skills are very powerful. They are all Earth-rank martial skills. Don't you want them? Earth-rank martial skills are hard to come by. You can't buy them even if you buy them. Feng Wuchen's martial skills and sword arts are indeed very terrifying. I want them too. But with Feng Wuchen's temper, even if you kill Feng Wuchen, he won't hand over the Earth-rank martial skills. Bai Mingkong shook his head. I have my ways. We are not in a hurry now. We still have to endure for a while. Besides, we have more important things to do now. Let's go. Morong Tian sneered confidently. 9 States Auction. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian were invited and enjoyed the highest level of treatment. Chu Chongkong, the divine alchemist, and the upper echelons of the auction came to greet them personally. Each of them had a smile on their faces as if they were entertaining important people. Although Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian had been to the 9 States Auction before, they had never been treated so well. The 2 old men were shrewd people. They naturally guessed that this had something to do with Feng Wuchen. Of course, with Yang Tianxian's current rank 5 alchemist realm, he had already surpassed the divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong. His soul power was obviously much stronger than theirs. Situ Zhentian's weapon refining realm was also much higher than Zhao Yunqing's. Feng Wuchen was the reason why the 2 of them had such shocking improvements. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian's current realm was enough to make the divine alchemist and the others bow their heads. When Feng Wuchen was fighting with the Dark North Patriarch, the divine alchemist and the others had already noticed that Yang Tianxian's alchemy realm was much higher than theirs. Apart from Dendi and Feng Wuchen, who else could have such amazing improvements? The divine alchemist and the others were very sure that Feng Wuchen must have imparted powerful alchemy arts and weapon refining arts to the 2 of them. State Preceptor, Prince, please come in. Chu Chongkong smiled respectfully. His face was filled with joy and he even made an inviting gesture. When Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian came in the past, they only called them by their names. Now, they were politely addressing them as State Preceptor and Prince. Seeing how the president treated the guests so respectfully, the guards and experts of the auction house were secretly shocked. Why would the State Preceptor and Prince of a small country be treated like this by the upper echelons of the divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong? Everyone in the auction house was puzzled. They didn't know the reason, but no one dared to say anything. In the main hall, the divine alchemist politely invited Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian to sit down. His enthusiasm made Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian feel a little unnatural. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Divine Alchemist, President Chu, I wonder what has made you so happy? Yang Tianxian asked as soon as he sat down. Of course, they had already guessed a thing or two in their hearts. You flatter me, you flatter me. The moment he heard this, the divine alchemist was shocked and quickly waved his hand. Yang Tianxian's realm was already above his. How would he dare to call himself the divine alchemist? Mo Yan then smiled happily and said, the State Preceptor and Prince were invited here mainly for the alchemy arts and weapon refining arts. The 2 of you have such amazing improvements. It must be Denda's guidance. Dendi? Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian were slightly stunned. They didn't know who the Denda that the divine alchemist was talking about was. Oh, it's your master, Feng Wuchen. The pill-forming divine ability is Denda's realm. The divine alchemist quickly added. The more he spoke, the more excited he became and the more he worshipped. Yes, master's attainments in alchemy arts and weapon refining arts are unfathomable. It's beyond our imagination. Situ Zhentian nodded. He didn't hide it and it was the truth. Hearing this, the divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong became excited. The words unfathomable were enough to make their blood boil. I hope the State Preceptor and Prince can give us more guidance. Chu Chongkong quickly got up and cupped his fists. President Chu, you're exaggerating. How would we dare to show off in front of Master? Yang Tianxian waved his hand. After a slight pause, Yang Tianxian continued, according to Master's guidance, we've been practicing fire control every day. To Master, old man's fire control arts were too trashy. Prince and I only reached our current realm after Master's guidance and imparted to us. However, it's still too far away to reach the realm of pill-forming divine ability and tool-forming divine ability. As expected, Feng Wuchen really imparted to them powerful divine ability. No wonder Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian's realm improved so quickly. After witnessing Feng Wuchen's pill-forming divine ability, they finally knew what alchemy arts was and what a real alchemist was. Alchemy arts didn't require a pill furnace at all. With his tyrannical fire control arts, he could refine a powerful grade 5 pill at will. This was the real alchemy arts. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian snickered secretly when they saw the divine alchemist and the rest's excited expressions. However, they didn't show it on their faces. State Preceptor, Prince, I feel that the fire poison in your body seems to be gone. What's going on? Chu Chongkong asked curiously. One must know that the fire poison in alchemists and blacksmiths was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. The higher the realm, the more terrifying the fire poison accumulated. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to expel it. Even if they were at the sky origin realm, it was still difficult to expel the fire poison. Situ Zhentian smiled faintly and said, naturally, it's also because of Master's help that the fire poison in our bodies can be cured. Cured? Hearing Situ Zhentian's words, the divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong's expressions changed drastically. They were so shocked that their eyes widened. Situ Zhentian said cured. They definitely didn't hear it wrong. Why cured? It meant to completely expel the fire poison. To alchemists and blacksmiths, this was something they yearned for. Dendi has a way to cure the fire poison? The divine alchemist swallowed his saliva and forcefully suppressed the shock and ecstasy in his heart as he hurriedly asked. Chu Chongkong, Zhao Yunqing, and the rest looked at Situ Zhentian and Yang Tianxian in shock. They hoped that the two elders would nod their heads. Yang Tianxian nodded and said with a smile, to Master, this isn't a difficult matter at all. Not only us, old sect Master Mu and Elder Wei Yun's fire poison were also cured by Master. Hiss, hearing Yang Tianxian's reply, the divine alchemist and the rest gasped in shock. Exactly what kind of abhijna was able to cure the tyrannical and terrifying fire poison? Their faces were dumbstruck and filled with shock. It was as if they had heard the most shocking thing in the world. In the auction hall, the divine alchemist and the rest were shocked. Looking at the divine alchemist and the rest's shocked expressions, Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian could understand. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian had also been tortured by the fire poison. They were very clear about the pain that was worse than being pierced by 1,000 arrows. That kind of pain was definitely not something an ordinary person could endure. There were also many alchemists and weapon refiners who died from the fire poison. When the two old men recalled it, they were still terrified. Grand Preceptor, Prince, please help us. We sincerely request Dendi to help us cure the fire poison. Chu Chongkong quickly knelt down. The fire poison has tortured the old man for decades. It's extremely painful. When the fire poison acts up, it's even worse than death. Grand Preceptor, Prince, you must help us. The fire poison's torture is almost unbearable. Please help us, Grand Preceptor, Prince. The alchemists and weapon refiners knelt down one after another. The fire poison's torture was unspeakable. Only alchemists and weapon refiners could experience the pain that was worse than death. This. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian were shocked when they saw the divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong kneeling down. Divine alchemist, President Chu, please get up. We can't accept it. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian hastily stopped them. They couldn't accept such etiquette. Please help us, Grand Preceptor, Prince. The divine alchemist and the rest knelt down continuously as though they were treating the two old men as gods. Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian had a helpless and bitter smile on their faces. This wasn't something they could help with just because they wanted to. It still depended on whether Feng Wuchen was willing or not. It wasn't up to them to decide whether Feng Wuchen was willing or not. Moreover, the two old men didn't dare to make such a request to Feng Wuchen. They were already extremely honored that Feng Wuchen was willing to accept them as disciples. How could they dare to make a request to help the divine alchemist and the rest cure the fire poison? Divine alchemist, let me tell you the truth. Master accepted us as disciples not because of our talents and realms, but because we have helped Master before. Master's status is beyond our imagination. How would we dare to make a request to Master? Yang Tianxian smiled helplessly. The two old men were very clear about the fire poison's torture and the rest. They wanted to help them as well. However, this wasn't something they could decide. What should we do? Alchemists and alchemists and the alchemists and they were at a loss of the alchemists. Had offended him. The alchemists. Because of that, they had offended him. By. Were they? Was their brains all right? How could there be such a good thing in the world? Imperial advisor, what should we do? Chu Chongkong asked in a panic. He was regretting it. If they had known that Feng Wuchen had Denda's terrifying realm, they wouldn't have dared to question Feng Wuchen even if they had 100,000 guts. How dare you offend Master? Yang Tianxian was furious when he heard the news. These people offended Feng Wuchen and they still dared to ask for their help. If Feng Wuchen knew about this, Yang Tianxian and Situ Xintian wouldn't know how to answer to him. Imperial advisor, we didn't know Denda's identity at that time. We didn't mean to offend him. If we knew about Denda's identity, we wouldn't have dared to offend him. The divine alchemist and the rest panicked when they saw Yang Tianxian's anger. Forgive old man for not being able to help. Yang Tianxian shouted angrily. He turned his back to the crowd and decided not to interfere. How would Yang Tianxian dare to interfere? Unless he wanted to be expelled from the sect by Feng Wuchen. Grand Prince, seeing that we are all alchemists and blacksmiths, and seeing that we definitely have the intention to offend the Pill Emperor, we earnestly request for Grand Prince's help. The divine alchemist and the others looked at Situ Xintian. Situ Xintian suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a low voice, "You offended Master. I can't help you." This. The divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong were in despair. They invited Yang Tianxian and Situ Xintian to come because they wanted to build a good relationship with them and change their relationship with Feng Wuchen. Now that the two old men didn't want to help, the divine alchemist and the rest were in despair. What about the fire poison in their bodies? If the fire poison wasn't expelled, they would die from the fire poison sooner or later. Divine alchemist, President Chu, it's not that there's no way for you to expel the fire poison, but it still depends on your sincerity. You have to beg Master personally. Perhaps there's still a chance for you to survive. This is all I can help you with. Situ Xintian then said slowly. He really couldn't bear it. If Master refuses, I can't do anything. Situ Xintian shook his head. Yes. That's right. We have to beg Dendi personally to show our sincerity. Perhaps Dendi will forgive us. The divine alchemist nodded in panic. A glimmer of hope was ignited in his heart. This was their only way. Whether they could get Feng Wuchen to expel the fire poison would depend on their sincerity. Don't be perfunctory with Master. You should know the consequences if you offend Master, Yang Tianxian said in a low voice. Yes. We won't dare to offend Dendi. Thank you, Royal Preceptor, for your advice. The divine alchemist and the others nodded repeatedly. They were finally relieved. Taking a deep breath, Yang Tianxian suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly said, Master likes precious medicinal herbs and refining materials. He likes treasures of heaven and earth. If Master is tempted, he may be able to help you. This is the only way. Thank you, Royal Preceptor, for your advice. The divine alchemist and the others thanked him again. Yang Tianxian's idea was much simpler for the auction house. The divine alchemist and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did they realize that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. One could imagine how terrified and uneasy they were just now. Get up quickly. The two of us can't bear your kneeling. Yang Tianxian waved his hand. His anger dissipated. The divine alchemist and the others stood up and wiped their sweat. It was so embarrassing. However, to them, if they could get Feng Wuchen's forgiveness, it was worth it no matter how embarrassing it was. Master didn't cripple them on the spot. Perhaps he still needs them. Yang Tianxian guessed. Situ Zhentian added, Divine Alchemist, President Chu, you have to go to the Scorching Fire Empire personally. Master's father, Feng Jingxiong, is an upright and broad-minded person. If he comes forward, Master will definitely help. Thank you, Royal Preceptor, for your advice. We will definitely go to the Feng family personally. The Divine Alchemist and the others nodded repeatedly. They were extremely grateful. The Divine Alchemist and the others remembered Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian's words. They didn't dare to forget a single word. Nangong family. The Morong Tian returned to the Nangong family alone. He was heavily injured. Seeing the heavily injured Morong Tian return, the Nangong family guards were shocked. They quickly went up to support him. Young Master. Family head. Something happened. Young Master Morong is heavily injured. Another guard rushed in and shouted in panic. In the main hall, Nangong Lai and the other higher-ups were shocked when they heard the guard's panicked shout. They immediately rushed out. That bastard Bai Ming Kong. I told him to go easy on me. Why did he have to be so heavy-handed? The Morong Tian cursed in his heart. He wasn't pretending to be heavily injured. In order to gain the Nangong family's trust, the Morong Tian asked Bai Ming Kong to heavily injure him. Tian Nangong Lai rushed up in panic and asked, Tian what happened? Who injured you? Feng Wuchen. The Morong Tian spat out 3 words with difficulty. The Morong Tian's injuries were indeed very serious. Bai Ming Kong didn't go easy on him. Tian take this pill. Nangong Lai quickly took out a pill and fed it to the Morong Tian. Where's Nangong Jin? The Great Elder asked anxiously. He looked back. Other than the Morong Tian, there was no one else. The Great Elder panicked when he didn't see Nangong Jin. Nangong Jin was killed by that damned girl. I was fighting with Feng Wuchen and was suppressed by the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. I couldn't save Nangong Jin at all. I could only watch as he was killed by that damned girl. The Morong Tian said with difficulty. His pale face was filled with grief. What? Jiner was killed? The Great Elder panicked when he heard that. Jiner was killed. Nangong Jin's father, Nangong Wuhan's body trembled. His mind was blank, as if he had lost his soul. How dare she? How dare she kill someone from the Nangong family? Nangong Lai was furious. A terrifying killing intent instantly exploded. That damned girl is stronger than Nangong Jin. Fortunately, I heavily injured Feng Wuchen and took back the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. The Morong Tian said with grief and indignation. At the same time, he slowly took out the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda and handed it to Nangong Lai. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Nangong Lai and the others were shocked when they saw the pagoda. The thing that the Morong Tian took out was really the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. This meant that the Morong Tian wasn't lying. The Morong Tian had already done his best, and he had even risked his life to take back the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. This was already very good, and no one dared to blame him. Fortunately, I didn't let you down and didn't disgrace grandfather. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to kill Feng Wuchen. That girl was able to condense a powerful spirit formation. That power was extremely terrifying. I was injured by that spirit formation. If I hadn't heavily injured Feng Wuchen and used that as a threat, even I wouldn't have been able to return, Morong Tian said with grief and indignation. Looking at the Great Elder, the Morong Tian blamed himself. Great Elder, I'm sorry. I didn't protect Nangong Jin well and let you down. The Great Elder was already stunned on the spot. He did not move at all, as if he did not hear the Morong Tian's words. The Great Elder could not accept the fact that Nangong Jin was killed. Looking at the Great Elder's despondent face, the Morong Tian sneered in his heart, "Old bastard, try to pick on me again if you dare. I will kill you sooner or later. This is unforgivable." Nangong Lai was furious. He shouted furiously, "Feng Wuchen! And that stinky girl! This is unforgivable!" An extremely horrifying murderous chi spread out. The chi of the 6th level of Sky Origin stage suddenly covered the entire Nangong clan. The Nangong clan was furious. The Nangong clan was extremely powerful, much more powerful than the Burial Valley. Feng Wuchen would never be able to defeat the Nangong clan, not to mention that Feng Wuchen's ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was in the Nangong clan's hands. Nangong Jin is dead? Shoo! Lower your voice. It's true. I heard that it was Feng Wuchen who killed him. Feng Wuchen? Isn't he too arrogant? He actually dared to kill Nangong Jin. What? Feng Wuchen killed Nangong Jin? The news of Nangong Jin's death had already started to spread. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and 100 spread to 1,000. All the cultivators who received the news were shocked. Almost overnight, the news swept through the entire 9 prefectures like a plague. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures didn't dare to believe that Feng Wuchen had such guts. They didn't believe that Feng Wuchen dared to make an enemy out of the Nangong aristocrat family. 9 prefectures auction. Chu Chongkong and the other higher-ups of the auction were still happy because of Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian's help yesterday. Today, they frowned when they heard that Feng Wuchen had killed Nangong Jin. Chu Chongkong and the rest wanted to cure the fire poison, so they had to beg for Feng Wuchen's forgiveness. Otherwise, the fire poison in their bodies wouldn't be cured. If the fire poison couldn't be cured, they would have to continue to suffer the fire poison's torture. However, if that was the case, Chu Chongkong and the rest would have to make an enemy out of the Nangong aristocrat family. The Nangong aristocrat family's terrifying strength was far from what the Burial Valley could compare to. On one side, it was Feng Wuchen who couldn't be offended. On the other side, it was the colossus of the 9 prefectures, the Nangong aristocrat family, who had a good relationship with the auction for many years. The auction didn't want to offend either side, but they had to make a decision. The auction hall was filled with a heavy atmosphere. Everyone, old man can't make a decision alone. Let's all make a statement. Chu Chongkong shook his head and broke the silence in the hall. Old man chooses to stand on Denda's side. Zhao Yinqing was the first to make a statement without any hesitation. Me too. I also choose Dendi. I don't want to be tortured by the fire poison anymore. That's right. The fire poison's torture is worse than death. I choose Dendi. The alchemists and artifact refiners expressed their stance one after another, as if they had already thought it through. No one hesitated. The torment of the fire poison was unbearable for them. Now that there was someone who could cure the fire poison, they would rather become enemies with the Nangong family. If the fire poison was not cured, it would be difficult for him to raise his cultivation level. Sooner or later, he would die from the fire poison. Making an enemy out of Feng Wuchen meant certain death, but making an enemy out of the Nangong family might not be the same. Alchemists and blacksmiths had a high status, and their summoning power was terrifying. Not to mention, there was also a group of alchemists and blacksmiths in the auction house, so there was no need to be afraid of the Nangong family. Since we've already decided, let's head to the Inferno Empire immediately. The Divine Alchemist said slowly. Mo Yan had never thought of becoming an enemy of Feng Wuchen. He knew better than anyone how terrifying Denda's realm was. Xiaowang School's main hall. Feng Wuchen is getting more and more arrogant. He actually dared to kill the Nangong family's genius. After the evil soul sect leader heard the news, his old face couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Nangong Jin was only 19 years old, but his cultivation had already reached Sky Origin Stage 2. He was a rare genius of the Nangong family. Moreover, Nangong Jin was the grandson of the Nangong family's great elder. Feng Wuchen was digging his own grave by killing Nangong Jin. Feng Wuchen does have the right to be arrogant, but to provoke a vicious wolf like Nangong Lai, isn't Feng Wuchen a little stupid? The great elder shook his head. I don't think Feng Wuchen is stupid. Feng Wuchen dared to kill Nangong Jin. Doesn't this mean that he has the ability to go against the Nangong family? The young sect leader said seriously. Feng Wuchen doesn't have that ability. Don't think of him as such a terrifying person. A cold voice was heard, and then a figure in a black robe appeared. Oh, it's the young sect leader. The evil soul sect leader smiled faintly. Everyone looked over. The man in the black robe was Baiming Kong. It seems like the young sect leader knows more than we do. The great elder smiled faintly. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is no longer in Feng Wuchen's hands. Why are you afraid of him? Baiming Kong said indifferently, I have a piece of good news for the evil soul sect leader. Hearing this, the evil soul sect leader was stunned. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was no longer in Feng Wuchen's hands? Good news? Young sect leader, please elaborate. The great elder asked curiously. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was taken away by the Murong Tian. That means the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is now in the hands of the Nangong family. Baiming Kong said. In the hands of the Nangong family? The evil soul sect leader knitted his brows and asked, if that's the case, once Nangong Lai erases the soul imprint of the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, no one will be able to deal with this old monster. Also, won't Feng Wuchen be dead for sure? What kind of good news is this? The evil soul sect leader was clearly a little angry. This is only one of the good news. Without the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen's strength is at most the peak of the fourth layer of Sky Origin stage. Baiming Kong raised his index finger and gave a cold smile. There was a trace of arrogance on his face. The Murong Tian is only at the fourth layer of Sky Origin stage. He is definitely not Feng Wuchen's match. It is impossible for him to steal the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. You are lying. The young sect leader stared at Baiming Kong and said. Young sect leader Xiatian, please wait for me to finish speaking before you interrupt. Looking at Xiatian with an indifferent gaze, Baiming Kong spoke in a cold voice. Xiatian's face instantly turned cold and a fierce killing intent flashed in his dark eyes. Baiming Kong ignored Xiatian's gaze and continued, before the Murong Tian stole the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen was fighting with Ling Qingfeng. Both sides were injured and the Murong Tian succeeded. Nangong Jin was killed by the mysterious girl by Feng Wuchen's side. Of course, this is not the main point. The main point is that Ling Qingfeng was there. This also means that Nangong Jin's death is related to Ling Qingfeng. If this news is spread, perhaps there will be a good show. Baiming Kong said with a cold smile. Ling Qingfeng and Feng Wuchen fought? Both sides were injured? Feng Wuchen can fight with Ling Qingfeng? The Xiaowang School high-level members were all shocked and stunned. The evil soul sect leader knit his brows and said, Ling Qingfeng didn't kill them. Even if it is related to Ling Qingfeng, the Nangong family will only look for Feng Wuchen. I want to spread this news, so I can say anything. Once this news is spread, can the Nangong family swallow this anger? When the time comes, the one who benefits will be the Xiaowang School. Baiming Kong indifferently said as his lips curled into a dangerous arc. Hearing this, the evil soul sect master's deeply furrowed brows slowly relaxed. If the Nangong family can swallow this anger, they wouldn't be the Nangong family. The evil soul sect leader said with a happy smile, the young valley master is truly smart, this is indeed good news. Changing the topic, the evil soul sect leader knit his brows and asked, however, how can you be certain that the Nangong family won't kill Feng Wuchen first? You have to know, without Feng Wuchen, this sect can't do what I promised you. I know my limits, there's no need for the evil soul sect leader to remind me. Goodbye. Baiming Kong said confidently, like everything was in his control. Baiming Kong left and Xiatian coldly said, Baiming Kong doesn't put us in his eyes at all. Baiming Kong won't be arrogant for long. The great elder shook his head. The evil soul sect leader waved his hand and said, there's no need to care. He has this confidence, so we'll just wait for his good news. After Baiming Kong left, a piece of news began to spread through the 9 states. In the news, Nangong Jin's death was related to the Misty Wind sect's young sect master, Ling Qingfeng. Ling Qingfeng challenged Feng Wuchen and Ling Qingfeng was heavily injured. Then the heavily injured Ling Qingfeng and Ling Xiaoxiao worked together to kill Nangong Jin. When this news spread, it shocked the 9 states. Wasn't Nangong Jin killed by Feng Wuchen? How did it become Ling Qingfeng and Ling Xiaoxiao working together to kill Nangong Jin? Which one was true? If Ling Qingfeng and Ling Xiaoxiao worked together to kill Nangong Jin, wouldn't that mean that the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect were falling out? Who was Ling Xiaoxiao? Wasn't that the beautiful girl by Feng Wuchen's side? If Ling Qingfeng and Ling Xiaoxiao worked together to kill Nangong Jin, What difference was there between this and Feng Wuchen killing Nangong Jin? There was no difference. Nangong family. Father, how is it? Can you erase the soul imprint? In the yard, Nangong Tianhen asked. Nangong Lai shook his head and a trace of worry appeared on his old face as he said, Feng Wuchen's soul power is very overbearing. Even if I use all my strength and spend 4 hours, I can't erase it at all. You can't erase it at all even after 4 hours? Nangong Tianhen couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Feng Wuchen was a mere 4th-grade alchemist. How could he have such a tyrannical soul power? Even a 6th-level Sky Yuan stage cultivator couldn't erase the soul imprint. Is there nothing the Great Elder can do? Nangong Tianhen continued to ask. The Great Elder's soul power is completely useless. Nangong Lai shook his head helplessly. If the soul imprint couldn't be erased, even if they took back the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, they wouldn't be able to use it. At most, they could weaken Feng Wuchen's strength. If we want to erase Feng Wuchen's soul imprint, we'll have to ask the Divine Alchemist for help. Nangong Lai said with a frown. Patriarch, we just received news that Nangong Jin's death is related to the young sect master of the Misty Wind sect, Leng Qingfeng. An elder hurriedly entered the courtyard and said. Hearing this, Nangong Lai's face instantly darkened as he asked, how could it be related to him? Wasn't it that stinking girl who killed him? How did Leng Qingfeng get involved? Nangong Tianhen frowned. At that time, Leng Qingfeng challenged Feng Wuchen and was heavily injured. When Morong Tian attacked, Leng Qingfeng and that girl Ling Xiaoxiao killed Nangong Jin together. The news just came back and we don't know if it's true or not. We have to ask Morong Tian. The elder said solemnly. Tianer didn't mention Leng Qingfeng. If it's really related to Leng Qingfeng, why didn't Tianer say anything? Nangong Lai frowned again, very puzzled. Who spread the news? Nangong Lai asked. Grandfather, I spread the news. Morong Tian suddenly walked into the courtyard and said. Tianer? You spread the news? Nangong Lai was stunned. Nangong Tianhen and the elder looked at each other, confused. Tianer, tell me the truth. Is Nangong Jin's death really related to Leng Qingfeng? Nangong Lai asked. Sigh. Morong Tian sighed and shook his head. Nangong Jin was killed by Leng Qingfeng and Ling Xiaoxiao together. Yesterday, I didn't dare to say anything. You all know the Great Elder's temper. If I said anything, the Great Elder would be the first to rush to the Misty Wind sect. At that time, a great battle would be unavoidable. The news had already reached the Misty Wind sect. The higher-ups of the Misty Wind sect were all shocked. The sect master Leng Wuya's face was extremely ugly. Leng Qingfeng had gone to the Scorching Fire Empire to challenge Feng Wuchen and had yet to return. Leng Wuya and the others were not sure if the news was true or not. However, if the news was true, the consequences would be severe. Because the person who died was Nangong Jin. The young sect master is not back yet. The news cannot be true. The old man would never believe that the young sect master was defeated. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen is, it is impossible for him to defeat the young sect master. An elder concluded. He did not believe that Leng Qingfeng would kill someone, and he did not believe that Leng Qingfeng would lose to Feng Wuchen. The young sect master is the #1 genius of the 9 prefectures. He is not weaker than the old ancestor of the Dark North sect. He will not lose to Feng Wuchen. The protector concluded. He was very confident in Leng Qingfeng's strength. The second elder nodded and said seriously, Qingfeng has never killed anyone for no reason. Moreover, he is a genius of the Nangong family. This is even more impossible. Also, the news is very confusing. Do not believe it easily. It was true. The news that spread in the 9 prefectures said that Feng Wuchen killed Nangong Jin, and it said that Leng Qingfeng and Ling Xiaoxiao killed Nangong Jin together. Which one was true? Which one was false? Leng Wuya did not know which one was true and which one was false. Who was the one who spread the news? How did he know what happened in the Scorching Fire Empire? What was his purpose? Sect Master, the Nangong family master is here. A disciple entered the main hall and reported. Hearing this, Leng Wuya frowned. The protector, elders, and other higher-ups were all shocked. Wasn't the news spreading too fast? The Nangong family came too fast. Leng Wuya. Get the hell out here. Nangong Lai barged into the main hall and roared at the Misty Wind Sect's Grand Hall. His terrifying killing intent and aura covered the entire Misty Wind Sect. The Misty Wind Sect's disciples were all frightened and ran away in panic. Shoo, shoo, shoo. On the stairs of the main hall, Leng Wuya and other higher-ups appeared. Where is Leng Qingfeng? Tell him to come out and face his death. The head elder of the Nangong nobles shouted furiously. His chi of the 5th level of Sky Origin stage rolled out like crazy. Elder Yuan, the news hasn't been confirmed yet. Why are you so trusting? Leng Wuya said in a low voice. His face was dark. And proven? Morong Tian sneered, Sect Master Leng, I saw it with my own eyes, you say it's unproven? Saw it with your own eyes? How can you prove what you saw with your own eyes? The Misty Wind Sect's protector asked in a deep voice. This is Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Look carefully. Morong Tian took out the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Leng Wuya and the others' expressions changed drastically as a hint of fear flashed through their eyes. Feng Wuchen used the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to kill Baiming He and old ancestor Baiming. The power of the pagoda was extremely terrifying. Seeing the shocked expressions of Leng Wuya and the others, Morong Tian sneered, Leng Qingfeng lost the battle against Feng Wuchen, but he also injured Feng Wuchen, which gave me a chance to seize the pagoda. While I was fighting against Feng Wuchen, the injured Leng Qingfeng and Ling Xiaoxiao worked together to kill Nangong Jin. Who in the 9 prefectures doesn't know Nangong Jin's strength? If Sect Master Leng doesn't believe me, you can ask Leng Qingfeng to come out and confront me. Morong Tian added confidently. Leng Wuya frowned and said, Qingfeng hasn't come back yet. I won't believe your one-sided story. It's your business whether you believe me or not. Leng Qingfeng killed my grandson. Old man won't let this go. Nangong Yuan shouted furiously. His old face was extremely ferocious. Leng Wuya. If you don't give the old man an explanation today, don't blame the old man for not giving you face. Nangong Lai shouted angrily. He looked like he had the Misty Wind Sect under control. Leng Wuya didn't show any fear. He said coldly, I believe Qingfeng won't kill indiscriminately, and he won't kill Nangong Jin. If you can't prove it, please leave the mountain. Don't disturb the Misty Wind Sect. Humph. If you don't give the old man an explanation, the old man won't leave the mountain. Nangong Lai shouted. Nangong Lai, don't force me to fight. Leng Wuya said coldly. The anger in his heart was ignited. A terrifying murderous aura swept out. How could Leng Wuya tolerate Nangong Lai and the other slander in the Misty Wind Sect? The terrifying aura of the 6th level of Sky Origin stage surged crazily. The surging power spread out, shaking the entire Misty Wind Sect. Do you think the old man is afraid of you? Nangong Lai didn't want to be outdone. The terrifying aura of the 6th level of Sky Origin stage surged out. 2 terrifying auras of the 6th level of Sky Origin stage shot up to the sky. It was earth-shattering. Everyone was scared out of their wits. How terrifying would it be when the 2 giants of the 9 continents fought? Grandfather, it's not good for us to fight now. The Misty Wind Sect's powerful cultivators are all here. We only have a dozen people here. We will definitely be at a disadvantage. Why don't we fight another day? The Morong Tian whispered in Nangong Lai's ear. Nangong Lai withdrew his power after hearing that. Grand Elder, what do you think? The Morong Tian looked at Nangong Yuan and asked. 3 days later, we will destroy the Misty Wind Sect. Nangong Yuan said angrily. The Misty Wind Sect's guardian said coldly, the Misty Wind Sect has never been afraid of the Nangong family. We can fight at any time. But Master Nangong, you must think carefully. Don't act impulsively. You won't regret it later. Humph. 3 days later. The Nangong family will definitely come. Let's go. Nangong Lai shouted angrily. After the Nangong family's higher-ups left, Leng Wuya gradually withdrew his power and didn't stop them. Pass down my order. Summon the 3 souls back. Leng Wuya said coldly. Summon the three souls? The guardian and the three elders' expressions changed. They all felt that Leng Wuya was making a big fuss over nothing. The existence of the three souls could make the guardians and elders so shocked. It was obvious that their strength was terrifying. Leng Wuya said seriously, "It's not as simple as we think. If it's just the Nangong family, I won't be afraid. I'm worried that someone is playing tricks in the dark." Sect Master is right. This matter is too strange. The Grand Elder nodded. Leng Wuya said in a deep voice, "Immediately send people to investigate who spread the news." In just a few hours, the news had spread to every corner of the 9 continents. Although the 9 continents were only the westernmost continents of the continent, it was much larger than the 4 empires. The news spread across the 9 continents in just a few hours. One could imagine how terrifying it was. As the news spread across the 9 continents, an even bigger piece of news came from the Nangong family. In 3 days, the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect were going to war. The Nangong family is going to war with the Misty Wind sect. Could it be that the news is true? Did Leng Qingfeng and Ling Xiaoxiao really work together to kill Nangong Jin? The 2 tigers of the 9 continents are going to war. This is unbelievable. After the news spread, all the factions and cultivators in the 9 continents were shocked. The situation was developing too quickly. It was hard for everyone to accept. The 2 giants of the 9 continents were going to war. The destructive power was definitely terrifying. When the time came, many lives would be lost. Those who were timid would have already fled. Above a waterfall somewhere in the 9 continents, a figure appeared. The person who came was none other than Murong Tian. Murong Tian's injuries were not healed yet. "Bai Mingkong, you decided to spread the news without my permission. Don't you think you should tell me? What is the meaning of this?" Murong Tian looked at the pond below the waterfall and asked. "I knew you would come looking for me." Under the waterfall, a black figure slowly broke out of the water. Miraculously, the black figure that came out of the pond was not stained by a single drop of water. This person was Bai Mingkong. Judging from his aura, he seemed to have improved again. "You purposely spread the news to make the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect go to war. But in this way, won't we lose the geniuses of the 2 factions?" Murong Tian asked with a frown. There was a trace of anger in his words. "What I want is also what you want. I won't ruin your plan. I will only speed it up. Isn't it better to make them fight before the desolate region opens? You and I can make a move secretly. This way, the Nangong family won't have time to kill Feng Wuchen. Don't forget, I want Feng Wuchen alive for now." Bai Mingkong said indifferently. "You are so smart, but you didn't think of making a move on Xia Wang's school. That old thing evil soul is sinister and cunning. Aren't you worried that he will go back on his word?" Murong Tian asked. The anger in his heart had gradually dissipated. Bai Mingkong shook his head and said, "That old thing evil soul is very cautious. Moreover, that brat Xia Tian never trusted me. It won't be easy to make a move. With my current strength, I can't beat that old thing evil soul." Looking at Murong Tian, Bai Mingkong asked with a smile, "Why don't you and I work together? Your strength is not below mine. You can't fool me no matter how much you hide. If I am not wrong, your strength should have surpassed that of evil soul. Although I don't know why your cultivation has increased, you can't fool me. Forget it, let's wait a little longer. Haste makes waste." Murong Tian shook his head. Bai Mingkong's figure slowly descended. At the same time, he said, "Leng Qingfeng should be returning to the 9 regions soon. I don't need to say more." Bai Mingkong's body dived into the pool again. In the entire 9 regions, only Murong Tian knew his whereabouts. "I don't know when he will be able to awaken his ancestors' power. Bai Mingkong attaches great importance to this power. I'm afraid it's not normal. It's good that I wasn't exposed this time. If that bastard dares to mess around and ruin my plan, I won't be lenient." Murong Tian secretly frowned. Then he disappeared. There is no such thing as an eternal partner, only eternal benefits. The so-called trust is only built on benefits. Murong Tian, it seems like you and I are the same kind of people. but the path I walk doesn't need your existence. After Morong Tian left, Bai Mingkong appeared again. Bai Mingkong's head appeared on the surface of the pool. There was an evil smile on his face. Wait until I awaken my ancestors' power. I won't need to rely on your strength. You want to kill me, so how can I let you go so easily? Bai Mingkong said with a cold smile. Scorching Fire Empire. Feng Wuchen and Ling Qingfeng had already recovered from the Feng clan in Wushuang City. This was all thanks to the blood fusion Great Recovery pill refined by Feng Wuchen. After a simple farewell, Ling Qingfeng returned to the 9 states. Although he was unable to defeat Feng Wuchen in this battle, Ling Qingfeng was motivated to cultivate. If he couldn't win this battle, he would fight again. He would never admit defeat. This battle also made Feng Wuchen and Ling Qingfeng friends and rivals. At this moment, more than 20 unfamiliar experts attracted the attention of the people in Wushuang City. Among them, there were 5 Heavenly Origin Realm experts. It was a powerful lineup. They look unfamiliar. They are definitely not from the Scorching Fire Empire. I've never seen them before. Are they here to kill the great leader? They really don't know what's good for them. If they want to kill the great leader, the grass on their graves would be as tall as me. No, they don't have any killing intent. On the street, everyone's eyes were constantly sizing up the 20-odd unfamiliar experts. The 20 unfamiliar experts who entered Wushuang City were Chu Chongkong and the others from the 9 states auction. They were now heading towards the Feng family. Family head, someone reported that a group of unfamiliar experts came to Wushuang City. There are 5 Heavenly Origin Realm experts and they are heading towards the Feng family. Bai Yinchi reported. Unfamiliar experts? Feng Jingxiong frowned. 5 Heavenly Origin Realm experts. This lineup was terrifying. They are alchemists. There are also 2 rank 5 alchemists. Feng Qianyang said slowly. He had already sensed a powerful soul force. Alchemists? Feng Jingxiong was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but look at Feng Wuchen. These alchemists, other than Feng Wuchen, who else would they be looking for? They are from the 9 states auction. I don't know why they are here. Maybe they are here to ask me to bring the pill. Feng Wuchen shook his head. Feng Wuchen still owed the auction a pill. A rank 5 pill worth 40 billion. 9 states auction? Feng Qianyang's expression suddenly changed. He couldn't help but recall the powerful alchemists who appeared in the sky when Feng Wuchen fought with the Dark North Old Ancestor. They are from the 9 states auction. Xiao Qingqing was also shocked. They are one of the major forces in the 9 states. Even the 5 major powers don't dare to offend them. Husband, they are the ones I told you about in the capital. They are the auction's president and the elders. Hiss, everyone from the Feng clan couldn't help but gasp. Even the 5 major forces of the 9 prefectures didn't dare to offend them. How terrifying was that? Feng Jingxiong frowned and said, so it's them. Very soon, the divine alchemist, Chu Chongkong, and the other alchemists and blacksmiths arrived at the Feng clan's residence. Their faces were filled with respect. Who are you? One of the Feng family's guards asked. We are from the 9 states. Please report that we want to see Dendi and Feng Wuchen. The divine alchemist bowed respectfully. Even the guards of the Feng family had to be respectful. Looking for the 3rd young master? The guard was slightly surprised. He then went in to report. 3rd young master, there are a few old men outside. They want to see you. The guard rushed in and shouted. Old men? Outside the door, the divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong were slightly stunned. If it was any other place, they would have been furious. But in the Feng family, they didn't dare to complain. Impudent. Hurry up and invite them in. Feng Jingxiong immediately scolded. The guard was so scared that he quickly ran out. After a while, the divine alchemist, Chu Chongkong, and the alchemists and blacksmiths of the auction house entered the courtyard. As soon as they reached the courtyard, the divine alchemist and the others knelt down respectfully and greeted Feng Wuchen. Disciple greets Dendi. The actions of the divine alchemist, Chu Chongkong, and the others shocked the Feng family. Were these people the auction house's president and guest elders? Were they not some random passerby, kneeling down just because of a disagreement? Dendi? Feng Xingxiong and Xiao Qingqing looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Since when did Feng Wuchen have the title of Dendi? What did this Dendi represent? Feng Xingxiong didn't think too much about it. He quickly stepped forward and said, "Seniors, please get up. We can't afford to be so respectful." "Greetings, Patriarch Feng." The divine alchemist and the others knelt down again. The degree of respect was unbelievable. The 9 states auction house's alchemists and blacksmiths actually knelt down before Feng Wuchen. 5 Sky Origin Realm experts even took the lead to kneel down. The 9 states auction house's president and the divine alchemist were big shots. But now, even they knelt before Feng Wuchen. Moreover, they were so respectful. What was going on? The Feng family members were confused. Xiao Qingqing shook her head and said to herself, "It seems like they need Chen'er's help." "President, what are you all doing?" "I can't accept it." Feng Xingxiong smiled bitterly. He couldn't help them up. Glaring at Feng Wuchen, Feng Xingxiong scolded, "What are you still standing there for?" Feng Wuchen curled his lips and said unhappily, "My father asked you to get up, so get up." After the auction, Feng Wuchen had a bad impression of the divine alchemist and the others. "Yes." The divine alchemist, Chu Chongkong, and the others replied respectfully. Only then did they dare to stand up. "Aren't they too obedient?" The Feng family members were dumbfounded. "Our third young master is so arrogant, destroying the burial valley scared them to this extent." Feng Xingxiong heaved a sigh of relief. He really couldn't stand having these seniors kneel before him. "Everyone, please come in." Feng Xingxiong smiled politely. He wanted to invite the divine alchemist and the others into the hall. However, when Feng Xingxiong finished speaking, he smiled bitterly. Chu Chongkong and the others didn't dare to move. It seems like Chen'er's alchemy and blacksmithing skills have scared them to the extreme. Feng Xingxiong smiled bitterly. At the same time, he was amazed by Feng Wuchen's achievements. "President Chu, divine alchemist, may I know why you are here?" Feng Xingxiong asked again. "Feng family head, we offended Dendi at the auction and questioned Dendi's strength. Today, we are here to ask for forgiveness. We sincerely hope that Dendi will forgive us for our unintentional offense." The divine alchemist knelt down again. "We sincerely hope that Dendi will forgive us for our unintentional offense." Chu Chongkong and the others knelt down again and kowtowed heavily on the ground. Hearing this, Feng Xingxiong and the others finally understood. The 9 states auctions higher-ups came personally and kowtowed respectfully. It seemed like they were asking for Feng Wuchen's forgiveness, but in reality, it wasn't that simple. "Family head, I think they are here to expel the fire poison. This is one of the reasons. They also want Wuchen to guide them." Feng Qianyang said softly. Feng Xingxiong nodded. Everyone in the Feng family was well aware of Feng Wuchen's abilities. "Dendi, I have prepared many precious herbs, blacksmithing materials, and treasures for Dendi. I hope that Dendi will kindly accept them." The divine alchemist continued. Large amounts of precious herbs, blacksmithing materials, and treasures flew out from the storage rings of the divine alchemist and the others, filling up the courtyard in an instant. One had to admit that the herbs and blacksmithing materials prepared by the divine alchemist and the others were extremely precious. There were even precious herbs for refining 6th-grade pills. There were dozens of pieces of meteoric iron, and the treasures were definitely not inferior to those in the Divine Valley. The entire Feng family was shocked. When had they ever seen so many treasures? Feng Wuchen was also moved. These treasures were enough to strengthen the Feng family by a few levels, and could also increase his cultivation by a lot. However, one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Glancing at the divine alchemist and the others, Feng Wuchen said indifferently, "I don't know you. Why would I forgive you? You brought so many treasures here. It's not as simple as asking for my forgiveness. Tell me honestly, or all of you can get lost." Hearing this, the divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong's faces changed. They were so frightened that they trembled. "Yes, yes, yes." The divine alchemist nodded his head in fear and said, "The disciples are being tortured by the fire poison, the pain is unbearable. The alchemy emperor is as strong as a god, Please expel the fire poison from the disciples and save them from the fire and water. Please, Dendi, save us. Chu Changkong and the others begged sincerely. As expected, they are here to expel the fire poison. Feng Xingxiong shook his head secretly and stopped interrupting. So they are here for this. Feng Wuchen sneered and said, go back. I can't help you, and I don't have the time. Take your things and get lost. Hearing this, the divine alchemist and the others panicked to the extreme. If Feng Wuchen didn't expel the fire poison for them, not only would they not be able to increase their realm, they would also lose their lives. Hurry up and leave. Big brother Feng still needs to cultivate. He doesn't have time to waste with you. Lu Qingyang waved his hand and said indifferently. Seeing Feng Wuchen turn and leave, the divine alchemist and the others panicked even more. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't have another chance. Feng family head. Madam Feng. Only you can help us. Dendi will definitely listen to you. Please save us. The divine alchemist and the others quickly looked at Feng Xingxiong and Xiao Qingqing. They clearly remembered Yang Tianxian and Situ Zhentian's words. The divine alchemist and Chu Changkong didn't have the demeanor of an auction house's president and guest elder. President Chu, divine alchemist, I'm really sorry. I can't help you. Xiao Qingqing shook her head. After offending my son, you still have the face to ask for help. As a mother, Xiao Qingqing naturally had to protect her son. This was the selfishness of every mother. Seeing the divine alchemist and the others asking for help, Feng Xingxiong couldn't bear it. At this moment, Chu Changkong, who was kowtowing for help, suddenly emitted black smoke. His body was instantly covered with black blood vessels. Strands of terrifying flames burned on the surface of his body. It looked very terrifying. Ah! Chu Changkong suddenly screamed and rolled on the ground in pain. The fire poison is acting up. Everyone, back off. Feng Qianyang's face changed. Chu Changkong's fire poison was acting up. The tyrannical fire attribute surged wildly. No one dared to approach. President Zhao Yinqing and the others' faces changed. Seeing Chu Changkong screaming in pain, the alchemists and blacksmiths were scared out of their wits. That kind of pain terrified them. Dendi, quickly save the president. Zhao Yinqing and the others cowed out and begged. Looking at the screaming Chu Changkong, Feng Wuchen was unmoved. Feng Wuchen didn't care about the life and death of these people. Moreover, Chu Changkong wouldn't die even if the fire poison flared up. At most, he would just suffer. After half an hour, the fire poison would naturally subside. President Chu's accumulated fire poison is very serious. I'm afraid it will flare up once every half a month. Feng Qianyang frowned. Seeing Chu Changkong in extreme pain, Feng Qianyang's heart trembled with fear. Although Feng Qianyang was also an alchemist, his original realm wasn't high, and the fire poison he accumulated wasn't much. It wouldn't flare up yet, so he didn't know the taste of the fire poison. Flare up once every half a month? Hearing this, the Feng family's people broke out in cold sweat. How could they live like this? However, when they saw Chu Changkong's miserable state, they were scared witless. They simply could not imagine the degree of pain he was in. Dendi, please save the president. The divine alchemist cowed out in panic. Quick, kill me quickly. I can't take it anymore. Ah! Chu Changkong wailed in pain and rolled on the ground crazily. The Feng family's people couldn't bear it anymore. They sympathized, but they couldn't make a decision. On the surface, alchemists and blacksmiths were respected by cultivators and had a high status. But when the fire poison flared up, it was unspeakable suffering. Big brother Feng, please help him. Miao Qingqing whispered. She didn't dare to watch anymore. Even a venomous person like me can't bear to do this. Big brother Feng, please help this one time. Lu Qingyang rubbed his head against Feng Wuchen. He couldn't bear to look at them. Ling Xiaoxiao also whispered, Big brother Feng, why don't you take this opportunity to subdue them? The Feng family's people were already pale with fright. The maids even covered their eyes. What are you waiting for? Feng Xingxiong scolded again. He looked anxious. Feng Wuchen shook his head helplessly and walked over. Upon seeing this, the divine alchemist and the others couldn't help but rejoice in their hearts. At the same time, they also felt relieved and looked forward to it. How could Feng Wuchen expel such a terrifying fire poison? In such a large courtyard, only Feng Wuchen dared to approach Chu Changkong, who was suffering from the fire poison. He was completely unafraid of the terrifying fire poison. Bang! A terrifying azure flame ignited in Feng Wuchen's palm. With a wave of his hand, the azure flame shot out. The temperature of the courtyard rapidly rose. As if it had sensed the provocation, the fire poison in Chu Changkong's body condensed into a huge fireball. It was filled with thick black smoke as it ferociously and manically pounced on the green flame that was flying over. In the next second, a miraculous scene that shocked everyone happened. In an instant, the ferocious fireball was completely engulfed by the green flames, leaving nothing behind. The terrifying fire poison was completely engulfed, the azure flame enveloped Chu Changkong. The fire poison on the surface of his body was also instantly engulfed. Chu Changkong, who was screaming in pain, stopped screaming as the fire poison was engulfed. The pain from the fire poison's torture gradually disappeared. The fire poison was engulfed. The divine alchemist and the others were shocked. They were so shocked that they were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with fear. What kind of flame was this? The fire poison was nothing in front of it. Shocking. Incomparably shocking, the divine alchemist and the others couldn't imagine and had never seen such a domineering flame. With a wave of his hand, Feng Wuchen pulled Chu Changkong over with a powerful force. With a mysterious technique, he changed various mysterious gestures on his back. In just a moment, wisps of black gas started to emanate from Chu Changkong's body. It emitted a violent and terrifying aura. This black gas was the source of the fire poison. It's fire poison. The divine alchemist and the others were shocked again. Their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. The fire poison that came out of Chu Changkong's body was instantly engulfed by the azure flame. It couldn't resist at all. What kind of supernatural power was this? Feng Wuchen did a few things on Chu Changkong's back, and the terrifying fire poison was automatically expelled from his body. Wasn't this too terrifying? Chu Changkong stared blankly at the black gas that was emanating from his body. The shock in his heart was self-evident. The terrifying fire poison that made them suffer unspeakably. They had tried everything but couldn't completely expel the fire poison. At this moment, in front of Feng Wuchen, the terrifying fire poison didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance. Feng Wuchen was like the king of the fire poison. He was completely obeying orders to expel the fire poison from Chu Changkong's body. Zhao Yunqing was dumbfounded. I can't believe it, what a powerful supernatural power. The fire poison is constantly being expelled from the body. Chu Changkong cried out in surprise. He looked at the black gas that was being expelled from his body in horror. In less than a minute, Chu Changkong felt a large amount of fire poison being expelled from his body. His entire body was energized by 100 times, as if he was 10 years younger. What made Chu Changkong even more shocked was that his alchemy realm that hadn't improved in the slightest for many years was actually showing signs of loosening at this moment. The fire poison won't act up for the time being for half a year, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. He didn't help Chu Changkong cure the fire poison in one go. Thank you, Dendi. Chu Changkong bowed deeply. His face was very respectful, as if he was a deity. Chu Changkong knelt down respectfully and said, I am willing to follow Dendi and serve Dendi faithfully. I hope that Dendi will grant my wish. I am willing to follow Dendi and serve Dendi faithfully. Divine Alchemist and the rest knelt down one after another. The entire Feng clan was shocked that the 9 prefectures auction was willing to submit. Even the major forces of the 9 prefectures didn't dare to offend such a powerful force. They actually submitted to Feng Wuchen. The auction had countless cultivation resources. With their help, it was imaginable how fast the Feng clan would grow. The speed at which the Feng clan's status soared was enough to shake the entire 9 prefectures. It was absolutely shocking, just thinking about it made one excited. Furthermore, with the help of the 9 prefectures auction, Feng Wuchen also had the capital to go against the Nangong aristocrat family. The courtyard was silent. Feng Jingxiong and the rest of the Feng clan were looking at Feng Wuchen. They couldn't wait to agree on behalf of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen didn't say anything. Divine Alchemist and the rest panicked again. They were afraid that Feng Wuchen would refuse. The legendary Dendi was one of a kind in the entire continent. How could they miss the opportunity to hug such a big shot? Others couldn't wait to have such a powerful force submit to them. However, Feng Wuchen remained silent. It seemed like he still wanted to refuse. How awesome was Feng Wuchen? If Feng Wuchen wanted to conquer the 9 prefectures, the auction was indispensable. Feng Wuchen wasn't stupid enough to refuse the Divine Alchemist and the rest. Feng Wuchen only wanted to keep them in suspense. Things that were too easy to obtain wouldn't be cherished. There was a reason why Feng Wuchen didn't completely cure Chu Chongkong's fire poison. Who could guarantee that they wouldn't betray him after the fire poison was completely cured? Dendi, this disciple will never be disloyal. If he dares to betray you, may the heavens strike him with 5 lightning strikes. Worried that Feng Wuchen would refuse, the Divine Alchemist quickly added. If he dares to betray you, may the heavens strike him with 5 lightning strikes. Chu Chongkong and the rest said in unison. I will accept these things. You can all go back. I don't have the time now. Feng Wuchen waved his hand. He didn't want to waste time on them. Yes. This disciple will take his leave. The Divine Alchemist, Chu Chongkong, and the rest bowed respectfully. Then, they slowly retreated. Feng Wuchen had accepted their treasures. This meant that Feng Wuchen had accepted their allegiance. The Divine Alchemist and the rest were overjoyed. Even if they couldn't learn the elixir forming with thought divine ability, if they could obtain Feng Wuchen's guidance, their alchemy and smithing fields would have a qualitative leap. Since Feng Wuchen had accepted them, they weren't in a hurry to get rid of the fire poison. They didn't dare to be in a hurry. After witnessing Feng Wuchen's terrifying divine ability to expel the fire poison, they realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. If they didn't submit now, when would they? If they missed this opportunity, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. Feng Wuchen's divine ability to expel the fire poison was enough to shock them for the rest of their lives. It would be unforgettable. After the Divine Alchemist and the rest left, the Feng family woke up from their shock. The 9 prefectures auction house submitting to Feng Wuchen made them extremely excited. They couldn't help but cheer. Third young master, with the help of the auction house, our Feng family's strength will definitely increase rapidly. Bai Yunqi said excitedly with a bright smile on his face. Feng Xingxiong's face was also filled with ecstasy. He said with a smile, the Feng family will surpass the Xiao family sooner or later. I want them to know that the Feng family is definitely not the trash in their eyes. Qingyang, bring some treasures to the Crimson Emperor and the rest. I'll go back and cultivate first. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. Lu Qingyang nodded and said excitedly, all right. I'm also planning to go to Heaven Pavilion with Qingqing to cultivate. With so many treasures, Qingqing and my cultivation will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. I have to break through to the Heaven Origin Realm as soon as possible. Dad, you guys should also go to Heaven Pavilion to cultivate. Without the help of the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, only Heaven Pavilion is the best place to cultivate. Feng Wuchen said. Feng Wuchen kept the herbs and smithing materials. The remaining treasures were left for the Feng family to cultivate. These treasures were no longer suitable for Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen flashed and disappeared in an instant. When Feng Wuchen appeared again, he was already outside Wushuang City and was flying towards the God Valley. The 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda was taken away by Baiming Kong. If Feng Wuchen wanted to get it back, he had to increase his cultivation. He had to at least break through to the 3rd level of Heaven Origin Realm to be able to fight against Baiming Kong. Now, the only thing that could help Feng Wuchen increase his cultivation was the sacred geocentric lotus. There were no other treasures to help him. Feng Wuchen was pressed for time. Very pressing, the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda was taken away. Without the double cultivation time, Feng Wuchen's cultivation was affected to a certain extent. The Nangong nobles would come for revenge at any time. With Feng Wuchen's current strength, he was no match for the Nangong nobles. Feng Wuchen would never let the Feng family fall into trouble. Feng Wuchen had to break through to the 3rd level of Heaven Origin Realm as soon as possible. Baiming Kong. Don't think that you can limit my strength by taking away my pagoda. I have plenty of ways to increase my strength. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. There was a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. The evil dragon god's soul-splitting technique is extremely overbearing. It can increase my cultivation in a short period of time. Feng Wuchen muttered to himself. The true yuan in his body began to be activated. Feng Wuchen had the evil dragon god's memory. As long as Feng Wuchen had enough true yuan, he could use any of the evil dragon god's techniques. An hour later, Feng Wuchen arrived at the God Valley mountain range in just an hour. Seeing Feng Wuchen, none of the 4 generals dared to stop him. They all looked at him with respect. In the forest, Feng Wuchen was moving fast like a monkey. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Feng Wuchen's speed was astonishing. He used instant transmission and his figure flashed continuously. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the complicated forest. In the God Valley, hundreds of ferocious beasts sensed the dragon blood in Feng Wuchen's body. They all ran to the ruined palace of the Kirin clan as if it was their shelter. In less than a minute, Feng Wuchen appeared above the spiritual lake. The spiritual lake was covered by the white fog, which made it look mysterious. He slowly landed on the surface of the spiritual lake. He stepped on the surface of the lake like a dragonfly touching the surface of the water, causing ripples. The spiritual qi in the spiritual lake was gathering toward Feng Wuchen crazily and entering into Feng Wuchen's body. The spiritual qi in the spiritual lake is still so abundant. Feng Wuchen grinned, this is the only way. Let me try to absorb some spiritual qi. Buzz, buzz. The true essence in his body was running crazily. A horrible power burst out. The spiritual lake was shaking violently. The water was rolling and the white fog was blown away. The true face of the spiritual lake was revealed. The spiritual lake was so clear that one could see the bottom. At this moment, a swirl appeared on the surface of the spiritual lake. A long ferocious beast flew out from the swirl. It was the flying python. The flying python was at the 5th level of the sky origin stage. It had been cultivating in the spiritual lake for a long time. Feng Wuchen was about to absorb the spiritual qi. He was surprised at first, but then he smiled and said, long time no see, flying python. You are improving fast. Much faster than human geniuses. The flying python seemed to understand Feng Wuchen. It nodded its huge head. You are just in time. Do me a favor. Ask the beasts in the God Valley to find me some treasures. I need to break through to the 3rd level of sky origin stage. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. While the treasures of the Divine Valley might not be of much help to Feng Wuchen at his current stage, it would be a different story if there were enough of them. With a flap of its wings, the azure flying python shot out. Its speed surprised Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen continued to stimulate his true essence, and began to absorb the huge amount of spiritual qi in the spiritual lake. The ferocious beasts in the Valley of Gods had already begun to disperse to various parts of the Valley of Gods. They were looking for treasures of heaven and earth for Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen crazily absorbed the spiritual energy. His body swelled up like a rubber ball, and his entire body was filled with a huge amount of spiritual energy. Feng Wuchen's face contorted. It was clear that he was feeling very uncomfortable. He said with difficulty, let me see just how powerful the evil dragon god's soul-splitting technique is. Soul-splitting technique. Enduring the pain from his swollen body, Feng Wuchen formed a seal with his hands. Finally, he clasped his palms together and shouted. In the blink of an eye, 12 illusory figures appeared around Feng Wuchen. These figures were not doppelgangers, nor were they illusions. They were Feng Wuchen's primordial spirit. Feng Wuchen's primordial spirit had split into 12. Only 12? Feng Wuchen was stunned. He said with slight disappointment, forget it. It's already good enough that I can split into 12 primordial spirits. With 12 primordial spirits cultivating together, the speed shouldn't disappoint me. The soul-splitting technique was a very powerful technique. Feng Wuchen could split into 12 primordial spirits with his heavenly origin realm cultivation. If it were anyone else, they might not even be able to split into 2 primordial spirits. Normally, 1 primordial spirit would absorb spiritual energy. Now that he had split into 12 primordial spirits, it meant that there were 12 Feng Wuchen cultivating at the same time. The speed of his cultivation was unimaginable. Taking a deep breath, Feng Wuchen circulated the Supreme Dragon God technique and started to absorb the huge amount of spiritual energy in his body. At the same time, the 12 primordial spirits were also absorbing the spiritual energy. 12 primordial spirits, plus Feng Wuchen's primordial spirit, there were 13 of them. Under the crazy absorption, Feng Wuchen's eyes widened to the extreme. The speed of his cultivation was terrifying. Feng Wuchen's swollen body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was like a leaking balloon. The huge amount of spiritual energy in his body was sucked clean in the blink of an eye. This is too fast. Feng Wuchen's face was filled with shock. He was dumbfounded. Even Feng Wuchen himself couldn't believe it. If there was someone else present, they might have fainted from shock. While Feng Wuchen was shocked, his stiff face slowly turned into ecstasy. In the end, he laughed excitedly. With such a terrifying cultivation speed, Feng Wuchen would break through to the 3rd level of Sky Origin Realm in no time. The spirit fission technique didn't disappoint me. Feng Wuchen was extremely excited. A bright smile hung on his face. While Feng Wuchen was excited, the hundreds of beasts in the God's Valley had brought all kinds of treasures to Feng Wuchen. There were more than 1,000 of them. The beasts left after putting down the treasures. They didn't dare to disturb Feng Wuchen, and they didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Feng Wuchen. Buzz, buzz. Feng Wuchen circulated his true yuan again. The spiritual lake shook again, and a terrifying energy spread out. The hundreds of treasures beside the spiritual lake all flew over. Feng Wuchen flashed to the center of the spiritual lake, and the 12 primordial spirits appeared instantly. Feng Wuchen sat cross-legged on the surface of the lake. The 12 primordial spirits sat down at the same time and surrounded Feng Wuchen. A large amount of treasures floated around the 12 primordial spirits. These were resources to assist in cultivation. The real cultivation resource was the spiritual qi of this huge spiritual lake. Suppressing the ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen took out the sacred geocentric lotus and swallowed it. He circulated the Supreme Dragon God technique and the 12 primordial spirits at the same time. In the center of the spiritual lake, as Feng Wuchen and the 12 primordial spirits began to cultivate, a huge amount of spiritual qi crazily gathered towards them, and finally formed a huge white whirlpool. Feng Wuchen and the 12 primordial spirits were in the middle of the whirlpool. The huge white whirlpool was formed by the spiritual qi of the spiritual lake. The spiritual qi condensed into a huge whirlpool. This scene was so shocking. Not only was the scene shocking, but Feng Wuchen's cultivation was also rising at a terrifying speed, as if he was sitting on a rocket. The 12 primordial spirits were crazily refining the spiritual qi. Their true yuan was endlessly flowing into Feng Wuchen's qi sea. The pure energy of thousands of heavenly treasures was also being crazily absorbed. It was as if a heavenly treasure was being consumed every minute. The sacred geocentric lotus that Feng Wuchen had swallowed was also being refined at a terrifying speed. 13 Feng Wuchens cultivating at the same time. What a spectacular scene that was. What a frightening cultivation speed, what monstrous genius. What heaven's chosen one. What top genius. None of them could raise their heads in front of Feng Wuchen. Haha. Feng Wuchen couldn't help but laugh out loud at the speed of his cultivation speed. He had never experienced such a terrifying cultivation speed before. Feng Wuchen was ecstatic. He said confidently, according to this terrifying cultivation speed, I can definitely break through to Sky Origin Stage 3 in 10 days. The amount of energy needed to break through to Sky Origin Stage was enormous. Feng Wuchen actually dared to say that he could break through in 10 days. Who had such confidence? Even the top geniuses of the continent wouldn't dare to say that they could break through to Sky Origin Stage within 10 days. The terrifying cultivation speed made Feng Wuchen's blood boil. He was extremely excited. Taking a few deep breaths to suppress the ecstasy in his heart, Feng Wuchen continued to cultivate crazily. The 12 primordial spirits continued to crazily absorb the pure energy of the heavenly treasures. However, while Feng Wuchen was cultivating crazily, the news of the Nangong nobles and the Misty Wind sect had already spread throughout the 9 regions. Bai Mingkong and Amurong Tian were secretly watching. The Nangong nobles and the Misty Wind sect had already summoned experts and were ready to fight. Misty Wind sect's palace. Sect leader. Young sect leader is back. A disciple rushed into the main hall to report. Just as the disciple reported, Leng Qingfeng had already appeared in the main hall. His face was cold and his pitch-black eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. Qingfeng. Seeing that Leng Qingfeng had returned safely, Leng Wuya heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that something had happened. Father. Send someone to track down Bai Mingkong's whereabouts. Leng Qingfeng shouted coldly. The terrifying killing intent and anger was because of Bai Mingkong. Bai Mingkong? Leng Wuya and the other higher-ups were stunned. Wasn't Bai Mingkong killed by Feng Wuchen? Everyone in the 9 regions knew. Leng Qingfeng couldn't possibly not know. Since he knew, why did Leng Qingfeng still ask? Qingfeng, what's wrong? Leng Wuya asked worriedly. He couldn't tell what was wrong with Leng Qingfeng. Bai Mingkong is still alive. Leng Qingfeng shouted coldly, I fought with Feng Wuchen. We were both injured and tied. That bastard took advantage of the situation and severely injured Feng Wuchen. He took the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. What? Bai Mingkong is still alive? Hearing this, Leng Wuya and the others were shocked. Young master, are you sure you didn't see wrong? Bai Mingkong was killed by Feng Wuchen. Everyone in the 9 regions knows about it. He can't be alive. The protector couldn't believe it. He is still alive. He has broken through to the 5th level of the Sky Origin stage. Feng Wuchen can testify. Leng Qingfeng said firmly. Wasn't it Morong Tian who took the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda? We all saw the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda in Morong Tian's hands. How could it be Bai Mingkong? The head elder was confused. Who took the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda? Morong Tian? Leng Qingfeng frowned. Seeing that Leng Qingfeng didn't know anything, Leng Wuya asked seriously, Qingfeng, did you kill Nangong Jin? Leng Qingfeng shook his head and said, Nangong Jin was killed by Ling Xiaoxiao. Feng Wuchen and I were severely injured by Bai Mingkong. How could we have killed Nangong Jin? Why do you ask, father? Leng Wuya then told Leng Qingfeng about the news from the 9 regions. He also told him about the battle with the Nangong family in 3 days. When I fought Feng Wuchen, Morong Tian didn't even show up. How could he have the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda? Could he be in cahoots with Bai Mingkong? Leng Qingfeng frowned. If Bai Mingkong is still alive, then this matter must have something to do with them. But Morong Tian is a member of the Nangong family. What good would it do for Morong Tian to sow discord? Leng Wuya was confused. Even if they guessed that it was Morong Tian and Bai Mingkong, the Nangong family wouldn't believe it. They wouldn't believe that Bai Mingkong was still alive. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The battle between the Nangong nobles and the Misty Wind sect was today. Nangong Lai had already led the experts of the Nangong nobles to the Misty Wind sect in a grand and majestic manner. The Nangong nobles had a terrifying lineup. Wherever they went, countless cultivators in the 9 states were frightened. The experts of the various forces in the 9 states followed behind the Nangong nobles from afar. Chu Chongkong and the experts of the auction were also on their way to the Misty Wind sect. The Evil Soul sect leader, the higher-ups of the Xiaowang school, and the higher-ups of the Shao clan were also rushing to the Misty Wind sect. How could they miss the battle between the 2 giants of the 9 states? The Nangong nobles seemed to be confident in defeating the Misty Wind sect. At the same time, the Misty Wind sect was already prepared for the battle. All the experts and disciples had been summoned back. Seeing that the battle was about to erupt, Feng Wuchen was still cultivating in the Valley of Gods. Sect leader, the Nangong nobles are here. A disciple came and reported respectfully. Prepare for battle. Leng Wuya shouted coldly and rushed to the sky. Swish. Swish, swish. The guardians, elders, and other Sky Origin realm experts of the Misty Wind sect flashed to the sky and released their powerful auras. Many experts of the 9 states had already gathered around the mountains around the Misty Wind sect. I'm afraid both sides will suffer great losses in this battle. The Nangong nobles are powerful, but the Misty Wind sect is not weak either. Isn't the head of the Nangong family too reckless? You haven't confirmed whether Nangong Jin was killed by Feng Wuchen or if it was related to Leng Qingfeng. Don't you know the consequences of a war? The Nangong nobles will definitely suffer great losses in the battle with the Misty Wind sect. I'm afraid other forces will take advantage of the situation. The surrounding experts expressed their opinions, but they had no intention of interfering. They were just watching the battle. A man in black appeared from the darkness. He was Bai Mingkong. How could Bai Mingkong be absent from the battle between the Nangong nobles and the Misty Wind sect? Bai Mingkong smirked and sneered. The more vague the news is, the more the Nangong nobles will not believe it. Even if they know the truth, it's already out of control. Swish! Swish! Intense sonic booms came from high up in the sky. Many black figures shot over rapidly. With a few flashes, they arrived above the Misty Wind sect's palace. It was Nangong Lai and the Sky Origin stage cultivator from the Nangong family. There were a total of 15 people, 15 Sky Origin stage cultivators. What a terrifying team! The Origin core stage experts of the Nangong family were rushing over as well. Morong Tian. Leng Qingfeng stared at Morong Tian coldly. Leng Qingfeng. Hand over your life. Nangong Yuan roared. The moment he saw Leng Qingfeng, his anger erupted. Buzz. The horrible power of Sky Origin Stage Level 5 burst out from Nangong Yuan's body. The space shook. He showed up in a flash and rushed toward Leng Qingfeng first. I didn't kill Nangong Jin. Leng Qingfeng coldly shouted as he stared coldly at Nangong Yuan, who was shooting towards him. You don't dare to admit that you killed someone? The Morong Tian's face was full of disdain. Don't try to deny it. Nangong Yuan roared. He didn't believe Leng Qingfeng at all. Nangong Yuan's speed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he arrived and slapped Leng Qingfeng fiercely. Leng Wuya's face was cold, but he didn't stop him. The protectors and elders didn't do anything either. They knew that Leng Qingfeng alone was enough to deal with him. Boom. Buzz. Leng Qingfeng circulated his true yuan and met the attack fearlessly. With a loud bang, the terrifying power shook violently and swept out like a storm. The two of them fiercely clashed. They were evenly matched. Elder Yuan, you may not be my match. If you want to avenge Nangong Jin, you found the wrong person. Leng Qingfeng said coldly. He was very confident in his own strength. Shut up. Nangong Yuan roared. His face was ferocious and he looked crazy. He immediately launched a fierce attack. Boom. 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 Buzz. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle as soon as they met. The terrifying energy ripples turned into energy rings and spread out, shaking the space. Leng Wuya's gaze was fixed on Morong Tian. He wasn't worried about Leng Qingfeng's safety at all. Morong Tian, what good will it do you to do this? Leng Wuya asked coldly. Hearing this, Morong Tian shrugged and sneered, Sect Master Leng, I don't know what you're talking about. What's wrong with me doing this? A life for a life is right and proper. I'm talking about Bai Mingkong. Leng Wuya shouted coldly, you're secretly colluding with Bai Mingkong to sow discord. What are you trying to do? Bai Mingkong? Nangong Lai and the others were shocked. Sect Master Leng, what did you say? Bai Mingkong is still alive? How is that possible? Bai Mingkong died at the hands of Feng Wuchen. How can he still be alive? Did I hear it wrong? Sect Master Leng actually said that Bai Mingkong is still alive? The experts watching from all directions didn't believe that Bai Mingkong was still alive. This was simply a lie. I'm colluding with Bai Mingkong? Morong Tian was stunned. He looked at Leng Wuya like he was looking at an idiot. Morong Tian sneered, Sect Master Leng, are you alright? Bai Mingkong was already killed by Feng Wuchen. Morong Tian. You're lying. Leng Qingfeng shouted furiously, despicable. You weren't even present when Qingfeng fought with Feng Wuchen. The one who stole the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was Bai Mingkong. The one who killed Nangong Jin was Ling Xiaoxiao. This has nothing to do with Qingfeng. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is in your hands. This means that you're colluding with Bai Mingkong. Leng Wuya shouted angrily. Morong Tian didn't admit it at all. He sneered, if you can prove that Bai Ming Kong is still alive, then I have nothing to say. However, as the sect master of the Wind sect, you're talking nonsense here. You've lost all face as a sect master. Leng Wuya, don't you think it's ridiculous that you're pushing the blame onto a dead man? Who in the 9 prefectures would believe that Bai Ming Kong is still alive? Nangong Lai said furiously. He didn't believe it at all. Leng Wuya, cut the crap. Let's fight. Let's show that old man how much you've improved over the years. Nangong Lai shouted furiously. An extremely horrifying qi burst out. Slowly flying up into the sky, Nangong Lai's Jinyuan started to circulate faster. In the end, his Jinyuan burst out like an erupting volcano. It was horrifying and filled with destructive power. Humph! Leng Wuya groaned in anger and shot up into the sky. His majestic qi sword and a terrifying true qi gushed out. The power was extremely violent. 2 streams of level 6 sky origin stage energy terrified countless powerful cultivators who were watching the fight. High-level mystic martial skill. Soul-killing sky cloud palm. Leng Wuya humped angrily. Horrifying Jinyuan condensed in his palm. The moment he shot up into the sky, he slammed his palm toward Nangong Lai. You've improved a lot. However, old man won't lose to you. Nangong Lai didn't show any fear. He also slammed his palm toward Leng Wuya. Rumble. Buzz. The terrifying collision of energy caused an earth-shattering explosion, causing everyone to cover their ears as their eardrums buzzed. The battle between Sky Origin Stage 6th level cultivators could be said to be destructive. At the same time, the Nangong family's army had arrived at the foot of the Misty Wind Sect's mountain. The Nangong family had sent out nearly 20,000 people. It was a horrifying lineup. Attack! Destroy the Misty Wind sect! Nangong Tianhen shouted. He took the lead and rushed toward the Misty Wind sect's protector. Kill! The Misty Wind sect's protector shouted coldly. He stared at Nangong Tianhen fiercely without fear. Nangong Tianhen's strength wasn't any weaker than Bai Minghe's. He was extremely powerful. He was half a step into Sky Origin Stage 6th level. The Misty Wind sect's protector wasn't weak either. The two of them fought to the death. It was definitely exciting. Fierce enough, the Sky Origin Stage cultivators activated their Jinyuan. They found their opponents and started to fight. However, the Nangong family had 3 more Sky Origin Stage cultivators than the Misty Wind sect. Although there were only 3 of them, it was enough. Morong Tian didn't attack. Instead, he looked at the weaker Sky Origin Stage cultivators of the Misty Wind sect with cold eyes. If I kill a few of your Sky Origin Stage cultivators, the Misty Wind sect will be destroyed. Morong Tian sneered. He didn't hide his cold killing intent. However, Morong Tian didn't attack. It seemed like he was just here to watch the fight. Kill! 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 The 20,000 disciples of the Misty Wind sect roared. Their aura swept across the area. The Nangong family's experts had already killed their way into the sect. The battle was about to start. The 2 giants fought to the death. There would definitely be heavy casualties. Boom! Boom! Buzz! When the battle broke out, the entire battlefield was covered with loud explosions and vibrations. Waves of terrifying energy spread out. The Misty Wind sect's disciples and the Nangong family's members were killed. In just a few minutes, the Misty Wind sect square was filled with corpses. Blood flowed like a river. It was a horrible sight. At the rate of casualties, the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect would suffer heavy losses in less than 2 hours. Gulp, the countless cultivators who were watching the battle were filled with fear. When the 2 giants of the 9 states fought, the destructive power and degree of destruction were unimaginable. On the mountain peak, the divine alchemist shook his head and sighed. This battle will definitely cause them to suffer heavy losses. Chu Chongkong said solemnly, is Bai Ming Kong still alive? Sect Master Lung wouldn't lie. But that shouldn't be possible. Bai Ming Kong is already dead. How can he be revived? That's not important anymore. The battle has already begun. Zhao Yunqing shook his head. Once the battle broke out, it wouldn't end until both sides suffered heavy losses. It was indeed not important whether Bai Mingkong was still alive or not. Sect Master, this is a great opportunity for our Xiaowang school to dominate the 9 states. The Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect will definitely suffer heavy losses in this battle. An elder sneered. Bai Mingkong and the Murong Tian started the battle between the 2 major forces. Naturally, they will reap some benefits. Don't underestimate those 2 brats. The great elder said solemnly. The Evil Soul sect leader said solemnly, let's wait and see. The Misty Wind sect's 3 souls haven't appeared yet. The Nangong family's first young master hasn't appeared either. This person is extremely mysterious. As the Nangong family's #1 genius, his strength might not lose to Lung Qingfeng. Don't act recklessly. 3 souls? Xie Tian looked at Evil Soul in shock. Seeing the serious expression on the Evil Soul sect leader's face, Xie Tian was very curious about who 3 souls was. 3 souls is a mysterious expert from the Misty Wind sect. Evil Soul said. Xie Tian nodded and said, I've heard of 3 souls, but I've never seen him before. There aren't many people in the 9 states who know about 3 souls, but father is afraid of him. This person is very terrifying. 3 souls hasn't appeared in 30 years, so naturally you haven't seen him. The Evil Soul sect leader said in a serious voice, 30 years ago, the Misty Wind sect fought for the position of sect master and a large battle broke out. Leng Wuya's junior brother Li Zongxian rebelled for the position of sect master and the Misty Wind sect fell into chaos, suffering heavy casualties. In the end, 3 souls made a move and forcefully suppressed Li Zongxian's experts, finally calming the Misty Wind sect. 30 years ago? Xie Tian's expression slightly changed. He looked up at Leng Wuya in the sky and asked in a shocked voice, isn't 3 souls cultivation even more terrifying than Leng Wuya's? San Hun's strength should be on par with Leng Wuya's. San Hun suffered extremely severe injuries in the past, causing him to be unable to cultivate for a very long time. His cultivation has even regressed quite a bit, said the Evil Soul School's master solemnly. When he spoke of San Hun, there was a sliver of deep fear in his eyes. The Misty Wind sect has such a terrifying expert and the Nangong family still dares to fight. It seems like the Nangong family's young master is also quite terrifying. Xie Tian frowned as he guessed. He's only stronger than Lung Qingfeng. Evil Soul said in a certain voice. As time passed and the intense battle continued, the 2 giants of the 9 states suffered heavy casualties. There were already over 10,000 people. Hong, hong, hong. Weng, weng. The battle continued as various powerful martial skills were used. The battlefield was like an explosion zone as explosions rang out without end. Pitiful cries kept coming from the battlefield and it was chaos. The number of casualties kept increasing and there were many heaven's prides from the 2 powers that died. The various experts all suffered different degrees of injuries. Even Leng Wuya and Nangong Lai who were fighting at full strength were injured. Lung Qingfeng and Nangong Yuan's battle had already reached its climax. Lung Qingfeng had the upper hand and Nangong Yuan was fighting with all his might. The battle between the Nangong aristocratic family and the Misty Wind sect was huge. The casualties were heavy. Countless shoujo were in a state of terror. Leng Wuya, old man, let's see how long you can last. High up in the sky, Nangong Lai roared angrily. His old face was pale, his injuries a bit serious. Leng Wuya's face was also pale. In the fierce battle, besides being injured, he had also consumed a lot of Jin Yuan. Casting a ferocious glance at Nangong Lai, Leng Wuya shouted, Nangong Lai, today, your Nangong family has attacked my Misty Wind sect. I will bury all of you here. Set up the formation. Swish. Swish. As soon as Leng Wuya shouted out, a few tens of Misty Wind sect disciples instantly flashed to the top of the numerous palaces. They were the elite disciples of the Misty Wind sect, and all of them possessed a cultivation at the 5th level of the origin core stage or above. These elite disciples had been waiting for orders in the palace. Seeing their fellow disciples die tragically, they could not bear it any longer. The moment they received Leng Wuya's order, they all rushed out. Buzz. Dozens of elite disciples circulated their true essence at the same time, forming the same imprint. In the next moment, the Misty Wind sect's enormous palace suddenly trembled. Yin Yang Soul Trap. Open. The dozens of elite disciples shouted out at the same time. Swish. Swish. At this moment, everyone's gazes couldn't help but look towards the dozens of energy beams. Buzz. Buzz. When the dozens of energy beams shot up to a height of 100 meters, the sky instantly shook open like the surface of the sea, and an enormous blue formation diagram appeared. It was so enormous that it covered the entire Misty Wind sect. The enormous formation activated, and an extremely terrifying aura suffused out, frightening countless cultivators. Everyone evacuate the Misty Wind sect. High up in the sky, Nangong Wuhan anxiously roared out. The panicked Nangong family members retreated in terror. That terrifying aura had already scared their souls out of their bodies. Activate the formation, your time of death has arrived. You overestimate yourselves. I'll let you see the might of the Misty Wind sect Xianxia soul trap. None of you can think of returning alive. On the faces of the Misty Wind sect's disciples, vicious sneers surfaced. However, when the Nangong family members retreated, they suddenly realized that the space before them had changed. The Misty Wind sect square and the sect had disappeared, and in its place were various spatial images. This is our Nangong family. This is an illusion. This is the 9 states auction. I just went to the auction yesterday. Why am I at the back mountain of the Nangong family? No. This is an illusion of the soul trap. The images that appeared before the Nangong family members were different. In the images, other than themselves, no one else could see them. Kill. At this moment, the Misty Wind sect's disciples roared and charged towards the Nangong family members. The Nangong family members who were trapped in the soul trap had expressions of doubt, bewilderment, shock, solemnity, and fear on their faces from the outside. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The Misty Wind sect's disciples slaughtered in a frenzy, and the Nangong family members were powerless to retaliate. They couldn't even see where the enemy was. The Nangong family members outside the Misty Wind sect's mountain range were terrified to the point their hearts trembled when they saw the terrifying scene in the Misty Wind sect, and no one dared to charge in. The people who were trapped in the soul trap were mercilessly slaughtered like idiots. Even if it was a 7th or 8th level origin core stage expert, they were powerless. They didn't even know how they died. The countless spectating cultivators became even more terrified and their faces went pale when they saw the Nangong family members being slaughtered. Nangong Lai and the other higher-ups of the Nangong family were furious when they saw their clansmen being slaughtered. Their faces were incomparably savage, and their hearts were bleeding. I'll make all of you unable to return. Leng Wuya shouted furiously, and his terrifying killing intent swept out like a gale, deterring the crowd. Tian. Quickly break the formation. Nangong Lai roared angrily while burning with anxiety. How strong can the might of a formation activated by 36 disciples be? Morong Tian sneered. Morong Tian only intended to make a move when he heard Nangong Lai's furious roar. Buzz buzz. Morong Tian flashed onto the blue formation, and his aura suddenly changed. He circulated his true essence, and the terrifying strength of the 4th level of the heavenly origin stage exploded out, shaking the void. His cold gaze swept past Morong Tian, and Leng Qingfeng shouted angrily, "You want to break the formation with just your strength? I think you're courting death." Humph. Morong Tian sneered in disdain. He condensed all the strength in his body, and his palm flashed with a resplendent green light that was suffused with a terrifying strength. Boom. Buzz buzz. Morong Tian's palm slammed onto the enormous formation, and with a loud bang, the terrifying strength shook the formation to the point that it buzzed and shook, as if it would collapse at any moment. Everyone could see that the formation couldn't even withstand a single blow. Morong Tian's palm landed, and it caused the formation to shake violently. You have the nerve to take out such a trashy formation? Is this the power of the Misty Wind sect's formation? Morong Tian glanced at Leng Qingfeng with disdain, and said with disdain. However, the moment Morong Tian finished his words, the disdainful sneer on his face changed drastically. Boom. Puff. Morong Tian felt an extremely terrifying strength burst out from the formation. The formation shook violently, and although it looked like it couldn't withstand a single blow, it was extremely terrifying. Morong Tian spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was blown away. Heavenly Origin Stage 6. Morong Tian's face was filled with fear, and his eyes were wide open as he stared at the formation. The strength of the formation had already reached the 6th level of the Heavenly Origin Stage. How is this possible? How can 36 Yuan Dan stage disciples activate the formation with the strength of the 6th level of the Heavenly Origin Stage? Morong Tian was extremely frightened, and he was severely injured. Morong Tian's injuries were very serious, and his face was pale without any blood. Morong Tian's full-strength palm strike couldn't even shake the yin-yang soul trap. Hiss. The surrounding cultivators were terrified, and their bodies were trembling as they sucked in a breath of cold air. The formation actually has the strength of the 6th level of the Heavenly Origin Stage. Nangong Tianhen looked at the formation in disbelief. With cousin Morong's strength, he was actually severely injured. The Nangong family's geniuses were also shocked. Even Nangong Lai couldn't believe that the Misty Wind sect had such a terrifying formation. Humph. You overestimate yourself. Leng Qingfeng laughed coldly, taking pleasure in Nangong Tianhen's misfortune. The formation was so terrifying, how were they going to break it? The longer this dragged on, the more members of the Nangong family would die. If they couldn't break the formation, everyone in the Misty Wind sect would die. The yin-yang soul trap was so terrifying. Tianhen. Break the formation first. Nangong Lai shouted angrily. Break the formation? The protector was slightly disdainful as he sneered, not to mention that you are severely injured, and your strength is greatly reduced. Even if you were at your peak strength, you still wouldn't be able to break the yin-yang soul trap. I really don't believe that the formation activated by 36 Yuan Dan realm disciples would be so powerful. Attack! Nangong Tianhen shouted angrily as several Heavenly Origin Stage experts attacked. Please! Not only did the protector not stop them, he even made an inviting gesture. Just as Nangong Tianhen and the others were about to attack, a cold laugh sounded out. The voice was cold and arrogant, and it was extremely unfamiliar. Is the Misty Wind sect's formation really that powerful? However, the Nangong family didn't find it unfamiliar. Genre. Hearing this voice, Nangong Lai and Nangong Tianhen's expressions changed. He's here. Morong Tian's expression changed as he looked over. Nangong Zhan. Leng Qingfeng frowned as he thought to himself, this fellow has finally appeared. The number one genius of the Nangong family, Nangong Zhan. Leng Wuyao also frowned as he looked towards the source of the voice. The mysterious young master of the Nangong family. The expressions of the Misty Wind sect's upper echelon instantly became extremely grave. Nangong Zhan has finally appeared. The face of the evil soul sect leader was unprecedentedly grave. The experts of the auction house and the Xiao family also revealed a grave expression. The intense battle came to a halt because of this cold and arrogant voice. Following the appearance of this voice, the space also became silent. The battlefield was deathly silent, there was a heavy atmosphere in the air. Everyone looked at the void where the voice came from. The cultivators of the 9 states didn't know who the owner of the voice was, so they were all curious. A boundless aura suddenly swept down from the sky. It shocked people's souls and was very terrifying. 6th Heavenly Yuan Layer. Everyone at the scene, including Leng Wuya and the other experts, were shocked and terrified when they sensed the terrifying aura. The terrifying aura made everyone feel like the 5-element mountain was pressing down on their heads. Their faces revealed pained expressions and they felt powerless. 6th Heavenly Yuan Layer. Leng Wuya's face also revealed a trace of shock. Leng Qingfeng deeply knit his brows and said, I never thought that he would have already broken through to the 6th Heavenly Yuan Layer. Nangong Zhan's cultivation has actually broken through to the 6th Heavenly Yuan Layer. He has already surpassed Leng Qingfeng. Xia Tian's eyes opened wide in shock. This is the Nangong family's confidence? Evil Soul deeply knit his brows. It was exactly as he had guessed. Xiao. A figure suddenly appeared in a flash. A terrifying aura and pressure radiated from this person's body. This terrifying aura was the 6th Heavenly Yuan Layer. It was incomparably majestic. This person was the Nangong family's Nangong Zhan. Nangong Zhan was wearing a luxurious black brocade. He was handsome and had a delicate face. His sharp eyebrows released the aura of an expert and his jet black eyes were filled with a natural confidence. The Nangong family actually has a 6th heavenly yuan layer cultivator. No wonder they dared to attack the Misty Wind sect. Who is he? I think he's around 25 or 26, how could he have reached the 6th heavenly yuan layer? He is Nangong Zhan. That's right. It's him. It's Nangong Zhan. The number one genius of the Nangong family. Countless cultivators were filled with fear, but there were also people who recognized that this person was the number one genius of the Nangong family, Nangong Zhan. The number one genius of the Nangong family had actually surpassed the number one genius of the 9 states, Lung Qing Feng. Nangong Zhan. In a hidden place, a man wearing a black robe had a sinister look in his eyes as his lips curled into a dangerous smile. Zhan, you broke through? Nangong Lai was overjoyed and extremely excited. I didn't disappoint you, grandfather. Nangong Zhan smiled indifferently as he calmly glanced at the experts in the sky. Nangong Tianhen flashed over and looked at Nangong Zhan excitedly. He smiled and said, as expected of the rare genius of my Nangong family. Your cultivation has already surpassed your father's. The leaders of the Nangong family were overjoyed. Nangong Zhan had reached the 6th level of the Sky Origin stage, which was the most powerful trump card of the Nangong family. Zhan, quickly break the formation. If we don't break the formation, more of our Nangong family's clansmen will die. Nangong Tianhen said anxiously. Buzz. Nangong Zhan activated his Jin Yuan, and an incomparably terrifying power burst forth. A dazzling azure light burst forth, and it was incomparably dazzling, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Gulp, the terrifying power that Nangong Zhan unleashed caused everyone to swallow their saliva in fright. Their faces were extremely pale and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Everyone's fear of Nangong Zhan could be said to have originated from their souls. Boom. Crack. PFFF. 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 Nangong Zhan casually threw a palm at the massive blue array. With a loud explosion, a terrifying energy instantly spread throughout the entire array. Countless cracks tore through the array, and with a final cracking sound, the array collapsed. The 36 elite disciples who had activated the array all spat out mouthfuls of blood. The 36 elite disciples were severely injured and fell from the top of the palace. With a casual palm strike, the terrifying Yin Yang soul trap was actually broken. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. The Misty Wind sect's people couldn't believe it. What kind of terrifying power was this, within the Misty Wind sect? As the terrifying array was destroyed by Nangong Zhan, the Nangong family clansmen who were trapped in the array woke up from the soul trap. The Misty Wind sect's disciples retreated in fright as they looked at Nangong Zhan in horror. He actually broke the Yin Yang soul trap with a single palm strike. Lung Qingfeng's face was filled with shock. His expression was stiff as he stared at Nangong Zhan with wide eyes. How is this possible? Lung Wuya was also in disbelief. The Misty Wind sect's upper echelons couldn't believe it. Did Nangong Zhan really have such terrifying power? The Misty Wind sect's array isn't much. Nangong Zhan said coldly. Seeing so many dead Nangong family clansmen, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Young master. Annihilate the Misty Wind sect. A clansman roared. Annihilate the Misty Wind sect. The clansmen roared. Seeing so many of their clansmen killed, the Nangong family clansmen were enraged. At the same time, the Nangong family clansmen outside the Misty Wind sect rushed in. The Misty Wind sect's array had been broken. Now that Nangong Zhan had appeared, they weren't afraid at all. Sect Master Leng, how many people do you think the Misty Wind sect will die if I strike with a single palm strike? Nangong Zhan asked coldly as he glanced at Leng Wuya. Buzz buzz. With that, Nangong Zhan circulated his true essence and a terrifying power surged out once again. Nangong Lai didn't hesitate to strike with a palm strike. A huge green palm print swooped down from the sky. The terrifying pressure scared everyone out of their wits. Retreat. A Nangong family clansman roared. Buzz buzz. As the terrifying palm print fell, the Misty Wind sect's huge palace shook violently. At the same time, cracks appeared. Nangongzhan's palm strike was enough to annihilate the entire Misty Wind sect. The Misty Wind sect's disciples retreated in fear. They were scared out of their wits. Shoo! Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing sound shot up to the sky from the Misty Wind sect. It contained a terrifying power that instantly pierced through Nangongzhan's palm print. The palm print exploded in the sky with a deafening sound. The destructive energy rippled out like a storm. Sky Origin Stage Level 6. Nangongzhan frowned. Judging from the terrifying power, he could tell that the attacker was at the Sky Origin Stage Level 6. To be able to make Nangongzhan frown, the attacker must be powerful. Retreat! Leng Wuya roared. Many Sky Origin Stage experts hurriedly retreated. No one dared to take on the terrifying energy storm. Even Leng Wuya and Namgong Lai had to retreat because of their injuries. Sky Origin Stage Level 6. San Hun. Namgong Lai frowned. He had already guessed the attacker's identity. Misty Wind Sect San Hun. Nangong Tianhen frowned. He had also guessed the attacker's identity. San Hun? Morong Tian was shocked. He didn't know about the existence of San Hun. San Hun! The evil soul sect leader exclaimed. His eyes were filled with fear. San Hun is indeed alarmed. The divine alchemist, Chu Chongkong, and the others were also filled with fear. I knew San Hun would make a move. Xiao Tianchen said seriously. All the experts of the 9 prefectures knew about San Hun. However, the others didn't know. All the 9 prefectures' cultivators who were watching the battle looked at the Misty Wind sect leader's palace with fear. The Misty Wind sect still has a Sky Origin Stage Level 6. No wonder they are the 2 giants of the 9 prefectures. They actually hid such a terrifying expert. Could it be the old Misty Wind sect leader? I heard that the old Misty Wind sect leader has already passed away. Countless cultivators discussed in fear. I never thought that the geniuses of the 9 prefectures would already have a junior in the Sky Origin Stage Level 6. This kind of talent is truly shocking. An old voice came from the Misty Wind sect leader's palace. At the same time, a powerful aura was released. The terrifying aura of the Sky Origin Stage Level 6 made people feel suffocated. The entire place was silent. After a while, a white-haired old man slowly walked out of the palace. He was wearing a large gray robe and his face was covered in wrinkles. However, the old man was releasing a terrifying aura that made people feel fear. This old man was the Misty Wind sect's San Hun. The Misty Wind sect's disciples looked at the old man in a daze. When did the Misty Wind sect have such a terrifying expert? The Misty Wind sect's disciples didn't know about San Hun's existence at all. Father, is he San Hun? Xie Tian looked at the old man in fear as he asked. Evil Soul nodded in a daze and said, that's right. He is San Hun. He has already recovered completely. If he wasn't injured in the past, he would have already reached the Sky Origin Stage Level 7. The old man slowly walked to the front of the stairs and slightly raised his head. His deep old eyes looked at Nangongzhan and he stroked his beard with a faint smile. The #1 genius of the Nangong family, Nangongzhan, breaking the yin-yang soul trap with a single palm. Your strength is indeed incredible, you have already surpassed Ling Qingfeng. Nangongzhan looked at the old man and indifferently said, Senior must be the Misty Wind sect's San Hun. The Misty Wind sect's array should be controlled by you in secret, otherwise it wouldn't be this strong. Leave. San Hun softly said, indicating for the Misty Wind sect's disciples to leave. San Hun didn't reply, but he silently agreed. The Misty Wind sect's yin-yang soul trap was controlled by San Hun in secret. At this moment, the Nangong family's members all left the Misty Wind sect in fear. A Sky Origin Stage Level 6 expert was not a joke, a single wave of his hand was enough to kill them. Nangong Lai, after not seeing you for so long, your bad temper hasn't changed at all. Looking at Nangong Lai, San Hun said with a faint smile. Nangong Lai frowned and didn't say anything. Everyone in the 9 prefectures knew how terrifying San Hun was. It's rare for the Misty Wind sect to have such an expert like you. It seems like I'll have to learn from you. Nangongzhan said coldly. A surge of battle intent spread out from his body. Since the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect had started a war, there was no way for them to stop. Otherwise, wouldn't the deaths of the Nangong family's disciples and family members be in vain? San Hun slowly rose to the sky without any fear. He smiled faintly and said, "It's rare for the younger generation of the 9 prefectures to have such strength. This old man would like to give it a try. Then come at me." Nangong Zhan roared and the violent energy in his body was released. A green light flashed and the void shook. In an instant, Nangong Zhan exploded with all his strength. A monstrous force swept across without restraint. The vast true origin shook the heavens and the earth. Nangong Zhan's aura had already surpassed the family head, Nangong Lai. In other words, Nangong Zhan's strength was even stronger than Nangong Lai's. He was undoubtedly the #1 expert of the Nangong family. The #1 genius of the Nangong family had such terrifying strength. Nangong Zhan against 3 souls. This was the peak battle of the 9 states. One was an expert of the older generation with rich battle experience and the other was a genius of the younger generation with shocking talent. The battle between the two would definitely shock the world. Countless people were looking forward to seeing who would win and who would lose between these 2 terrifying experts. The younger generation will surpass us in time. 3 souls nodded in shock. Weng, weng. 3 souls slowly circulated his true energy and a monstrous power was awakened from his slumber. 3 souls' true energy was very dense, it was even denser than Nangong Zhan's. A powerful aura was released, scaring the surrounding cultivators. 3 souls' terrifying power did not lose to Nangong Zhan's at all. This is 3 souls' power? It's even stronger than Nangong Zhan's. Xie Tian called out in shock. His body turned stiff like he was petrified. Gu Lu. All the cultivators kept swallowing their saliva as the word panic was written all over their faces. At this moment of panic, they even forgot to breathe. 3 souls' power is becoming more and more terrifying. Nangong Lai secretly said with a frown. He was a bit worried that Nangong Zhan could not beat 3 souls. The high-level members of the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect all had serious expressions. No one dared to jump to conclusions. It seems like my decision was right. Otherwise, 3 souls and Nangong Zhan wouldn't have been drawn out. In the dark, Bai Mingkong gave a cold laugh. The power of 2 6th heaven origin layer cultivators filled the air. Their power had already surpassed Lin Wuye and Nangong Lai. Facing the powerful power of 3 souls, Nangong Zhan's expression did not change at all. His eyes were still filled with confidence. 3 souls slowly raised his hand and pointed it at Nangong Zhan. A terrifying energy was condensed. Xiao. Weng, weng. In the next second, a white whirlwind broke through the air, and an ear-piercing sonic boom caused everyone to cover their ears. Wherever the terrifying white whirlwind passed, the void violently tumbled. Nangong Zhan had no fear as his right hand formed a claw and condensed a terrifying power before grabbing at the white wind. Hong. Weng, weng. Nangong Zhan grabbed the terrifying white wind with a single hand and squeezed. With a hong sound, he actually crushed 3 souls' terrifying white wind with his bare hands. Senior 3 souls, if you want to test my strength, you should show me your true strength. Nangong Zhan said indifferently. The strength of 3 souls was no threat to Nangong Zhan. Looks like there's no need to test him. The 3rd soul nodded slightly. Swish, as soon as he finished speaking, the figures of the 3 souls suddenly appeared in front of Nangong Zhan. Their speed was terrifying to the extreme. San Hun did not hesitate at all as he ferociously slammed his palm towards Nangong Zhan. Looking at his terrifying posture, it seemed that this palm strike would definitely turn Nangong Zhan into meat paste. Boom. Buzz. However, Nangong Zhan was not someone to be trifled with. The moment the 3 souls appeared, he had already sensed them and met them with a palm strike. With a loud bang, destructive energy ripples spread out in all directions like a shockwave. In the blink of an eye, their palms collided head-on with each other. Their might was overwhelming, even with the terrifying power of the 3 souls. Nangong Zhan was unable to move even half a step. Oh? You're not weak at all. The 3rd soul was slightly surprised, but that was all. What kind of person was the 3 souls? How could he not see through Nangongzhan's strength? Leng Wuya and the others who were watching the fight were secretly afraid of Nangongzhan's terrifying strength. It would not be easy for the three souls to defeat Nangongzhan. It's my turn. Nangongzhan said coldly. His eyes squinted as a murderous aura surged out. He viciously swept his leg out. Nangongzhan's kick was enough to instantly kill a Sky Origin Stage 5 powerhouse. The three souls dodged and met the attack with another palm strike. The palm strike was fierce and terrifying. Ha! Nangongzhan suddenly shouted and a terrifying chi burst out, forcing the three souls to retreat. The three souls' attack had failed. This kid is not weak at all. The three souls thought. The terrifying chi was enough to prove how terrifying Nangongzhan was. High Dark Class Martial Skill. Mystical Divine Steps. Nangongzhan shouted and used his movement skill to rush forward. His speed was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Illusionary God Skill. The three souls shouted and used his movement skill. His figure flashed and disappeared. Boom. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, in the blink of an eye, the two of them had disappeared in the sky. Following that, an earth-shattering explosion sounded from the sky. The destructive energy was unceasing. Too fast. I can't see their figures. So terrifying. I feel like they are fighting right in front of me. I can't see their figures at all. Is this still a battle? Countless cultivators who were watching the fight were shocked to the extreme. Not to mention them, even Sky Origin Stage cultivators could not see their figures. Their speed had reached a terrifying level. Nangongzhan's strength has already surpassed Father. How did he cultivate? Leng Qingfeng frowned and thought. Nangongzhan's strength made him feel afraid. For the first time, Leng Qingfeng did not dare to face such a tyrannical figure. The intense battle shook the sky and the earth. The energy that spread out caused the mountains around the misty wind sect to tremble. Everyone felt their bodies trembling. The three souls and Nangongzhan were evenly matched. They crazily clashed and neither of them was at a disadvantage. In terms of strength, Nangongzhan did not lose. In terms of speed, Nangongzhan was not weak either. Could it be that Bai Mingkong also has his eyes on Nangongzhan's strength? Morong Tian, who was looking at Nangongzhan in horror, suddenly had such a guess. Morong Tian used the word also. It seemed that Morong Tian also had his eyes on Nangongzhan. No matter who won the battle between the three souls and Nangongzhan, the other side would definitely have to pay a huge price. The guess in his heart made Morong Tian's face turn gloomy. Boom, buzz. Buzz, in the end, the high-intensity head-on collision ended with a palm strike. Both of them retreated, and their figures appeared in front of the crowd. In the intense battle, the two of them did not even gasp for breath. Seeing that their auras did not weaken, the upper echelons of the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect heaved a sigh of relief. If either the three souls or Nangongzhan could not hold on, it meant that the side that could not hold on would lose. No matter who lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. It is rare to have such strength at such a young age. The three souls praised Nangongzhan. It is also rare to have such vigorous strength at such an age. Nangongzhan said indifferently. It seemed like he was praising the three souls, but his words made people feel that he was looking down on the three souls. Arrogant. Nangongzhan was extremely arrogant, however, Nangongzhan had the capital to be arrogant. High-grade profound class martial technique. Hand of destruction. Nangongzhan shouted and clasped his hands together. A towering aura burst out and a terrifying force quickly condensed into a huge green palm. The terrifying force was suffocating. Swish, buzz. Buzz, Nangongzhan waved his hand without hesitation and the huge palm struck the three souls. It shook the void and almost tore it apart. The three souls' aura soared and his sleeves fluttered. Dense true origin energy burst out. High-grade profound class martial technique. Howling wind finger. The three souls shouted and pointed at the palm print in the sky. The vast force seemed to be able to suppress everything. Swish, buzz. Buzz, a white light pillar as thick as an arm shot up into the sky and charged at Nangongzhan's palm print. The ear-piercing sound was ear-piercing. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, in an instant, the two destructive energies collided with each other under the horrified gazes of countless practitioners and exploded in an instant. Monstrous energy ripples swept out in all directions with an unstoppable force. True Origin Energy Protection. Leng Wuya and the other Sky Origin Realm cultivators who were watching from afar retreated in panic. They formed energy shields to block the energy ripples. However, such terrifying energy ripples were unable to push back the three souls and Nangong Zhan. The strength of these two people had already reached an unimaginable level. In terms of martial technique, Nangong Zhan did not lose to the three souls. Again. Nangong Zhan roared and activated his true origin energy again. His hands quickly formed seals and his aura soared again. High-grade profound class martial technique. Limitless annihilation cut. Nangong Zhan roared again. He gathered a terrifying force in his arm and swept it out without hesitation. The huge green energy slash was like a rainbow. It was as if it was going to split the void in half. Such terrifying power was enough to scare people to death. High-grade profound class martial technique. Heavenly Spirit Seal. The three souls did not show any weakness. He activated his martial technique with all his strength. Above his head, a huge energy seal was instantly formed. Its power was even more terrifying than Mount Tai. The terrifying battle between the two had frightened many cultivators to the point that they collapsed on the ground. They were unable to get up. Boom. Boom, buzz. Buzz, there was another loud sound in the sky. The monstrous energy ravaged the void and shook the heaven and earth. Everyone felt that the entire 9 prefectures was shaking. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the battle between the three souls and Nangong Zhan, various powerful martial techniques clashed one after another. It did not matter if the spectators could endure it. The surrounding cultivators covered their ears, but they still had painful expressions on their faces. The deafening explosions were like sound waves. They mercilessly attacked countless cultivators. At the beginning, their eardrums were vibrating, but in the end, their heads almost exploded. Nangong Zhan actually has such incredible power. Leng Wuya was shocked. The more he watched, the more fearful he was. Fortunately, the Misty Wind sect still had the three souls. Otherwise, Nangong Zhan alone would be enough to eliminate the Misty Wind sect. The upper echelons of the Nangong family were also rejoicing. If Nangong Zhan had not broken through to the 6th level of the Sky Origin realm, the Nangong family would have been destroyed in this battle. As the battle went on, the three souls and Nangong Zhan's aura started to weaken. The consumption of true essence was too great. Even the 6th level of the Sky Origin realm was unable to support it. This old thing should not be able to hold on for much longer. I will kill him in one go. Nangong Zhan thought to himself. He forcefully suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. Nangong Zhan circulated his true essence again. It seemed like he did not want to give the three souls a chance to breathe. Sky-raising spear. Cloud-covering armor. Nangong Zhan's aura surged crazily and reached a high level. Nangong Zhan held the war spear in his hand and his aura was shocking. He was like a war god that had descended to the mortal world. When Nangong Zhan's aura reached its peak, his strength was close to the peak of Sky Origin Stage 6. The Sky-raising spear was a high-grade spiritual artifact and it was extremely powerful. The cloud-covering armor was a defensive armor and it had a strong defensive power. With the combination of the two, Nangong Zhan's combat strength had reached an unprecedented level. Comparable to the peak of Sky Origin Stage 6. Has Nangong Zhan's strength reached such a level? Leng Wuya frowned. Countless cultivators present were shocked by Nangong Zhan's strength. Nangong Zhan's true strength made San Hun's expression turn serious. Nangong Zhan's strength was stronger than he had imagined. This was also the first time that San Hun had encountered such a tyrannical genius like Nangong Zhan. Senior San Hun, show me your true strength. I will use all my strength to defeat you and kill you. Nangong Zhan said coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Young people do have the right to be arrogant. San Hun nodded. Although he was shocked by Nangong Zhan's strength, he was not afraid of him. Pa. San Hun clasped his hands together and pulled them apart. A powerful aura of a spirit artifact spread out as a black staff was summoned. The long black stick was 6 feet long and it was a high-grade spiritual artifact. It was extremely powerful. Sanhun's aura also surged rapidly and his aura reached a terrifying level. This old man is indeed hiding his strength. Nangongzhan frowned and his expression turned serious. The stronger Sanhun was, the stronger Nangongzhan's battle intent was. Nangongzhan waved the long spear and his moves were graceful. Boom! In the next moment, Nangongzhan burst out with a loud explosion and a gust of wind swept out. Nangongzhan arrived in an instant and the sky-raising spear pierced towards Sanhun. The tip of the spear shone with a cold light and it carried an extremely powerful force. It was enough to pierce through Sanhun. Sanhun waved the long stick and it spun rapidly in front of him like a propeller. It was so fast that it condensed into a beam of energy. Ding! Buzz! Nangongzhan's spear pierced over. A crisp ding sound rang out as the spear rubbed against the high-speed rotation. Sparks flew in all directions as a terrifying energy frantically spread out. Bang! The 3 spiritual souls struck the long rod that was spinning at high speed. With a muffled bang, the extremely terrifying energy sent Nangongzhan flying. Nangongzhan frowned and said to himself, he actually reflected my power back. Again! Nangongzhan shouted and rushed out again. Terrifying true essence was injected into the long spear and the spearhead shone with a dazzling green light. Nangongzhan arrived once again in an instant. His long spear pierced out with an even more terrifying attack. Ding! Buzz! The spearhead ferociously collided, and the terrifying power immediately forced Sanhun to take a few steps back. An even more terrifying power rippled out, and this spear allowed Nangongzhan to regain his face. Leng Wuya and the others became nervous when they saw the 3 souls being pushed back. They were worried that the 3 souls wouldn't be able to block Nangongzhan's power. You must hold on, the elder said in a panic. If the 3 spirits were defeated, the Misty Wind sect would definitely be destroyed. The disciples of the Misty Wind sect were also praying in their hearts. The fierce battle between the two concerned the life and death of the Misty Wind sect and the Nangong family. They couldn't help but be nervous and worried. The 3 souls took advantage of the momentum to retreat. He swept out his long rod and a white rod light shot out. Break! Rumble! Nangongzhan pursued fiercely. With a roar, the heaven-raising spear pierced out and instantly shattered the rod light. The rod light exploded without any resistance. Nangongzhan took advantage of the victory to pursue. The retreating 3 spiritual souls injected true essence into the long rod. His aura rapidly increased, and the long rod emitted a resplendent white light and was filled with a monstrous power. Limitless soul-chasing rod. Universe destruction. The 3 souls roared and smashed down with the long rod with both hands. He had a ferocious aura that could shatter mountains and rivers. Swish! Buzz! A white rod light that was dozens of feet long shot out. It seemed to cover the sky and the earth. The power was extremely violent, and the resplendent white light covered the void. Who is that old senior? His strength is too terrifying. All the spectators held their breaths as they sensed this terrifying power. They stared at the void in extreme fear. Nangong Lai and the other upper echelons had grave expressions. Their palms were sweating. The Xiaowang school and the upper echelons of the Xiao family had pale faces with fear. Earth tier martial technique. Nangongzhan frowned slightly. This terrifying rod light made him feel an intense sense of danger. Buzz! Nangongzhan circulated his true essence with all his might. A vast power gushed out, and a buzzing sound could be heard. His eyes flickered with a ferocious light. 8 desolate war soul spear. 8 desolate extermination. Nangongzhan roared and swept out with the long spear in his hand. Swish! Buzz! A green spear light that was dozens of feet long pierced through the air. It had an aura that could wipe out an army. The spear light contained a destructive energy that shook the heavens and the earth. Nangongzhan also executed an Earth tier martial technique. Although it was only an elementary Earth tier martial technique, its power couldn't be underestimated. Boom! PFFF. The 2 destructive energies instantly collided with each other, causing a loud explosion. At the instant of the fierce collision, the terrifying energy vibrated outwards, causing the two of them to cough up blood. Just the instant of the collision was enough to injure the two strongest people in the 9 provinces. From this, one could see how terrifying this energy was. The frenzied energy ripples caused the spectators to retreat. Many of them even hid behind the rocks, afraid of being affected. The power of the spear art is indeed not weak. San Hun praised again. Senior's rod art is also very powerful. Nan Gongzhan replied indifferently. Rumble. PFFF. The two destructive forces that were madly colliding with each other suddenly exploded. The energy ripples that could destroy heaven and earth rolled out crazily with an unstoppable force, causing the two of them to vomit blood again. The shockwave was like a shockwave that sent the two of them flying. Senior San Hun. Genre. Seeing both of them spitting out blood and being severely injured, the upper echelons of the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect cried out in panic. Their faces were filled with worry. But when facing such a terrifying energy, no one dared to rush forward. The destructive energy was enough to instantly kill any one of them, including the heavily injured Leng Wuya and Nangong Lai. Even though Nangong Zhan had a defensive armor, he was unable to withstand such a terrifying energy. An all-out collision, and it was an Earth-rank martial skill. How terrifying would the energy from the collision be? The towering mountain peaks around the Misty Wind sect shook violently and a large amount of rocks tumbled down. The destructive energy ripples covered an area of 60 to 70 zhang. It was so huge that it scared everyone out of their wits. The center of the explosion was still flickering with the light of the explosion, like a thunderclap that was brewing. Countless cultivators were in chaos. The cowardly ones did not dare to stay behind. That terrifying energy was unimaginable. His old bones can actually withstand it. Nan Gongzhan frowned. San Hun's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Nan Gongzhan originally thought that he could defeat San Hun with his full strength. But unexpectedly, San Hun blocked his attack and at the same time, he was heavily injured. In the intense battle, both of them had consumed a lot of true essence. Their faces were pale and their breathing was rapid. San Hun's situation was more serious. He did not have any armor to resist the energy, so his body had to bear it. His injuries were much worse than Nan Gongzhan's. Nan Gongzhan had the covered cloud armor to protect his body. Naturally, his situation was better than San Hun's. San Hun's face turned grave as he thought to himself, this brat's strength is not simple. His Earth-rank martial skill is extremely strong. The terrifying energy ripples lasted for a full 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. Space regained its calm. Everyone immediately looked at the sky. Seeing the two severely injured and pale, the Nangong noble clan and the Misty Wind sect became even more worried. Who would win? This old thing should not be able to hold on for much longer. Nan Gongzhan said coldly. The killing chi in his eyes became even more intense. At the same time, there was a trace of disdain. 8 desolate war soul spear. 8 desolate break the firmament. Nan Gongzhan shouted again and horrifying energy surged out. Spear lights flickered, stifling everyone. Senior San Hun, can your old bones still endure this attack of mine? Nan Gongzhan asked coldly as he swept his spear out mercilessly. Xiao, Weng. Weng, an even more horrifying spear light shot out with a sharp, ear-piercing sound. Its power was monstrous, as if it would not stop until the sky collapsed. I have been underestimated. San Hun smiled indifferently. There was no fear on his face. His deep old eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. San Hun's aura suddenly changed. Surging energy burst out from his body. San Hun poured all his energy into the soul-chasing rod as he shot it out rapidly. Seeing this, Nan Gongzhan sneered and said, Senior San Hun, are you planning to perish together? San Hun did not reply. In a few flashes, he was already close to the enormous green spear light. At close range, the horrifying energy made San Hun shudder in fear. At the same time, the long rod had already condensed a horrifying energy. Puff, San Hun spat out a mouthful of blood essence onto the long rod. It was instantly absorbed. The power of the rod light surged crazily and became even more terrifying. Blood essence. Nangongzhan's face changed slightly. Not good. Nangong Lai and the other higher-ups' faces changed drastically. Heaven falls and earth rends. San Hun shouted as he held the long rod tightly with both hands and smashed it down from above. Boom, puff, the soul-chasing rod smashed down fiercely and there was a loud explosion. The ferocious and horrifying energy blocked the enormous spear light and prevented it from moving forward. Nangongzhan spat out a mouthful of blood. On the spear light, cracks were spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is impossible. Nangongzhan was shocked. Zhaner. Nangong Lai and Nangong Tianhen shouted in shock. Kacha, the enormous spear light that was full of cracks shattered with a cracking sound. San Hun's ferocious attack directly injured Nangongzhan. This shocking staff strike shattered Nangongzhan's confidence and pride into pieces. Nangongzhan was completely defeated, the number one genius of the Nangong family was defeated, his heavily injured body couldn't bear the burden and fell from the sky. Humph. Finally, both sides are injured. Bai Mingkong secretly smiled evilly. Bai Mingkong was hidden in the dark. Other than Bai Mingkong, the surroundings were pitch black. Bai Mingkong's body was wrapped in a looming energy layer that completely concealed his aura. No one present noticed Bai Mingkong's existence, and no one even believed that Bai Mingkong was still alive. Bai Mingkong was sitting cross-legged with his hands on his knees. There was a strange black stone floating in front of him. No one knew what it was. This time, perhaps I don't need the help of that old evil soul to awaken the power of my ancestor. Bai Mingkong said to himself with a sneer. It was an evil smile, but it didn't lose its arrogance. Zhaner. Nangong Lai dove down in panic. Nangong Tianhen and the other higher-ups also dodged. Nangongzhan was a rare genius of the Nangong family, and it was related to the future of the Nangong family. They couldn't allow anything to happen to Nangongzhan. Zhaner. Quickly take the elixir. Nangong Lai panicked, and his hand that was holding the elixir was trembling. Preposterous. That old bastard actually used his blood essence to heavily injure Zhaner. Nangong Tianhen gritted his teeth and said angrily. The veins on his face bulged, and the blood in his blood vessels surged violently. Blood essence is also a part of one's strength. Nangongzhan said strenuously. His voice was very soft, and his consciousness was somewhat blurred. Nangongzhan lost to the power of blood essence. Of course, no one would use the power of blood essence unless they had no other choice. Nangongzhan was defeated. Leng Wuya and the other higher-ups of the Misty Wind sect, as well as all the disciples, heaved a sigh of relief. The Misty Wind sect was saved. Although San Hun defeated Nangongzhan, he used his blood essence, which caused him to collapse instantly. His old face was as pale as a dead man. At this moment, he could barely float in the air and was unable to fight anymore. A moment later, the excited cheers of the disciples in the Misty Wind sect suddenly soared into the sky, instantly breaking the silent space. The countless cultivators who were watching the battle also recovered from their shock and fear. Nangongzhan lost. The number one genius of the Nangong family was actually defeated. The strength of that old senior from the Misty Wind sect is truly terrifying. I've never seen such a terrifying battle. My horizons have been broadened. Nangongzhan has been defeated. The Nangong family is finished. The exclamations of the cultivators in all directions spread out like an avalanche. 3 souls is still 3 souls in the end. Although Nangongzhan's strength is terrifying, he's still an experienced 3 souls. It's not strange for Nangongzhan to lose. The evil soul sect leader took a deep breath and suppressed the fear in his heart. Xie Tian said in a stunned voice, I've never seen such a terrifying expert before. On the other side, the divine alchemist, Chu Changkong, and the others were all amazed by the terrifying strength of the 3 souls. Within the 9 prefectures, no one would be a match for the 3 souls. 3 souls. If anything happens to Zhaner, the old man will definitely not forgive you. Nangong Lai angrily roared at 3 souls, his killing intent soaring into the sky. Hearing this, 3 souls said with a faint smile, Nangongzhan won't die yet. Although Nangongzhan's injuries were serious, his cultivation was strong, so he wouldn't die that easily. Moreover, even if 3 souls wanted to kill Nangongzhan, he didn't have the strength to do so. Now he had fallen into a situation where he had to sacrifice 800 to kill 1,000 enemies. Sect Master. We definitely can't let them go. That's right. Letting them go is equal to letting a tiger return to the mountain. When the time comes, they will still deal with us. Exterminate the Nangong family. The Misty Wind sect disciples were filled with righteous indignation. They definitely wouldn't let the Nangong family go. Sect Master, Nangong Zhan's injuries are serious, and if we don't treat him soon, his life will be in danger. Why should we take this chance to exterminate the Nangong family? If we let Nangong Zhan recover, 3 souls might not be able to defeat him again. An elder said in a serious voice. His voice wasn't loud because he was worried 3 souls would hear him. The Nangong family attacked us before investigating the real culprit. So many disciples have died. How can we let this go? Moreover, Nangong Yuan won't let Ling Qingfeng off either. We definitely can't leave this threat by our side, the protector said coldly. Leng Wuya nodded. He was very clear about the logic of letting a tiger return to the mountain. 3 souls' strength was indeed terrifying, but Nangong Zhan was even more terrifying. With his terrifying talent, Nangong Zhan's strength would surpass 3 souls sooner or later. At that time, the Misty Wind sect would suffer a calamity. How could Leng Wuya let such a threat live? The Nangong family attacked my Misty Wind sect before investigating the real culprit and killed many of our disciples. Today, even if we have to give up the Misty Wind sect, this sect will also exterminate all of you. Leng Wuya said coldly, a terrifying killing intent spreading out. Humph. Then let's perish together. Nangong Lai replied forcefully without the slightest fear. 3 souls had already lost his combat strength and couldn't pose the slightest threat to the Nangong family. How could Nangong Lai be afraid of the Misty Wind sect? Zhan needs to be treated immediately. Otherwise, his life will be in danger. Nangong Tianhen said anxiously. Tian. Quickly bring Zhan back to treat his injuries. Nangong Lai shouted at Murong Tian. Without saying a word, Murong Tian flew over. Murong Tian was severely injured by the array, and his injuries were severe. He was just thinking of a way to escape. Murong Tian, you'd better tell us the truth. Otherwise, this sect won't let you leave alive today. Leng Wuya said coldly as he looked at Murong Tian. Murong Tian. Where's Murong Tian? Leng Qingfeng shouted angrily as he glared fiercely at Murong Tian. Is that so? Then let's see if you can keep me here. Murong Tian sneered. He was not afraid of the threat at all. Attack! Nangong Yuan roared. He stared fiercely at Ling Qingfeng. Nangong Yuan would not give up until he killed Ling Qingfeng. Nangong Yuan was the first to attack. He rushed crazily at Ling Qingfeng. Even if he died, he would drag Ling Qingfeng down with him. Old thing. You really think I can't kill you? Ling Qingfeng was enraged as he charged forward with his true energy. Leng Wuya looked at 3 souls and said, 3 souls. You should rest for now. Xiao. As soon as his words fell, Leng Wuya flew out with a terrifying speed as he coldly shouted, you can leave if you want, but leave your life behind. Don't even think about it. Nangong Lai angrily roared as he charged at Leng Wuya. Unforgivable. Nangong Tianhen angrily said through gritted teeth. His appearance was wild and filled with rage. Below, the Misty Wind sect and Nangong family members charged forward. They all had fierce looks on their faces, looking like they were going all out. The battle began again. The battle between 3 souls and Nangong Zhan only delayed the casualties, it couldn't change the situation at all. The Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect were already in a situation where they would not rest until one side was dead. The hatred would only grow deeper and deeper until both sides suffered heavy losses, or even perishing together. Nangong Zhan and 3 souls are already heavily injured and Leng Wuya and the others can't hold on much longer. Father, when should we make a move? Xie Tian asked. Both sides suffering heavy losses is already a foregone conclusion. Don't be anxious, let's see what Bai Ming Kong wants to do first. He will definitely be here. Evil Soul said in a serious voice. He didn't forget Bai Ming Kong's existence. Evil Soul had always been worried about Bai Ming Kong, he had been worried since the beginning. Evil Soul and Bai Ming Kong only had a business relationship. In the sky, Leng Wuyao blocked Morong Tian and coldly said, "If you don't clearly explain this matter, you definitely can't leave." Nangong Lai appeared in a flash. He angrily looked at Leng Wuyao and angrily said, "Tian quickly bring Zhan back to heal. I'll take care of him." "Grandfather, be careful." Morong Tian nodded and quickly flew away while carrying the heavily injured Nangong Zhanhua. "You think you can leave?" Leng Wuyao said in a cold voice. His eyes narrowed as they flashed with a terrifying killing intent. His terrifying eyes swept over Nangong Lai and Leng Wuyao coldly said, "If you know the truth, you will definitely regret it." Clone. As soon as he finished speaking, Leng Wuyao suddenly shouted. His real body rushed toward Nangong Lai while his clone rushed toward Morong Tian. Nangong Lai's expression changed slightly. He was just about to stop the clone when Leng Wuyao's real body was already approaching at an extremely fast speed. An extremely terrifying palm attack was already thrown toward Nangong Lai. "How dare you!" Nangong Lai was furious. On one side was his grandson, and on the other side was Leng Wuyao. Should he stop Leng Wuyao or save his grandson? If he stopped Leng Wuyao, it would mean that Morong Tian and Nangong Zhan would not be able to leave. If he stopped the clone, Leng Wuyao would definitely take the opportunity to heavily injure Nangong Lai. Once Nangong Lai fell, who would be able to stop Leng Wuyao? Boom. Buzz. In the end, Nangong Lai still chose to fight Leng Wuyao head-on. After a huge explosion, both of them were blown back. With this obstruction, Nangong Lai could no longer stop Leng Wuyao's clone. Boom. PFFF. Leng Wuyao's clone arrived in the blink of an eye. He blocked Morong Tian's attack and slammed his palm onto Morong Tian's chest. The terrifying power caused Morong Tian to spit out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. Nangong Zhan, who was on his back, was also sent flying. Morong Tian was already heavily injured. Now that he was hit by Leng Wuyao's palm, it was undoubtedly one disaster after another. Leng Wuyao. Nangong Lai gritted his teeth. He was extremely furious. His old face was so dark that it was almost dripping water. A terrifying killing intent exploded from Nangong Lai's body. His eyes were bloodshot. Anger had already started to slowly take over his rationality. Genre. Nangong Tianhen was shocked. He did not care about clashing with the Misty Wind Sect's protector. He forcefully retreated and flew toward Nangong Zhan. "Come here." The Misty Wind Sect's protector roared and grabbed at the heavily injured Morong Tian. He directly sucked the Morong Tian over. The protector grabbed onto Morong Tian's neck and said viciously, "If you don't tell me the truth, this protector will crush you to death." "You dare?" Nangong Lai roared. "Why wouldn't this protector dare?" The protector roared. He was not afraid of Nangong Lai's threat. The hand that was grabbing onto Morong Tian's neck increased its strength. The Nangong family and the Misty Wind Sect had already shed all pretense of cordiality. What else did the protector have to fear? "Bai Ming Kong, why are you still not attacking? If I die, you can forget about obtaining more power." Morong Tian used a secret technique to send a message. "You better hurry up." Morong Tian panicked. He was worried that the Misty Wind Sect's protector would kill him, so he sent a voice transmission. "Just a little more. Don't worry. I won't let you die," Bai Ming Kong replied. Not long after Bai Ming Kong finished speaking, something strange happened. The blood flowing out of the corpses at the foot of the Misty Wind Sect's mountain disappeared in a strange way. The Misty Wind Sect's mountain was filled with blood, but now, there was no smell of blood. The blood of the dead had also disappeared. Not only that, but the blood of the 10,000 corpses in the Misty Wind Sect was also slowly disappearing. The disciples and the Nangong family's members did not notice this strange scene. The Heavenly Origin Realm cultivators in the sky did not notice it at all. They were focused on their enemies. The many spectating cultivators focused their attention on the sky. Their horrified gazes never moved. No one noticed the strange phenomenon of the Misty Wind Sect. "Stinking brat. Why aren't you telling the truth? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you right now," the protector roared. He looked ferocious, as if he could kill at any moment. Kill me, then. Morong Tian revealed a mocking smile on his pale face. Morong Tian was betting that Bai Ming Kong would make the first move before the protector made a move. How dare you kill my grandson? I'll end your bloodline. Nangong Lai roared as he glared at the protector. Buzz. Buzz, right at this moment, the Misty Wind Sect's palace started to tremble. A large crack appeared on the ground. The sudden tremor startled the Misty Wind Sect's disciples and the Nangong family's members. No one knew what was going on. This tremor was not caused by the energy in the sky, but came from the ground. What's going on? Everyone looked at the Misty Wind Sect's palace in confusion. What energy is this? Leng Wuya, Nangong Lai, and the other peak experts looked at the Misty Wind Sect's palace in confusion. Be careful. Retreat. 3 souls shouted. The Misty Wind Sect's disciples and the Nangong family's members quickly retreated. Although they did not know what was going on, they knew that it was not good for 3 souls to shout so anxiously. The show is about to begin. A cold laugh came from the ground. Bai Ming Kong. The evil soul frowned deeply when it heard this voice. Its expression was extremely solemn as it said to itself, this kid has finally made a move. Bai Ming Kong. Leng Qingfeng immediately roared. He recognized Bai Ming Kong's voice immediately. Leng Wuya furiously said, this stinking brat is actually hiding under the Misty Wind Sect. Bai Ming Kong? Nangong Lai and the others from the Nangong family recognized the owner of the voice. The owner of the voice was none other than Bai Ming Kong. Bai Ming Kong is still alive. How could this be? He was clearly killed by Feng Wuchen. Nangong Lai and the others turned pale with fright, their faces filled with disbelief. The upper echelons of the auction house and the Shao clan were also filled with shock and disbelief. How could the dead come back to life? What was going on? Was what Leng Qingfeng and the others said true? Everyone was shocked, all the cultivators' minds went blank. They could not imagine how a dead person could come back to life. Nangong Lai. Do you believe me now? Leng Qingfeng shouted angrily. He then glared at Nangong Yuan and shouted angrily, old thing, I didn't kill your grandson. Nangong Yuan said ferociously, don't try to quibble. Tian. What is going on? Nangong Lai glared at the Murong Tian and asked angrily. Soul-devouring array. Open. Bai Ming Kong's loud shout suddenly sounded in the Misty Wind Sect's palace. Buzz buzz, an extremely terrifying force surged out from the ground. The Misty Wind Sect's palace shook violently again. One by one, the magnificent palaces exploded one after another, scaring everyone out of their wits. Soul-devouring array. Hearing Bai Ming Kong shout, the expressions of all the experts from the major forces changed drastically. Leng Wuya said in shock, this is the Burial Valley's array. Bai Ming Kong, this bastard. He actually set up the Burial Valley's array in the Misty Wind Sect. The protector was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. San Hun's expression was very ugly, but he was already at the end of his rope. There was nothing he could do. An extremely huge blood-colored array appeared in the Misty Wind Sect's palace and covered the entire sect. Large amounts of blood began to surge out from the huge and terrifying array, spreading in all directions. It was like a sea of blood that covered the Misty Wind Sect's palace. It was extremely strange. The Misty Wind Sect's disciples and the Nangong family's members became more and more panicked. Those who reacted quickly jumped onto the palace walls. Those who were too frightened to move or those who reacted slowly were swallowed by the sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of people disappeared into the sea of blood. Everyone present was extremely shocked and terrified. What kind of terrifying formation was this? Just looking at the huge and strange sea of blood was enough to make people tremble in fear. Whoosh, in the center of the huge sea of blood, a bloody aura suddenly shot up into the sky and attacked the protector of the Misty Wind Sect. The protector's expression changed drastically. That power was extremely terrifying and made him feel terrified. Protector, be careful. Leng Wuya shouted. His heart was in his throat. The bloody aura was very fast and came suddenly. Leng Wuya did not have time to help at all. However, the bloody aura did not attack the protector. Instead, it pulled down the heavily injured Murong Tian. Tian. Nangong Lai was shocked. In the blink of an eye, Morong Tian was directly pulled into the sea of blood. 10,000 souls bury soul. While countless cultivators were panicking, Bei Ming Kong's shout sounded again. The blood aura in the huge blood array surged crazily. The blood aura continued to rise as if it was boiling. The souls of the disciples and the Nangong family's members who were swallowed by the blood array were all swallowed by the blood array. Terrifying screams came from the sea of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked by the terrifying sea of blood. They were all scared silly, so scared that their souls dissipated. They were all petrified on the spot. Even Leng Wuya and Nangong Lai were shocked by the terrifying sea of blood. Xia Han was secretly glad that he did not make a move. Otherwise, even he would be swallowed by the sea of blood. The whole place was dead silent. The air was filled with fear. The soul-devouring array in the burial valley was terrifying. Bei Ming Kong had spent a lot of effort to set up the array. The strange black stone from before was the material for setting up the array. Run! Run! Leng Wuya suddenly shouted at the Misty Wind sect's disciples and the surrounding people. He waved his hand continuously. Leng Wuya's roar immediately woke up the frightened people. In the next moment, countless cultivators of the 9 prefectures ran away in fear. The Misty Wind sect's disciples also jumped down from the palace. They all wanted to get out of the blood array as soon as possible. Shoo! 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 In the huge sea of blood, a large amount of bloody aura flew towards the fleeing cultivators. It was so fast that it pulled the fleeing cultivators back. Sect Master, save me! Save me! Family Master! Save me! Terrified cries for help came. The disciples who were pulled back screamed in despair. In the end, they were all swallowed by the sea of blood. The Misty Wind sect and the Nangong family suffered heavy casualties. The two forces had almost 40,000 people. Now, there were less than 300 people left. How terrifying was the great soul-devouring array? Bei Ming Kong. Seeing so many Misty Wind sect disciples die tragically, Leng Wuya's shocked face instantly turned ferocious. A terrifying murderous aura erupted as he roared towards the sky. A terrifying power exploded as Leng Wuya crazily punched at the sea of blood below. Swish! Swish! Terrifying palm prints descended from the sky and bombarded the blood sea. However, every single palm print that crashed into the sea of blood was completely silent. It was as if a stone had sunk into the sea. Other than causing ripples, there was no effect at all. Leng Wuya, you are badly wounded. You have consumed too much of your Jin Yuan. You can't even defeat a level 5 Sky Origin stage cultivator, let alone break the soul-devouring array. Bei Ming Kong sneered. Everyone present could only hear Bei Ming Kong's voice, but not his figure. Don't even think about breaking the formation. You're all heavily injured. You can't do anything to me. Bei Ming Kong's arrogant laughter rang out again. Preposterous. This despicable and shameless villain. Nangong Tianhen said angrily. What the hell is going on? Bei Ming Kong, explain it to me. Nangong Lai said angrily. Morong Tian is just being used by me. I helped him get the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda and he helped me spread the news. Isn't the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda in the hands of your Nangong family? Since I did it, he had to spread the news for me. Bei Ming Kong sneered. Morong Tian, that bastard. Doesn't he know the consequences of starting a war? Nangong Yuan said angrily. Nangong Lai clenched his fists. He was filled with sorrow and regret. He treated Morong Tian as his own son, but he didn't expect that Morong Tian would start a war between the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect, causing the Nangong family to be almost wiped out. Now, the Nangong family finally understood. It was Morong Tian and Bei Ming Kong who started the war between the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect. However, what they didn't understand was why Morong Tian would do this to the Nangong family. How had the Nangong family wronged him? The Nangong family provided Morong Tian with powerful cultivation techniques and large amounts of cultivation resources. Why did Morong Tian do this? You were clearly killed by Feng Wuchen. Why are you still alive? Nangong Tianhen asked gloomily. Feng Wuchen wants to kill me? Without the ninefold cosmos pagoda, he's nothing, Bai Mingkong said disdainfully. He didn't put Feng Wuchen in his eyes at all. Buzz buzz. As soon as Bai Mingkong finished speaking, a terrifying force spread out from the sea of blood, causing the blood array to vibrate. A bloody figure flew out from the sea of blood. Morong Tian. Nangong Lai's face turned ferocious, and his heart was filled with hatred. The upper echelons of the Nangong family stared at Morong Tian with murderous eyes. They couldn't wait to turn Morong Tian into ashes. Morong Tian was still alive. The one who came out of the blood array was none other than Morong Tian. Morong Tian had recovered completely. Everyone was shocked. Buzz buzz. As soon as Morong Tian appeared, an even more terrifying and evil aura spread out from the sea of blood. Another bloody figure appeared. Bai Mingkong had reached the 6th level of Skyuan stage. You are right. He is indeed at the 6th level of Skyuan stage. The massive blood formation had helped Bai Mingkong to break through the 6th level of Skyuan stage. The soul-devouring array had swallowed so many souls and blood. The power contained in the array was enormous. It was poured into Bai Mingkong's body in a certain way, which helped him break through to the 6th level of the Sky Origin stage. 6th level of Skyuan stage. Feeling Bai Mingkong's horrifying qi, all the powerful cultivators were shocked. They couldn't believe it. Morong Tian glanced at Bai Mingkong and frowned. He thought to himself, Bai Mingkong's aura is completely different from before. Has he successfully awakened the power of the buried Soul Valley's ancestor? Morong Tian was already astonished by the huge blood formation that helped Bai Mingkong to break through to the 6th level of Sky Origin stage. If Bai Mingkong awakened the power of the ancestors of buried Soul Valley, how horrifying would that be? Looks like I have to speed up. If he overpowers me, I am afraid he will kill me too. Morong Tian thought to himself. He had to be cautious of Bai Mingkong. How is this possible? How can Bai Mingkong break through the 6th level of Skyuan stage? Nangong Tianhen was shocked. It has only been a few days. He's actually broken through. Leng Qingfeng's heart was in turmoil. Leng Wuya and the others knew about Bai Mingkong's cultivation. When he was killed by Feng Wuchen, he was only at the 3rd level of Skyuan stage. Not long after, they heard that Bai Mingkong had broken through the 5th level of Skyuan stage. It had only been a few days, and now he was at the 6th level of Skyuan stage. How was it possible? Feng Wuchen, with his horrifying talent, couldn't break through in a few days. How could Bai Mingkong be more horrifying than Feng Wuchen? If Bai Mingkong was more horrifying than Feng Wuchen, his cultivation would be even more horrifying. Leng Qingfeng and Nangong Zhan would not be the number 1 in the 9 prefectures. He actually broke through. The evil soul's face was filled with shock. Bai Mingkong's current strength had already surpassed his own, which made the evil soul feel extremely uneasy. With Bai Mingkong's current strength, dealing with Xia Wang's school would be a piece of cake. I don't know what method he used to make his cultivation soar. Nangong Zhan, who was seriously injured, frowned. He naturally did not believe that Bai Mingkong had relied on his talent to cultivate. Bai Mingkong's talent was not as good as Nangong Zhan's. The great soul-devouring formation has devoured so many souls and blood. The sudden increase in his cultivation must have something to do with the formation. He had planned everything long ago. Faking his death was only his first step. He waited for all of us to be seriously injured before he made his move. Nangong Lai said solemnly. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Leng Wuya said coldly, humph. It was too late to realize that now. Nangong Lai, even if you are lucky enough to survive today, the Misty Wind sect will definitely not let your Nangong family off. Nangong Lai's face was gloomy. After a long silence, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, let's talk about it after we survive. Looking fiercely at Morong Tian, Nangong Lai asked angrily, Tian are you worthy of me, your grandfather, doing this? Are you worthy of the Nangong family's nurturing of you? Hearing this, Morong Tian frowned and said in a low voice, Grandfather, you treat me like your own son and I will never forget your kindness. However, Grandfather, you don't know what I want. Although I am indebted to the Nangong family for nurturing me, if it wasn't for Grandfather, I wouldn't even be as good as a servant in the Nangong family. Aside from Grandfather, Has anyone in the Nangong family ever looked me in the eye? In the Nangong family, I am just an outsider. Outsider? Since when did the Nangong family treat you as an outsider? Nangong Tianhen shouted angrily, you can cultivate all the martial arts of the Nangong family. You will be treated the same as Nangong Jin and the others. Who doesn't know how to act on the surface? Morong Tian sneered disdainfully. Brother Morong, don't waste time with them. Let's go. Bai Mingkong said indifferently. Since he had achieved his goal, Bai Mingkong did not want to waste any more time. Grandfather. I will remember your nurturing of me. After today, I will not return to the Nangong family. Morong Tian said decisively. At this point, there was no need for Morong Tian to stay in the Nangong family. None of you can leave. Leng Wuya said coldly as he stared at Morong Tian and Bai Mingkong with murderous eyes. Morong Tian and Bai Mingkong had challenged the Misty Wind sect to a war with the Nangong family, causing both forces to suffer heavy casualties. Bai Mingkong had even used the soul-devouring array to kill so many people. How could the Misty Wind sect let the two of them off so easily? Morong Tian. You killed so many people in the Nangong family and you want to leave just like that? Nangong Yuan shouted angrily, let me ask you, is Jin Er's death related to Leng Qingfeng? Not at all. Morong Tian answered, they all said it was to provoke a war between the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect. This news is obviously fake. How can you ask such a stupid question? Leng Qingfeng, I have cleared your name. Shouldn't you thank me? Morong Tian looked at Leng Qingfeng and asked with a cold smile. Not only do I want to thank you, I want to kill you. Leng Qingfeng said coldly as his murderous aura locked onto Morong Tian. You want to kill me? Morong Tian was stunned for a second, then he sneered with disdain. He suddenly activated his true yuan. It was the chi of Sky Origin stage level 5. Are you sure you can kill me with your current strength? Morong Tian said with disdain, you can't kill me when you are severely injured. Even if you are at your peak strength, you can't kill me. Killing you now is as easy as flipping my hand. Sky Origin stage level 5. Feeling Morong Tian's horrifying chi, everyone was shocked. Morong Tian was actually at Sky Origin stage level 5. He actually hid one level of his cultivation level. Nobody knew that Morong Tian was actually at the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. Did the soul-devouring array help Morong Tian break through as well? The Misty Wind sect's guardian asked with shock written all over his face. Morong Tian's chi doesn't look like he just broke through. He has reached Sky Origin stage level 5 a long time ago, but he has been hiding his cultivation level. Leng Wuya frowned. Morong Tian was hiding his cultivation level. Nangong Wuhan couldn't believe it either. Nobody expected Morong Tian to be at Sky Origin stage level 5. Nobody knew he had been hiding his cultivation level. Headmaster Leng, Nangong family, I never wanted to kill you. I have achieved my goal. Goodbye. Brother Morong, let's go. Bai Mingkong sneered. Don't even think about leaving. I will kill you today even if I have to risk my life. The Misty Wind sect's guardian shouted. You think you can kill me? Bai Mingkong sneered with disdain, you can't defeat me even if you fight me together. If any of you have the guts, go ahead and try. The soul-devouring array is still lacking energy to devour. Soul-devouring array. Leng Wuya and the others couldn't help shivering when they heard the terrifying array. The soul-devouring array was so horrifying that everyone was terrified. Leng Wuya and the others were all injured to different degrees. They didn't have the confidence to fight Bai Mingkong together. They were afraid they would be devoured by the blood array. Whoosh! Morong Tian flew away first. Nobody dared to stop him. Guys, I won't disturb you anymore. You can continue to fight. Goodbye. Bai Mingkong said coldly and then flew away. The two powerful forces of the 9 continents didn't dare to stop him. After Bai Mingkong left, the huge blood array gradually disappeared. Most of the corpses on the square were gone. There was no trace of blood. It was very clean. Damn it. Leng Qingfeng clenched his teeth. He was so angry that he almost spat it out. So many disciples of the Misty Wind sect had died, but they couldn't do anything. They couldn't avenge their dead disciples. It made them feel very aggrieved. The Nangong nobles were the same. Nobody wanted to stop Baiming Kong. Unless Nangong Zhan recovered, he might be able to fight against Baiming Kong. They should be glad that Baiming Kong didn't take the chance to kill them. Otherwise, all of them would have died. Let them go. Nangong Lai said viciously, we are injured. We can't do anything to them. Once we recover, we will be able to kill Baiming Kong. It made sense. Baiming Kong was only at the 6th level of the Sky Origin stage. It wouldn't be hard for the Nangong nobles to kill him, even though the Nangong nobles were almost wiped out. Master, where is the Misty Wind sect? Nangong Wuhan asked. Humph. They can try to stop us if they can. Let's go. Take Zhan back to recover. Nangong Lai said aggressively. He glanced at Leng Wuya. Nangong Lai, we will settle our grudge sooner or later. Leng Wuya said coldly. Both sides were injured. The Misty Wind sect couldn't do anything to the Nangong nobles. Xiaowang School was waiting for them to fight to the death. If they didn't save some strength, the Misty Wind sect and the Nangong nobles would be swallowed by Xiaowang School. If it weren't for Baiming Kong, the battle would have lasted until the end. It is our fault. The old man will admit it. If the Misty Wind sect wants to take revenge, come to the Nangong nobles anytime. Let's go. Nangong Lai said forcefully. He looked like a master of a noble family. The Sky Origin stage cultivators of the Misty Wind sect wanted to stop them, but Leng Wuya stopped them and said, let them go. Baiming Kong, wait until I reach the 6th level of the Sky Origin stage. I will never forgive you. Leng Qingfeng said angrily. His face was twitching. As the few hundred people of the Nangong nobles left, the battle came to an end. This battle was a devastating blow to both the Nangong nobles and the Misty Wind sect. The Misty Wind sect used to have 20,000 people, but now there were only a few hundred people left. The Nangong nobles were the same. Of course, as long as the Sky Origin stage cultivators were still alive, the Nangong nobles wouldn't be weakened. After the battle, the Xiaowang School and the Shao clan left the auction. They didn't take advantage of the situation to swallow the Misty Wind sect. Although the battle was over, all the powerful cultivators were confused. It was such a good opportunity, but Baiming Kong didn't destroy them. Instead, he gave them a chance to take revenge. Did Baiming Kong really not want to destroy the two forces? Was Baiming Kong that stupid? Obviously not. He was smart. After the war, the leaders of the Nangong nobles and the Misty Wind sect went into seclusion to heal their wounds. After suffering such a devastating blow, they were furious. They wanted to recover as soon as possible so that they could kill Baiming Kong and the Murong Tian. At the same time, they wanted to prevent other forces from taking advantage of the situation. Other than wondering why Baiming Kong didn't destroy the Nangong nobles and the Misty Wind sect, they were also wondering why Feng Wuchen didn't show up. Feng Wuchen was absent from such a big-scale war. Was he scared of the Nangong nobles? Of course not. Why would Feng Wuchen be scared of them? Feng Wuchen was still cultivating like crazy. The second day after the war was the 4th day of Feng Wuchen's crazy cultivation. In a short span of 4 days, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had undergone an earth-shattering change. According to the division of the 10 levels, Feng Wuchen had cultivated for 4 days and had already advanced 4 levels. 1 level a day. His speed could only be described as terrifying. 1 level per day. In 10 days, Feng Wuchen would reach the 3rd level of Sky Origin stage. It was an unimaginable speed. No one could catch up with him. Of course, compared to Baiming Kong's improvement through the soul-devouring array, Baiming Kong's improvement was nothing. However, Feng Wuchen's down-to-earth cultivation was different from Baiming Kong's. Baiming Kong used evil methods to increase his cultivation. The two could not be compared. In 4 days, half of the treasures had been consumed. Feng Wuchen had absorbed all the energy from the sacred geocentric lotus. How terrifying was his refining speed? Somewhere in the land of the 9 prefectures, the Murong Tian and Baiming Kong stepped on the surface of the lake. There were no ripples on the surface of the lake. Baiming Kong, to be honest, I still can't figure out what you want. The Murong Tian looked at Baiming Kong and asked. Don't worry. I won't use Nangongjian's power against you. Bai Mingkong smiled. The Morong Tian frowned and asked, have you awakened the power of the ancestors in the burial valley? Not yet. Bai Mingkong shook his head and said, but it won't be long. The battle between the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect did provide me with a huge amount of energy, but I need time. At most half a month, I should be able to awaken the power of the ancestors in the burial valley. With your strength, you could have destroyed the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect, but you didn't do so. Aren't you afraid that they will seek revenge after they recover? Morong Tian asked with a frown. He could not see through Bai Mingkong's thoughts. When they can seek revenge from me, will I still be afraid of them? Bai Mingkong retorted, his lips curling into a cold, arrogant smile. Bai Mingkong didn't exterminate the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect because he didn't take them seriously. How arrogant was Bai Mingkong to think nothing of the two most powerful forces in the 9 states. Tell me about your plan, Bai Mingkong said, looking at Morong Tian. Morong Tian smiled faintly and shrugged his shoulders. With our strength, what kind of plan do we need? When the Waste Realm opens, we'll just steal Feng Wuchen's martial arts and eliminate this threat. Since that's the case, before the Waste Realm opens, I have to capture Feng Wuchen and bring him to Xiaowang School to complete my deal with the evil soul. Bai Mingkong nodded. Bai Mingkong said this casually, as if dealing with Feng Wuchen was as simple as killing an ant. Time passed day by day. Feng Wuchen's cultivation grew stronger day by day. He had reached the 7th level. Thousands of treasures of heaven and earth had been used up. His refining speed had reached an unimaginable level. In the center of the spiritual lake, above Feng Wuchen's head, the 3 flowers at once prominence were still in the same state. A huge amount of spiritual qi gathered endlessly, as if it would never be used up. As all the treasures of heaven and earth were used up, Feng Wuchen was shocked to find that after the 12 primordial spirits started to refine and absorb the spiritual qi, their cultivation speed had increased significantly. This surprised Feng Wuchen. The spiritual qi in the spiritual lake was even more powerful than the treasures of heaven and earth. Of course, this was not the case. It was because the spiritual qi was endless and extremely huge that allowed him to cultivate faster. In 3 days, or even less, Feng Wuchen would definitely reach the 3rd level of Sky Origin stage. Just thinking about it made Feng Wuchen extremely excited. As long as Feng Wuchen reached the 3rd level of Sky Origin stage, even without the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen would have the power to challenge the Nangong nobles. When Feng Wuchen was confident that he could defeat Bai Mingkong and take back the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen did not know that Bai Mingkong had already reached the 6th level of Sky Origin stage. If what Bai Mingkong said was true and he could awaken the power of the ancestors in the Burial Valley in 15 days, Bai Mingkong's power would be even more terrifying. Feng Wuchen did not know any of this. Bai Mingkong had already rushed to the Yanhua Empire. This time, Bai Mingkong would personally capture Feng Wuchen and bring him back. At the same time, the 9 prefectures, which had just finished the war, welcomed an important person. The news had spread to all the major cities in the 9 prefectures. Suddenly, countless cultivators from all over the 9 prefectures rushed to the auction. They all wanted to know what this important person looked like. When the higher-ups of the 4 major forces in the 9 prefectures received the news, they immediately rushed to the auction. The auction was extremely grand. All the higher-ups were present and personally welcomed the person at the city gate. The reception team extended from the auction to the city gate. The streets were covered with long red carpets. Other than the higher-ups of the auction, the Misty Wind sect, the Nangong nobles, the Xiaowang School, the Shao clan, and the other major forces were all waiting at the city gate. The streets in the city were crowded with people, but no one dared to step on the red carpet. Every street was guarded by many auction guards. No one in the 9 prefectures had ever seen such a grand scene. What kind of important person could make the major forces in the 9 prefectures so fearful and respectful? I don't know who is coming. I've never seen the 4 major forces of the 9 prefectures greet someone so respectfully. The Nangong nobles and the Misty Wind sect haven't recovered from their injuries, but they still have to come out to greet him. This person must have a terrifying background. Could he be a Heaven Realm cultivator? Or a 6th grade alchemist? Impossible. Why would a heaven realm cultivator and a 6th-grade alchemist come to the 9 prefectures? Countless cultivators in the 9 prefectures were discussing. No one had ever seen the auction receive someone with such great treatment. At the city gate, the divine alchemist and the others were waiting patiently with serious expressions. President, why did young Master Zhang suddenly come here? The evil soul asked curiously. Even with its status, it had to respectfully address him as young Master Zhang. It could be seen that the person they were about to receive had a terrifying background. Chu Chongkong shook his head and said, "Old man doesn't know either. He just received the news yesterday and didn't say anything. He only said that young Master Zhang was passing by the 9 prefectures." Passing by the 9 prefectures? Leng Wuya and the others were stunned. He was just passing by the 9 prefectures, and the auction and the 4 major forces were welcoming him with such a huge formation. How powerful was this young Master Zhang that they were talking about? Hearing Chu Chongkong's words, the guards were frightened. They were very curious about whether this young Master Zhang had 3 heads and 6 arms. Shoo, shoo, shoo. About half an hour later, 3 sonic booms suddenly came from high up in the sky. 3 figures were flying over at a moderate speed. The leader was a young man around 18 or 19 years old. His chi was only at the 1st level of the Sky Origin realm, but it was unusually powerful. The young man was wearing a white brocade robe. He looked quite handsome with long black hair. Under his sharp eyebrows, a pair of black eyes shone brightly. No one dared to underestimate him. The 2 middle-aged men behind the young man had terrifying strength. The 2 middle-aged men were at the 8th level of the Sky Origin realm. Any one of them could easily destroy the entire 9 prefectures. Outside the city gate, countless cultivators were looking at the 3 men with frightened eyes. The extremely terrifying pressure, that irresistible pressure, actually scared everyone out of their wits. "Greetings, young Master Zhang." Seeing the newcomers, Chu Chongkong and the other cultivators of the major forces of the 9 prefectures got down on one knee and greeted them respectfully. No one dared to act rashly. The terrifying strength of the 8th level of the Sky Origin realm was enough to scare Leng Wuya and the others. "Greetings, young Master Zhang." The cultivators of the auction and the 4 major forces got down on their knees. Their respectful greetings resounded through the city. It was deafening. Inside the city, when the guards on the streets leading to the auction house heard the deafening shouts, their expressions instantly became spirited and respectful. "He's here. Young Master Zhang is here." "Young Master Zhang? Which young Master Zhang? I don't know who he is, but I'm so envious. He must have a terrifying background." Everyone in the city was looking forward to it. They were all excited. Outside the city gate, young Master Zhang looked at the cultivators of the major forces of the 9 prefectures in shock. "Isn't this lineup too big?" Young Master Zhang didn't expect it. "You arranged it?" Young Master Zhang frowned and asked the 2 people behind him. Young Master Zhang was a little displeased. He didn't like to make a big fuss and didn't want to be too ostentatious. One of them said. "Respectfully, we didn't arrange it. We only sent a message to the 9 prefectures saying that young master would pass by and not to disturb him." Young Master Zhang didn't say anything. The divine alchemist and the others didn't dare to say anything. "Get up," young Master Zhang said indifferently. "Young Master Zhang, please." "Everything has been prepared for young Master Zhang," Chu Chongkong said respectfully and personally invited young Master Zhang into the city. Young Master Zhang nodded and didn't say anything. He followed them into the city. Since the auction house had arranged it like this, it meant that they were extremely respectful to him. If they didn't welcome him, it would mean that they didn't put young Master Zhang in their eyes. Young Master Zhang was too embarrassed to ask them to leave. They had good intentions, so he couldn't refuse. "That youth is young Master Zhang? The divine alchemist and the president are actually welcoming him personally. Who is that kid? Young Master Zhang? He has such a great background, but why is his cultivation only at Sky Origin stage 1st level? He's even weaker than Nangong Jin. What was young Lord Zhang's identity? The top powerhouses of the 9 prefectures had to respectfully follow behind young Lord Zhang. How terrifying was the power behind young Lord Zhang? Even Leng Wuya and the others were afraid of it. Young Lord Zhang walked on the red carpet in an awe-inspiring manner. Many people were envious of his transcendent status. Young Lord Zhang, this way please. The auction is in front. Chu Chongkong smiled respectfully. Thank you, President Chu. Young Lord Zhang nodded. Although the young man in front of them was not strong, he was still very young. Nangong Zhan and Ling Qingfeng did not dare to underestimate him. He had a terrifying power behind him and a deep foundation. Who knew how terrifying young Lord Zhang's cultivation would be in a few years? Most importantly, young Lord Zhang had another identity, and that was a blacksmith. Moreover, he was a 5th-grade blacksmith. His blacksmithing field was extremely high, and he was recently hailed as the continent's #1 blacksmith genius. This young Lord Zhang was Zhang Junlan. Under Feng Wuchen's guidance and Feng Wuchen's gift, Zhang Junlan had broken through to the 5th-grade blacksmith realm not long ago. He defeated his opponents with his superb blacksmithing skills and won the title of the continent's #1 blacksmith genius. Zhang Junlan came this time to find Feng Wuchen. He planned to stay for a few days as he passed by the 9 prefectures. The title of the continent's #1 blacksmith genius was enough to leave countless geniuses in the dust. Nangong Lai and Ling Qingfeng's achievements and pride were not worth mentioning in front of Zhang Junlan. The #1 genius of the 9 prefectures was nothing. The continent's #1 genius was a true genius. Chu Chongkong and the others respectfully welcomed Zhang Junlan into the auction hall. A young and beautiful maid immediately served tea. Congratulations to young Lord Zhang for winning the title of the continent's #1 blacksmith genius. As soon as he sat down, Great Elder Xianxia congratulated him. My ability is nothing. Zhang Junlan shook his head modestly. However, what he said was true. Although Zhang Junlan had won the title of the #1 refining genius, but in front of Feng Wuchen, his refining skills were just child's play. You guys sit down as well. There's no need to be so reserved. Looking at Ling Wuya, Nangong Lai, and the others, Zhang Junlan said with a smile. He didn't act like a young master at all. Thank you, young master Zhang. Ling Wuya and the others thanked him respectfully. There were 2 Sky Origin stage cultivators behind Zhang Junlan. How could Ling Wuya and the others not respect them? Young master Zhang, why are you passing through the land of the 9 states? The divine alchemist asked with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Junlan put down his teacup and said, to see a teacher. Teacher? The divine alchemist and the others looked at each other in shock. If Zhang Junlan called that person teacher, it meant that this person was extremely powerful. Otherwise, how could he cultivate a genius like Zhang Junlan? However, wasn't Zhang Junlan cultivated by the Zhang clan? How could he have a teacher? Who was Zhang Junlan's teacher? The others were curious, but they didn't dare to ask directly. The teacher Zhang Junlan was talking about was Feng Wuchen, but he didn't say it out loud. Chairman Chu, please prepare some meteoric iron for me. I need to stay here for a few days. I need to practice making spiritual weapons. I don't know what has happened these days. I have made 3 or 4 spiritual weapons in one day. If I don't adjust my condition well, I will be too ashamed to see that teacher. Zhang Junlan said. 3 or 4 spiritual weapons in one day. Hearing these words, everyone's faces changed drastically. Their faces were filled with shock. Zhao Yunqing was the most shocked one. His old face was frozen and he couldn't move at all. How could he make 3 or 4 spiritual weapons in one day? For Zhao Yunqing, it was a horrifying existence. Zhao Yunqing was a level 4 equipment refiner. Although he had met the requirements to make spiritual weapons, he couldn't make 2 spiritual weapons in 1 year and wasted a lot of meteoric iron. This showed how difficult it was to make spiritual weapons. Zhang Junlan, who could make a few spiritual weapons in one day, actually thought it was too little. Moreover, Zhang Junlan was in a bad condition. If he was in a good condition, wouldn't he be able to make 7 or 8 spiritual weapons in one day? How terrifying would it be to make 7 or 8 spiritual weapons in one day? If it was given to the major forces in the 9 states, their combat strength would definitely increase tremendously. Looking at the shocked crowd, Zhang Junlan shook his head helplessly. Old man will ask someone to prepare it for you immediately. After a long time, Chu Chongkong nodded quickly. The waste realm is about to open. Besides meeting my teacher, I also want to enter the waste realm to cultivate. Time is of the essence, so I won't talk too much. I hope you don't blame me. Zhang Junlan smiled faintly. Young Master Zhang, you're too kind. It's our honor to have you here. The divine alchemist quickly smiled. Young Master Zhang, if you have any requests in the 9 prefectures, feel free to ask. This old man will do his best. Nangong Lai quickly flattered Zhang Xian. At the same time, he secretly cursed the divine alchemist for flattering faster than anyone else. Leng Wuyao also nodded and smiled respectfully. The Misty Wind sect will also do our best. Thank you, seniors. Zhang Junlan thanked them politely. Young Master Zhang, my Xiao family has a level 3 equipment refiner. When you have time, please guide him, Xiao family Xiao Tianchen quickly said. Old fox. Hearing Xiao Tianchen's words, everyone cursed inwardly. Zhang Junlan smiled faintly. Let's see how it goes. Thank you, young Master Zhang. Xiao Tianchen was overjoyed. Zhang Junlan didn't refuse, which meant that there was a chance. Young Master Zhang, your accommodations have been prepared. Please follow me. Chu Chongkong smiled politely and gestured for Zhang Junlan to follow him. His respectful attitude was clear at a glance. After Zhang Junlan left, the upper echelons of the major forces also left one after another. Zhang, you must protect young Master Zhang in the Waste Realm. This is a great opportunity for our Nangong family to strengthen ourselves. It's best if we can establish a relationship with the Zhang family. On the way back, Nangong Lai exhorted. Don't worry, grandfather. Nangong Zhan nodded. Qing Feng, remember to protect young Master Zhang in the Waste Realm. Bai Ming Kong and Murong Tian will also enter the Waste Realm. You must be careful. Leng Wuyao also reminded Leng Qingfeng. Leng Qingfeng nodded and said, if young Master Zhang spends all his time on cultivation, his cultivation will not be weaker than mine. He might even be more terrifying than Nangong Zhan. Zhang Junlan was the #1 blacksmith in the continent. The forces behind him were terrifying. All of them wanted to establish a relationship with him. If they could establish a relationship with the Zhang family, their status would skyrocket and their strength would increase rapidly. 2 days later, at the spiritual lake in the Valley of Gods. Under Feng Wuchen's crazy cultivation, in 9 days, Feng Wuchen's cultivation had increased by 10 levels. He had reached the requirement to break through to Sky Origin Stage 3. In just 9 days, Feng Wuchen had reached the requirement to break through. 9 days to break through. No wonder it's called the soul-splitting technique. Feng Wuchen was so excited that he had the urge to shout to the sky. To be able to break through from Sky Origin Stage 2 to Sky Origin Stage 3 in 9 days, which terrifying genius in the continent could do it, Feng Wuchen took a deep breath and suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. The surging true essence in his body was activated. Buzz buzz. A golden light flashed and covered the spiritual lake. An extremely terrifying power surged out, causing the spiritual lake to shake violently. The water in the spiritual lake rolled violently and pillars of water shot up into the sky. Break! Feng Wuchen shouted and controlled his true essence to attack the barrier of Sky Origin Stage 3. Boom! The terrifying energy hit the barrier and exploded. Feng Wuchen's body trembled violently. A sharp pain spread throughout his body. Feng Wuchen's face twisted. The first attack failed. Again. Feng Wuchen shouted and activated his true essence again. He ignored the pain and crazily attacked again. Boom boom boom. Feng Wuchen attacked the barrier again and again. His body was constantly trembling. Every time he hit the barrier, Feng Wuchen had to endure the pain in his meridians. Breaking through was not a challenge for Feng Wuchen at all. He had everything of the evil dragon god. Other than enduring the pain in his meridians, there was no danger at all. Under the crazy attacks, the barrier was getting weaker and weaker. Feng Wuchen gritted his teeth and gathered his terrifying true essence for the final attack. Boom! Crack! He gathered all his strength and fiercely attacked. With a loud explosion, the weakened barrier was broken. The moment the barrier was broken, Feng Wuchen felt his meridians expand. The qi in his body also expanded several times. An extremely comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. After a while, an even more terrifying qi spread out from Feng Wuchen's body. In his qi, there was an even more terrifying true essence flowing, Sky Origin Stage qi. I broke through. Feng Wuchen grinned. His face was filled with joy. Besides that, Feng Wuchen's physical body was getting stronger and stronger as he broke through to Sky Origin Stage 3. Clenching his fists, Feng Wuchen felt the horrifying power. He said excitedly, Sky Origin Stage 3. What a powerful true essence. Feng Wuchen had broken through to Sky Origin Stage 3. That meant his combat ability had increased tremendously. Although my cultivation has broken through, once I use the soul-splitting technique, it will greatly affect my later cultivation. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to increase their cultivation for half a year. But for me, this isn't a problem at all. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. Feng Wuchen narrowed his eyes, and a cold murderous aura flashed in his eyes. He sneered, Bai Ming Kong, do you really think you can suppress my strength after taking away my pagoda? I will go to the land of the 9 prefectures to find you soon. I will not let you down. You will be in despair instead. After breaking through to Sky Origin Stage 3, Feng Wuchen was absolutely confident that he could defeat Bai Ming Kong. He could even kill Bai Ming Kong again. However, Feng Wuchen knew nothing about what had happened in the land of the 9 prefectures recently. Feng Wuchen didn't know that Bai Ming Kong had broken through to Sky Origin Stage 6. Feng Wuchen was only at Sky Origin Stage 3, so he didn't know if he could defeat Bai Ming Kong. Clenching his fists again, Feng Wuchen proudly said, even without the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, I can still improve quickly. The spiritual qi in the spiritual lake hasn't weakened at all. Feng Wuchen exclaimed. There weren't many places like this in the continent. If the Qilin clan was still around, the spiritual lake would be even scarier. There might be a powerful formation under the Qilin clan. Otherwise, Senior Qilin wouldn't be able to provide an endless supply of spiritual qi. Feng Wuchen guessed. In the evil dragon god's memories, Feng Wuchen only found some information about the Qilin clan. He only knew that the Qilin clan was one of the ancient divine beasts and was very powerful. The evil dragon god didn't have much interaction with the Qilin clan and only knew the surface of the Qilin clan. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and the 12 primordial spirits disappeared. After breaking through, Feng Wuchen returned to Wushuang City. He had to prepare some pills to deal with the side effects of the spirit-splitting technique. If he couldn't cultivate for half a year, he might as well let Feng Wuchen die. Fortunately, Feng Wuchen had a way. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen wouldn't have taken the risk to use the spirit-splitting technique. I have to upgrade the Supreme Dragon God Sword to a high-grade spiritual artifact and get some forging stones to increase its power. On the way back, Feng Wuchen thought to himself. To Feng Wuchen, increasing his strength was the most important thing. Wait. Forging? Feng Wuchen knew how to forge. What was forging? Forging was to increase the power of a divine weapon. After forging, the power of a divine weapon would increase by a lot. The increase in power depended on the strength of the blacksmith and the grade of the divine weapon. Forging was divided into 9 grades. Every grade could increase the power of the divine weapon. The higher the grade, the more terrifying the power of the divine weapon. The higher the grade, the more powerful the weapon could be. On the continent, many low-grade spiritual artifacts were comparable to mid-grade or even high-grade spiritual artifacts. This was the benefit of forging. Blacksmiths were ranked from 1 to 9 grades. However, there were very few blacksmiths. They were even rarer than blacksmiths. Even in the 9 prefectures, there wasn't a single blacksmith. One could imagine how shocking it would be if a blacksmith appeared in the 9 provinces. Of course, other than blacksmiths, there were also inscription masters. An inscription master could inscribe all kinds of inscriptions on all kinds of magic treasures. The most popular inscriptions were naturally offensive inscriptions, which could increase one's combat power. Other than that, there was also defense, speed, agility, perception, and so on. The status of an inscription master and a blacksmith was not inferior to that of an alchemist and a weapon refiner. They were highly respected on the continent and had an extraordinary status. Since Feng Wuchen knew how to forge, it meant that Feng Wuchen's battle prowess could still be improved even if he hadn't broken through to the 4th stage. Forging also required a lot of materials, the most important of which was forging spirit stones. Moreover, they were also very precious existences. The older the spirit stones, the higher the success rate of forging, and naturally, the greater the increase in power. Although the Yanhua Empire also had forging spirit stones, they were all relatively young and could at most be used for forging at the first stage. However, Feng Wuchen had a forging spirit stone that was quite old. It was when he had obtained the ninefold cosmos pagoda in the Valley of Gods. Among the many treasures, there was a forging spirit stone. Feng Wuchen really wanted to improve the power of the Supreme Dragon God Sword because he had a forging spirit stone. When the time came, the power of the Supreme Dragon God Sword, which had been forged and upgraded, would definitely be terrifying. I wonder if the Supreme Dragon God Sword will have the power of an inferior celestial artifact. The more Feng Wuchen thought about it, the more he looked forward to it. An excited smile appeared on his face. In less than half an hour, Feng Wuchen had returned to the Feng family in Wushuang City. "Third young master, you're back." Seeing Feng Wuchen descend, the Feng family's guards rushed up excitedly. "This aura." As soon as he descended, Feng Wuchen suddenly frowned as he sensed a strange aura. It seemed familiar, but at the same time unfamiliar. Seeing Feng Wuchen's serious expression, the guards also sensed the terrifying aura. Their faces were filled with fear. "Third young master, is it an enemy?" A guard asked in a trembling voice. "Yes." "Everyone, be careful." Feng Wuchen nodded solemnly. Feng Xianxia and the other higher-ups of the Feng family also sensed the aura. They appeared in a flash. Their faces were filled with fear. Everyone was trembling. They were about to face an extremely terrifying enemy. This aura seemed to be targeting Feng Wuchen. When Feng Wuchen appeared, the aura also appeared. Level 6 of the Heaven Origin Stage. Feng Xianxia frowned. His eyes were filled with fear and worry. Level 6 of the Heaven Origin Stage. What kind of terrifying powerhouse was this? Everyone in the Feng family was scared out of their wits. This aura is similar to Baiming Kong's, but with an additional evil aura. It is similar to the Murong Tian's aura. But it is not the aura of the Murong Tian. Feng Wuchen frowned. He was not sure if it was Baiming Kong. "It is me." Baiming Kong sneered. He then appeared in the sky above the Feng family's residence. "Baiming Kong." Feng Wuchen and the others were shocked. It really was Baiming Kong. Baiming Kong had reached level 6 of the Heaven Origin Stage. It really is him. He has reached level 6 of the Heaven Origin Stage. Feng Qianyang was terrified. He could not believe that Baiming Kong had reached level 6 of the Heaven Origin Stage. How is this possible? His cultivation speed is insane. Lu Qingyang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In less than half a month? That is impossible. Feng Xianxia was stunned. No one could have imagined such a horrifying cultivation speed. Feng Wuchen's cultivation speed was already beyond their imagination. Now, Baiming Kong was even faster than Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen could not understand it himself. Feng Wuchen could not believe that Baiming Kong was improving so fast. Of course, Feng Wuchen did not believe that Baiming Kong had such a horrifying talent. In Feng Wuchen's opinion, Baiming Kong must have used some kind of secret technique to improve so fast. What kind of secret technique could be so horrifying? Even more horrifying than the spirit separation technique, when Feng Wuchen killed Baiming Kong was only level 3 of the Heaven Origin Stage. Not long after that, Baiming Kong came back to life and reached level 5 of the Heaven Origin Stage. And now, in less than half a month, he had broken through again. Baiming Kong enjoyed the Feng clan's shocked and confused expression. Especially when he saw Feng Wuchen's shocked expression, it made Baiming Kong excited. He felt a sense of accomplishment. Not long ago, Baiming Kong had taken away the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Now, he was here again. What was Baiming Kong trying to do? "Feng Wuchen, you seem to be shocked to see me. You seem to be afraid of me." Baiming Kong sneered. He looked down at Feng Wuchen from above. "What? Without the ninefold cosmos pagoda, you have become such a coward?" Baiming Kong sneered. He did not care about Feng Wuchen at all. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen frowned and said coldly, I haven't gone to you yet, and you have delivered yourself to me. You think you can defeat me just because you have recovered? Bai Mingkong sneered disdainfully. He looked extremely arrogant. You have used evil methods to improve your cultivation. How dare you show off? Feng Wuchen sneered. Even though Bai Mingkong had broken through to level 6 of the Sky Origin stage, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Feng Wuchen had broken through to level 3 of the Sky Origin stage. He could definitely defeat a cultivator of level 5 of the Sky Origin stage. Every time he leveled up, Feng Wuchen's fighting ability would be greatly improved. His physical body would become even more terrifying. Feng Wuchen might not lose to Bai Mingkong, even though Bai Mingkong was only level 6 of the Sky Origin stage. Even without the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen believed that after he improved his cultivation, the soul-destroying sword art would be even more horrifying. Therefore, Feng Wuchen was only shocked by how fast Bai Mingkong improved. Why would he be afraid? So what if you used evil methods? I only care about the result, not the process. This land only cares about the strength. Bai Mingkong said coldly. That was true. Bai Mingkong only cared about the result. Judging from how he attacked the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect, Bai Mingkong did not care about the bloody massacre. All Bai Mingkong wanted was power. Feng Wuchen, if you don't want to suffer, then come with me. Bai Mingkong said coldly. His cold voice was filled with killing intent. Physical pain? Do you have what it takes? Feng Wuchen said coldly. You want to do this the hard way? Bai Mingkong sneered. He flew up to the sky and activated the horrifying Jin Yuan in his body. Buzz. An extremely horrifying evil power burst out from Bai Mingkong's body, shaking the void. The horrifying power frightened everyone in the Peerless City. Feng Wuchen activated his Jin Yuan and flew up slowly. Feeling Feng Wuchen's chi, Feng Jingxiong and the others were shocked. Level 3 of the Sky Origin stage. Chen'er has broken through. Amazing. Third young master has also broken through. Everyone in the Feng family exclaimed. No one expected Feng Wuchen to break through again. Lu Qingyang said blankly, 9 days. Big brother Feng only used 9 days to break through. Oh? Level 3 of the Sky Origin stage? Bai Mingkong was surprised and said, I did not expect you to break through too. No wonder you are the #1 genius of the Pyrefire Empire. No wonder you are so confident. With a sneer, Bai Mingkong said, without the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, do you really think you can defeat me with just 3 levels? Feng Wuchen did not reply. When he flew up to the sky beside Bai Mingkong, Feng Wuchen was already in his strongest state. The Qilin armor, the power of the bloodline, and the second stage of the sovereign body were all displayed. The horrifying qi was even stronger than level 5 of the Sky Origin stage. Such tyrannical power. Your strength has already surpassed Lung Qingfeng. You should be proud. But for me, you are still too weak. Bai Mingkong sneered. Shoo. Boom. While Bai Mingkong was sneering, Feng Wuchen's body suddenly flashed and disappeared. His speed was terrifying. When he reappeared in the next second, Bai Mingkong's expression changed slightly. However, it was too late. Feng Wuchen's fist landed on Bai Mingkong's chest. The tyrannical power sent the arrogant Bai Mingkong flying. This is Feng Wuchen's movement skill. Bai Mingkong was shocked. Level 6 of the Sky Origin stage is only this. Good? While Bai Mingkong was shocked, Feng Wuchen's cold voice came into his ears. Bai Mingkong recalled the first time he fought with Feng Wuchen. That scene terrified Bai Mingkong. Back then, Bai Mingkong was performing a martial skill. However, before he could do so, he was somehow blown away. Bai Mingkong didn't know what kind of martial skill Feng Wuchen had used to catch him off guard. He didn't even notice it. It was the same now. Facing Feng Wuchen's martial skill again, Bai Mingkong still didn't notice it. That was why Bai Mingkong feared Feng Wuchen the most. It was the second time he had seen Feng Wuchen teleport. Bai Mingkong frowned. His face turned gloomy. Feng Wuchen's punch had infuriated him. He stared at Feng Wuchen from the corner of his eyes. His murderous aura spread out, suffocating everyone. Buzz. An even more horrifying power burst out from Bai Ming Kong's body. His body was glowing with blue light. His aura was increasing rapidly. A horrifying chi wave swept out like a storm. The horrifying power of Sky Origin Stage Level 6 exploded. I will torture you slowly. I will make you suffer. Bai Ming Kong said coldly. His voice was so cold that it made people's hearts tremble. Oh? Really? Feng Wuchen sneered confidently. At the same time, he threw out a palm attack toward Bai Ming Kong. Feng Wuchen's cultivation level was not as high as Bai Ming Kong's, but his martial skill was definitely better than Bai Ming Kong's. Boom. Buzz. Bai Ming Kong humped disdainfully. He threw out a palm attack. Boom. The horrifying energy from the collision spread out dozens of meters away. You are only at Sky Origin Stage Level 3. Do you really have such power? You are using your Sky Origin Stage Level 6 power to suppress me. Are you showing off your cultivation level or your talent? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. Feng Wuchen didn't lose the upper hand in the collision. Bai Ming Kong's face darkened even more. Feng Wuchen was undoubtedly humiliating him. Bai Ming Kong's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Feng Wuchen's, but his strength might not be able to suppress Feng Wuchen. Bai Ming Kong's talent was indeed high, but he was far from Feng Wuchen's. Boom boom boom. Buzz. A fierce battle began. Feng Wuchen pushed himself to the limit and launched a fierce attack. His strength and speed were pushed to the limit, and he attacked Bai Ming Kong like a punching bag. A series of explosions rang out incessantly. Bai Ming Kong, who was at the 6th level of Sky Origin Stage, was not that weak. Facing Feng Wuchen's ferocious attacks, he was able to block them all and even fight back. However, Feng Wuchen could not defeat Bai Ming Kong in terms of strength alone. No matter how fierce and fast Feng Wuchen's attacks were, they could not hurt Bai Ming Kong at all. Feng Wuchen's strength has increased so much after breaking through the 3rd level. He can fight against me without using the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. Bai Ming Kong thought to himself. Feng Wuchen had crossed 3 levels. What kind of ferocious strength was that? Bai Ming Kong, if I were at the 6th level of Sky Origin Stage, what do you think would happen? Feng Wuchen asked coldly while attacking fiercely. Bai Ming Kong's face darkened again. He did not answer. If I were at the 6th level of Sky Origin Stage, I could kill you with one palm strike. Would I let you come to the Feng clan again and again? Would you have the guts to come and take my pagoda? Do you think you can show off in front of me with your evil cultivation? Feng Wuchen said viciously. Shut up. Bai Ming Kong growled. Feng Wuchen's humiliation made Bai Ming Kong feel ashamed and angry. Today, I will show you what it means to be great. I will show you how trashy your achievement is. Feng Wuchen shouted angrily. Dragon's roar. Roar. Feng Wuchen suddenly roared. An earth-shattering majestic roar came from his mouth. It wasn't the roar of a human. It was the roar of a ferocious beast. It was majestic and breathtaking, causing people's mental defenses to collapse instantly. The dragon's roar moved thousands of mountains and swept out wildly. The majestic roar was so intimidating that it made people's hearts tremble. No one had ever heard such a roar before. The earth-shattering roar carried a horrifying sound wave. It was so loud that people from the peerless city covered their ears with their hands. Their faces were filled with fear and pain. This is... Bai Ming Kong's face suddenly changed. Bai Ming Kong was the first to bear the brunt of the horrifying sound wave. It shook his head so much that his mind almost exploded. It was like a cannonball had exploded beside his ears. The horrifying sound wave was impossible to guard against. It's a dragon's roar. Ling Xiaoxiao's face was filled with surprise. What kind of martial skill is this? The sound wave is too horrifying. What is this sound? It's even scarier than a beast's roar. So scary. What kind of martial skill is the great commander using? Everyone from the peerless city was terrified. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all the cultivators who heard the dragon's roar were scared out of their wits. High up in the sky, Bai Ming Kong's eardrums were bleeding. It was obvious that his eardrums had been shattered by the sound wave. Bai Ming Kong could not bear the horrifying sound wave energy and was in extreme pain. Boom. Poof. While Bai Ming Kong was distracted, Feng Wuchen punched his abdomen. With a loud explosion, the overbearing force made Bai Ming Kong spit out blood. His body flew out like a cannonball. God-slaying soul-severing finger. After sending Bai Ming Kong flying with one punch, Feng Wuchen channeled his true essence and shouted. Swish. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen pointed with his finger. A blood-red light as thick as an arm shot out. The sonic boom was extremely sharp. Wherever it passed, the void shook violently and rippled. Boom. Poof. Buzz buzz. The horrifying blood-red light arrived in a flash and hit Bai Ming Kong. With a loud explosion, Bai Ming Kong spat out blood again. The destructive energy ripples spread out crazily, and the surrounding mountains shook violently. What is that sound? Bai Ming Kong was terrified. He had never heard such a terrifying roar before. Swish. Boom. Feng Wuchen appeared in a flash. He cupped his fists and punched Bai Ming Kong from above. With a loud explosion, Bai Ming Kong was blasted down. Boom boom boom. Bai Ming Kong's body turned into a black line, falling down like a meteor. He crashed into the deep mountain, making a huge explosion and stirring up a huge cloud of dust. The earth was shaking. Everyone from the Feng clan was shocked. Bai Ming Kong couldn't even fight back. How horrifying was that dragon roar? Did you see that? You were only at the 6th level of Sky Origin stage, yet you are so weak. Feng Wuchen said coldly, staring down at the deep mountain. Boom. Buzz buzz. Bai Ming Kong was furious. His horrifying power burst out from the deep mountain. Bright blue light shot up to the sky, shaking the mountains around. Feng Wuchen. Shut the hell up. Bai Ming Kong's furious roar was heard in a flash. After being hit by Feng Wuchen, Bai Ming Kong was only slightly wounded. It didn't affect his power at all. You can't even defeat me, a cultivator at the 3rd level of Sky Origin stage. How dare you show off? You have improved your cultivation through evil methods. You are indeed useless. Feng Wuchen said coldly. He kept humiliating Bai Ming Kong. Shut up. Shut up. Bai Ming Kong was furious. His face was ferocious. His veins were bulging. His eyes were red. His horrifying killing intent covered the entire mountain. Low-level Earth rank martial skill. Sword of Xingtian. Bai Ming Kong was raging. He crazily operated his full power and shouted furiously at the end. A huge blue energy sword was formed. Bai Ming Kong waved his hand and the energy sword shot up to the sky. It was so powerful that it seemed like it was going to pierce through the void. Humph. You can't even handle this? Feng Wuchen continued to humiliate him. Aren't you at the 6th level of Sky Origin stage? Don't you think you are powerful? Is this all you can do with your Earth rank martial skill? A low-level Earth rank martial skill was nothing to Feng Wuchen. Buzz buzz. Feng Wuchen took out the Supreme Dragon God Sword. He activated the power of his bloodline and poured it into the Dragon God Sword. Dazzling bloody light burst out, dyeing the void red. A destructive aura spread out. The overbearing power of the sword light was suffocating. Soul-extinguishing sword art. Soul-extinguishing sword. A monster sword intent filled the air. It was breathtaking. It gave people a feeling of powerlessness. Feng Wuchen shouted. His aura was majestic. He slashed down with his sword. Shoo. Buzz buzz. A huge blood-red sword light rushed down. It was filled with dazzling and destructive energy. All the cultivators in the Tianzhou region saw the dazzling blood-red light. Their eyes were filled with fear. Boom boom boom. Puff. The energy sword that soared into the sky fiercely collided with the blood-red sword light that swooped down. An earth-shattering explosion resounded once again. The dazzling light of the explosion enveloped the entire sky. The extremely destructive energy spread out with an unstoppable force, shaking Bai Ming Kong so much that he spat out blood. Buzz buzz. In the blink of an eye, the explosive energy spread out to hundreds of meters. Because it exploded in midair, the terrifying energy ripples wreaked havoc, destroying the towering mountains in all directions one after another. The extremely terrifying destruction frightened everyone. An Earth-rank martial skill used by a Sky Origin stage martial skill was no match for Feng Wuchen. No one in the Feng family had ever seen Feng Wuchen's overbearing combat power. Was he possessed by a god? Preposterous. How could Feng Wuchen have such terrifying power? Bai Mingkong gritted his teeth. He couldn't accept this result. He couldn't accept that Feng Wuchen could injure him severely. This time, Bai Mingkong was severely injured. Up in the sky, Feng Wuchen was also injured. However, he wasn't severely injured. How could a Sky Origin stage martial artist be so easy to deal with? Cultivation levels weren't obtained for free. Even if he had used some evil methods to increase his cultivation level, he was still at Sky Origin stage 6. Bai Mingkong, you are at Sky Origin stage 6. That's all you can do. Feng Wuchen continued to humiliate him. It seems like you can't display the true power of the 6th level of Sky Origin stage with your evil cultivation. Deep in the mountains, Bai Mingkong was severely injured. His face was pale as he stared at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen. Next time, I hope you can be as arrogant as you are today. Bai Mingkong said coldly. The dragon chant had affected him too much. Besides, he was severely injured. He was no match for Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen did not stop Bai Mingkong from escaping. Bai Mingkong was too careless and underestimated his enemy. He was also angered by Feng Wuchen, which gave Feng Wuchen the chance to injure him. Chen, are you all right? Xianxia asked with concern when she saw Feng Wuchen descending. I'm fine, just some minor injuries. Feng Wuchen shook his head and swallowed a healing pill. Big brother Feng, why did you let him go? You should have killed that despicable man. Lu Qingyang asked angrily. Feng Wuchen smiled bitterly. I can't kill him with my current strength. If it wasn't for the sound wave, I would have been seriously injured if I wanted to injure him. Bai Mingkong was extremely powerful. If he did not underestimate his enemy, he would not have ended up in such a sorry state. But it's impossible for him to kill Big Brother Feng. Ling Xiaoxiao chuckled. Even if you can't kill him, you should at least take back the pagoda, right? Lu Qingyang said. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said doubtfully, the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is not with him. The Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is with the Nangong family, Nangong Lai. I can sense his aura through the pagoda. That old thing is still trying to erase my soul imprint. Feng Wuchen did not know why the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was in the hands of the Nangong family. Nangong family? Feng Jingxiong and the others' faces changed. Wasn't the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda taken away by Bai Mingkong? How did it end up in the hands of the Nangong family? Bai Mingkong is willing to give the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda to the Nangong family? Lu Qingyang was in disbelief. Bai Mingkong came with Nangong Jin to help the Nangong family seize the pagoda? Miao Qingqing guessed. That's not important. What's important is to take back the pagoda. Feng Wuchen said solemnly, let's go to the Nangong family of the 9 prefectures now. If they don't hand over the pagoda, I will trample on the Nangong family. Chen, be careful. Feng Jingxiong warned. Feng Wuchen had broken through to the 3rd level of Sky Origin stage, which meant he was as powerful as a Sky Origin stage cultivator at the 6th level. Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, Lu Qingyang, and Miao Qingqing headed to the 9 prefectures together. This time, Feng Wuchen would not give up until he took back Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. 4 hours later, Feng Wuchen and the other 3 had already stepped into the territory of the 9 prefectures. Feng Wuchen's injuries had also fully recovered. It's so lively, this Divine Pill City is much bigger than Wushuang City. Lu Qingyang looked around, his face filled with joy. This is the largest and most lively city in the 9 prefectures, and the auction will be held in the Divine Pill City. Ling Xiaoxiao introduced to Miao Qingqing as they entered the city. Big brother Feng, aren't we going to the Nangong family? Miao Qingqing asked. The Divine Pill City is the only way to the Nangong family. Since we are already here, there's no need to rush. The Nangong family won't be able to escape. Let's go to the restaurant in front and have some food. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Big brother Feng, you should go with Xiaoxiao. It's rare for us to come to such a huge divine pill city. I have to accompany Qingqing. Lu Qingyang said with a smile as he pulled Miao Qingqing's hand and walked towards the crowd. Feng Wuchen didn't stop them as he brought Ling Xiaoxiao into the restaurant. Eh? Isn't that Feng Wuchen? That's right. It's Feng Wuchen. Let's go, let's go. We can't afford to offend him. When Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao entered the restaurant, some cultivators recognized them. Some of the more courageous cultivators wanted to enter the restaurant, but after seeing Feng Wuchen, they didn't even dare to enter. I wonder where that young Lord Zhang came from. Even the major forces in the 9 prefectures have to be respectful to him. It's really enviable. I heard that he is the continent's #1 blacksmith genius. Who in the 9 prefectures can afford to offend him? The Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect had a great war and both sides suffered great losses. They are all relying on this young Lord Zhang to make a comeback. When Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao sat down, they heard the conversation at the next table. It seems like something big happened in the 9 prefectures. Feng Wuchen frowned. Why did the Nangong family start a war with the Misty Wind sect? Ling Xiaoxiao was very puzzled. Feng Wuchen shook his head. He also didn't know what was going on. When the waiter brought the dishes over, Feng Wuchen asked, "Brother waiter, why did the Nangong family start a war with the Misty Wind sect? What's going on? You guys just came to the 9 prefectures, right? You don't even know about such a big matter?" The waiter asked in surprise. Obviously. He didn't recognize Feng Wuchen. In the restaurant, no one recognized Feng Wuchen. Their gazes landed on Ling Xiaoxiao and completely ignored Feng Wuchen. With Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful appearance, she would attract countless gazes wherever she went. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao shook their heads at the same time, indicating that they didn't know. The news said that Ling Qingfeng and a lady named Ling Xiaoxiao worked together to kill Nangong Jin. This angered the Nangong family and they started a war. Previously, it was said that Feng Wuchen killed Nangong Jin. Later, it was said that it was the young sect master of the Misty Wind sect. As for who killed Nangong Jin, I don't know either. The waiter said patiently. But these are all small matters. The waiter said again. Small matters? Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were slightly stunned and looked at each other. The waiter nodded heavily and looked around. Then, he bowed slightly and said in a low voice, "I heard that the Nangong family and the Misty Wind sect started a war. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses. In the end, Bai Mingkong took the opportunity and set up some soul-devouring formation in the Misty Wind sect. He devoured all the disciples of the Misty Wind sect and the people of the Nangong family. Not a single drop of blood was left." Bai Mingkong? Feng Wuchen was extremely surprised. He couldn't help but think of the dead soldiers of the empire. Their flesh and blood had also mysteriously disappeared. At first, Feng Wuchen thought it was Murong Tian's doing. But after hearing the waiter's words, he couldn't help but suspect Bai Mingkong. "It seems you two still don't know. Bai Mingkong was killed by Feng Wuchen. But later on, he somehow came back to life. His cultivation level has increased to the 5th level of Sky Origin stage. Now, he is already at the 6th level." The waiter said in a low voice. He didn't dare to raise his voice because he was afraid of causing trouble. Hearing this, Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao understood half of the situation. Feng Wuchen frowned and said seriously, "I didn't expect such a big thing to happen in the 9 prefectures. Bai Mingkong must have devoured those people's blood to increase his cultivation level. Brother Feng, the Nangong family hasn't fully recovered yet. We have to go to the Nangong family as soon as possible." Ling Xiaoxiao said seriously. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, "When Qingyang and the others come back, we will go to the Nangong family." Brother Feng. Something happened. At this moment, Miao Qingqing suddenly ran in. Her pretty face was filled with anxiety and worry. "What happened?" Feng Wuchen asked. "Brother Lu was injured by someone. It's a Sky Origin stage cultivator." "Brother Feng, go and have a look," Miao Qingqing said anxiously. Feng Wuchen's face darkened. He threw down some gold coins and hurried out of the restaurant. Not far from the street, a group of people had surrounded the street. In the crowd, Lu Qingyang was stepped on by someone. He was holding a delicate hairpin tightly in his hand. Lu Qingyang's face was pale. There was blood on the corner of his mouth. He was badly injured. "Brat, give me the hairpin. How dare you snatch something from me? I think you are tired of living. Whatever my woman likes belongs to my woman," the young man who was stepping on Lu Qingyang said coldly. There was a group of young men and women behind him. Judging by their clothes, they must have come from a powerful background. Lu Qingyang's face was filled with disdain. He sneered and said, "If your woman likes me, then am I not hers?" The young woman beside him was furious. "Brother Xiao, he dares to insult me. Kill him. You are courting death." The man was furious. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He activated his terrifying True Yuan and raised his foot to step on Lu Qingyang. Since when did the Xiao family become so useless? You are either bullying others or bullying the weak. Just as the man was about to step out, a mocking voice came. The crowd parted to form a path. Everyone's gaze swept over, wanting to see who was so daring to insult the Xiao clan in public. "Who is it? Show yourself," the man shouted angrily. His face was gloomy. The young man was Xiao Mu, a descendant of the Xiao family. He was at the first level of Sky Origin stage. The young men and women behind him were all descendants of the Xiao family. "Brother Feng." Seeing Feng Wuchen, Lu Qingyang was overjoyed. Xiao Mu didn't even have time to look at Feng Wuchen before Feng Wuchen waved his hand. A terrifying chi pushed Xiao Mu back a dozen meters. Feng Wuchen's move shocked everyone on the street. Lu Qingyang quickly got up and said angrily, "Brother Feng, they are too much. I wanted the hairpin first and they wanted to take it. They even injured me." "I know." Feng Wuchen nodded. On the way, Miao Qingqing had already told Feng Wuchen what happened. Xiao Mu's face turned pale with fright. He was actually pushed back a dozen meters by a surge of qi. Xiao Mu raised his head and looked at Feng Wuchen. He was almost scared out of his wits. Feng Wuchen." Xiao Mu's face changed. He trembled in fear and his face turned pale. Feng Wuchen. The descendants of the Xiao family were scared out of their wits. They huddled together in fear. "You've got guts. You even dare to bully my friends," Feng Wuchen said coldly. His terrifying eyes scared Xiao Mu and the others out of their wits. He is Feng Wuchen." Many people on the street recognized Feng Wuchen. They were scared out of their wits. Feng Wuchen's existence was enough to make people of the 9 continents tremble in fear. Feng Wuchen used the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda to suppress the 5 great forces of the 9 continents. His name had spread throughout the 9 continents. Feng Wuchen, we didn't know he was your friend," Xiao Mu stuttered. He was terrified to the extreme. Feng Wuchen wanted to kill him. The Xiao family didn't have the power to avenge him. "Kneel," Feng Wuchen said coldly. He ordered Xiao Mu to kneel. Xiao Mu was stunned. His face became gloomy. Feng Wuchen wanted him to kneel in front of everyone. He was humiliating him. As a genius of the Xiao family, if Xiao Mu kneeled, how could he face others in the future? "Feng Wuchen, don't go too far." Xiao Mu suppressed his fear and shouted. Xiao Mu was terrified by the terrifying pressure. In the end, he couldn't withstand it and knelt down. The younger generation of the Xiao clan was also scared and knelt down. Their faces were pale and powerless. Feng Wuchen could suppress a Sky Origin stage cultivator with just his aura. It was obvious how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Xiao Mu was frightened and angry. Feng Wuchen made him kneel in front of everyone. It was no doubt humiliating him and trampling on his dignity. However, Xiao Mu was powerless. No matter how angry he was, he didn't dare to do anything. The younger generation of the Xiao clan didn't dare to fart. The street was silent. More and more people came to watch. Everyone was scared out of their wits by Feng Wuchen's terrifying aura. Slap. Lu Qingyang took a big step forward and slapped Xiao Mu fiercely. A fiery red palm print appeared on Xiao Mu's face. Xiao Mu looked at Lu Qingyang. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Weren't you rude and unreasonable? Why are you scared now? Where is Feng Feng who robbed and hit people? Lu Qingyang shouted angrily and slapped Xiaomu again. Slap. Lu Qingyang slapped Xiaomu again and shouted angrily, are the younger generation of the Xiao clan so great? Do you think you can bully people? Did the Xiao clan teach dogs like you? Dogs are more obedient than you. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the Xiao clan. I will let you know what is respect. I will let you know what is first come. First serve. Lu Qingyang slapped Xiaomu more than 10 times. Xiaomu's face was red and swollen. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Slap slap slap. Lu Qingyang slapped Xiaomu one after another. He didn't show any mercy. He didn't even let the girls off the hook. A series of slapping sounds echoed on the street. In the quiet street, only the sound of slapping could be heard. The onlookers on the street didn't dare to interfere. Those who didn't know Feng Wuchen's identity were stopped by other cultivators. He was Feng Wuchen. These 5 words were enough to stop all the cultivators who wanted to see injustice. Feng Wuchen's name was known by everyone in the 9 prefectures. Who dared to provoke such a terrifying killing god? Did they want to die? Feng Wuchen, what do you want? Xiaomu suppressed his fear. His swollen face was extremely ugly as he shouted at Feng Wuchen. Xiaomu was furious to the extreme. If he didn't vent, he would suffocate to death. Feng Wuchen didn't say anything. He let Lu Qingyang make the decision. Lu Qingyang could fight as long as he wanted. Even if he killed, Feng Wuchen wouldn't stop him. He wasn't afraid of offending the Xiao clan. Lu Qingyang slapped Xiaomu's swollen face again. This time, Xiaomu spat out a mouthful of blood. Answer me. Are you still going to bully me? Lu Qingyang asked angrily, as if he wanted to eat someone. When? But deep in his heart, Xiaomu kept reminding him to endure. He must endure. Or he would lose his life. Xiaomu's eyes didn't threaten Lu Qingyang. Instead, he got slapped. Brother Lu. Good hit. Hit him hard. Miao Qingqing yelled in relief. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao watched from the side. They didn't want to interfere. Don't answer me. I'll hit you until you answer. Lu Qingyang shouted. He raised his hand. If Xiaomu didn't answer, Lu Qingyang would slap him. Xiaomu's swollen face twitched. He held back his anger and answered unwillingly, I won't bully you anymore. Lu Qingyang slapped him again. Xiaomu was stunned. He answered but he still slapped him. Lu Qingyang angrily shouted, speak louder. Where did all the loud voices go? Bullying others with your power? Do you still dare to bully me? I don't dare. Xiaomu roared. Lu Qingyang slapped him again and said angrily, you bastard. Why are you so loud? You scared me. Do you want to scare me to death? I'll slap you to death. He got slapped if he didn't answer. He got slapped if he spoke softly. He got slapped if he spoke loudly. What was going on? Xiaomu had completely lost his mind. His eyes were bloodshot. A terrifying murderous aura swept out. Lu Qingyang slapped Xiaomu again. The furious Xiaomu slowly turned his head back to look at Lu Qingyang. He was determined to tear Lu Qingyang to pieces and grind his bones to dust. However, Xiaomu's murderous aura was suppressed by Feng Wuchen's even more terrifying murderous aura. Xiaomu's anger disappeared and was replaced by fear. Humph. You still want to kill me? Lu Qingyang said fiercely, then the true essence within his body was urged out. Although he was only at the 6th level of the origin core stage, but when he urged his true essence to slap, it was completely different, and it was sufficient to knock Xiaomu's front teeth flying and smash his mouth. Lu Qingyang slapped him again. The terrifying strength made Xiaomu spit out blood and 2 teeth flew out. The burning pain on his face was unbearable for Xiaomu. Do you know what first come first serve is? Lu Qingyang raised his hand and asked angrily. If Xiaomu answered incorrectly, he would slap him without hesitation. Xiaomu couldn't get up. He nodded in fear and said, I know. I know. As soon as Xiaomu finished speaking, Lu Qingyang slapped him again. With a crisp sound, Xiaomu coughed up blood again. The crowd on the street was frightened when they saw Lu Qingyang slapping Xiaomu. He was too ruthless. Xiaomu's swollen face was covered in blood. "I'm sorry, I got addicted. I thought you didn't know your mistake." Lu Qingyang was slightly dazed. He seemed to be used to it. Xiaomu almost spat out blood when he heard this. Condensing a tyrannical power in his palm, Lu Qingyang quickly attacked and slapped Xiaomu dozens of times in an instant. Xiaomu was stunned and dizzy before finally falling to the ground. "Big brother Xiaomu." The Xiao clan juniors were terrified. They were worried that Xiaomu would be beaten to death. "Humph. You're a disgrace to the Xiao clan. Let's stop here today," Lu Qingyang shouted angrily. He had vented all the anger in his heart, but he didn't beat Xiaomu to death. Lu Qingyang glared at the Xiao clan juniors and asked angrily, "What about you guys?" "We don't dare. We don't dare." The younger generation of the Xiao clan waved their hands and shook their heads in fear. They stepped back, afraid that Lu Qingyang would slap them as well. "Big brother Feng, let's go." Lu Qingyang looked at Feng Wuchen and said. He shook his right hand and muttered, "My hand is tired." "Feng Wuchen, let's go. I'll make young Lord Zhang kill you." "Young Lord Zhang isn't someone you can offend." Xiaomu got up and said to Feng Wuchen. "Young Lord Zhang? The #1 blacksmith in the continent?" Feng Wuchen sneered. He recalled the conversation from the next table in the restaurant. One of them was talking about young Master Zhang, who was respected by all the major forces. Feng Wuchen didn't know young Lord Zhang's identity, but he wasn't afraid. Feng Wuchen wasn't afraid of anyone when it came to alchemy and blacksmithing. However, Feng Wuchen didn't think of Zhang Junlan. After all, it had been a long time since they last met. Plus, there were so many people with the surname Zhang in the continent. "Go back and tell Xiao Tianqian and the others not to provoke me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," Feng Wuchen said coldly. After Feng Wuchen and the other three left, the people on the street came back to their senses. The Xiao clan juniors are getting worse and worse. They only know how to bully others. Yeah. The Xiao clan juniors are really disgusting. They are far inferior compared to Leng Qingfeng. The Xiao clan will fall in their hands sooner or later. The practitioners on the street shook their heads. No one sympathized with them. They all felt that Xiaomu and the others brought this humiliation upon themselves. Not long after Feng Wuchen left, the Xiao clan juniors left with Xiaomu, who looked like a pig's head. How could they still have the face to stay in the Divine Pill City? Feng Wuchen and the other three went to the auction house. Feng Wuchen's appearance had frightened the auction house. Chu Chongkong and the Divine Alchemist had clearly instructed the auction house's guards and maids to be extremely respectful. They treated Feng Wuchen and the others like emperors. In the auction house's huge hall, many people were shocked and envious when they saw the auction house treating Feng Wuchen and the others with such respect. They were very curious about the background of Feng Wuchen and the others. Who are they? Isn't the auction house being too respectful to them? Yeah, even Sect Master Leng wouldn't be treated like this. He is Feng Wuchen, whose name shakes the 9 prefectures. The auction house doesn't dare to offend him. What? He is Feng Wuchen? Those who recognized Feng Wuchen felt that it was normal. The auction house didn't dare to offend a big shot like Feng Wuchen. Many practitioners in the auction house looked at Feng Wuchen with shock and reverence. If they knew that the auction house had already submitted to Feng Wuchen, who knows what kind of expression they would have. However, Feng Wuchen didn't disturb the Divine Alchemist and the others. Instead, he casually bought some forging materials and left the Divine Pill City, heading towards the Nangong family. Otherwise, all the practitioners in the auction house would have fainted from shock. Feng Wuchen and the others' goal was to take back the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda. "Big brother Feng, are we going to the Nangong family like this?" Lu Qingyang suddenly asked. "What else?" Feng Wuchen glanced at Lu Qingyang. "Since we are visiting, we have to bring gifts, right? Otherwise, others will say that we don't know etiquette." Lu Qingyang spread out his hands with a playful expression. "Then let's bring some coffins. When we were leaving the city, we saw a coffin shop." Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. "I saw it too. Big brother Feng, wait for me. Lu Qingyang turned and rushed into the city. When they arrived at the coffin shop, before the shopkeeper spoke, Lu Qingyang said, "Shopkeeper, I want all the coffins in your shop." "All of them?" The shopkeeper was slightly surprised and asked with uncertainty, "Young man, we have over 300 coffins in our shop. Are you sure you want all of them?" "All of them." Lu Qingyang didn't hesitate. Bang! In the main hall of the Xiao clan, Xiao Ran slammed his hand on the table. The terrifying power turned the table into dust. Feng Wuchen has gone too far. Xiao Ran was furious. His murderous aura filled the hall. In the main hall, the higher-ups of the Xiao clan were all filled with murderous aura. Their faces were gloomy and ugly. Xiaomu was in a state of shock. His face was swollen and unrecognizable. It was frightening to look at him. Feng Wuchen insulted the Xiao clan. "He doesn't care about us at all," the second elder said angrily. His old face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. "Master, it must be Feng Wuchen who wants to take revenge on the Xiao clan. He wants to provoke us so that he can find an excuse to kill us," one of the higher-ups said angrily. "Father, you saw it. Feng Wuchen doesn't care about the Xiao clan at all." Xiao Ran said angrily, "He is not your grandson. He is the enemy of the Xiao clan. Qingqing has cut ties with us. It is too late for you to regret it now. The old man has wronged Feng Wuchen. If the old man hadn't been so heartless, he wouldn't have ended up like this. This is karma." Xiao Tianqin's face was bitter. He looked even more haggard and old than before. Feng Wuchen's glory made his heart ache all the time. He was such a peerless genius. Others would treat him like a treasure, but he treated him like trash. It was too late to regret now. Sigh. Xiao Yuanshan sighed helplessly. Things are already like this. We can't change anything. With Feng Wuchen's personality, if it wasn't for Qingqing, Xiaomu wouldn't have come back alive. Feng Wuchen doesn't have the ninefold cosmos pagoda anymore. There is nothing to be afraid of him. He is at the peak of the 4th level of Sky Origin stage at most. It is easy for the Xiao clan to kill him, the third elder said angrily. Humph. No matter how strong Feng Wuchen is, he won't be arrogant for long. I will go to the auction house and find young Master Zhang. I will ask young Master Zhang to kill Feng Wuchen. Xiao Ran said angrily. As the head of the Xiao clan, he wouldn't allow the Xiao clan to be threatened, let alone be humiliated in public. Xiao Ran stood up and left for the auction house. Master, elders, Dendi has just left the auction house. The Pill Emperor just left? Chu Chongkong's expression changed greatly. He immediately shouted angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Denda left in such a hurry. Could it be?" The divine alchemist frowned. He had completely forgotten about Xiaomu. The ninefold Cosmos Pagoda is in the hands of the Nangong clan. Dendi must be going to take it back. Mutsai said confidently. Zhao Yinqing frowned and said, "Looks like a big battle is inevitable." Master, are we really going to stand on Feng Wuchen's side? Mutsai asked worriedly. As the auctioneer, Mutsai knew how terrifying the Nangong clan was. There's no need to say more. Dendi is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Although the Nangong clan is strong, the auction house might not be afraid of them. However, the auction house can never afford to offend Dendi. After Dendi expelled the fire poison from my body, the old man was able to touch the realm of a 6th-grade alchemist. I have never felt this way for so many years. Chu Chongkong said solemnly. From his words, it could be seen that Chu Chongkong was afraid of Feng Wuchen. 6th-grade alchemist? Everyone's expression changed. That was a powerful alchemist that even the major forces of the continent feared. The divine alchemist was also shocked. Was Chu Chongkong going to surpass him? If Chu Chongkong could become a 6th-grade alchemist, the status of the auction house would definitely change dramatically. Even in the continent, the auction house would instantly become a major force. Considering the long-term benefits, Feng Wuchen would undoubtedly have more benefits than the Nangong clan. Mutsai didn't speak anymore. She really couldn't imagine how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. Master. Xiao clan's head wants to see young Lord Zhang. At this time, another guard entered the hall and reported. Young Lord Zhang is refining in seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb him lest he gets angry. Let him go back. The divine alchemist scolded. Obviously, he guessed that they came for Xiao Mu. Since they came for Xiao Mu, it must be related to Feng Wuchen. Since it was related to Feng Wuchen, how could they let Xiao Ran disturb Zhang Junlan? Xiao Clan's head said that he must see him. He is already outside. The guard said helplessly. With his status, he was not qualified to stop Xiao Ran. Xiao Clan is overestimating themselves. The divine alchemist was furious and stood up. Is Feng Wuchen really so terrifying? Seeing the divine alchemist so angry, Mutsai was secretly shocked. She was more and more curious about Feng Wuchen. When they were bidding for the sacred geocentric lotus, Mutsai was shocked by Feng Wuchen's courage. It could be said that he had left a deep impression on her. What is so important that you must see him for? A faint voice came into the hall. Hearing this voice, the divine alchemist and the others' faces changed. They immediately knelt down on one knee and said, "Greetings, young Lord Zhang." Zhang Junlan waved his hand and said, "Didn't I say that there is no need for formalities? There's no need for such formalities. You're all seniors, so how can a junior like me receive such great courtesy? Moreover, this is not the Zhang clan." Xiao Ran greets young Lord Zhang. As if he had heard Zhang Junlan's voice, Xiao Ran rushed in and knelt down in front of Zhang Junlan. "Xiao Clan Master, what made you so anxious to see me?" Zhang Junlan looked at Xiao Ran and asked with a smile. At the same time, he signaled Xiao Ran to stand up. After Xiao Ran expressed his gratitude, he stood up and said, "Recently, a genius has appeared in the 9 prefectures. He came from the Inferno Empire and relied on his strength to destroy the Spirit Burial Valley and kill countless innocent people. Everyone in the 9 prefectures is afraid of him. Now, he is riding on the head of the Xiao clan and humiliating our Xiao clan in public. He even injured our Xiao clan's younger generation. We can only swallow our anger." Xiao Ran was right. Feng Wuchen had indeed destroyed the Burial Valley and killed countless innocent people. Everyone in the 9 prefectures was afraid of him. However, Xiao Ran did not mention the cause and effect. The Burial Valley is not weak. I have heard that old ancestor Bei Ming has reached Sky Origin Stage 5. Who in the Inferno Empire can destroy the Burial Valley? Zhang Junlan was surprised. Although he was not familiar with the 9 prefectures, Zhang Junlan knew a little about the major forces in the 9 prefectures. The Inferno Empire was just a small country. It was impossible for them to have an expert who could destroy the Burial Valley. Glancing at the divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong, Zhang Junlan asked, "Do you know who he is?" Hearing this, the divine alchemist, Chu Chongkong, and the others' expressions changed. They became extremely worried. Feng Wuchen was in the same realm as Dendi. They had to rely on Feng Wuchen to expel the fire poison and to receive pointers in alchemy. If Zhang Junlan helped Xiao Ran to deal with Feng Wuchen, the divine alchemist and the others could not guarantee that Feng Wuchen would be able to escape death. It's over. No matter how strong Dendi is, he is no match for the Zhang clan. What should we do? The divine alchemist was worried. If Feng Wuchen died, they would not be able to expel the fire poison from their bodies. They would have to endure the pain of being tortured by the fire poison. Seeing that the divine alchemist and the others did not answer and were instead worried, Zhang Junlan asked again, "Do you know him? Is there anything you can't say?" Chu Chongkong nodded and smiled bitterly, "Yes. Young Lord Zhang, his name is Feng Wuchen. The #1 genius of the Pyrofire Empire." Seeing that Zhang Junlan was about to make a move, Xiao Ran quickly said. The Zhang clan was very powerful. Zhang Junlan's 2 followers were in the 8th level of the Sky Origin stage. If they made a move, Feng Wuchen would be dead for sure. Feng Wuchen? Zhang Junlan was shocked and looked at Xiao Ran. That's right. He is Feng Wuchen. This man is lawless. He has no respect for anyone. If we don't get rid of him, the 9 prefectures will never have peace. Xiao Ran nodded and was secretly delighted. Young Lord Zhang, Feng Wuchen destroyed the Burial Valley for a reason. The divine alchemist quickly explained. He did not want Zhang Junlan to misunderstand and put Feng Wuchen in danger. However, before the divine alchemist could finish, Zhang Junlan interrupted. He looked at Xiao Ran and asked, Feng Wuchen is in the 9 prefectures? Where is he now? The divine alchemist, Chu Changkong, and the others changed their expressions and panicked. Looking at Zhang Junlan's attitude, she really intended to stand up for the Xiao family and eliminate Feng Wuchen. Dendi, hurry up and run. The divine alchemist was panicking. He wished he could appear in front of Feng Wuchen and ask Feng Wuchen to run for his life. I heard it on my way to the auction. Feng Wuchen went to the Nangong family. Xiao Ran said happily. Feng Wuchen. Let's see how you are going to die this time. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you can't defeat a Sky Origin Stage 8 cultivator, let alone the Zhang clan. Your bit of ability isn't worth mentioning at all to the artificing aristocratic families. Xiao Ran said viciously in his heart. Let's go to the Nangong family. Zhang Junlan said. He was trying to suppress his excitement. Yes. Young Lord Zhang, please. Xiao Ran said respectfully. Young Lord Zhang. Young Lord Zhang. The divine alchemist wanted to explain, but Zhang Junlan didn't stop. He had already walked out of the hall. Chu Changkong chased after him and explained anxiously, Young Lord Zhang, Feng Wuchen destroyed the Burial Valley for a reason. The Burial Valley captured his father. Young Lord Zhang. Zhang Junlan didn't stop. He didn't react even when he heard the explanation. He was determined to kill Feng Wuchen. President Chu, you don't have to explain. Feng Wuchen killed innocent people. He will die today. Xiao Ran sneered. You. The divine alchemist and the others were furious. They stared at Xiao Ran fiercely. They wanted to kill Xiao Ran on the spot. However, they didn't have the ability to do so. They were no match for Xiao Ran, and they didn't dare to do it in front of Zhang Junlan. Let's go. Chu Changkong said hurriedly. The higher-ups of the auction house chased after them. Zhang Junlan wanted to kill Feng Wuchen. How could they let that happen? If Feng Wuchen died, the divine alchemist and the others would be tortured to death by the fire poison. They couldn't help but worry. Young Master Zhang. Outside the auction house, Leng Wuya saw Zhang Junlan rushing out. He had just arrived at the auction house and hurriedly called out to her. But Zhang Junlan didn't react at all and followed Xiao Ran to the Nangong family. Father, young Master Zhang seems very anxious. I don't know what happened. Leng Qingfeng said. What happened? Leng Wuya was confused. While he was confused, the divine alchemist and Chu Changkong also rushed out and wanted to chase after them. Leng Wuya stopped them and asked, Divine alchemist, President Chu, what happened? Why is young Master Zhang so anxious? There is no time to explain. Let's go to the Nangong family. The divine alchemist was very anxious and quickly flew away. Chu Changkong and the other experts chased after them. Father, it seems like something big is going to happen. Leng Qingfeng said. The protector said, Sect leader, it seems like we have to delay our matter. Leng Wuya and the other higher-ups of the Wind sect came together and wanted to see Zhang Junlan. It seemed like the matter that they couldn't solve was about the revitalization of the Wind sect. Let's delay the matter of the Wind sect for now. Let's go and take a look first. Leng Wuya frowned and then flew to the Nangong family. Zhang Junlan left in such a hurry and the divine alchemist and Chu Changkong were even more anxious. They didn't even have time to explain. This made Leng Wuya and the others very confused. What had happened that made them so anxious? After catching up and asking again, Leng Wuya and the others understood that Zhang Junlan wanted to help the Xiao family to get rid of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was a 5th-grade blacksmith and an alchemy emperor. His mastery of alchemy and blacksmithing had reached the acme of perfection. He was even more terrifying than a demon. No wonder the divine alchemists were so anxious. Of course, that was only Leng Wuya's understanding. Leng Wuya and the others didn't know that the auction house had already submitted to Feng Wuchen, nor did they know that Feng Wuchen could expel the fire poison. This is troublesome. Young Master Zhang's follower was at the 8th level of Sky Origin stage. Feng Wuchen is not their match. Leng Qingfeng said worriedly. Young Master Zhang won't listen to our explanations at all. The divine alchemist was so anxious that he was about to cry. Leng Wuya said solemnly, Xiao Ran wants to borrow young Lord Zhang's hand to kill Feng Wuchen. How despicable. Divine alchemist, what do you plan to do? The protector asked. There's nothing we can do. The divine alchemist smiled bitterly. Zhang Junlan had a noble status, and the Zhang family had a transcendent status in the continent. They were truly behemoths that they could not afford to offend. If Zhang Junlan really wanted to kill Feng Wuchen, none of them would dare to stop him. Young Master Zhang isn't someone without opinions. If we explain to him clearly, we should be able to resolve the conflict. Leng Qingfeng said solemnly. I hope so. Chu Chongkong said bitterly. If explaining was useful, they would have been able to stop Zhang Junlan just now. They didn't have much hope for that. Shoo shoo shoo. Suddenly, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the sky above the Nangong family's luxurious palace. The sound of air being torn apart was numerous, numbering in the hundreds. Who is it? One of the members of the Nangong family who sensed something suddenly raised his head and shouted. Their expressions were extremely serious. The sound of something breaking through the air didn't have any aura. They only noticed it when they heard the sonic boom. What kind of terrifying expert was that, however, when everyone from the Nangong nobles raised their heads to look, their solemn faces turned green. What kind of expert was that? That was hundreds of coffins, that's right. Hundreds of coffins. And they were coffins flying in the sky, hundreds of coffins flew into the Nangong family's palace. It was a spectacular sight. Those are coffins. The Nangong family members were shocked for a long time before someone exclaimed. Preposterous. Who sent the wrong coffins? How dare they send them to the Nangong family? Someone shouted angrily. It must be the Misty Wind sect. Quickly report to the family head, another person shouted angrily. Hundreds of coffins flew into the palace and landed steadily on the ground. They were placed neatly on the huge square like a graveyard. The Nangong family members retreated in fear and stared at the hundreds of coffins in the square. Preposterous. Who dares to send coffins to the Nangong family? Nangong Lai, who was recuperating in the main hall, was furious when he heard the news. Is it the Misty Wind sect? Nangong Yuan said angrily with a cold murderous aura. Nangong Lai and the other higher-ups rushed out. When they saw the hundreds of coffins in the square, they were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. When had the Nangong family received coffins? Who had the guts to send coffins to the Nangong family? Swish swish swish. Not long after, a few more sonic booms were heard, and a few figures flew over at top speed. They were Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the other two. Feng Wuchen. When they saw the newcomer, Nangong Lai and the others were stunned. Then, their faces darkened again. The one who had sent the coffins was Feng Wuchen. Nangong family head, are you satisfied with my gift? Feng Wuchen asked indifferently. His lips curled up into a cold smile. Feng Wuchen. You're here to die. Nangong Yuan shouted angrily. Then, his vicious gaze swept toward Ling Xiaoxiao. Nangong Yuan shouted angrily, stupid girl, you killed my grandson. Today, this old man will turn you into ashes. Old bastard, try me if you can. Ling Xiaoxiao replied aggressively without fear. The Nangong family is so big, but they only have so few people? What a miserable death. Lu Qingyang curled his lips and looked like he deserved a beating. Miao Qingqing said coldly, Big brother Feng, they haven't fully recovered from their injuries. We can destroy the Nangong family now. Shameless boasting. Nangong Wuhan shouted angrily. The moment they saw Feng Wuchen, the upper echelons of the Nangong family emitted a terrifying murderous aura that instantly covered the huge Nangong family palace. Feng Wuchen brought Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing down and landed on the coffin. Feng Wuchen, without the ninefold cosmos pagoda, you're simply here to die. Nangong Tianhen snorted disdainfully. Even if he hadn't fully recovered, he didn't take Feng Wuchen seriously. On account of Nangongshir's injuries, hand over the ninefold cosmos pagoda and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Nangong family today. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Facing the upper echelons of the Nangong family and so many experts, Feng Wuchen didn't even bat an eyelid. Arrogant. Let's see how you're going to destroy the Nangong family. The second elder said fiercely. The terrifying power of a Sky Origin Stage Level 4 exploded as he charged towards Feng Wuchen. Qingyang, Qingqing, step back. Feng Wuchen said indifferently as he stared coldly at the second elder of the Nangong family. Old thing. I'll take your life. Feng Wuchen said ruthlessly. His murderous aura exploded as the true yuan in his body surged out crazily. Sky Origin Stage Level 3. Feng Wuchen has broken through. Second elder, be careful. Feeling Feng Wuchen's terrifying power, Nangong Lai and the rest were shocked as they shouted. The second elder also felt Feng Wuchen's terrifying power. He was scared out of his wits. However, at this moment, the second elder didn't have the time to stop or step back because Feng Wuchen was already charging towards him at an even faster speed. Damn it! The second elder gritted his teeth. Since there was no way out, he could only face it head-on. Even if he couldn't defeat Feng Wuchen, he could at least withstand it. Low-grade Earth rank martial skill. Mystical Skyfire Palm. The second elder roared and struck out with his palm. Boom. Puff. Feng Wuchen didn't show any fear as he met the second elder's attack with his palm. With a loud explosion, the seemingly ordinary palm contained a terrifying power. The second elder spat out a mouthful of blood and his entire arm was broken. He screamed as his body shot out like a cannonball. Second elder. Nangong Lai and the rest were shocked. Nangong Wuhan was the first to escape. Facing the second elder, who was at Sky Origin Stage Level 4, Feng Wuchen didn't even need to activate his bloodline power. He didn't even need to activate the second stage of Sovereign Body. He was able to injure the second elder in his initial state. Hand over the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you all one by one. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Feng Wuchen didn't hold back in that palm strike. Otherwise, it would have been enough to kill the second elder in an instant. Don't even think about it. Nangong Lai shouted angrily. Nangong Lai, don't think that I can't get my pagoda back just because you sealed it. I'm just giving you a chance. Don't waste it. You are the strongest in the 9 prefectures. I don't want to destroy you, but it doesn't mean that I won't destroy the Nangong family. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Every word was filled with heavy killing intent. Seizing Feng Wuchen's ninefold Cosmos Pagoda had already infuriated Feng Wuchen. If the Nangong family was stubborn, Feng Wuchen wouldn't mind destroying them. One less major force in the 9 prefectures didn't affect Feng Wuchen at all. With Feng Wuchen's ability, he could cultivate a large number of experts if he wanted. With enough time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to surpass the Nangong family. Nangong Lai wasn't stupid. Why would he believe Feng Wuchen? Once the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda was returned, with Feng Wuchen's current strength, who would be his match? Even Nangong Zhan wouldn't be able to defeat Feng Wuchen. You want to take back the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Nangong Tianhen shouted angrily. The terrifying power of the 5th level of the Sky Origin stage burst out. At the same time, it was filled with a biting cold killing intent. It seems like you have made your decision. Then I won't be merciful. Feng Wuchen said coldly. His voice was even colder than before, causing people's hair to stand on end. Buzz. A tyrannical and terrifying power suddenly burst out from Feng Wuchen's body. Blood chi rose from his body. Blood chi burst out. The power of the bloodline and the second level of the sovereign body were activated at the same time. Feng Wuchen's aura rose at a terrifying speed. In an instant, Feng Wuchen's aura rose to the 5th level of the Sky Origin stage. Qilin battle armor. Feng Wuchen shouted in a low voice. He took out the Qilin battle armor. An extremely terrifying, ruthless, and bloodthirsty aura swept out. Sky Origin Stage 6. Nangong Lai's eyes were wide open. How is this possible? Nangong Tianhen spoke with a trembling voice. His body couldn't help but tremble. Nangong Tianhen was originally extremely confident, but now, he was scared witless. The void was shaking violently. The bright blood light illuminated the void. The huge palace of the Nangong family was shaking non-stop. Feng Wuchen's horrifying strength had shocked everyone in the Nangong family. Nangong Lai. Come and accept your death. Feng Wuchen took a step forward and shouted in a low voice. Although he looked calm, he carried an aura of disdain. Feng Wuchen didn't purposely strengthen his aura. That confidence seemed to come from his bones. A monstrous battle intent surged out crazily. Feng Wuchen actually challenged Nangong Lai, a Sky Origin Stage 3rd Stage cultivator challenging a Sky Origin Stage 6th Stage cultivator. How domineering was that? This stinking brat dares to look down on us. Nangong Wuhan gritted his teeth and said angrily. His face was ferocious. Other than Nangong Lai, Feng Wuchen really didn't care about anyone else. Why would Feng Wuchen care about someone who wasn't even at Sky Origin Stage 6th stage? You are courting death. Nangong Lai replied aggressively. With his horrifying strength, why would he be afraid of Feng Wuchen? Feng Wuchen was only at Sky Origin Stage 3rd stage. Although his strength was comparable to a Sky Origin Stage 6th stage cultivator, he wasn't a real Sky Origin Stage 6th stage cultivator. Besides, Feng Wuchen didn't have the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. Nangong Lai had already won half the battle. Arrogant. How dare you challenge the family head? You really don't know how to spell the word death. Do you really think you can fight against the family head just because you reached Sky Origin Stage 3rd stage? You must be daydreaming. Without the ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen is courting death. The upper echelons of the Nangong family showed disdain. They had to admit that Feng Wuchen was strong. However, it was still too early for him to kill Nangong Lai. Buzz. A terrifying true essence energy erupted from Nangong Lai's body, and an imposing aura spread out in all directions. An incomparably ferocious chi wave swept out as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. The comm speed suddenly began to vibrate. Although Nangong Lai's injuries were only 80% healed, his strength was absolutely terrifying. The 6th level of Sky Origin stage was not just for show. Brother Feng, he is very strong. Be careful. Ling Xiaoxiao warned, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Don't worry. Feng Wuchen smiled confidently. Feng Wuchen was very confident in his own strength. Even if Nangong Lai had fully recovered, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. After Feng Wuchen broke through to the 3rd level of the Sky Origin stage, he could feel the mysterious power hidden in his bloodline force. Feng Wuchen could already feel the existence of that mysterious power. Stinking brat! How dare you provoke the Nangong family? Prepare to die! Nangong Lai shouted ferociously. His body suddenly burst out, his aura violent and ferocious. Nangong Lai's speed was astonishing. He arrived in a flash, his palm condensed to terrifying power, and directly slapped towards Feng Wuchen. Nangong Lai was indeed a powerful cultivator of the 6th level of the Sky Origin stage. His true essence was vigorous and violent. His palm strike actually carried a destructive aura. Humph! Feng Wuchen coldly replied, not showing any signs of weakness. Boom! Buzz! The two palms collided, causing a huge explosion. The sky was shaking violently. Humph! You do have some skills. Nangong Lai fiercely snorted. He looked fearless on the surface, but in his heart, he was shocked. The 3rd level of the Sky Origin stage had such terrifying power. Feng Wuchen coldly said, I have many skills. What is up with this stinking brat's strength? How can the 3rd level of the Sky Origin stage have such terrifying power? Nangong Lai was shocked, but there was no time for him to think. Nangong Lai's face turned serious after just one palm strike. Nangong Lai increased his strength and struck out another palm strike. Only this much? Feng Wuchen faintly showed a dangerous smile. He also struck out a palm strike, increasing his strength. Boom! Another explosion sounded after the two palms collided. Nangong Lai could not believe that Feng Wuchen was able to push him back more than 10 meters. What kind of overbearing power was this? Nangong Tianhen and the other higher-ups were shocked. The battle had just begun, but Nangong Lai was already at a disadvantage. Nangong Lai looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. He could not believe that he, a genuine 6th level Sky Origin stage cultivator, could not defeat a 3rd level Sky Origin stage cultivator. Even though he was injured, it did not affect Nangong Lai's full strength. He had not even used his full strength, but he was already at a disadvantage. Nangong Lai, are you looking down on me? Feng Wuchen grinned coldly. Nangong Lai's face turned ferocious again. His aura increased again. The full strength of the 6th level of the Sky Origin stage exploded. That violent murderous aura was enough to kill. Nangong Lai used his full strength, which meant that he had recognized Feng Wuchen as his opponent. In the 9 prefectures, besides Lin Wuya and the 3 souls, you are the first person who can make the old man use his full strength. Nangong Lai said in a deep voice. His body emitted an irresistible aura. The contempt in Nangong Lai's eyes had disappeared. Every true opponent is worthy of respect. Feng Wuchen, you have such a cultivation at such a young age. Your talent is unparalleled. The old man is inferior to you. However, the Nangong family is not as weak as you think. Nangong Lai said in a deep voice. We will see. Feng Wuchen replied coldly. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen flapped his wings and rushed out at a speed faster than the speed of sound. 3rd Sky Fury Palm. Feng Wuchen arrived in the blink of an eye. With a roar, he threw out 3 palms in one go. High-level mystic martial skill. Sky-piercing palm. Nangong Lai was not afraid at all. He threw out a palm and fought to the death. Boom. Buzz. The powerful martial skills collided with each other, and an earth-shattering explosion sounded out. The terrifying energy first forced the 2 of them back, and then swept out in all directions with an unstoppable force. He used his full strength, but he still could not defeat Feng Wuchen. Boom boom boom. Buzz buzz. The 2 of them used their full strength and used all kinds of martial skills. The sky shook. So powerful. So ridiculously powerful. Feng Wuchen is too scary. He can actually fight against the family head. Feng Wuchen is only at Sky Origin Stage 3. How can he have such terrifying strength? Everyone from the Nangong family was shocked and in disbelief. Their eyes were wide open. Feng Wuchen's terror had already exceeded their understanding. The terrifying energy was not strong enough to hurt Feng Wuchen and Nangong Lai. Xiao, how did Big Brother Feng's strength suddenly become so strong? Brother Feng should be able to fight against a cultivator of the 5th level of Sky Origin stage at most. Now, without the 9th floor Universe Tower, Brother Feng can fight against a cultivator of the 6th level of Sky Origin stage. Lu Qingyang was shocked. Brother Feng is too powerful. Miao Qingqing was stunned. I don't know either. Ling Xiaoxiao was also shocked. She did not know how Feng Wuchen could become so powerful after breaking through to Sky Origin Stage 3. Ling Xiaoxiao knew Feng Wuchen's strength very well. But this time, she could not see through it. Ling Xiaoxiao could not see through Feng Wuchen's strength. Why did he suddenly become so powerful? She also could not sense any other power in Feng Wuchen's body. Could it be related to the dragon god's breath? Ling Xiaoxiao guessed, but she was not sure. Wait a moment. Ling Xiaoxiao's face suddenly warped in astonishment, and she exclaimed in shock, Metamorphosis. It is transformation. Brother Feng is transforming into a dragon. It must be. It must be. Ling Xiaoxiao almost forgot that Feng Wuchen was still in the body of a human. She could not figure it out until she thought of this possibility. Since Feng Wuchen had completely awakened his dragon bloodline, his physical body would slowly transform into a dragon's physical body. The dragon race was the king of the world. They were supreme. The dragon race's physical body was extremely powerful. As Feng Wuchen's cultivation continued to increase, his physical body was also slowly transforming. Since he was transforming into a dragon's body, Feng Wuchen's fighting strength would naturally increase. Since Feng Wuchen had the guts to come to the Nangong family, it meant that he knew about the transformation. When Feng Wuchen broke through to Sky Origin Stage 3, Feng Wuchen had already sensed it. This was why he dared to step into the Nangong family. Nangong Lai, I will not talk nonsense with you. Feng Wuchen said indifferently as the Supreme Dragon God's sword flashed in the air. Buzz, buzz. The Supreme Dragon God's sword emitted a bright bloody light. It was filled with an overbearing sword aura. With a buzzing sound, a terrifying qi swept over. Nangong Lai felt a tearing pain on his face. Nangong Lai had never felt such a strong pressure, not even from Leng Wuya and the Three Souls. Nangong Lai could feel the destructive energy contained in this terrifying qi. In addition, there was also a boundless majestic qi. It was a qi that could make all living things submit. Soul extinguishing sword art. Extinguishing soul, extinguishing ghost god. Feng Wuchen shouted coldly. Surging sword, intense sword into the sky. He swept his sword with an invincible momentum. A blood-red sword light that was hundreds of feet long shot out with an unstoppable force. The sharp sound of the explosion was ear-piercing. Nangong Lai's face was extremely solemn. He did not dare to be careless. 8 Desolation War Soul Spear. 8 Desolation Destruction. Nangong Lai took out his mid-grade spiritual weapon and poured in all his strength. With a shout, he swept his spear. Nangong Lai's spear art was not much weaker than Nangong Zhan's. It was definitely a terrifying existence. Rumble. PFFF. However, what was unimaginable for the Nangong family was that when the two destructive energies collided, Nangong Lai spat out a mouthful of blood. The destructive energy swept over, causing Nangong Lai to spit out another mouthful of blood. He was severely injured and his body was sent flying. On the other hand, Feng Wuchen was only pushed back a few dozen meters by the energy ripples. He was not injured at all. The spear art that the Nangong family was so proud of couldn't even withstand a single blow. Family head. Nangong Tianhen and the rest were shocked and panicked. Feng Wuchen defeated the family head of the Nangong family with a single strike. Nangong Zhan. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen had already heard about the number 1 genius of the Nangong family from the waiter. When he was in the Feng clan, Feng Wuchen had heard Leng Qingfeng mention the number 1 genius of the Nangong family. The battle between Nangong Zhan and the Three Souls had already spread throughout the 9 prefectures. Nangong Zhan appeared from the palace with a terrifying aura. He was much stronger than Nangong Lai. Young lord. Seeing Nangong Zhan appear, the members of the Nangong family were overjoyed. Feng Wuchen calmly sized up Nangong Zhan. This was the first time Feng Wuchen saw Nangong Zhan. At such a young age, he had already reached the 6th level of the Sky Origin stage. Feng Wuchen was quite surprised. Young lord. Kill Feng Wuchen quickly. He injured the clan leader and wants to destroy our Nangong family. Humph. Startling the young lord. Feng Wuchen is dead for sure. No matter how strong he is no match for the young lord. Young lord. Kill Feng Wuchen. Kill Feng Wuchen. The members of the Nangong family roared with righteous indignation. They hated Feng Wuchen to the bone. They wished they could eat Feng Wuchen's flesh and drink Feng Wuchen's blood. Nangong Zhan is indeed stronger than Nangong Lai. Feng Wuchen thought to himself. He could see through Nangong Lai's strength with one glance. However, even if Nangong Zhan was stronger, Feng Wuchen was not afraid at all. Zhaner, be careful. The heavily injured Nangong Lai said worriedly. Feng Wuchen's sword strike had caused Nangong Lai to feel a deep fear. Nangong Zhan, the number 1 genius of the Nangong family, the number 1 expert of the Nangong family. Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Nangong Zhan slowly rose into the sky and exuded the aura of an expert. He said indifferently, Feng Wuchen, your name is very famous in the 9 prefectures. I have long heard of your abilities. Since you were able to defeat my grandfather, you are qualified to be my opponent. This was the confidence of the Nangong family's number 1. Nangong Zhan was as powerful as the top of level 6 of Sky Origin stage. His strength was terrifying. You are injured. You are no match for me. Feng Wuchen calmly stared at Nangong Zhan, as though he wasn't facing the number 1 genius of the Nangong aristocrat clan. How arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Feng Wuchen actually dared to say that the number 1 genius of the Nangong family was not his match. The members of the Nangong nobles looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. What did Feng Wuchen say? How dare he say that young master isn't his match? How shameless. How arrogant. This brat is looking down on our young master. After being stunned for a moment, the members of the Nangong family were enraged. All of them were infuriated by Feng Wuchen's arrogance. Even Nangong Zhan was stunned by Feng Wuchen's words. He thought he had heard it wrong. After regaining his senses, Nangong Zhan's face turned dark. He stared coldly at Feng Wuchen. This was the first time that Nangong Zhan was looked down upon. Even the three souls, whose names shook the 9 prefectures dozens of years ago, didn't dare to say such arrogant words to him. Feng Wuchen, you do have the right to be arrogant. However, before you act arrogantly, you have to see who your opponent is. Nangong Zhan said coldly. A trace of anger was burning in his body. It's easy for me to kill you. Destroying the Nangong family is even easier for me. Feng Wuchen sneered. Feng Wuchen's arrogance didn't diminish. Instead, he became even more arrogant. How dare you? Nangong Zhan's face turned dark. He had never seen anyone as arrogant as Feng Wuchen. Bastard! Nangong Lai was furious. They didn't expect Feng Wuchen to be so arrogant and shameless. The Nangong family was so powerful that they could make the 9 prefectures tremble with a stomp of their feet. However, Feng Wuchen viewed them as trash that was worse than ants. I'm not afraid to tell you that I only used 80% of my strength to deal with your grandfather. Feng Wuchen sneered, ignoring the furious and ferocious faces of Nangong Zhan and the others. Nangong Zhan's murderous aura exploded as he roared, then let me see how powerful you are at 100%. Buzz buzz. Nangong Zhan's aura suddenly changed and surged crazily. Surging energy gushed out from his body like a flash flood. The terrifying aura instantly surpassed Nangong Lai's. Although Nangong Zhan hadn't fully recovered, his strength wasn't far from his peak. However, in the next second, Nangong Zhan's expression changed drastically. Swish, the moment Nangong Zhan released his terrifying strength, a black shadow appeared in front of him in a mysterious and strange way. A long sword that was filled with overwhelming sword intent was placed on Nangong Zhan's neck. An ice-cold feeling instantly spread throughout Nangong Zhan's body. Nangong Zhan's face was filled with horror. His expression was stiff and motionless as though he had been petrified. Nangong Lai, Nangong Tianhen, and the other upper echelons were dumbfounded. There was dead silence as though the scene was frozen. What ability did Feng Wuchen use? It actually appeared silently in a mysterious and strange way, and Nangong Zhan didn't notice it at all. Nangong Lai and the others didn't react at all. By the time they reacted, Feng Wuchen's long sword was already placed on Nangong Zhan's neck. Feng Wuchen, stop. Nangong Lai's expression changed drastically as he roared in panic. He hurriedly said, Feng Wuchen, stop. Have mercy. The scene of the Burial Valley's disciples being massacred instantly appeared in the minds of Nangong Lai and the other upper echelons. The scene of the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army executing a mysterious and terrifying movement technique and crazily massacring the Burial Valley's disciples. The movement technique executed by the soldiers was enough to amaze them, but Feng Wuchen's movement technique was even more terrifying. However, Nangong Zhan had never seen it before. If Feng Wuchen wanted to kill him, it would only take a single thought. His cultivation had broken through to the 3rd level of the Sky Origin stage, and his strength was comparable to the 6th level of the Sky Origin stage. With Feng Wuchen's cultivation, how terrifying was his teleportation speed? Nangong Zhan was completely stunned. Nangong Zhan looked at Feng Wuchen in horror. At this moment, he only felt that his pride and all his achievements had been ruthlessly trampled on by Feng Wuchen. He was trampled on until he was worthless. Have mercy? Feng Wuchen's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he sneered, doesn't your Nangong family think that you are very powerful? Feng Wuchen, you must stop. Zhaner is our Nangong family's future. He is related to our Nangong family's lifeline. You must stop. Nangong Tianhen quickly woke up and begged in panic. Feng Wuchen, let's talk nicely. Don't you want the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda back? Old man, I will give it to you now. Nangong Lai quickly took out the 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda, formed a seal, and immediately threw it out. In this situation, the Nangong family couldn't be firm and regretted it. Nangong Zhan was a rare genius of the Nangong family. They couldn't let anything happen to Nangong Zhan. Coldly glancing at Nangong Zhan, Feng Wuchen sneered and asked, since the Nangong family thinks so highly of you, you have a choice. 1. I will kill you and keep the Nangong family. 2. I will destroy the Nangong family and spare your life. You. Nangong Zhan's face turned sinister. Feng Wuchen, don't. The Nangong family was wrong. Wrong. Feng Wuchen, please be magnanimous and let Zhan go. Nangong Lai panicked. Feng Wuchen's terror exceeded his imagination. The Nangong family's attempt to get their hands on the ninefold cosmos pagoda was simply courting death. Wrong? You think you can write it off with just one word? What do you take me, Feng Wuchen, for? Am I so easy to fool? Feng Wuchen fiercely shouted. No, no. That's not what we meant. Feng Wuchen, as long as you let Zhan go, you can do whatever you want. Whatever you want, my Nangong family will do our best. Nangong Tianhen said in panic. Nangong Zhan was his only son, the only descendant of the Nangong family. Whatever I want. Feng Wuchen raised his eyebrows and sneered, you said it yourself. I said it. Nangong Tianhen nodded heavily. Good. I will cripple his qi. I will spare his life. Feng Wuchen said fiercely. His left palm activated the true origin and blasted towards Nangong Zhan without hesitation. Feng Wuchen acted decisively, not giving Nangong Lai and the others any chance to react. Boom. Puff. Feng Wuchen's palm landed, causing Nangong Zhan to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly out. At this moment, Nangong Lai and the others were still in shock from Feng Wuchen's words and had not recovered from their shock. Zhan. When they recovered from their shock, it was too late. Nangong Zhan's qi had been crippled and they had no time to stop him. Nangong Tianhen immediately rushed out to receive Nangong Zhan. His body was trembling in panic and his face was extremely pale. Zhan. Zhan. Nangong Tianhen trembled as he cried out in grief. Zhan. Nangong Lai cried without tears and was extremely regretful. The Nangong family was no longer strong. Nangong Lai had been severely injured by Feng Wuchen and Nangong Zhan's qi had been crippled. No one in the Nangong family was a match for Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's strength made them feel a deep fear. No matter how angry they were, the Nangong family did not dare to attack Feng Wuchen again. If it wasn't for the ninefold cosmos pagoda, the Nangong family would not have provoked Feng Wuchen and would not have ended up in such a state. Feng Wuchen was a famous killing god. It was already fortunate that the Nangong family was able to survive. The Nangong family could no longer withstand any more attacks. The huge family was probably going to decline from now on. This is your Nangong family's own fault. I originally planned to destroy your Nangong family. However, since Nangong Zhan's qi has been crippled and you have handed over the pagoda, I will not pursue this matter. But remember, if there is a next time, I will definitely make the Nangong family disappear from the 9 prefectures. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Nangong family head. At this moment, a cry came from the sky. Swish. 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 Nangong Lai has been severely injured. Leng Wuya and the 3 souls' faces changed and were filled with shock. Nangong Lai was an extremely powerful expert. He was actually severely injured. Nangong Zhan's qi has been crippled. Xiao Ran turned pale with fright and couldn't help but exclaim with his eyes wide open. Nangong Zhan's qi had actually been crippled. Nangong Zhan was a terrifying expert that could rival the 3 souls. Leng Wuya and the other experts who had just arrived could not help but tremble. Feng Wuchen was unscathed. Of the 2 top experts of the Nangong family, one was severely injured and the other had his sea of qi destroyed. However, Feng Wuchen was unscathed. Shock. Extreme shock, Leng Wuya and the other top experts fell into fear. That young man, the young genius from the Inferno Empire, had suppressed the Nangong family by himself. How terrifying was that? He is Feng Wuchen. San Hun trembled and stuttered. His old face was filled with fear and disbelief. San Hun was one of the top experts in the 9 states. His strength could be said to be on par with Nangong Zhan. However, such a powerful Nangong Zhan had been reduced to a sea of qi. This The divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong were speechless. Feng Wuchen had become so powerful. At the same time, their appearance shocked Ling Xiaoxiao and the other two because a familiar figure had appeared in their line of sight. Feng Wuchen also looked at the figure in surprise. Zhang Junlan? Feng Wuchen was very surprised to see a familiar face in the 9 states. It really is Zhang Junlan. Why is he in the 9 states? Lu Qingyang looked for a long time and thought that he had seen wrongly. It really is him. Miao Qingqing also recognized him. Ling Xiaoxiao frowned and said, "Why is he with the Xiao family?" "Devil. He is a devil," Xiao Ran said in horror. His face was pale as he looked at Feng Wuchen with extreme fear. Xiao Ran raised his trembling hand and pointed at Feng Wuchen. He said in horror, Young Master Zhang, do you see him? He is Feng Wuchen. He is a devil. After destroying the Burial Valley, he wants to destroy the Nangong family." However, the extremely terrified Xiao Ran did not notice that on Zhang Junlan's face, there was actually a trace of respect and a smile. Her eyes were even filled with excitement. "Young Master Zhang, quick! Kill him quickly!" Xiao Ran urged in horror. "Kill me?" Feng Wuchen sneered. "Xiao Ran, do you know the consequences of offending me?" "Feng Wuchen, don't be so arrogant. This is young Master Zhang of the Zhang family. Today is the day you die." Xiao Ran suppressed his fear and shouted at Feng Wuchen. "Oh? Is that so?" Feng Wuchen's face was full of disdain. "Young Master Zhang. Do you see that? This kid is too arrogant. He doesn't take you seriously at all. Quickly kill him." Xiao Ran urged again. The divine alchemist came to his senses and hurriedly advised, "Young Master Zhang, please listen to the old man's explanation. Feng Wuchen is not like what Xiao Ran said. Feng Wuchen did massacre the people of the Burial Valley, but there was a reason for it. The Burial Valley coveted Feng Wuchen's 9-fold Cosmos Pagoda and sent people to capture his father. They imprisoned him for nearly half a year and even broke one of his legs. Young Master Zhang, I know Feng Wuchen. He is definitely not an evil person. I hope young Master Zhang will reconsider." Leng Qingfeng also stood out to speak for Feng Wuchen. "Young Master Zhang?" Lu Qingyang was slightly stunned. He was shocked to see the divine alchemist and Leng Wuyao respectfully addressing Zhang Junlan as young Master Zhang. It seems like Zhang Junlan's background is even more terrifying than we thought. Miao Qingqing looked at Zhang Junlan in shock. Zhang Junlan was unmoved. It was as if he didn't hear the divine alchemist's words. "Young Master Zhang, quickly kill Feng Wuchen. We can't let such a cold-blooded demon harm others." Xiao Ran kept instigating. Zhang Junlan raised her hand slightly, and 2 figures appeared in a flash. Sky Origin Stage cultivators, with the appearance of the 2 terrifying experts, Xiao Ran finally revealed a smug sneer on his face. "Young Master Zhang, please reconsider." Chu Chongkong hurriedly pleaded. "Young Master Zhang, Xiao Ran wants to borrow your strength to kill Feng Wuchen. Xiao Mu brought this upon himself." The divine alchemist explained again. "Feng Wuchen, do you see? Sky Origin Stage cultivator. A cultivator who can kill you with a wave of his hand. No matter how strong you are, you will never be able to defeat young Master Zhang. Young Master Zhang's strength is beyond your imagination. In young Master Zhang's eyes, your ability is not even worth mentioning." Xiao Ran sneered as he gloated. Xiao Ran was raising Zhang Junlan's status and mocking Feng Wuchen at the same time. He was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Is that so?" Feng Wuchen disdainfully sneered. He looked at Xiao Ran like he was looking at an idiot. "Feng Wuchen, you are no match for a Sky Origin Stage cultivator. Just wait for your death." Xiao Ran sneered. He was so excited. As soon as Xiao Ran finished talking, Zhang Junlan waved his hand. A Sky Origin Stage cultivator behind him attacked without hesitation. Boom. Puff. The Sky Origin Stage cultivator attacked. All of a sudden, there was an explosion. Xiao Ran spat out blood and was blown away like a cannonball. The Sky Origin Stage cultivator didn't attack Feng Wuchen, but Xiao Ran, the divine alchemist, Mo Yan, Chu Chongkong, and the others all looked at Xiao Ran in confusion. Did our sincerity move Zhang Junlan? The three souls and Leng Wuyao looked at each other in shock. They didn't know what was going on. They were also stunned. Young Master Zhang. What? What are you doing? Xiao Ran was severely injured. He looked at Zhang Junlan and asked. Isn't Zhang Junlan supposed to attack Feng Wuchen? Why did he ask his men to attack me? Xiao Ran was dumbfounded and depressed. Zhang Junlan took a step forward. He tried to suppress the joy in his heart and bowed to Xiao Ran with respect. Master. Master? Hearing Zhang Junlan's respectful greeting, the divine alchemist and the others, who were still in a state of confusion and astonishment, widened their eyes and stiffened their faces. Their hearts were in turmoil. Leng Qingfeng was stunned. Feng Wuchen is young Master Zhang's master. The Nangong nobles were all stunned. Shocking. Extremely shocking. Zhang Junlan called Feng Wuchen his master. The #1 blacksmith in the continent was Feng Wuchen's student. If his student was so powerful, how powerful would his master be? Apparently, they didn't know Feng Wuchen well enough. Feng Wuchen's power was beyond their imagination. Even Zhang Junlan had to call Feng Wuchen his master. The Nangong nobles dared to steal Feng Wuchen's ninefold cosmos pagoda and even tried to kill Feng Wuchen. Now that they thought about it, Nangong Lai and the others shuddered in fear. Master? Feng Wuchen was slightly shocked, but he soon felt relieved. Zhang Junlan's achievements were all thanks to Feng Wuchen. Tay. Master? Xiao Ran, who was seriously injured, was scared out of his wits. The Zhang family was so terrifying. Zhang Junlan, the #1 blacksmith in the continent, was actually Feng Wuchen's student. Xiao Ran didn't expect that young Master Zhang, who he invited, was actually Feng Wuchen's student. He was asking for humiliation. Face slapping. You're indeed a blacksmith genius. You've comprehended it in just a few months, Feng Wuchen praised with a smile. Zhang Junlan didn't disappoint him and didn't let him teach him in vain. Zhang Junlan bowed respectfully and said, It's all thanks to Master's guidance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reached my current level. Zhang Junlan. Lu Qingyang and the other two waved and flew over excitedly. Qingyang, Miss Qingqing, Miss Xiaoxiao. Zhang Junlan was extremely excited. He couldn't hide his excitement with a bright smile on his face. Good boy. You've reached Sky Origin Stage 1 in such a short time. Lu Qingyang smiled happily and patted Zhang Junlan's shoulder heavily. Big brother Zhang, I thought you were with that guy. Miao Qingqing smiled. Of course not. I only asked him to lead the way after hearing teacher's name. I didn't expect him to be so disrespectful to teacher. Zhang Junlan said with a smile. At the end of her words, her voice instantly turned cold, and a vicious killing intent flashed in her eyes. Zhang Junlan was willing to call Feng Wuchen master. He wouldn't allow anyone to disrespect Feng Wuchen. Young Master Zhang, please spare my life. Young Master Zhang, please spare my life. Feeling Zhang Junlan's killing intent, Xiao Ran kneeled down and begged in fear. Humph. You've got guts. How dare you offend my master? Zhang Junlan said coldly. Young Master Zhang, I didn't know he was your master. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to. Young Master Zhang, please spare my life. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Xiao Ran cowed out and begged in fear. Whoever offends my master must die. Zhang Junlan said coldly. There was no room for negotiation. Boom. As soon as Zhang Junlan finished talking, a Sky Origin stage cultivator made his move. With a loud explosion, the horrifying power blasted Xiao Ran into a cloud of blood mist, killed with one punch. A Sky Origin stage cultivator was terrifyingly powerful. Leng Wuya and the three souls were trembling in fear. Nangong Lai and the others were in despair. After offending Feng Wuchen, how could Zhang Junlan forgive them? No matter how powerful the Nangong family was, they were not as powerful as the Zhang family. In front of the Zhang family, they were nothing but ants. This kid. Feng Wuchen shook his head and walked over. Zhang Junlan hurriedly bowed to him with respect. No need for formalities. Just don't challenge me again. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. I wouldn't dare. I don't have the right to challenge you. Zhang Junlan smiled politely. It seemed that he had learned something from the Zhang family. Zhang Junlan didn't dare to challenge Feng Wuchen again. So young Master Zhang is Denda's student. We were so scared just now. The divine alchemist and the others gathered around. The divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong were finally relieved. None of them expected this to happen. When I saw teacher earlier, I was too agitated to react. It also reminded me of the past. I overestimated myself and wanted to compete with teacher in smithing. Only after knowing how strong teacher is did I realize how insignificant my capabilities are. They aren't even worth mentioning at all. Zhang Junlan smiled awkwardly. Young Master Zhang, you almost scared me out of my wits. Brother Feng, to be honest, I didn't even know if I should risk my life to help you. Leng Qingfeng smiled. Don't be rude. Leng Wuya scolded Leng Qingfeng. Then he looked at Feng Wuchen with respect and said, my son speaks too fast. Please forgive him, Dendi. It's okay. You are being too polite. Feng Wuchen shook his head. In the auction house, Mo Yan, Chu Chongkong, Leng Wuya, and the rest were seated in different seats with respectful expressions. Feng Wuchen sat in the main seat, his disdainful gaze was awe-inspiring. Since the auction house had already submitted, this seat naturally belonged to Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's strength had already left them in the dust. When one's strength reached a level that others could only look up to, they would not choose to resist, but to obey. Just like Leng Wuya and the rest, although they did not submit to Feng Wuchen on the surface, they were already willing to submit in their hearts. The Misty Wind sect and the Nangong family were on par in strength. If the Nangong family could not defeat Feng Wuchen, how could the Misty Wind sect be stupid enough to go against Feng Wuchen? Divine Alchemist, President Chu, Elder Zhao, all of you stand in the middle. On the main seat, Feng Wuchen smiled and gestured for them to stand out. These people were all alchemists and blacksmiths. Feng Wuchen saw what happened just now. Before they knew the relationship between Feng Wuchen and Zhang Junlan, even if they knew that Zhang Junlan had a terrifying background, they still chose to stand out to help Feng Wuchen. This made Feng Wuchen feel quite touched. Therefore, Feng Wuchen decided to expel the fire poison for them as repayment. The divine alchemist and the rest were puzzled, but they did as they were told. All of them stood in the middle of the hall with respectful expressions, without the slightest bit of disrespect. Feng Wuchen looked at the Misty Wind sect's Grand Elder Yan Feng and said with a smile, Elder Yan, you also stand here. Yes. Dendi. Yan Feng said respectfully. Seeing Feng Wuchen call Yan Feng out, and the people who stood out were either alchemists or blacksmiths, they could guess a thing or two in an instant. The divine alchemist and the rest of the divine alchemists were excited. Bang! Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and a green flame ignited in his palm. It was filled with a terrifying aura, and in an instant, the temperature of the hall increased by several times. Everyone felt the scorching aura and their eyes were filled with fear. Feng Wuchen waved his hand and a green flame flew out. In an instant, it enveloped all the alchemists and weapon refiners. Feng Wuchen's figure moved along with it. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen made all kinds of mysterious hand gestures on the bodies of the dozens of people at an astonishing speed. In the next moment, a terrifying black smoke of fire poison emanated from their bodies and was engulfed by the green flames. While expelling the fire poison, Feng Wuchen discovered that the green flames had instantly stimulated the fire poison in the bodies of the divine alchemist and the others. The fire poison instantly erupted. Could it be that the green flame was too strong? Feng Wuchen wasn't sure. After trying twice, he made an unexpected discovery. The fire of the dragon god is indeed powerful. Apart from engulfing the fire poison, it can also control it. Feng Wuchen exclaimed in surprise while expelling the fire poison for the divine alchemist and the rest. Feng Wuchen could control the fire poison, he could actually control the terrifying fire poison. In that case, wouldn't the lives of all the alchemists and weapon refiners on this continent be in the hands of Feng Wuchen? If he was happy, he would expel the fire poison. If he wasn't happy, he would let the fire poison flare up. Just thinking about it was terrifying. In less than a minute, Feng Wuchen stopped. Thank you, Dendi, for expelling the fire poison for us. The divine alchemist and the rest knelt down respectfully and excitedly, as if they were worshipping a god. They naturally guessed why Feng Wuchen helped them expel the fire poison. The divine alchemist and the rest rejoiced. They rejoiced that they didn't choose the wrong side, and even more so, they were able to follow Feng Wuchen. The miraculous method left Leng Wuya and the three souls dumbfounded. Even Zhang Junlan was astonished. Feng Wuchen was able to expel such a terrifying fire poison from his body in just a few moves, and even used the green flame to engulf the fire poison. Even the Almighty of this continent might not have such a powerful ability. With Nangong Zhan's qi crippled, the Nangong family could be considered to have escaped a calamity. You're welcome. Get up. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Expelling the fire poison was as easy as lifting a finger for Feng Wuchen. Although it was as easy as lifting a finger, he was still the savior of the divine alchemist and the rest. Big brother Feng is really amazing. It would be great if I could have such an ability. Lu Qingyang looked at Feng Wuchen with envy. He could expel the fire poison with a wave of his hand and make alchemists and blacksmiths submit to him. How impressive was that? Looking at the dazed Zhang Junlan, Feng Wuchen's palm lit up with the green flame again. With a thought, the fire poison in Zhang Junlan's body burst out instantly. Fire poison. Zhang Junlan's expression changed drastically. However, the fire poison that burst out instantly withered away as if it had never appeared. Sure enough, I can control the fire poison as I wish. Feng Wuchen was overjoyed. He could control the fire poison's eruption and withdrawal with just a thought. Teacher, what are you doing? Zhang Junlan looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. I'm just looking at the fire poison in your body. Feng Wuchen smiled and asked, Zhang Junlan, what business do you have with me this time? Hearing this, Zhang Junlan bowed slightly and took out an invitation card. He respectfully handed it to Feng Wuchen and said, Teacher, this is my Zhang family's invitation card. My grandfather personally wrote it for you. Invitation card? Feng Wuchen was slightly taken aback. He took the invitation card and opened it to take a look. Zhang Junlan's grandfather personally wrote an invitation card. Leng Wuya and the others were shocked and stunned. The Zhang family had such a terrifying background, and Zhang Junlan's grandfather personally wrote an invitation card for Feng Wuchen. The Zhang family's sincerity was enough to show their respect for Feng Wuchen. It also showed Feng Wuchen's extraordinary status. While Feng Wuchen was reading the invitation card, Zhang Junlan respectfully said, Teacher, the Zhang family is indeed in trouble this time. If it weren't for the fact that we are powerless, we wouldn't have personally come to ask for your help. We even asked for your help to save the Zhang family from disaster. Ask Feng Wuchen to help? Save the Zhang family from disaster? Leng Wuya and the others were shocked as they stared at Feng Wuchen with their mouths agape. It seemed that they had underestimated Feng Wuchen's abilities. Ask Big Brother Feng to help? Who is so terrifying? Even the Zhang family is afraid of him? Miao Qingqing's mouth slightly opened. The Zhang family was such a terrifying existence, and they actually came to ask for Feng Wuchen's help. It could be seen that Feng Wuchen's blacksmithing realm was even stronger than the Zhang family's. So it's the immortal artifact pavilion. Feng Wuchen nodded. At the same time, he secretly cursed Zhang Junlan's shrewdness. Immortal artifact pavilion. Ling Xiaoxiao's brows moved slightly. There was no trace of emotion in her eyes. He called Feng Wuchen teacher right away. Now, even the divine alchemist and the others knew. How could a teacher sit by and watch when a student was in trouble? Feng Wuchen couldn't refuse Zhang Junlan calling him teacher. Of course, Zhang Junlan called him teacher from the bottom of his heart. On the invitation card, Zhang Junlan's grandfather explained the situation. The Zhang family was a blacksmithing family. Because of their blacksmithing, they had a grudge with the immortal artifact pavilion. Also, because Zhang Junlan won the title of the continent's #1 blacksmithing genius, the immortal artifact pavilion took revenge. In the invitation card, Zhang Junlan's grandfather asked Feng Wuchen to help in a pleading manner. Immortal artifact pavilion. Leng Wuya, divine alchemist, Mo Yan, and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Their eyes flashed with a trace of panic. Although the 9 regions was a small region in the westernmost part of the continent, they had heard of the transcendent forces of the continent. The Immortal Artifact Pavilion was a huge force with countless powerhouses. Its strength was terrifying beyond imagination. The strength of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion was far above the Zhang family. In the blacksmith convention, Zhang Junlan won first place and once made the genius blacksmiths of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion lose face. How could they swallow this? Even on the continent, the Immortal Artifact Pavilion could make the continent tremble with a stomp of its feet. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Teacher knows about the Immortal Artifact Pavilion? Zhang Junlan looked at Feng Wuchen in surprise. Feng Wuchen nodded and frowned slightly. I know a little. The Immortal Artifact Pavilion is the most powerful blacksmith force on the continent. All the major forces have to beg them to refine weapons. Their status is extraordinary. Even an 8th grade alchemist wouldn't dare to say that they are on equal footing with them. What kind of status did the evil dragon god have? His prestige shook the continent and he was a supreme existence. How could he not know about the Immortal Artifact Pavilion? So strong. Lu Qingyang's heart was greatly shocked. Even an 8th grade alchemist wasn't qualified to be on equal footing with the Immortal Artifact Pavilion. Divine Alchemist and the others only felt that their hearts were about to jump out of their chests. Teacher, please save my Zhang family from this disaster. With the strength of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion, my Zhang family is powerless to resist. I'm afraid that when the time comes, teacher's blacksmith technique will be taken away. Zhang Junlan once again cupped his fists and pleaded. Teacher's blacksmith technique? Feng Wuchen actually passed down a blacksmith technique to Zhang Junlan. The expressions of Zhao Yunqing and the others changed greatly. It wasn't difficult to guess that Zhang Junlan had won the title of the continent's #1 blacksmith genius with the help of Feng Wuchen's blacksmith technique. A single blacksmith technique allowed Zhang Junlan to defeat so many blacksmith geniuses on the continent and take the top spot. How terrifying was this blacksmith technique? Feng Wuchen was too powerful. After pondering for a long time, Feng Wuchen said faintly, how about this? 1 month later, I will go to the Zhang family again. Thank you, teacher. Receiving Feng Wuchen's affirmation, Zhang Junlan was overjoyed. With Feng Wuchen's level in blacksmithing, Zhang Junlan absolutely believed that Feng Wuchen could crush the Immortal Artifact Pavilion. Just the ability to expel the fire poison was enough to suppress the Immortal Artifact Pavilion. Even the Immortal Artifact Pavilion didn't know how to create an artifact with a thought. Teacher, I will first send a subordinate to send a message back so that my grandfather won't worry. Zhang Junlan cupped his fists again. Okay. Feng Wuchen nodded. Big brother Feng, the Immortal Artifact Pavilion is so terrifying. Are you really going to interfere? Lu Qingyang hurriedly asked once Zhang Junlan left. I know what I'm doing, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Feng Wuchen really wasn't afraid of the Immortal Artifact Pavilion. He wasn't afraid before, he wasn't afraid now, and he definitely wouldn't be afraid in the future. Because he was Feng Wuchen, the Feng Wuchen who had the evil dragon god's memories. After chatting for a bit, Feng Wuchen left the hall. He planned to stay at the auction house for a few days. Leng Wuya and the 3 souls exchanged a glance and didn't make any requests. They also left the auction house, planning to take a break first. Feng Wuchen was too powerful, so Leng Wuya and the others didn't dare to say anything for now. They were worried that they would leave a bad impression on Feng Wuchen. Inside the room, Feng Wuchen was checking the status of his transformation. According to the speed of the transformation, it should completely transform into a dragon in 2 months. At that time I will be able to condense the dragon god's main body, Feng Wuchen murmured to himself with joy. There was no need for Feng Wuchen to worry about metamorphosis. What Feng Wuchen cared about now was the mysterious power hidden in his bloodline. In order to save time, Feng Wuchen was currently in the 7th floor of Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda. I can already feel the existence of this power, but I can't grasp it yet. Feng Wuchen frowned helplessly. This mysterious power was faintly discernible. Seems like my cultivation is not enough to touch this power. Feng Wuchen guessed. Forget it, the desolate realm will open in 3 days. Let's prepare first. Feng Wuchen shook his head and did not want to waste any more time. This mysterious power was hidden in his bloodline. Anyway, it could not run away. Sooner or later, it would belong to Feng Wuchen. When the desolate realm opens, Bai Ming Kong and Murong Tian will definitely go too. This time I will completely bury you in the desolate realm. Feng Wuchen's lips curved into a dangerous arc, and his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Feng Wuchen took out the Supreme Dragon God Sword and took out the forging stones and some supplementary materials. Pung! With a thought, a green flame instantly jumped on his palm. It was filled with a tyrannical aura, and the temperature in the air rapidly rose. Feng Wuchen wanted to forge the Supreme Dragon God Sword. The Dragon God Sword was a mid-grade spiritual weapon with fierce power. After forging, its power would be greatly increased. First, I will upgrade the Dragon God Sword to a high-grade spiritual weapon. Feng Wuchen muttered. Then, he took out the older meteoric iron, spirit stones, and other forging materials. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the Dragon God Sword floated in front of him. With another wave, the meteoric iron and other forging materials floated around the Dragon God Sword. Feng Wuchen increased the firepower and operated the incomparably powerful forging technique. His hand gestures changed mysteriously. The meteoric iron and other materials melted and fused at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the help of Feng Wuchen's mysterious hand gestures, the melted materials slowly merged into the Dragon God Sword. It seemed simple and skillful, but if it was other blacksmiths, they would not be able to do it. What kind of profound realm was the artifact creation with a thought? Other blacksmiths, even if they were grade 5 blacksmiths, just the step of melting the meteoric iron would take a lot of time. Moreover, it was still a problem whether they could successfully fuse the other materials. Refining artifacts was the same as refining pills. Every step was extremely important. Missing a single step would result in failure. In less than a minute, the Dragon God Sword's aura skyrocketed, emitting an even more powerful aura. A high-grade spiritual weapon, the Supreme Dragon God Sword became a high-grade spiritual weapon. Not bad. Feng Wuchen nodded in satisfaction. The Dragon God Sword's powerful aura was within his expectations. As to be, it was to be. It's to be. It. To be. It, respond. Such an aura. Although it's not as good as an immortal artifact, it's definitely not something an ordinary high-grade spirit artifact can compare to. Feng Wuchen smiled in satisfaction. The soul-extinguishing sword art was performed. Sword intent spread out from the Dragon God Sword. It was breathtaking. The sword moved according to the heart. It was as smooth as flowing water. The sword intent was profound and the sword moves were profound. Every sword move carried the essence of the sword. If someone saw it, they would be mesmerized and unable to extricate themselves. They would be amazed by the sword art grandmaster. Even a sword art grandmaster would not be able to reach such a profound realm. After performing a set of sword art, the 7th floor was still filled with breathtaking sword intent. Looking at the Dragon God Sword, Feng Wuchen smiled confidently and proudly. Bai Ming Kong, when we meet again, I will take your life. His eyes were filled with a disdainful aura. Feng Wuchen waved his hand. Green flames danced in his palm. He waved his hand again. The forging stones and other materials floated in the air. The Dragon God Sword's power has increased. With my strength, I can easily fight against a Sky Origin Stage 6 martial artist. Feng Wuchen said casually. Boom. The green flames increased the power of the sword. The forging materials revolved around the Dragon God Sword. Feng Wuchen circulated his true yuan. His hands formed a profound seal. The Dragon God Sword and the forging materials glowed with a faint golden light. After a while, the forging materials started to emit strands of qi. They wrapped around the Dragon God Sword in a strange and magical way. The qi was pure. The strands of qi lingered for a while before being absorbed by the Dragon God Sword. The Dragon God Sword absorbed the qi while the forging materials were emitting the qi. The qi was growing stronger. After 10 breaths, the forging materials were all used up. The Dragon God Sword's qi had grown stronger. At the same time, it was emitting the qi of a rank 2 forging. If there were any blacksmiths around, they would be shocked by Feng Wuchen's magical and powerful forging skills. Not bad, not bad. Feng Wuchen nodded with satisfaction. He had a bright smile on his face. The Supreme Dragon God Sword did not change at all. It just had an additional forging chi. This chi was the symbol of forging. The increase in the power of the dragon god sword meant that Feng Wuchen's combat power had also increased. When he used the sword art, the power of his sword would definitely reach a higher level. If it's a rank 9 forging, maybe the dragon god sword can compete with an inferior celestial artifact, Feng Wuchen said to himself. However, it was extremely difficult to forge a rank 9 weapon. Not to mention forging a rank 9 weapon, the forging materials were quite demanding. They had to be at the heavenly rank, which could only be found by chance. Rank 9 blacksmiths were very rare. There had never been a rank 9 blacksmiths in the continent. Forget about it. I don't know how many gold coins the materials cost. Even if you have money, you might not be able to buy them. Feng Wuchen shook his head. The evil dragon god was only an 8th rank blacksmith. Although he was only an 8th rank blacksmith, he was far superior to all the blacksmiths in the continent. After leaving the Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda, Feng Wuchen wanted to find Lu Qingyang and the others. However, he was stopped by the divine alchemist Mo Yen. Dendi! Dendi! The divine alchemist shouted in a panic. Seeing Mo Yen so flustered, Feng Wuchen couldn't help but ask, "Divine alchemist, why are you so flustered?" "Dendi, please follow me to the main hall. The president has just received the news," the divine alchemist said hurriedly. He wasn't too sure. The divine alchemist was very calm and had seen many things in the world. However, if the divine alchemist was so flustered, it couldn't be a small matter. "Let's go." Feng Wuchen frowned and looked serious. In the main hall of the auction house, Chu Chongkong and the others were flustered and anxious. They could not sit still. "President Chu." Leng Wuya's anxious voice came from outside the main hall. Leng Wuya and the 3 souls of the Misty Wind sect rushed into the main hall. The 3 souls looked very serious. "President Chu. Is this true?" Leng Wuya asked anxiously. Chu Chongkong smiled bitterly and helplessly. "How can it be false? How could the old man dare to joke about it?" The 3 souls' face sank and his old eyes flashed with panic. "Is the Big Dipper family really coming back?" Chu Chongkong said in a panic. "The old man just received the news. The Big Dipper family sent someone to deliver the news. The Big Dipper family will be back tomorrow. The news should have spread out already. The Big Dipper family is holding a banquet and inviting all the forces and families in the 9 prefectures to the Big Dipper family tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Leng Wuya's expression changed. Zhao Yunqing said seriously, "It seems like the Big Dipper family is planning to make all the forces and families in the 9 prefectures submit to them before the Desolate Realm opens." "Big Dipper family?" Feng Wuchen's surprised voice came from outside the main hall. "Greetings, Dendi." Hearing Feng Wuchen's voice, Chu Chongkong and the others bowed respectfully. "It seems like it's true." The divine alchemist was slightly shocked. Seeing everyone's panicked expression, Feng Wuchen asked, "Is the Big Dipper family very strong? Tell me about it." Dendi might not know, but the Big Dipper family used to be the strongest force in the 9 prefectures, the overlord of the 9 prefectures. Dozens of years ago, they announced that they would be going into seclusion. But for some reason, there was news that the Big Dipper family is coming back today. Chu Chongkong replied respectfully. "The Big Dipper family is very powerful. Even the forces in the 9 prefectures are powerless against them." The divine alchemist had a bitter expression. "Oh? So powerful?" Feng Wuchen was slightly surprised. He didn't expect there to be such a powerful family in the 9 prefectures. The Big Dipper family was able to make the auction house so fearful. It was enough to show how terrifying the Big Dipper family was. Chu Chongkong nodded and said, "They were already the overlord of the 9 prefectures dozens of years ago. Now that dozens of years have passed, the Big Dipper family must be even more powerful. This time, the Big Dipper family is holding a banquet and invited all the forces and families in the 9 prefectures. They also said that they want to announce a few things." "What things?" Leng Qingfeng asked curiously. Chu Chongkong shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Is there a need to ask? Of course, it's about the overlord of the 9 prefectures." "Overlord of the 9 prefectures?" Feng Wuchen's eyes shone with a frightening light. Feng Wuchen's goal was to take over the 9 prefectures. Now that the Big Dipper family suddenly interfered and wanted to take over the 9 prefectures, how could Feng Wuchen just give it up? Feng Wuchen eliminated the Burial Valley, suppressed the Nangong family, and subdued the auction house. Apart from the Xiaowang school and the Xiao family, Feng Wuchen could be considered to have taken over the 9 prefectures. It was too much for the Big Dipper family to come out and snatch what he loved at this time. It was as if Feng Wuchen did so much just to help the Big Dipper family seize the throne of the 9 prefectures. You dare to snatch the 9 prefectures from me? Feng Wuchen's lips curved into a dangerous arc. Others might be afraid of the Big Dipper family, but Feng Wuchen wasn't. We don't have to go. If the Big Dipper family wants to take over the 9 prefectures, then they have to show their own ability, Lin Qingfeng said coldly. He was extremely disdainful of the Big Dipper family's actions. Leng Wuya shook his head. If we don't go, no matter which force it is, it will be destroyed. Dendi, what do you think? Are we going or not? Divine Alchemist, Chu Chongkong, and the others looked at Feng Wuchen. Go. Of course. Feng Wuchen said without hesitation, I want to see what kind of tricks the Big Dipper family can come up with. Hearing Feng Wuchen's answer, the Divine Alchemist and the others' expressions changed at the same time. They looked at Feng Wuchen in panic. Feng Wuchen was planning to fight to the death with the Big Dipper family. Divine Alchemist and the others looked at Zhang Junlan. Unfortunately, the Zhang family came from the continent. Even if Zhang Junlan wanted to interfere, time wouldn't allow it. Trying to snatch my territory? Humph. Feng Wuchen sneered inwardly. The Big Dipper family couldn't suppress Feng Wuchen. The Big Dipper family is coming back? How can that be? The Big Dipper family is so terrifying, who can deal with them? I didn't hear wrong, right? The Big Dipper family is coming back. They are the true overlords of the 9 states. Is this news reliable? The 9 states are about to change. First it was Feng Wuchen and now it's the Big Dipper family. The news of the Big Dipper family's return was like a plague that swept through all the major powers, cities, and families of the 9 states. Time is tight, let's head to the Big Dipper family immediately. We have to be the first to reach the Big Dipper family. The Big Dipper family is so terrifying, if we can form a good relationship with them, the Wang family will become stronger. Quickly. Prepare the best gifts and set off. A family member anxiously gave the order, hoping that the first to reach the Big Dipper family would leave a good impression. The Big Dipper family's sudden return means that they want to rule the 9 states again. We have to hurry, this is our Gong family's chance to become famous. Family head. We have already prepared all the top-grade treasures. Very good. Let's visit the Big Dipper family immediately. Great. That's great. The Big Dipper family is coming back. My young family has been silent for too long. We have been waiting for this day to come. On this day, the 9 states were boiling, the news spread to every corner of the 9 states. Some of the stronger families had already rushed to the Big Dipper family, they couldn't wait for the next day. The Big Dipper family was too strong, the former overlord of the 9 states, even if they had been in seclusion for dozens of years, their influence was still there and their deterrence was still there. The existence of the Big Dipper family made people tremble with fear. In the boiling 9 states, some powers were excited and some powers were worried. The former overlord had returned, it was clear that they wanted to take back the position of overlord and change the situation of the 9 states. Xiaowang School's main hall. The evil soul sect leader's face was gloomy and all the elders were the same. After being in seclusion for dozens of years, I never thought that the Big Dipper family would come back. Evil soul sect leader said in a deep voice with an ugly expression. The desolate realm opening in 3 days. The Big Dipper family choosing to come back at this time, it is clear that they are warning us to submit to them. The great elder angrily said with his eyes narrowed, he didn't hide his fierce look. Is the Big Dipper family really that strong? Xie Tian asked with a frown. He had never heard of the Big Dipper family before. Young master, the Big Dipper clan's power is beyond your imagination. Even if all the other clans in the 9 prefectures work together, they still can't defeat the Big Dipper clan. I am afraid that the clan leader of the Big Dipper clan has reached the 8th level of the Sky Origin stage. The third elder shook his head helplessly. How horrible was the 8th level of Sky Origin Stage? Zhang Zhenlan's follower was at the 8th level of Sky Origin Stage. He killed Xiao Ran, who was at the 5th level of Sky Origin Stage, within seconds. Xiao Ran had no chance to fight back. Even a level 6 Sky Origin Stage cultivator would suffer the same fate. If the clan leader of the Big Dipper clan really reached the 8th level of Sky Origin Stage, who in the 9 continents would be able to defeat him? Feng Wuchen didn't have that kind of ability. So strong. Xie Tian's heart was shocked and his expression was a bit stunned. The evil soul slowly closed its eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Wait and see." In the main hall of the Nangong family. Naturally, the news had reached the Nangong family. Although the Nangong family had suffered great losses, as long as Nangong Lai was here, the Nangong family would still be the Nangong family. "Father, now that the Big Dipper clan has returned, we can borrow their strength to get rid of Feng Wuchen and take revenge for Zhan Er." In the main hall, Nangong Tianhen said with a fierce expression. "Shut up." Nangong Lai roared out and a dignified aura enveloped the main hall. "Tianhen, things aren't as simple as you think." Nangong Yuan shook his head and said, "The Big Dipper clan has returned to take back their power and dominate the 9 prefectures. This means that the Nangong family will have to submit." Do you know what this means? The Nangong family was one of the giants of the 9 prefectures. If they submitted to the Big Dipper clan, where would their face go? Would the Nangong family still have a future? It wasn't that Nangong Tianhen didn't know, but he had been blinded by hatred. He only wanted to take revenge for Nangong Zhan and get rid of Feng Wuchen. "I'm afraid that Big Dipper Xian has already reached the 8th level of Sky Origin Stage." Nangong Wuhan deeply knit his brows and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. After being silent for a long time, Nangong Lai said forcefully, "The Nangong family will never submit." The big shots of the 9 prefectures had been fighting for themselves for many years. They had all relied on their own hands and blood. When the Big Dipper clan appeared, they wanted to monopolize the power and control all the major forces and families in the 9 prefectures. As a major force in the 9 prefectures, how could they be willing to submit? If they didn't accept the Big Dipper clan's invitation, they wouldn't be giving them face. If they offended the Big Dipper clan, the consequences would be obvious. Even if they went, they would still have to submit to the Big Dipper clan. If they didn't submit, the Big Dipper clan would definitely make an example out of them and suppress all the major forces and families in the 9 prefectures. The major forces in the 9 prefectures had no other choice. The Big Dipper clan was too strong, so strong that they couldn't resist. A casual order from the Big Dipper clan could instantly destroy their forces and families. Xiao family. Xiao Ran's death greatly reduced the strength of the Xiao family. It also made the Xiao family furious and sorrowful. Feng Wuchen was too strong and the Xiao family couldn't take revenge. Moreover, he was Zhang Zhenlan's teacher. The Xiao family couldn't even defeat Feng Wuchen, let alone the Zhang family. While the Xiao family was furious and sorrowful, the news of the Big Dipper clan's return gave them hope. "Father, don't hesitate anymore. I can't take this lying down. Only by killing Feng Wuchen can we have peaceful days. If we don't kill Feng Wuchen, Big Brother won't be able to rest in peace." Xiao Qingshan gritted his teeth and said angrily. "Feng Wuchen is arrogant and conceited. The Xiao family can't tolerate it. Xiao Ran's death is even more unforgivable. If we can get the help of the Big Dipper clan, so what if we submit? The Xiao family might even be able to rise with the help of the Big Dipper clan," the second elder said. "We have to get rid of Feng Wuchen. Avenge the family head. Avenge the family head." The upper echelons of the Xiao family couldn't take it anymore. Even Xiao Yuanshan felt that Feng Wuchen was too much. Submitting to the Big Dipper clan was the only chance for the Xiao family to get rid of Feng Wuchen and avenge Xiao Ran. With the Big Dipper clan's strength, getting rid of Feng Wuchen was not difficult. On the main seat, Xiao Tianchen had already aged many years. He looked extremely haggard as he said hoarsely, "Has the Xiao family already declined to this extent?" The news of the Big Dipper clan's return spread throughout the 9 provinces. However, Feng Wuchen acted as if nothing had happened. He was strolling around the streets of Divine Pill City with Ling Xiaoxiao and the others. "Big Brother Feng, aren't you worried about the Big Dipper clan at all?" Lu Qingyang asked with a frown on the streets of Divine Pill City. Looking at the nonchalant Feng Wuchen, Lu Qingyang was really anxious. The Big Dipper clan is so strong. What's the point of worrying? Rather than worrying, I should think about how to increase my cultivation faster. Feng Wuchen shrugged. Big brother Feng, where are we going? Miao Qingqing asked. Eastern Cloud City, Feng Wuchen replied as he walked out of Divine Pill City at a moderate pace. Eastern Cloud City was located south of Divine Pill City, not far away. 10 minutes later, Feng Wuchen and the others arrived at Eastern Cloud City's gate. Greetings, Dendi. At the gate of Eastern Cloud City, four middle-aged men bowed respectfully. The elders and middle-aged men behind them also bowed respectfully. They were the four great clans of Eastern Cloud City. They were the Han clan, the Huang clan, the Song clan, and the Lu clan. When they heard that Feng Wuchen had arrived at Eastern Cloud City, they immediately welcomed him personally. They did not dare to be negligent. Feng Wuchen nodded. Dendi, the Ice Soul Snow Lotus is an item of extreme cold. It cannot be exposed to the light. I will have to trouble Dendi to take a look personally, the Han clan master said respectfully. He quickly invited Feng Wuchen into the city. How many do you have? Feng Wuchen asked. Not many. 18 stocks, the Han clan master replied respectfully. That's enough. Feng Wuchen nodded. The four clan masters of Eastern Cloud City personally welcoming him at the city gate attracted many onlookers. What kind of person had such a big background that the four clan masters and the upper echelons would personally welcome him? That kid is really amazing. Where did he come from? Those two girls are so beautiful. Tisk Tsk, the four great clans personally welcoming him. Amazing. I wonder who he is. He's not from Eastern Cloud City. I've never seen him before. The crowd discussed animatedly. The four great clans personally welcoming a youth was something that had never happened in Eastern Cloud City. Han Clan Estate. Backyard. The Han Clan master brought Feng Wuchen and the others to the underground ice cellar. The ice cellar was bone-chillingly cold. Apart from that, there was the smell of many medicinal herbs. Moreover, the spirit chi was extremely dense. This was where the Han clan master grew medicinal herbs. The Han clan master was a grade 3 alchemist. His cultivation level was not high, but he loved growing medicinal herbs. Han clan master, isn't this ice cellar too cold? Lu Qingyang asked shakily. Even a 6th level origin core stage martial artist could not withstand this cold air. It could be seen that the cold air was extraordinary. The Ice Soul Snow Lotus grows in an extremely harsh environment. Normal cold air cannot grow at all. The cold air in the ice cellar was refined after 49 days. It's very suitable for the Ice Soul Snow Lotus to grow, but there are only 18 stalks, the Han clan master explained patiently. As expected of a grade 3 alchemist. You know quite a bit about the Ice Soul Snow Lotus, Feng Wuchen praised. Dendi is exaggerating. This little ability of mine is nothing at all, the Han clan master smiled modestly. He did not dare to show off in front of Dendi. He did not have the qualifications to do so. Dendi, what do you want the Ice Soul Snow Lotus for? The Lu clan master asked curiously. Things of extreme cold can restrain things of extreme heat. When the two are combined, it can make the two become gentle. It has great effects when used for cultivation, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. In the deepest part of the ice cellar, in a room that was dozens of square meters, there were 18 stalks of ice crystal flowers and plants. These were precisely the Ice Soul Snow Lotus. The Ice Soul Snow Lotus, as its name implied, had snow-white petals that shone with a luster and were extremely beautiful. The Ice Soul Snow Lotus was extremely rare and precious. It contained an extremely large amount of pure ice attribute energy. To an ice attribute cultivator, it was comparable to a grade 5 pill. Dendi, these 18 stalks of Ice Soul Snow Lotus have been planted for 8 years. They are very different from the real Ice Soul Snow Lotus. The ice attribute true yuan they contain is not strong, the Han clan master reported honestly. It's fine, as long as they are herbs of extreme cold. Feng Wuchen waved his hand. Looking at Lu Qingyang, Feng Wuchen said with a smile, Qingyang, didn't you always complain about the slow cultivation speed? Do you want to try out the terrifying cultivation speed? Terrifying cultivation speed? Lu Qingyang's eyes lit up. He was extremely excited. Feng Wuchen raised his right index finger and smiled mysteriously, breaking through one layer in half a month. Breaking through one layer in half a month. The ice seller was dead silent. Feng Wuchen's nonchalant words replayed in their minds like a replay. The ice cellar was cold, but Lu Qingyang and the rest didn't seem to feel anything. Their bodies were stiff. Half a month to break through a level. What did that mean, a super genius? A top prodigy? These simple words seemed to have a magical power that isolated all sounds from the outside world. In their minds, they could only hear the repeated sounds of these words. Ling Xiaoxiao was special and had a terrifying background. She had seen countless top prodigies, but even she was stunned by Feng Wuchen's words. Gulp, family head Han and the rest swallowed their saliva in fear, their faces pale. Lu Qingyang, who was dumbstruck, suddenly woke up. His shocked face was tinged with excitement. He broke the silence and asked, "Big brother Feng, you're telling the truth?" Yuandan stage, it's indeed possible. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. Half a month to break through a level. Family head Han and the rest were shocked. Their foreheads were covered with sweat, and their faces were still shocked. How is that possible? The young masters of the four families were so shocked that their mouths could fit a duck egg. The terrifying speed had completely exceeded the scope of their understanding. Breaking through a level in half a month was impossible even for the essence transformation stage, let alone the Yuandan stage. If it was someone else who said this, family head Han and the rest would have thought that he was an idiot. But it was Feng Wuchen who said it, and they were confused. Could he really break through a level in half a month? What method did Feng Wuchen have? Where did he get the confidence to say that he could break through a level in half a month? Even a grade 5 pill couldn't have such a terrifying effect. Besides, Yuandan stage cultivators couldn't withstand the effects of a grade 5 pill. What kind of extreme flame could the Ice Soul Snow Lotus restrain? Family head Han and the rest couldn't figure it out. This was not a level they could reach. There's hope to break through to the Divine Origin stage. Lu Qingyang was trembling with excitement. The Divine Origin stage was the realm of the strong. It was the realm that countless cultivators dreamed of. Breaking through to the Heaven Origin stage was extremely difficult. Before Feng Wuchen, the Inferno Empire only had Duan Tianhun. The land of the 9 prefectures was a huge place with many powerful cultivators, but there weren't many Heaven Origin stage cultivators. It showed how difficult it was to reach the Sky Origin stage. However, according to Feng Wuchen, breaking through to the Sky Origin stage was as easy as eating. What about the Heavenly Origin stage? Miao Qingqing asked, her face filled with excitement. A month, Feng Wuchen said casually. Heaven Origin stage in 1 month. Patriarch Han and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Once again, they were petrified. Even top prodigies weren't that terrifying, right? A Sky Origin stage cultivator could break through 1 level within a month, according to what Feng Wuchen said. How terrifying was that? If Feng Wuchen established a force, wouldn't he be in existence that could sweep through the 9 prefectures? They did not dare to imagine it. The more they thought about it, the more afraid they became. 1 level in a month. Lu Qingyang's body trembled again. How is that possible? Miao Qingqing's jaw dropped. With such a terrifying cultivation speed, wouldn't the top prodigies of the continent have to look up to them? Feng Wuchen skillfully plucked the Ice Soul Snow Lotus and put it away in his storage ring. 18 stalks were enough for now. Patriarch Han, how much are 18 stalks? Feng Wuchen asked as he looked at the shocked Patriarch Han. Hearing this, the Han family head suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly said, "The Elixir Emperor's identity is honorable and his status is extraordinary. I can't wait to give the Hail Snow Lotus to the Elixir Emperor. How would I dare to accept gold coins?" Patriarch Han is right. It's our honor to have Dendi in Eastern Cloud City, Patriarch Gong added. Dendi, this is a token of our sincerity, Patriarch Yang said with a smile. This was the first time Patriarch Han and the other 3 had seen Feng Wuchen. They were so respectful because Chu Chongkong had greeted him. Thank you. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly. He activated the green flame and placed his palm on Patriarch Han's shoulder. With a thought, Patriarch Han's expression changed. In an instant, Patriarch Han sensed that the fire poison in his body had disappeared. He was shocked. Feng Wuchen was able to expel such a terrifying fire poison in an instant. Moreover, he didn't even make a sound as he expelled the fire poison. Feng Wuchen did not expel the fire poison. Instead, he swallowed it. It's rare to come to Eastern Cloud City. It feels good. You don't have to follow me. Go back to your work. Feng Wuchen smiled and walked out of the ice cellar. Thank you, Dendi. Patriarch Han hurriedly knelt down. He was extremely emotional. Farewell, Dendi. At the entrance of the Han family mansion, Patriarch Han and the others bowed respectfully. They watched as Feng Wuchen and the others left. Watching Feng Wuchen and the others disappear from sight, Patriarch Han couldn't help but exclaim, Dendi helped me expel the fire poison. It's all gone. Expel the fire poison? The three patriarchs' expressions changed. When did this happen? Why didn't they know? That's right. Just now, in an instant, the fire poison was all gone. It's all gone. Patriarch Han was incomparably excited. It's that terrifying heat. Only then did the three patriarchs react. But that heat disappeared in less than 3 breaths of time. Was it really so easy to expel the fire poison? What kind of mystical ability was that? At this moment, they finally realized how terrifying Feng Wuchen was. After leaving the Han family mansion, Lu Qingyang kept asking questions. He couldn't wait to experience the terrifying speed of breaking through a layer in half a month. Ling Xiaoxiao was also rather curious, but Feng Wuchen just didn't say. Big brother Feng, if you still don't say, I won't be able to hold on any longer. After asking for 2 streets, Lu Qingyang was almost suffocated to death. Big brother Feng, something seems to have happened ahead. Miao Qingqing suddenly spoke, her beautiful eyes looking ahead. A clamor and angry roars came from ahead. Lu Qingyang looked over and said in astonishment, Isn't that a bridal escort? Why are there so many people surrounding them? They wouldn't be snatching the bride, right? Driven by curiosity, Feng Wuchen and the others also went over to watch the show. The joy of a big wedding was also good. In the crowd on the street, a young man blocked the bridal escort team. The man's name was Lu Feng. He looked around 27 or 28 years old. His appearance was still considered handsome. He wore a simple black robe, and his body emitted the aura of a 5th-level origin core stage. Lu Feng, don't fail to appreciate kindness. Get lost. Don't delay this young master's wedding ceremony. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. The groom on the horse shouted angrily. Lu Feng didn't move at all. His expression was cold. Rong'er is mine. Rong'er, come with me. In the beautiful bridal sedan, the beautiful woman was already crying, but she didn't respond to Lu Feng. Glancing at the bridal sedan, the groom sneered in satisfaction. His fierce gaze swept towards Lu Feng, and he said fiercely, Lu Feng, today is my big day. My Hui clan has invited the patriarchs, elders, and 4 young masters of Eastern Cloud City. They are all people you can't afford to offend. If you dare to stop, you're courting death. Reckless guy, don't you know your own identity? Why don't you take a piss and look at your own reflection? This person must be crazy. He dares to behave atrociously on young Master Hui's wedding. Doesn't he know young Master Hui's strength? If he delays young Master Hui's wedding ceremony, he's dead. Even if the Hui clan doesn't pursue the matter, if he neglects the 4 patriarchs and young masters, the consequences aren't something he can bear. The people on the street discussed animatedly and looked at Lu Feng as if they were looking at an idiot. Big brother Lu, you were right. He really did steal the bride. Miao Qingqing exclaimed. He's got guts. How dare he steal the bride in broad daylight? Lu Qingyang's face was full of admiration. Huolin. If you didn't kidnap Rong'er and threaten her parents, why would Rong'er marry you? Lu Feng roared at Huolin, his face ferocious. Threaten? No way, right? There's such a thing? Lu Feng's words shocked the crowd. Pairs of eyes swept towards Huolin. They were confused, shocked, and incredulous. Threaten? I think he's lying. Young Master Hua's cultivation, status, and family background are all better than Lu Feng's. With his poor appearance, which girl would marry him? Offending young Master Hua, this guy is dead for sure. A young man's face was full of disdain. That's right. Although the Hua clan isn't as powerful as the four great clans, it's still one of the stronger clans in Eastern Cloud City. With young Master Hua's status, why would he need to threaten him? If I were a girl, I would have been married long ago. It's obvious he's lying. That makes sense. He's obviously lying and slandering young Master Hua. Everyone nodded, believing that Lu Feng was lying. Strength. That was strength, when one's strength was so great that people looked up to him. No matter what he did, even if it was wrong, people would say that he was right. Lu Feng, you said that I threatened Rong. You can go to the Hua family and have a look. Father-in-law and mother-in-law are waiting for you in the mansion. You can also ask Rong. Hua Lin sneered disdainfully. Rong. Come with me. Lu Feng roared. He didn't care if others believed him or not. However, there was no reply from the sedan chair. Enough. Hua Lin roared. His fierce aura exploded as he roared, Lu Feng. If it wasn't for my big day, you would have been dead by now. Get lost. Hua Lin. What did you do to Rong? Lu Feng roared. You're shameless. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Hua Lin had lost his patience, and he didn't have time to waste. Hua Lin's wedding was an invitation from the four great families. The Hua family couldn't afford to offend any of the four great families. Offending any one of them could cause the Hua family to disappear from Dongyun City. Hua Lin was furious. His body was full of killing intent. He activated his true yuan and jumped off the horse. He stomped on the ground and his body burst out with a fierce aura. He used almost all of his strength in this attack. It was obvious that Hua Lin wanted to kill Lu Feng on the spot. Rong. If you don't come with me, I won't leave today even if I die. Lu Feng went all out. He activated all of his true yuan and glared at Hua Lin. Humph. You overestimate yourself. Hua Lin sneered disdainfully. Boom. Poof. In a few blinks of an eye, the two palms collided. Lu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew backward. Lu Feng was no match for Hua Lin. The crowd immediately moved away. Only Feng Wuchen and a few others stood still on the spot. Courting death. Hua Lin's face curled into a disdainful sneer. As expected of young patriarch Hua, his strength is truly formidable. Formidable, formidable. This kid should be properly taught a lesson and let him know who he can't afford to offend. Right, right. Daring to steal the bride from young patriarch Hua, he's simply courting death. Everyone started to flatter Hua Lin. The palm heavily injured Lu Feng, causing Lu Feng to be on the verge of death. Lu Feng. At this moment, a cry of panic finally sounded out from within the bridal sedan. Lu Qingyang looked at Lu Feng, then looked at the bridal sedan. Big brother Feng, look at him fighting so desperately, he doesn't seem to be lying. Looking at Hua Lin's cold and arrogant appearance, Miao Qingqing said with disgust, I knew he wasn't a good person with a single glance. Hua Lin's gaze looked towards Feng Wuchen who was in the middle of the street and seemed to be slightly surprised. Because he was unable to discern the depth of Feng Wuchen's cultivation. Could it be that Feng Wuchen's strength was above his? Hua Lin naturally didn't believe it. Hua Lin, who was at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage, had formidable strength. That palm strike from before, even a 6th level Origin Core stage martial artist wouldn't dare say that they could easily block it like Feng Wuchen. If it was anyone else, they would at least be sent flying by Lu Feng. Hua Lin was rather confident in his own strength. As far as he was concerned, Feng Wuchen's strength was only at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage. Hua Lin only briefly swept Feng Wuchen with his gaze, then it descended onto Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing. Especially Ling Xiaoxiao, it caused his eyes to instantly shine. Ling Xiaoxiao's beauty was breathtaking. Wow. Simply beautiful like a celestial fairy. I truly don't dare believe that there's someone in this world that's as beautiful as Mu Tsai. Who are they? Such a beautiful girl is absolutely not a member of our Eastern Cloud City. After the crowd dispersed, only then did everyone discover Ling Xiaoxiao, this devastatingly beautiful woman who could cause the downfall of a nation. Numerous pairs of eyes landed on Ling Xiaoxiao without blinking. Many people were drooling, and they wanted nothing more than to turn into beasts and pounce on her. Ling Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows as she sensed the malicious gazes of the crowd. A cold aura emanated from her body. Cold. It was extremely cold. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. How ruthless. It almost cost him his life. Lu Qingyang frowned as he examined Lu Feng's injuries. Lu Feng's injuries were severe, and he was already in a semi-conscious state. Lu Qingyang didn't think too much about it. He quickly took out a healing pill and fed it to Lu Feng. Perhaps it was because they both shared the surname Lu that Lu Qingyang felt some sympathy for him. Feng Wuchen shook his head and didn't stop him. He couldn't just leave him to die, right? However, just as Lu Qingyang was feeding Ling Xiaoxiao the pill, Huolin walked over. He glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao and Feng Wuchen, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. "Brat, who told you to feed him the pill?" Huolin asked coldly. "I've already taught him a lesson. What else do you want?" Lu Qingyang frowned as he fearlessly looked at Huolin. Hearing this, Huolin glanced at Lu Qingyang with disdain and sneered, "I've already given him a chance. He didn't cherish it and insisted on provoking me. Since I've decided to take action, how could I let him live? You fed him the pill, so you're making an enemy out of me." Lu Qingyang's face turned cold. "Brother, as long as you're alive, you have to be clear about who you can afford to offend and who you can't. When you see injustice on the road, you have to see who's blocking your way. You also have to consider your own strength." Huolin patted Lu Qingyang's shoulder as if he was lecturing him. Huolin glanced at Feng Wuchen and then at Ling Xiaoxiao. He said coldly, "You are not from Eastern Cloud City, so you might not know who I am. I am the young master of the Hui clan, a genius of the Hui clan. Although the Hui clan is not as powerful as the 4 great clans of Eastern Cloud City, the 4 great clans all take care of my Hui clan. No ordinary clan can be on the same level as my Hui clan. My Hui clan also has a certain status in Eastern Cloud City. This young master also knows the young master of the Divine Pill City's Jiang clan. Even the 4 great clans of the 4 great clans of Eastern Cloud City dare not offend the 4 great clans of the 4 great clans." Huolin's words seemed to be directed at Ling Xiaoxiao, showing off to Ling Xiaoxiao how powerful he was and how powerful the Hui clan was. Young Master Hui actually knows young Master Jiang. Amazing, amazing. The Jiang clan is ranked second among the 5 great clans of Divine Pill City. They even have the support of the auction house. Doesn't this mean that young Master Hui has the support of the auction house? Everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect Huolin to have such a strong background. Seeing that Feng Wuchen and the others didn't finish their words, Huolin thought they were stunned. He was secretly pleased with himself. Seeing that today is this young master's big day, and that there are important guests in my residence, this young master won't argue with you. At the same time, this young master will invite you to my residence as guests and bring you to meet some important people." Huolin smiled proudly as he stared at Ling Xiaoxiao. "Little beauty, let's see if you'll take the bait." Huolin was secretly pleased. Huolin's background was so big, and his backing was even more terrifying. Which girl could resist his temptation? If she followed Huolin, she wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of her life. She could even obtain better cultivation conditions and resources. Ling Xiaoxiao glanced coldly at the arrogant Huolin. She said coldly, "Ignorant." Hearing the 2 words Ling Xiaoxiao, Huolin's arrogant face instantly froze. "Are you done? If you're done, then get lost," Feng Wuchen said coldly. He hated it when people stared at Ling Xiaoxiao with lecherous eyes. Feng Wuchen's words made Huolin's face turn gloomy. "Stinky brat, what did you say? I dare you to say it again." Huolin gritted his teeth and asked angrily. "Are you deaf? I asked you to get lost." Feng Wuchen said coldly, and his tone became heavier. Lu Qingyang's face was filled with disdain, arrogant. Huolin's face twitched violently. He couldn't believe that after his background was exposed, these people in front of him still dared to be so arrogant. The Hui clan's guards were dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to ask their young master to get lost, The crowd on the street was also stunned. That brat is too arrogant. Young Master Hua kindly invited them. It's fine if they don't want to go, but they actually dared to ask young Master Hua to get lost. That woman dared to insult young Master Hua for being ignorant. Are they crazy? They're asking for death. They're dead for offending young Master Hua. They'll never leave Dongyun City. The crowd was shocked. They never thought that someone would dare to be so arrogant in front of Hualin. They even dared to insult the young master of the Hua clan. Are they deaf? Didn't they hear what young Master Hua said? Young Master Hua knows the young master of the Jiang clan. This means that the auction can be considered young Master Hua's backer. A middle-aged man looked at Feng Wuchen and the others as if they were idiots. Stupid. They're extremely stupid. Offending young Master Hua is the same as asking for death. Another man's face was full of disdain. More and more people shook their heads. Some were disdainful, and some were gloating. In short, they all felt that Feng Wuchen and the others were asking for death. It's him. Feng. However, someone finally recognized Feng Wuchen. A man looked at Feng Wuchen in horror and retreated in fear. In the end, he crashed into a stall on the side of the street and ran away in a hurry. Many people in the crowd recognized Feng Wuchen, but none of them dared to stay. They all ran away in fear. The others were secretly puzzled. Was young Master Hua that scary? He was actually scared to the point of running away. Brats! You're asking for death. Hualin was furious. His ferocious face was terrifying. The furious Hualin did not notice the people who were running away in fear. A terrifying murderous aura spread out. Hualin had already decided to kill Feng Wuchen and Lu Qingyang. He would capture Ling Xiaoxiao and Miao Qingqing alive and toy with them to death. Hualin would never let those who offended him have a good ending. Bang! Hualin roared in rage, then he stomped on the ground and madly charged towards Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen's expression was indifferent, and he remained unmoved. Lu Qingyang's eyes were icy cold, and at the instant Hualin attacked, Lu Qingyang's figure suddenly flashed and vanished. Bang! Ah! Lu Qingyang arrived in an instant. His speed was so swift that Hualin didn't notice it in the slightest. His fist smashed onto Hualin's abdomen, and an explosive bang sounded out. Hualin emitted a shrill cry as his figure shot back and collided with the bridal escort team. A group of people fell to the ground. Lu Qingyang appeared out of nowhere and punched Hualin flying. His movements were perfect and completed in one go. Strong. Extremely strong, Lu Qingyang used his strength at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage to punch Hualin, who was at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage. The crowd was astonished. As far as they were concerned, Hualin's strength was extremely strong, but they never expected that he would be punched flying by a 6th level Origin Core stage young man. What strength was this? The crowd on the street was shocked, and their round eyes looked towards Lu Qingyang. The Hua clan's genius only has this strength? Lu Qingyang's face was filled with disdain. How dare you? You actually dare launch a sneak attack on this young master? Hualin jumped up in rage. He circulated the full strength of the 7th level of the Heavenly Origin stage, and the ferocious strength shook the street to the point numerous cracks exploded out. Launching a sneak attack when you don't have the strength. Do you really think you're a match for young Master Hua? Exactly. It was a sneak attack. Otherwise, it would be impossible for young Master Hua to be hit by a 6th level Heavenly Origin stage martial artist. Young Master Hua. Teach him a good lesson. It's best if you kill him. What's the point of keeping such a despicable and shameless person? The crowd shouted one after another, and the atmosphere of the scene was instantly ignited. Die! Hualin roared furiously and once again charged forward explosively. Whoosh! Slap! Lu Qingyang's figure flashed and disappeared once again. When he appeared once again, a clear sound of a slap suddenly sounded out, and Hualin, who had charged out explosively, was sent flying back once again. Although Lu Qingyang was only at the 6th level of the Origin Core stage, his strength was extremely strong. After cultivating the exalted physique and being tempered by Feng Wuchen, Lu Qingyang's fleshly body was extremely strong as well, and it was sufficient to go against a 7th-level origin core stage martial artist and stand in an invincible position. Huolin, who fell to the ground, was completely stupefied. Lu Qingyang didn't launch a sneak attack, but instead attacked with a terrifying speed, causing him to be unable to guard against it. In the next second, Lu Qingyang flashed over once again and said coldly, "I hate your mouth." Slap. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qingyang mercilessly slapped Huolin over 10 times, causing his face to become swollen like a pig's head. "You, all of you actually dare to insult this young master." Huolin trembled with rage. He didn't dare believe that Feng Wuchen and the others actually dared to provoke him. Boom. Pfft. Huolin's roar was met with a vicious punch from Lu Qingyang. With a loud boom, Huolin spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying a dozen meters away. "Young master!" The Hu family guards turned pale with fright, and the wedding procession panicked. The groom was injured. How could they proceed with the wedding? Arrogant. "Don't you know you're a frog in a well?" Lu Qingyang said coldly. Everyone on the street was stunned. Not only did Lu Qingyang hit Huolin, but he also insulted him in public. How dare he be so arrogant? He hit young Master Hua and insulted him. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. How dare he insult young Master Hua as a frog in a well? They don't know how to spell the word death. Don't they know the strength of the Hua family? Don't they know the strength of the 4 great families in Dongyun City? The crowd on the street couldn't imagine how arrogant Feng Wuchen and the others were. Everyone's faces were filled with fear. They knew what would happen if they offended the Hua family. Huolin only needed to give an order and Feng Wuchen and the others would die in Dongyun City. What are you waiting for? Go back and call for help. The injured Huolin roared furiously. Lu Qingyang stared coldly at Huolin and sneered, "You're pretty good at taking a beating. Stinking brat, none of you will live. Seal the city." Huolin roared fiercely. Veins bulged on his ferocious face. Cough. Cough. Lu Feng coughed lightly and gradually recovered. "Are you okay?" Lu Qingyang asked as he supported Lu Feng, who was gradually waking up. "You are?" Lu Feng looked at Lu Qingyang and the others in confusion. Lu Feng was sure that he didn't know any of them. "Strangers," Lu Qingyang joked. "Lu Feng." A woman's panicked voice came from the sedan. "Rong-er." Lu Feng heard and immediately became excited. But just as he was about to move, intense pain spread throughout his body. Lu Feng's injuries were too severe. If not for the recovery pills, he wouldn't even be able to wake up, let alone move. "You're seriously injured. Don't move around." Lu Qingyang quickly stopped him. He pressed his hand on Lu Feng's shoulder, indicating that he should not move. "Big brother Feng, there's something wrong with the bridal sedan chair. How can a bridal sedan chair trap a 3rd-level origin core stage martial artist?" Ling Xiaoxiao's beautiful brows slightly knit together. Feng Wuchen nodded. He then looked at Lu Feng and said calmly, "He didn't lie. It seems that the person he loves has been forcefully taken by someone else. No wonder he tried so hard to stop it. Shameless." Miao Qingqing cursed. Are they really not afraid of death? The Hu family's guards had already gone back to call for help. Seeing that Feng Wuchen and the others were still there, the crowd on the street seemed to have understood something. The news had already reached the Hu family. Everyone was shocked when they heard that the groom had been beaten and that someone had tried to kidnap the bride. Preposterous. The Hu family's patriarch, Hu Yanan, was furious, his face extremely ugly. Humiliating Huolin in public and injuring Huolin was simply looking down on the Hu family. On Huolin's big day, the Hu family had invited the 4 great families. Even Divine Pill City's young Master Jiang was invited. Now that something like this had happened, the Hu family's face was undoubtedly swept to the ground and they became a joke. Who is so daring? Who dares to behave atrociously on young Master Hu's big day? They really don't know what's good for them. I really want to know who dares to offend the Hu family. Let's go take a look and see who is so arrogant. Let's see what will happen to them. Everyone was astonished. They all wanted to go take a look and see who was so daring. For a time, the Hua family's banquet became lively. Everyone walked out of the estate. For patriarchs, this old man will go take a look. Please forgive me for not being a good host. Hu Yanan smiled courteously at the Han family's patriarch and the others, then hurriedly left. The Han family's patriarch and the others nodded slightly. They did not mind. Interesting. I also want to see who is so daring as to behave atrociously in Eastern Cloud City. Jiang Kui's expression was playful. He then stood and walked out, several powerful subordinates following behind him. The lively Hua family suddenly lost a large number of people. The guests that had been invited had all gone to watch the show. The wide streets were filled with people at this time. The surrounding buildings were all filled with people. Eastern Cloud City was already lively when the young master of the Hua family got married. Being humiliated on the big day attracted even more Xianxia. I have to admire their guts. They think they have some strength and dare to behave atrociously in Eastern Cloud City. They dare to humiliate young Master Hua in front of everyone. If this boy can leave alive, I will cut off my head. I don't know what is wrong with this world. There are all kinds of people, and there are many who seek death. There are few who are in such a hurry to die. They are so arrogant that they dare to offend young Master Hua. Every Xianxia that came to watch all thought that Feng Wuchen and the others were seeking death. Look! The Hua family's patriarch is here. On the bustling streets, someone suddenly shouted, and everyone's gazes swept over. A large number of Hua family guards rushed over, and the people on the streets opened up a wide path. Behind them, Hu Yanan and the other Hua family higher-ups rushed over, their expressions extremely ugly. The Hua family patriarch is here. And the Hua family elders. The Hua family patriarch is at the 9th level of the origin core stage. His strength is second only to the 4 patriarchs. They can't escape. They are dead. Humiliating young Master Hua in front of everyone, stealing the bride, and injuring young Master Hua. They are simply trampling on the Hua family in front of everyone and making the Hua family lose face. No one can save them today after offending the Hua family. Seeing the Hua family higher-ups charge over in anger, everyone gloated. Stinking brat! I don't care who you are. You dare to humiliate me and offend my Hua family. Today, I will annihilate you. Hua Lin's ferocious gaze stared fixedly at Lu Qingyang. His murderous aura was so heavy that it seemed to be about to materialize. Feng Wuchen and the others ignored Hua Lin and turned to look at Hu Yanan and the others who were walking over angrily. Over 100 Hua family guards surrounded Feng Wuchen and the others. When Hu Yanan and the others arrived, the entire scene quieted down, and gloating gazes once again swept towards Feng Wuchen and the others. Father! Kill them! Hua Lin roared furiously. Hu Yanan's vicious gaze stared at Feng Wuchen and the others as he said gloomily, "You juniors don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually dare humiliate my Hua family. You are simply courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Yanan noticed that with his cultivation, he was actually unable to see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation. But Hu Yanan didn't think too much about it. How strong could an 18 or 19-year-old youth's cultivation be? Courting death? Lu Qingyang laughed in disdain. Patriarch Hua, shouldn't you first figure out the situation before speaking? Feng Wuchen asked indifferently, without the slightest trace of panic on his face. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Wuchen waved his hand. A muffled bang sounded out as the sedan door abruptly opened, and the sound of metal colliding sounded out. Hearing the sound of metal colliding, everyone on the street was stunned. The sound of metal colliding came from the sedan. What was going on? Wasn't the sedan made of wood? Why was there a sound of metal colliding? This sedan. What's going on? This isn't a wooden sedan, it's a metal sedan. Young Patriarch Hua actually used a metal sedan. Everyone was stunned as they stared blankly at the sedan. Feng Wuchen asked calmly, Patriarch Hua, can you explain what's going on with the sedan? Hu Yanan frowned deeply, and his expression became more and more unpleasant. Father! Stop talking nonsense with them. Kill them. Seeing the sedan door suddenly open, Hua Lin's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly roared angrily. It's the Hua family's big day. How dare you behave so atrociously? If you offend the Hua family, hand over your life. Hu Yanan shouted angrily. Come and get it if you can. Lu Qingyang replied coldly. Patriarch Hua had personally stepped in, and Lu Qingyang still dared to be so tough. How arrogant were they? Old man, let's see what ability you have to dare offend my Hua family. An elder said angrily with a gloomy voice. His strength at the 8th level of the origin core stage exploded out, and his old eyes carried a ferocious killing intent. OM. The tyrannical strength of the 8th level of the origin core stage exploded out, causing the ground of the street to buzz and shake, and numerous cracks tore open from beneath the old man's feet. Bang, the old man stomped on the ground and flashed out explosively without the slightest hesitation. In a few blinks of an eye, he'd already arrived before Feng Wuchen, and his fist smashed out. An explosive bang sounded out, and the ferocious strength fearlessly spread out and swept out. But even with such a terrifying strength, it was actually unable to move Feng Wuchen half a step. Feng Wuchen didn't move in the slightest. He stood on the spot and allowed the old man to attack. Even if the old man used his full strength, he was still unable to push Feng Wuchen half a step back. The tyrannical strength was like a stone sinking into the sea, and it didn't cause the slightest ripple. This? The old man was astounded to the extreme, and he looked at Feng Wuchen in disbelief. The full force attack of an 8th level origin core stage martial artist was actually unable to push Feng Wuchen back. Hiss, the surrounding crowd of spectators gasped one after another, and their faces were filled with shock. So the strongest was actually this youth before them that hadn't made a move all along. This kid's strength is so strong. Even the Hua clan's grand elder wasn't able to harm him in the slightest. Truly unbelievable. This kid's strength is too terrifying, right? An 8th level origin core stage martial artist was actually unable to defeat that kid. With such terrifying strength, even the Hua clan's patriarch might not be able to harm him. The crowd was once again in an uproar, shocked to the extreme. Bang! Pooh! While the old man was astounded, Feng Wuchen abruptly smashed out a fist, and with an explosive bang, the terrifying strength struck the old man to the point he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure flew out with an even more terrifying speed. An 8th level origin core stage martial artist was actually heavily injured by a single strike from the youth. Hu Yanan frowned as he thought to himself, and his expression became extremely serious. Even the Grand Elder is unable to withstand a single strike from him. Too strong. Too strong. This kid actually concealed such a terrifying strength. An 8th level heavenly origin stage martial artist was actually heavily injured by a single strike. Could it be that this kid is a heavenly origin stage martial artist? Impossible. He's so young, it's impossible for him to step into the heavenly origin stage. The crowd on the street was once again in an uproar, and they were completely unable to conceal the fear on their faces. At this moment, the entire scene once again fell into a deathly silence. Young Lord Jiang is here. Within the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, and once again broke the short silence. Divine Pale City's Jiang clan's young lord. Everyone's gaze swept towards Jiang Kuei. Seeing Jiang Kuei appear, Huolin was overjoyed in his heart, and he hurriedly shouted, "Big brother Jiang, quickly avenge me." Once again, everyone's gaze swept to the other end of the street. A young man walked over slowly with a smile on his face. He looked like a gentleman. The man was none other than the young master of the Divine Pale City's Jiang family, Jiang Kuei. Stinking brat. Let's see how you'll die. Huolin laughed sinisterly as he stared at Feng Wuchen with a mocking gaze. As the young lord of the Jiang clan, Jiang Kuei could do whatever he wanted in the Divine Pale City, let alone the small eastern cloud city. Jiang Kuei's status was only slightly lower than the young masters of the major forces. Young Master Jiang is worthy of being the Jiang clan's genius. His cultivation has already broken through to the 9th level of the origin core stage. This tyrannical aura is even more powerful than the Hua clan's patriarch. That brat offended the Hua family, which is a capital offense. Now that young Master Jiang is here, they definitely won't be able to leave Eastern Cloud City. It's a pity for the two beauties. The Jiang clan's strength is ranked second in the Divine Pale City. That kid does indeed have some ability, but I think he's only at the 9th level of the origin core stage. I'm afraid that young Lord Jiang won't even need to make a move. The Hua family head will be able to kill them. Jiang Kuei's arrival excited the crowd once again. The Jiang family was an existence that they could only look up to. Young Lord Jiang. Hu Yanan nodded respectfully. Brother Jiang. You came just in time. Hu Lin ran over, his face full of excitement. However, the excited crowd did not notice that Jiang Kuei's originally proud smile had already stiffened on the spot. Before he finished speaking, he did not dare to continue speaking. The smile on Jiang Kuei's face stiffened as a look of extreme fear appeared in the depths of his eyes. The followers behind Jiang Kuei also showed fear on their faces. When Hu Yanan saw Jiang Kuei's stiff expression, his heart skipped a beat. Hu Lin didn't seem to notice Jiang Kuei's stiff expression. He pointed at Feng Wuchen and shouted angrily, "Big brother Jiang, these two bastards used their strength to humiliate me in public. They even injured me and wanted to help Lu Feng steal the bride. Brother Jiang, hurry! Hurry up and kill him. Pa!" Before Hu Lin could finish his words, Jiang Kuei suddenly slapped him across the face. With a loud slap, Hu Lin fell to the ground and two of his front teeth flew out. The crisp sound of the slap startled everyone, and they instantly quieted down. Everyone was stunned and looked at Jiang Kuei in disbelief. Hu Lin fell to the ground in a daze, not knowing what had happened. The line of defense in Hu Yanan's heart instantly collapsed. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger, as if he had realized something. Jiang. Big brother Jiang, what are you doing? Hu Lin asked in a panic. This? Did young Lord Jiang hit the wrong person? Why did you slap young Master Hua? The crowd was dumbfounded, completely confused. Jiang Kuei, who was extremely frightened, hurriedly walked up and knelt down in panic under everyone's shocked gaze. Big brother Feng, I didn't know it was you, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me, brother Feng. Hu Lin, you bastard. You're trying to kill me. Jiang Kuei was so regretful that his intestines turned green. He cursed Hu Lin in his heart. Jiang Kuei recognized Feng Wuchen at a glance. At first, he thought he had seen wrongly, but no matter how he looked at it, it was real. The fear he had for Feng Wuchen was simply irresistible. Jiang Kuei actually knelt down and called him Big Brother Feng. Jiang Kuei's kneeling scared Hu Yanan, Hu Lin, and the rest out of their wits. This? Hu Lin was so frightened that he couldn't speak. Young Lord Jiang, who could do whatever he wanted in the Divine Pill City, actually knelt down in front of this young man. Big Brother Feng? The crowd was in an uproar, their eyes widened. Jiang. Young Lord Jiang actually knelt down in front of that guy. Did I see wrongly? How is this possible? Who is he? Even young Lord Jiang knelt down in fear when he saw him. His background is even scarier than young Lord Jiang. Even young Lord Jiang is so scared, no wonder he doesn't put the Hua family in his eyes. The crowd was extremely frightened. They finally understood. Feng Wuchen and the other three in front of them weren't seeking death, nor were they stupid or idiotic. They had the identity and strength that even Jiang Kuei was afraid of. Even Jiang Kuei didn't dare to offend them, let alone the Hua family. Who are they? Hu Lin was panicking. He was out of his wits, and his body was trembling. At this moment, Hu Lin finally realized that he had offended a big shot. A big shot that even Jiang Kuei had to kneel down in front of. A strong sense of uneasiness surged in Hu Lin's heart. Jiang Kuei? Feng Wuchen said indifferently, so you're here too? Yes. Jiang Kuei nodded his head in fear. He was drenched in cold sweat, and didn't dare to stand up. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. What did you say just now? Feng Wuchen asked. It's over. Jiang Kuei's expression changed, and his heartbeat accelerated. He said in fear, no. Nothing. That bastard Hu Lin is too daring to offend Big Brother Feng. I won't let him go. I know. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly, and personally bent down to pull Jiang Kuei up. Big Brother Feng, please spare my life. Big Brother Feng, please spare my life. I really didn't know you were here. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to offend Big Brother Feng even if I had 10,000 guts. Feng Wuchen's action scared Jiang Kuei out of his wits. He quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Seeing Jiang Kuei's fearful and desperate look, the crowd was scared out of their wits. Where did this young man come from? Even someone as powerful as Jiang Kuei had to kowtow and beg for mercy in fear. A man has gold under his knees. Don't hurt yourself from kneeling, Feng Wuchen said faintly, and forcefully pulled the terrified Jiang Kuei up. Big brother Feng. I know I'm wrong. Big brother Feng, please spare my life. I don't want to die yet. Jiang Kuei cried and begged for mercy. His face was as pale as a sheet. Huolin. If I can survive this, I'll skin you alive. Jiang Kuei cursed in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to slap Huolin to death. Only Jiang Kuei's cries could be heard. No one dared to speak. Feng Wuchen was too powerful. He was so powerful that Jiang Kuei did not have the slightest intention to resist. If Feng Wuchen wanted to kill him, no one in the Jiang family would dare to say a word. Feng Wuchen could make the Jiang family disappear from the Divine Pill City with just an order. Strength. This was strength. When one's strength was so strong that people could only look up to it, no one dared to resist. Just like Jiang Kuei. Looking at Jiang Kuei's cowardly appearance, Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing shook their heads helplessly. The heavily injured Lu Feng looked at Feng Wuchen in astonishment. Everything happened too suddenly. The strong contrast made him unable to believe it. I didn't say I was going to kill you, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Thank you, big brother Feng. Thank you, big brother Feng. Don't worry, big brother Feng. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Jiang Kuei repeatedly bowed and thanked Feng Wuchen. He endured the humiliation and let out a sigh. Jiang Kuei turned around and walked towards Huolin like a ferocious beast. He looked like he wanted to swallow Huolin alive. Huolin! You son of AB*TCH. Who gave you the guts? Jiang Kuei roared furiously. His terrifying killing intent swept out like a storm. Seeing the furious Jiang Kuei walking over, Hui Yanan and the Hua family's upper echelons were terrified. Jiang. Big brother Jiang, don't. Don't. Huolin was in despair. He crawled back in fear. Huolin already knew that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. It was also someone he couldn't afford to offend. He had almost killed Jiang Kuei. How dare you offend big brother Feng? I will kill you. Jiang Kuei roared furiously. Terrifying true origin condensed on his palm as he blasted it towards Huolin. No. Big brother Jiang, please spare me. I know I was wrong. I threatened Rong so she was willing to marry me. I know I was wrong. Big brother Jiang, please spare me. Big brother Feng, I know I was wrong. Please spare me this time. Huolin knelt down and kowtowed. Feng Wuchen looked on coldly and didn't care about him. You offended big brother Feng and you still want to beg for mercy? Jiang Kuei said furiously. He looked like he was determined to kill Huolin. Young Lord Jiang, please have mercy. Hui Yanan begged in panic. Get lost. Jiang Kuei roared, not giving him any face. Boom. Puff. Jiang Kuei punched out furiously, hitting Huolin's chest. The terrifying force caused Huolin to spit out blood. His body turned into a black line as he flew out, crashing into a few buildings. Jiang Kuei was very clear that Feng Wuchen didn't kill him because he was giving him a chance. Lin Hui Yanan rushed into the collapsed building in panic. The Hua family's elders and guards were trembling. The young man in front of them made them feel despair. At this time, the Han family's patriarch and the other three who had been waiting in the Hua family for a long time also came out. When they arrived and saw Feng Wuchen, their faces changed drastically. The patriarchs of the four families are here. One of them shouted. The Han family's patriarch and the other three ran in front of Feng Wuchen in panic and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Dendi. I'm late, please forgive me, Dendi. The Han family's patriarch said in panic. When they saw the people from the Hua family, the four of them had already guessed it. Feng Wuchen nodded and didn't blame them. The surrounding crowd was shocked again. The four patriarchs actually called the young man Dendi, and the Han family's patriarch even called himself a disciple. Dan. Dendi. He's Dendi, Feng Wuchen. He's actually Feng Wuchen. Young Lord Hua actually offended Dendi. The crowd cried out in surprise. The portraits distributed in the burial valley immediately appeared in their minds. They remembered the scene where Feng Wuchen led the Heaven Shadow Fire Cavalry and the Black Flag Army to massacre the burial valley. They remembered the young man who killed Bai Minghe. They remembered the young man who stood proudly in the void like a god of war. When they found out that the young man in front of them was Feng Wuchen, a group of people instantly fled in panic. Those people were the ones who attacked Feng Wuchen verbally in order to curry favor with the Hua family. The person who claimed that Feng Wuchen didn't die and cut off his head was long gone. Jiang Kuwei, Han family's patriarch, I'll leave this matter to you. Don't disappoint me, or else you know the consequences. Feng Wuchen said coldly. Yes, yes, yes. Dendi, don't worry, I'll definitely find out. The Han family's patriarch nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Big Brother Feng. After this matter is settled, I'll definitely report to Big Brother Feng personally. Jiang Kuwei also nodded repeatedly. Feng Wuchen nodded and turned to leave. Jiang Kuwei and the four patriarchs couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. On the street, the terrified crowd immediately opened up a path. At first, Huolin was still arrogantly shouting. Everyone looked down on Feng Wuchen and thought that they were dead meat. In the blink of an eye, the situation took a 360-degree turn. Divine Pill City Auction House. After returning, Feng Wuchen decided to let Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing try cultivating at a terrifying speed. Ninefold Cosmos Pagoda's 5th floor. Feng Wuchen, Ling Xiaoxiao, and the other two appeared out of thin air. A large amount of pure energy balls floated in the air, adding some radiance to the unique space. Big Brother Feng, what should we do? Lu Qingyang asked impatiently. Absorb the energy balls. Feng Wuchen said as he took out a stalk of Ice Soul Snow Lotus. A bone-chilling cold air spread out from the Snow Lotus. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing did as they were told. They sat down cross-legged and circulated their cultivation techniques, absorbing the pure energy from the energy balls. While the two were absorbing, Feng Wuchen looked at the Ice Soul Snow Lotus and said, the energy in the energy balls is very pure, but it is very violent. The Ice Soul Snow Lotus can help you suppress the violent energy and make it gentle, allowing you to absorb it faster. I see. No wonder Big Brother Feng went to look for the Han family head personally. Miao Qingqing nodded. I'm just letting you try. You don't have to absorb too much. Feng Wuchen said with a smile. Big Brother Feng, is there no risk? Ling Xiaoxiao frowned slightly. No matter what method was used, forcefully increasing one's cultivation speed would leave behind repercussions. Ling Xiaoxiao came from a huge force in the continent. She was very clear about this. If there were no repercussions, with the huge force behind her, she would have become a terrifying expert long ago. She wouldn't need to cultivate steadily. Yes, I won't be able to increase my cultivation for half a year. Feng Wuchen said with a smile, but he didn't mind. Half a year? Ling Xiaoxiao's face changed slightly. No. Big Brother Feng can't try. What? Can't increase my cultivation for half a year? Lu Qingyang opened his eyes and looked at Feng Wuchen in a daze. No. We can't hold Big Brother Feng back. I'm not going to try. Miao Qingqing immediately stopped absorbing the energy balls. Lu Qingyang also stopped absorbing and said with a frown, Big Brother Feng, I'm not trying anymore either. I'd rather slow down my cultivation than hold Big Brother Feng back. Not being able to raise his cultivation base for half a year had a huge impact on Feng Wuchen. With Feng Wuchen's extraordinary cultivation speed, it was unknown what realm Feng Wuchen had broken through in half a year. A warm current flowed through Feng Wuchen's body. He smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, this is just a side effect. I have a way to deal with it. It won't affect me at all. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to try it. Continue absorbing. Hearing this, the two of them were skeptical. Only after Feng Wuchen confirmed it again did they continue to absorb it. 10 minutes later, Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing had absorbed a lot of energy balls, and their bodies had clearly expanded. Get ready! Feng Wuchen shouted. With a wave of his hand, the Frost Soul Snow Lotus flew above the two of them. The bone-chilling cold air spread out, and the two of them couldn't help but shiver. Feng Wuchen's hands moved in a mysterious and exquisite way, guiding the cold air of the Frost Soul Snow Lotus into their bodies. Spirit-splitting technique. Feng Wuchen activated his true essence, put his palms together, and shouted. 12 illusory primordial spirits condensed and surrounded Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing. These primordial spirits were exactly the same as Feng Wuchen's. Seeing the 12 primordial spirits, Ling Xiaoxiao and the rest were dumbfounded. What kind of martial technique was this? It could actually create 12 Feng Wuchens. This is my primordial spirit. The spirit-splitting technique is very domineering. Your cultivation base is too weak, so you can't cultivate it, Feng Wuchen explained simply. Primordial spirit-splitting technique? Lu Qingyang trembled. He was extremely shocked. I'll use the 12 primordial spirits to help you refine it. Just absorb it. Feng Wuchen said solemnly. Okay. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing looked excited. Transform. Feng Wuchen's hands moved as he shouted, transform. The 12 primordial spirits extended their right palms to Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing at the same time, helping them to refine the pure energy of the energy ball. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing, who were just about to absorb it, suddenly felt an immense amount of true essence rushing into their bodies. Their eyes widened in shock. Lu Qingyang was so shocked that his jaw dropped. So fast. Miao Qingqing exclaimed. The 12 primordial spirits had just started to refine it, and they could already feel the immense true essence growing rapidly in their bodies. Hurry up and absorb it. Feng Wuchen shouted. The two of them didn't dare dally and hurriedly absorbed it madly. So fast. Ling Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Her mouth was slightly agape. She'd never seen such a terrifying martial skill. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing's aura soared at an unimaginably terrifying speed. Hiss. Lu Qingyang couldn't help but gasp. Enormous waves surged in his heart. At this moment, Lu Qingyang instantly felt like he'd become a super genius. The speed of his cultivation was something that even the top geniuses of the continent couldn't achieve. This was simply a heaven-defying speed. How is it? Feng Wuchen asked with a light smile. Too terrifying. It's terrifying. Lu Qingyang said in horror. This was definitely the most terrifying speed he had ever achieved since he started cultivating. Ling Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and said, such a terrifying cultivation speed. Even the geniuses of the continent's great powers can't achieve it. Big brother Feng, this isn't true, right? I feel like I'm about to break through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. Miao Qingqing asked blankly. She didn't dare to believe that she had such a heaven-defying cultivation speed. I broke through to the 3rd level of the Heavenly Yuan stage so quickly because of the soul-splitting technique. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, I'll pass it to you, Feng Wuchen said with a light smile. Feng Wuchen was very reassured to hand over a powerful technique to someone he trusted. Ling Xiaoxiao had already met the requirements to cultivate the soul-splitting technique. Feng Wuchen planned to pass it to Ling Xiaoxiao first. Ling Xiaoxiao wasn't far from the 2nd level of the Heavenly Yuan stage. If she used the soul-splitting technique to assist her cultivation, she'd definitely be able to break through to the 2nd level of the Heavenly Yuan stage faster. Soul-splitting technique. Lu Qingyang was extremely excited. He said with ecstasy, after cultivating the soul-splitting technique, I'll definitely surpass those so-called geniuses of the continent. In less than 10 minutes, the enormous amount of pure energy that the two of them absorbed was completely refined. In just a short moment, our cultivation actually increased so much. It's too unbelievable. Lu Qingyang said with excitement as his gaze looked at his palm. Lu Qingyang and Miao Qingqing's cultivation had obviously increased by quite a bit, and they weren't far from breaking through to the 7th level of the origin core stage. If they had sufficient time, with that terrifying speed from before, they'd be able to step into the 7th level of the origin core stage within 5 days. Feng Wuchen waved his hand, and the 12 origin souls vanished. Excessively exhausting the origin soul's strength will cause the origin soul to fall into a deep sleep, so it's unable to cultivate. It requires half a year to recover. This is the risk, but I have a way to recover the origin soul strength. You can rest assured, Feng Wuchen said with a light smile. The soul-splitting technique is too overbearing. Big brother Feng, with this overbearing technique, we'll be able to strengthen our strength in the shortest amount of time. Lu Qingyang said with an excited smile. After experiencing the terrifying speed of cultivation, Lu Qingyang was filled with confidence and motivation to cultivate. Cultivate well, Feng Wuchen said with a light smile, then he withdrew from the ninefold cosmos pagoda. Just as he left the pagoda and left the room, Feng Wuchen noticed that Chu Chongkong was outside the door and seemed to have already been waiting for a long time. When the door opened, Feng Wuchen asked. Guildmaster Chu, is there something you need? Reporting to Dendi, the Big Dipper clan's Grand Elder wants to compete in pill refinement with the Divine Alchemist, Chu Chongkong reported respectfully. Feng Wuchen frowned slightly and said, not only does the Big Dipper clan want to dominate the 9 provinces, it looks like they want to dominate the 9 provinces in the field of alchemy as well. Their ambition isn't small. Exactly. Chu Chongkong nodded solemnly and said worriedly, I'm afraid that the Big Dipper clan's Grand Elder, Big Dipper Yen Kong, has already stepped into the 6th grade alchemist realm. The 6th grade alchemist realm isn't something that can be broken through so easily. If Big Dipper Yen Kong really broke through to the 6th grade alchemist realm, why would he need to challenge the Divine Alchemist? Feng Wuchen shook his head. The status of a 6th grade alchemist was extraordinary. If Big Dipper Yen Kong really broke through, he could use his status as a 6th grade alchemist to dominate the 9 provinces and suppress the Divine Alchemist. There was no need for him to compete with the Divine Alchemist. Unless he wants to humiliate the former number 1 alchemist in the 9 provinces. Feng Wuchen frowned. This wasn't impossible. Humiliate? Chu Chongkong's face darkened. When will he arrive? Feng Wuchen asked. In 2 hours, we should arrive at the Divine Pill City. The Divine Alchemists are preparing the ingredients. Chu Chongkong replied respectfully. Feng Wuchen nodded and said, let's wait for him to arrive. Let's see what the Big Dipper clan wants. The Divine Alchemist's fire poison had been completely devoured by Feng Wuchen. Without the fire poison's influence, his alchemy realm had improved a lot. The Divine Alchemist was quite confident in this alchemy competition. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Several silhouettes descended from the sky and landed in the auction hall. There were 4 people, led by an old man with white hair and beard. Behind him were 3 middle-aged men. The old man was the Big Dipper clan's Grand Elder, Big Dipper Yen Kong. Big Dipper Yen Kong's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Heavenly Origin stage. The 3 middle-aged men behind him were experts of the Big Dipper clan. 2 of them were at the 3rd level of the Heavenly Origin stage, while the last one was at the 4th level. The Big Dipper clan could casually pull out several middle-aged men of the Heavenly Origin stage. The strength of Big Dipper Yen Kong's group was enough to shake all the big and small forces of the 9 prefectures. Big Dipper Yen Kong alone was enough. Big Dipper Elder, long time no see. Your cultivation has already reached the 6th level of the Heavenly Origin stage. It is truly admirable. Chu Chongkong smiled indifferently and personally welcomed them at the entrance of the auction house. The Divine Alchemist, Mo Yan, Zhao Yunqing, and the other higher-ups were also present. For the auction house to treat them with such importance, it was clear that they were giving the Big Dipper clan enough face. Brother Mo, Brother Chu, although your cultivation hasn't improved by much, your alchemy realm has improved. Big Dipper Yen Kong smiled happily. Although his words seemed friendly, he was actually mocking the Divine Alchemist and Chu Chongkong's poor talent. The Divine Alchemist said with a fake smile, the Big Dipper clan has been in seclusion for dozens of years. I thought Big Dipper Elder would be able to become a 6th level alchemist. It seems like the old man was thinking too much. It is indeed a pity that he hasn't become a 6th level alchemist after 30 years. Elder 7-star, please. The Divine Alchemist smiled and invited 7-star divination into the hall. 7-star divination snorted and walked in without any trace of politeness. Old man's cultivation is clearly higher than theirs, but why is Mo Yan and Chu Chongkong's soul so dense? 7-star divination thought to himself. When he walked past Mo Yan and Chu Chongkong, 7-star divination's expression changed. What about the fire poison in their bodies? Has it been expelled? Impossible. Seven-star divination's heart trembled. He discovered that there was no fire poison in the divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong's bodies. Seven-star divination's shock did not show on his face. Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao were the last to enter the hall. Feng Wuchen had been observing seven-star divination without any change in expression. Big brother Feng, this old thing is too arrogant. Is he a sixth-grade alchemist? Ling Xiaoxiao asked in a low voice. Peak fifth grade, Feng Wuchen replied in a low voice. Inside the hall, seven-star divination treated the auction house as his own home. He casually found a seat and sat down. Although seven-star divination had yet to step into the sixth-grade alchemist realm, he was not far from it. He was strong enough to suppress the divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong. Seven-star divination's gaze swept across the hall, stopping on Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao. He then said to Chu Chongkong, President Chu, when did the auction house become so casual? Even juniors have followed in. Don't they know etiquette? Seven-star divination was clearly saying that Feng Wuchen and Ling Xiaoxiao did not know etiquette. Hearing seven-star divination's words, the divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong's expressions changed slightly, but they quickly recovered. I am also an alchemist. I heard from guild leader Chu that Elder Big Dipper is very good at alchemy, so I was excited and followed you here to learn. Please don't mind, Elder Big Dipper, Feng Wuchen said calmly. Beta Divination enjoyed Feng Wuchen's praise, and a faint smile appeared on his old face. What a brat. He actually concealed himself so deeply. Old man actually couldn't see the depth of his cultivation base or his soul power. However, when he looked at Feng Wuchen again, Beta Divination was secretly shocked. Dipper Yan Kong was at the 6th level of Heaven Origin stage, but he couldn't see through Feng Wuchen's cultivation level. Beta Yan Kong did not think too much about it. After all, it was impossible for a junior to surpass him in terms of cultivation. Alchemy is all about one's realm, state of mind, and understanding of the medicinal properties of each pill. Alchemy is much more difficult than cultivation. Young man, while it's important to learn with an open mind, you also have to know your limits. Old man's alchemy is something that a junior like you can definitely figure out, Beta Yenkong said proudly, as if he was a teacher teaching his student. Beta Yenkong's words were clearly implying that Feng Wuchen had yet to reach that level, that he wasn't qualified to learn it, and that he couldn't learn it. To put it bluntly, Beta Yenkong was looking down on Feng Wuchen. The divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong almost couldn't hold back their laughter, but they managed to suppress it. Beta Yenkong was actually preaching to Feng Wuchen. Did he really think that he could suppress all the alchemists in the 9 prefectures? Feng Wuchen was in the Dendi realm, while Beta Yenkong wasn't even a 6th-grade alchemist. Yet, he actually dared to show off his skills in front of Dendi. It was simply laughable. Of course, Beta Yenkong didn't know that Feng Wuchen was in the Dendi realm. Elder Baidu is right, Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile. He had no intention of stepping on Beta Yenkong. Beta Yenkong no longer paid any attention to Feng Wuchen. He didn't put a nobody in his eyes. Divine Alchemist, let's begin. Beta Yenkong went straight to the point with a confident smile on his face. Beta Yenkong waved his hand and a black cauldron appeared in the hall, emitting a powerful aura. A mid-grade spiritual cauldron. The divine alchemist frowned. They weren't like Feng Wuchen, who could refine pills with a single thought. They had to rely on cauldrons to refine pills. The higher the grade of the cauldron, the higher the quality of the pills refined. When Beta Yenkong took out the mid-grade spiritual cauldron, the arrogant smile on his face widened, as if he was showing off his powerful cauldron. The divine alchemist waved his hand and a low-grade spiritual cauldron appeared in a flash. On the surface, the divine alchemist had already lost by more than half. Divine alchemist, after so many years, the auction house still hasn't managed to refine a mid-grade spiritual cauldron? Elder Zhao's cultivation doesn't seem to have improved much. Beta Yenkong glanced at Zhao Yunqing with a faint smile. He also looked down on Zhao Yunqing. Zhao Yunqing frowned and inwardly cursed Beta Yenkong. Beta Yenkong was planning to offend everyone in the auction house before giving up. A powerful cauldron doesn't mean it can refine powerful pills. The divine alchemist said indifferently. Mo Yan was confident that he could refine high-grade pills without being affected by the fire poison. Perhaps, but without a powerful cauldron, it's impossible to refine high-grade pills. Divine Alchemist, it looks like you won't be able to keep your position as the #1 alchemist in the 9 prefectures. Beta Yankong smiled confidently. I haven't refined any pills yet, so how does Elder Baidu know? The Divine Alchemist is also very good at refining pills. Feng Wuchen asked with a faint smile. Ignorant junior, what do you know? Beta Yankong reprimanded and glared at Feng Wuchen. With a flip of his withered hand, dozens of medicinal herbs appeared out of thin air. The smell of various medicinal herbs filled the air, shocking everyone. These medicinal herbs were extremely precious, and each of them was worth a fortune. Seeing the medicinal herbs taken out by Beta Yankong, the Divine Alchemist, Chu Changkong, and the others' faces changed drastically. These are the medicinal herbs needed to refine the fiery sun purple spirit pill. The Divine Alchemist exclaimed, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. Elder Baidu can refine the fiery sun purple spirit pill? Chu Changkong asked in shock. The fiery sun purple spirit pill was extremely effective. It could help a Sky Origin Realm expert raise their cultivation by 1 layer. A single fiery sun purple spirit pill was enough to make any Sky Origin Realm expert go crazy. The fiery sun purple spirit pill was the most difficult pill to refine among all the grade 5 pills. The refining process was extremely complicated, and the slightest mistake could lead to failure. At that time, the precious medicinal herbs would go to waste. Because of the difficulty of refining the pill, the Divine Alchemist and Chu Changkong did not dare to try. Even if they tried, they would not be able to refine it. In the 9 prefectures, the Divine Alchemist and the others thought that other than the abnormal Feng Wuchen, no one could refine the fiery sun purple spirit pill. They did not expect Beta Yankong to be able to refine it. If Beta Yankong could really refine the fiery sun purple spirit pill, it was normal for the Baidu family's strength to be terrifying. Looks like this old thing has some ability. Feng Wuchen nodded inwardly. He was also surprised that Beta Yankong could refine the fiery sun purple spirit pill. Seeing the shocked expressions of the Divine Alchemist, Chu Changkong, and the others, Beta Yankong enjoyed it very much, and his proud smile became even more intense. Of course. Beta Yankong smiled proudly and said, Old man has been refining the fiery sun purple spirit pill for many years, and he has a good understanding of this pill. It is not difficult for him to refine it. The Baidu family relied on the fiery sun purple spirit pill to achieve their current strength. Divine Alchemist, what kind of pill do you want to refine? Beta Yankong asked with a bright smile. Hearing this, the Divine Alchemist frowned and fell silent. Even if the Divine Alchemist was the #1 alchemist in the 9 prefectures, he did not have the confidence to refine the fiery sun purple spirit pill. The Divine Alchemist's expression became serious, and he could not help but look at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen nodded slightly, agreeing that the Divine Alchemist should continue competing with Beta Yankong. Old man, refine the heavenly primary pill. The Divine Alchemist said slowly. The heavenly primary pill also had the effect of increasing a heavenly origin realm expert's cultivation, but it was far inferior to the fiery sun purple spirit pill. Heavenly primary pill? Beta Yankong was stunned for a moment, then he sneered, Divine Alchemist, if you want to refine the heavenly primary pill, you should just admit defeat. The old man can refine a mere heavenly primary pill anytime. You have no chance of winning. The Divine Alchemist frowned slightly, and his old face turned cold. Beta Yankong did not put the auction in his eyes, and he did not even put him in his eyes. The contempt in his eyes could not be more obvious. With a wave of his hand, the Divine Alchemist flicked his finger, and a low-grade spiritual cauldron appeared. Circulating his soul power, the Divine Alchemist placed precious herbs into the cauldron one after another, and his hands began to form mysterious seals. Dozens of herbs were calcined crazily, and the Divine Alchemist focused on refining the pill. The Divine Alchemist was known as the #1 alchemist in the 9 prefectures, and his alchemy skills were quite high. Divine Alchemist, whether it is the quality or the efficacy of the pill, you are far inferior. Beta Yankong shook his head. Looking at the Divine Alchemist, a trace of disdain flashed in Beta Yankong's eyes. Elder Baidu, the pill hasn't been refined yet, how do you know that the Divine Alchemist will lose? You might not be able to refine the fiery sun purple spirit pill, Feng Wuchen said indifferently. Beidou Yankong was arrogant and confident. What does a junior like you know? Beidou Yankong shook his head again and said, young man, no matter how powerful the heavenly primary pill is, it is far inferior to the fiery sun purple spirit pill. The outcome is obvious. Don't interrupt if you don't know anything. No one will treat you as a mute if you don't speak. You have no right to speak when the Great Elder is refining the pill. You better not offend the Great Elder, or I will crush you to death. A middle-aged man behind Beidou Yankong said coldly. The middle-aged man's words made the divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong's faces turn gloomy. Arrogant. Too arrogant. Crush me to death. Feng Wuchen nodded and said with a playful smile, since Elder Beidou is so powerful, how about this? If you can refine the fiery sun purple spirit pill, you win, and the title of the #1 alchemist in the 9 prefectures will belong to you. If you can't, you lose, and I will bet his life. How about it? At the end of his words, Feng Wuchen pointed at the middle-aged man who said he would crush Feng Wuchen to death. The middle-aged man's face turned gloomy, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. Beidou Yankong frowned and glanced at Feng Wuchen with disdain. You don't have the right to speak. He does. Chu Chongkong said without hesitation, and his face was extremely ugly. Beidou Yankong had insulted Feng Wuchen time and time again, and it was enough to make them furious. Beidou Yankong was slightly taken aback. He looked at Chu Chongkong and then at Feng Wuchen, feeling very surprised. All right. However, old man wants to raise the stakes as well. Beidou Yankong glanced at Feng Wuchen and smiled. His smile was filled with confidence. Since Feng Wuchen proposed the bet, 7-star divination had to accept it. As the great elder of the Big Dipper family, he believed that he was better than the divine alchemist in alchemy. If he didn't accept the bet, wouldn't he become a joke? 7-star divination could see that Feng Wuchen had some status in the auction house and was valued by Chu Chongkong. However, 7-star divination didn't care about Feng Wuchen's status. The Big Dipper family was the strongest in the 9 prefectures. No matter how high Feng Wuchen's status was, he was only a member of the auction house. May I know what Elder 7-star wants to raise the stakes? The divine alchemist asked. Since Feng Wuchen was so confident, the divine alchemist didn't have to worry. Since this young man wants to bet the lives of my Big Dipper family, old man will also bet his life. 7-star divination smiled proudly as he looked at Feng Wuchen. Elder Big Dipper seems to be very confident. Then it's settled. If the divine alchemist loses, you can take my life. If you lose, I'll kill him. Feng Wuchen smiled faintly. Young man, wash your neck clean. 7-star divination sneered. With a wave of his hand, a crack appeared on the surface of the cauldron. With another wave of his hand, dozens of herbs flew up and entered the cauldron one by one. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, you only have 3 chances. If you can't refine it after 3 tries, it'll be your loss. Old man has been refining the blazing sun purple spirit pill for many years. 3 tries is enough. 7-star divination was very confident as he poured his soul power into the cauldron. You overestimate yourself. Brat, you'll know what it means to overestimate yourself. The middle-aged man behind Feng Wuchen gloated. Haha. Feng Wuchen smiled coldly and didn't even look at the middle-aged man. In Feng Wuchen's eyes, the man was already a dead man. An hour later, the divine alchemist had successfully refined a heavenly yuan pill. The veins on the pill were clear and shiny, and its quality could be considered high. Compared to other alchemists, this heavenly yuan pill was already very powerful. The pills are not bad. The divine alchemist nodded with satisfaction. As expected of the divine alchemist, the quality of the heaven yuan dan is very high. Chu Chongkong was secretly amazed. If it were him, he would not be able to refine such a high-grade heaven yuan dan. The quality of this heavenly yuan pellet is indeed good. However, it's still lacking compared to the heavenly yuan pellet refined by the old man. Beidou divination also approved of this heavenly yuan pellet, but he clearly said that the divine alchemist was inferior to him. The divine alchemist has already successfully refined it. Elder Beidou, don't make a mistake or you'll be the one to lose. If this news spreads, where will your old face go? don't you think so? Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile as he played with a wisp of green flame in his hand. Feng Wuchen was not worried in the slightest. He looked as if he was waiting to kill the middle-aged man. Beta Divination frowned as his old face turned gloomy. A trace of anger surged in his heart. Feng Wuchen looked as if he was certain of his victory, which made Beta Yan Kong extremely unhappy. Quiet, don't disturb the elders refining. If you say another word, I'll tear your mouth apart. The middle-aged man said coldly as he narrowed his eyes. If you dare to insult Big Brother Feng again, I'll kill you right now. Xiaoxia's voice was as cold as ice. The middle-aged man's insults had already angered Xiaoxiao. The middle-aged man was only at Sky Origin Stage 3, so Xiaoxiao might not be any weaker than him. Don't worry, let him live a little longer. Feng Wuchen said with a faint smile as he looked at the middle-aged man with a shocked expression. You. The middle-aged man was furious, but he did not dare to act out for the time being. He did not dare to disturb Beta Divination's refining. He had to endure it. His fierce eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Feng Wuchen like a hunter staring at his prey. The middle-aged man had already decided that once Beta Divination finished refining the pill, he would immediately kill Feng Wuchen. Minutes and seconds passed, and Beta Divination had already completed the extraction step. The next step was to condense the pill. Seeing that the pill was about to be refined, a smile appeared on Beta Divination's old face. He looked at the divine alchemist with disdain before looking at Feng Wuchen coldly. The pill is about to be refined. Young man, are you ready? Beta Divination asked with a cold smile. Feng Wuchen ignored him, and there was no trace of worry on his delicate face. Feng Wuchen played with the green flame in his hand as a mysterious sneer appeared on his face. With a thought, Feng Wuchen controlled the weak green flame to control the fire poison in Beta Divination's body. Beta Divination, who was in the middle of refining, sensed the fire poison suddenly erupting, and his face changed. Why did the fire poison suddenly? Beta Divination was shocked. He did not understand why the fire poison would suddenly erupt. This was a crucial moment. Bang! Just as Beta Yan Kong was in shock, a muffled bang came from the pill furnace, and the medicinal ingredients inside exploded, filling the hall with black smoke, and the smell of burnt medicinal ingredients spread out. Beta Divination had failed to refine the pill. The pill was being refined perfectly, but the fire poison suddenly flared up. The divine alchemist frowned and glanced at Feng Wuchen. The fire poison has subsided. Chu Chongkong and the others were shocked. The fire poison in Beta Divination's body did not flare up earlier or later, but just when he was about to condense the pill. When the fire poison flared up, Beta Divination could not use his soul power. Without soul power, the medicinal energy could not fuse, and in the end, the pill furnace exploded. It was one thing for the fire poison to flare up, but after the pill furnace exploded, the fire poison strangely subsided. Was the fire poison playing a joke on Beta Divination? Beta Divination's face was filled with shock. He did not know what was going on. The fire poison should flare up 3 days later. Why did it happen earlier this time? What's even stranger is that the fire poison calmed down again. Beta Divination was puzzled. Elder Beidou, is this what you meant by refining the fiery young purple spirit pill for several years? Feng Wuchen asked with a bright smile. Beta Divination's face turned red, but he did not refute. The more he tried to explain, the more he tried to cover it up. Beta Divination was not surprised by the fire poison flaring up, even if it happened a few days earlier. What was strange was that the fire poison calmed down again. Such a strange phenomenon had never happened before. It was also Beta Divination's first time encountering such a strange fire poison flaring up, so he could not understand or explain it. The fire poison flaring up was his own problem. Beta Divination did not suspect anyone else because it was impossible. Beta Divination could only blame his bad luck. The fire poison flaring up and calming down in the blink of an eye, this is impossible. Could it be Denda's doing? The divine alchemist guessed. Other than Feng Wuchen, the divine alchemist could not think of any other reason. The divine alchemist's guess gave him a fright. The fire poison flaring up and calming down in an instant, if it was Feng Wuchen's doing, didn't that mean that Feng Wuchen could control the fire poison? The more the divine alchemist thought about it, the more frightened he became. If Feng Wuchen could really control the fire poison, how terrifying would that be? After cleaning the pill furnace, beta divination continued refining. He had failed once, but he still had 2 more chances. Beta divination continued refining, placing the herbs into the pill furnace one by one. He circulated his alchemy technique and poured his soul power into the pill furnace, calcining the herbs and extracting the essence. His movements were smooth and without any hesitation. The hall was silent as everyone's gaze was fixed on beta divination. Time slowly passed, but there was nothing wrong with the pill furnace. Instead, a strange fragrance drifted out from the pill furnace. Condense the pill. Beta divination roared as he formed hand seals and poured his soul power into the pill furnace. It must succeed. The middle-aged man prayed in his heart. He had already failed once, so who could guarantee that there would not be a second time? With a thought, Feng Wuchen controlled the fire poison in beta divination's body. Divine alchemist, admit defeat. How can the heavenly primary pill be compared to the fiery sun purple spirit pill? Furthermore, the quality of my pill is far better than yours. Beta Yankong said proudly. He had successfully condensed his pill, and it was about to come out of the furnace. However, his proud smile froze as he sensed the fire poison flaring up again. Beta divination was startled and immediately stopped, circulating his true yuan to suppress the fire poison. Everyone's expression changed as they sensed the fire poison's terrifying aura. Bang! The pill furnace exploded, and a burnt smell filled the air as black smoke billowed. Beta divination had failed for the second time. It failed. The middle-aged man started to panic. Beta divination had failed twice, and now he only had one last chance. If he also failed, he would lose his life. The divine alchemist and Chu Chongkong exchanged a glance, and both saw shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. The alchemists and blacksmiths in the auction hall were all dumbfounded. Beta divination's face was also filled with shock and confusion. He could not explain what had happened. Just as beta divination was about to suppress the fire poison calmed down again. The fire poison was clearly going against beta divination. This strange phenomenon made beta divination confused and angry. If the first time was an accident, then how could he explain the second time? What's going on with the fire poison? Beta divination recovered after a long time. After failing twice, even beta divination felt embarrassed. He had been bragging about how amazing he was after refining the blazing sun purple spirit pill for so many years. Now that he had failed twice, he was simply smashing his own foot with a rock. Both times, the fire poison acted up at the crucial moment just as the pill was about to be refined. It was fine if it acted up, but when beta divination stopped refining, the fire poison calmed down as well. This was simply like seeing a ghost. Elder Beidou, you still have one more chance. Don't waste it. Failing is a small matter, but if the news spreads, it will be a big deal. I have a bad habit of sharing secrets with others. Also, there's someone who is afraid now, so don't kill him. Feng Wuchen laughed mockingly. Beta divination's face was gloomy, and he was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The middle-aged man was even more terrified. Beta divination had never encountered such a situation before, but today, 2 inexplicable strange phenomena had happened. Stinking brat! It must be your doing. The middle-aged man pointed at Feng Wuchen and roared. 2 failed refinement attempts, and this strange phenomenon made 7-star divination suspicious. Of course, 7-star divination didn't suspect Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was just a young man, and there was nothing special about him. It was impossible for him to play tricks in the dark. 7-star divination also didn't believe that Feng Wuchen had such a powerful ability. The fire poison wouldn't flare up for no reason, and it wouldn't calm down in an instant. But who could have such a terrifying ability? 7-star divination didn't dare to be certain that it was man-made, but he couldn't rule it out. After all, it was too strange. If you want to win in alchemy, you should have just refined the heavenly essence pellet and competed in the quality. Why did you have to refine the blazing sun purple spirit pellet to show off your skills? Look at you now, you failed twice. Feng Wuchen shrugged and sneered. 7-star divination's face was ugly as he glared at Feng Wuchen. He wanted nothing more than to tear Feng Wuchen to shreds. What's going on with the fire poison in my body? It's impossible for anyone to control it, but if it's not man-made, why did it calm down in an instant twice? 7-star divination couldn't figure it out. Elder 7-star, what's going on with your fire poison? You were about to succeed, so why did the fire poison suddenly flare up? Chu Chongkong asked curiously. Beta Yankong had failed to refine pills twice, and the fire poison had strangely calmed down. Chu Chongkong and the others were completely certain that it was Feng Wuchen's doing. When they were certain that it was Feng Wuchen's doing, Divine Alchemist and Chu Chongkong's hearts tightened. Of all the people present, only Feng Wuchen had the ability to do so. Chu Chongkong asked despite knowing the answer. He was just giving 7-star divination a way out. After all, he couldn't embarrass him too much, right? Moreover, pretending to not know anything could dispel 7-star divination's suspicion. Old man also doesn't know. 7-star divination shook his head. Elder 7-star, you still have one more chance. Feng Wuchen reminded. Humph. 7-star divination glared at Feng Wuchen, once is enough. Don't boast. At that time, Elder 7-star will be too ashamed to show his face. Feng Wuchen sneered, unafraid of Beta Yankong's furious gaze. You. Beta Yankong's fury soared to the heavens, but he forcefully suppressed it. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Beta took a deep breath and began to clean the pill furnace. This was Beidu Zhangkong's last chance, he had to treat it seriously. Brother Feng, here. Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly handed Feng Wuchen a large machete. It was unknown where she got it from. The machete was very big, and the blade was as thick as a bucket. Feng Wuchen was shocked when he saw it. If this old man fails, use this saber to kill him. Ling Xiaoxiao said. Good. Feng Wuchen laughed loudly, holding the machete in his hand, he directly placed it on the middle-aged man's neck. As long as Beidu Yankong failed for the third time, Feng Wuchen would not hesitate to kill the middle-aged man. Stinking brat. What are you doing? Elder hasn't lost yet. The middle-aged man was furious, and he clenched his fists, wishing he could kill Feng Wuchen with a single punch. Beidu Yankong still had one last chance. Before the pill was refined, Feng Wuchen placed the machete on his neck. It was undoubtedly a death sentence for him. Soon. Feng Wuchen sneered, as if he could already see the scene of Beidu Yankong's failure. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Wait until old man refines the pill, you will die without a burial place. Beidu Yankong glared at Feng Wuchen. Divine Alchemist, Chu Chongkong, and the others' faces turned gloomy. Although Beidu Yankong's threat did not affect Feng Wuchen, they could not tolerate Beidu Yankong's disrespect toward Feng Wuchen. Elder Beidu, you should worry about yourself. His death is a small matter, but your failure is a big matter. When the news spreads throughout the 9 prefectures, the Beidu family's reputation will be swept to the ground. Feng Wuchen laughed, and the green flame in his hand began to spread to the machete. The green flame pulsed strangely, and although it was very weak, it could not be underestimated. Once it exploded, it would be absolutely terrifying. Who would have thought that this unremarkable flame was the main culprit? Feng Wuchen was using this weak flame to control Beidu Yankong's fire poison. The green flame could control the fire poison, and Feng Wuchen accidentally discovered it when he was expelling the fire poison for the Divine Alchemist and the others. You won't be able to see that day. Beidu Yankong gloomily said. He then circulated his terrifying True Yuan to suppress the fire poison in his body, leaving behind a powerful energy to prevent the fire poison from flaring up at any time. Feng Wuchen faintly smiled, if your energy could suppress the fire poison, you would have already expelled it. Truly superfluous. Beidu Yankong did not reply and began his third attempt. 7-star divination activated his alchemy technique and soul force, placing the medicinal ingredients into the furnace one by one. The hall quieted down once more as everyone's gaze fell on Beidu Yankong and the cauldron. The middle-aged man was incomparably nervous, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. He was worried that Beidu Yankong would fail again. On the other hand, Feng Wuchen was not worried at all. The calmer Feng Wuchen was, the more the middle-aged man panicked. Time slowly passed, and Beidu Yankong had already condensed the pill. Beidu Yankong's ability to condense the pill in each of his 3 attempts showed how powerful he was. Now that the first step of condensing the pill was complete, and there was still a powerful energy in his body to suppress the fire poison, Beta Yenkong was very confident. Seeing that the pill was about to be formed, Beta Yenkong secretly felt relieved. Divine Alchemist, looks like the old man still won. Beta Yenkong laughed proudly, and his fierce gaze swept over Feng Wuchen. The Divine Alchemist's expression was grave, but he was not too worried. He believed in Feng Wuchen. The hall was filled with a tense atmosphere, and everyone held their breaths. This time, could Beta Yenkong really refine the blazing sun purple spirit pill? Would the fire poison appear again? 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye, and the pill was ready to be formed. Beta Yenkong's hands began to move as he shouted, "Form the pill!" With a thought, Feng Wuchen controlled the fire poison in Beta Yenkong's body. Humph. As expected, someone is messing with me. Beta Yenkong felt the fire poison in his body go berserk. Fortunately, he was prepared. When the fire poison flared up, Beta Yenkong suppressed it with his energy. Even if his energy couldn't resist the fire poison, he could at least suppress it for a moment. As long as he could successfully form the pill, he would win. However, Beta Yenkong had overestimated himself and underestimated the fire poison. Under Feng Wuchen's control, the fire poison in Beta Yenkong's body exploded, and the energy in his body was unable to stop it. Impossible. Beta Yenkong's face changed, and black smoke rose from his body. Terrifying fire poison spewed out. The Divine Alchemist and the others were shocked when they felt the terrifying fire poison coming from the Big Dipper unfolding sky. They retreated in fear. The fire poison was too terrifying, and no one dared to get close. It's over. It's over. Seeing the black smoke rising from Beta Yenkong's body, the middle-aged man fell into despair, and his body trembled. The middle-aged man was unwilling to believe that Beta Yenkong had failed 3 times in a row. Such a situation would never happen in the Baidu family, and Beta Yenkong's success rate was extremely high. Bang! At this moment, Beta Yenkong had no choice but to give up and use his true essence to suppress the fire. But the moment he stopped, just as the pill was about to be formed, a muffled bang rang out, and the pill that had already formed its embryonic form exploded, and black smoke rose from the pill furnace. His third attempt failed. This explosion caused 7-star divination to be stunned. With this explosion, the Divine Alchemist and the rest were completely relieved. Feng Wuchen did not disappoint them. Failed. The middle-aged man fell into despair. Preposterous. Who's behind this? Beta Yenkong was furious, and his roar resounded through the hall, and a terrifying killing intent swept out. Beta Yenkong could no longer bear it, and his face turned sinister. You don't have the ability, yet you dare to say that others are behind this. Feng Wuchen said with disdain, Elder Baidu, you've used up all 3 attempts, and you can't even refine a single pill. You've lost. Humph. How could the old man lose to Mo Yen? If not for someone secretly triggering the fire poison in the old man's body, how could the old man have failed? Beta Yenkong roared. Stop making excuses. Who has the ability to trigger such a terrifying fire poison? Who would believe that? Elder Beta can't afford to lose? Guild Leader Chu, do you believe that? Feng Wuchen sneered. Chu Chongkong shook his head and said, the fire poison is extremely terrifying. Let alone controlling it, we don't even dare to approach it. Even Sky Origin Stage 8 or Sky Origin Stage 9 experts wouldn't dare to say that they can expel the fire poison. You. Beta Yenkong was furious, and he glared at Chu Chongkong, but he had no words to refute. No one would believe such a ridiculous thing, and they would only think that Beta Yenkong was a sore loser. Elder Baidu, a bet is a bet. I'll be taking this person's life. Feng Wuchen sneered, and his cold gaze swept over the despairing middle-aged man. You dare? Beta Yenkong roared, and his ferocious face swept over Feng Wuchen. Stinking brat. You dare to offend my Baidu family? You must be tired of living. The middle-aged man shouted, suppressing his despair. Hearing Beta Yenkong's words, the middle-aged man relaxed. Did I offend the Baidu family? Elder Baidu has lost, so why can't I kill you? Feng Wuchen asked, sneering. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Beta Yenkong's eyes flashed with killing intent. What? Elder Beidou, you want to act shamelessly after losing? The Beidou family still wants to bully others? Feng Wuchen asked coldly. You can't afford to lose, yet you still want to challenge us? Shameless. Ling Xiaoxiao mocked. Elder Beidou lost and acted shamelessly. What do you think will happen if news of this spreads? Feng Wuchen sneered, and he didn't fear Beidou Yankong at all. With a flick of his wrist, the machete sliced across the middle-aged man's neck, and blood spurted out. Shiliang. Beidou Yankong was shocked. He didn't dare to believe that Feng Wuchen would dare to kill someone from the Beidou family. You dare to kill me. The middle-aged man looked at Feng Wuchen in despair, and fell down powerlessly. End of chapter 320. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.